I, Gao Tang, find myself immersed in a world where power reigns supreme. My recent acquisitions, mind power, an immortal body, a body multiplier, and a body of steel, have transformed my existence into something extraordinary. However, with great power comes relentless enemies. As villains plot my demise, I can hear their frantic whispers. They believe they have devised the perfect plan to eliminate me, convinced that my abilities are finite. But they are mistaken. Each confrontation reveals skills they have never encountered before, leaving them in a state of panic as I unleash powers beyond their comprehension. Gao Tang, while you were resting at home, another boy from our school was murdered. When they found him, he was left with just his body, his head was missing. I heard that all the victims were good-looking boys. You're considered the most dangerous in our class. I was dazed when I heard someone speaking. I opened my eyes to find myself in an unfamiliar room, lying on a bed. What's happening? Where am I? As questions swirled in my mind, strange memories began flooding in. I had somehow traveled to a world where superpowers existed. But the original owner of this body, who shares my name, was just an ordinary person without any awakened abilities. He had been sick and recuperating at home when the murders started happening at school, leading to multiple students being killed. If you don't awaken your powers before you turn 18, your chances of doing so later are slim. In such a dangerous world, being an ordinary person feels hopeless. I sighed deeply, sorrow etched on my face. I really don't understand why the Security Bureau hasn't sent anyone to protect you. I left a message online, and it's ridiculous to say they don't have enough staff. Suddenly, the girl on the phone interrupted my thoughts. I snapped back to reality and noticed her number wasn't saved in my contacts. By the way, do you know who I am? We never exchanged numbers, and I was too shy to talk to you at school. Her tone shifted, taking on a strange quality as if she was trying to contain her excitement. I frowned, sensing that something was off. You think this is strange, right? Wondering how I got your number? She suddenly laughed, and her laughter sent chills down my spine. Because I'm the twisted murderer. A cheerful voice rang out from outside the living room door, jolting me, Gao Tang, upright in bed, drenched in sweat. I felt a mix of fear and weakness. The original owner's physical condition was astoundingly poor. Student Gao Tang, we'll meet soon, haha. Suddenly, a sharp blade smashed through the door, sending splinters flying everywhere. Classmate Gao Tang, where are you? Are you in the bedroom? I watched as the girl outside the bedroom stood on tiptoe, lifted her skirt, and spun into view with a jump. She wore a broad smile on her chubby face. As I gazed at her, a wave of dread washed over me. I felt too weak to resist. Just then, a metallic sound echoed in my ear. You have acquired the ability, mind power. You can check the strength rankings of those who are capable. Excitement surged through me. Goldfinger. This was incredible. In that moment, an indescribable power coursed through my body. I was no longer just an ordinary person, I had awakened superpowers. A sense of calm replaced my panic as I focused on the girl's imperfect features. Memories of her flooded back unbidden. I remember you, you're Fengmin. You remember me? Fengmin's eyes sparkled with excitement, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she took a few steps closer to me. Hey, Gao Tang, can we be friends? I really like you. No, you're too ugly, I replied coldly. Her expression froze, darkness clouding her eyes. She gritted her teeth and asked, why? Why does everyone reject me? What's wrong with me? Look at my pretty dress, you're still ugly. Look how neatly my nails are trimmed, you're still ugly. My teeth are white and shiny. Not only are you ugly, but you also have a vicious heart. You kill guys who don't want to be friends with you and keep their heads as collectibles. I've never seen someone as disgusting as you, it just makes me want to vomit. Enough! Fengmin roared fiercely. She glared at Gao Tang fiercely. Since you hate me, go to hell. Her right arm instantly turned into a sharp blade, slashing straight towards the tall neck. Gao Tang did not panic at all. He raised his hand, and a ferocious shockwave burst out from the palm of his hand. Fengmin seemed to have been hit by a high-speed train, and flew out like a broken kite, slammed into the wall heavily, and spat out blood. How is that possible? Fengmin's face was full of incredulity. You are also a capable person? Gao Tang smiled slightly. Otherwise, why do you think I am so calm? He could also see Fengmin's specific strength, with a string of information displayed on her head. D-Class 64,538th. And he is the 64,520th in the D-Class. The strength is so strong. You chose the wrong person. I'm not someone you can kill casually. After speaking, the objects in the room vibrated violently, and then, pulled by an invisible force, they all shot towards Feng Min. Feng Min swallowed the blood in his mouth and hurriedly waved his sharp-edged arm to chop up tables, chairs, lamps, fans, all kinds of items. These sharp fragments floated up again, pouring down on her in a dense rain. Feng Min had only awakened her abilities not long ago, and she was very unskilled in the use of her abilities. She was unable to cope with Gao Tang's onslaught, and her whole body was turned into a hedgehog. "Why are you being so cruel to me?" Feng Min's eyes were full of sadness, her body shook a few times and fell to the ground. Seeing that she was not moving, Gao Tang was not at ease. He squeezed out the last trace of energy in his body, manipulated a sharp shard, and shot it into Feng Min's brain. "It is finally over." Gao Tang fell heavily, his eyes blackened. "It only took 10 seconds for my ability to fade, and I couldn't maintain it any longer. I didn't expect that what began as an hour would dwindle to just 10 seconds. I'm no longer the vigorous hero I once was." I rubbed my face, and a heavy sadness filled the room. "You still have time to joke about yourself," a lazy voice interrupted. I tensed up and turned to see a casually dressed stranger. He wore a loose white t-shirt, baggy pants, and slippers, just an ordinary middle-aged man. But the information floating above his head revealed he was ranked 50th in Class B. "I work in the security bureau," he stated, showing me his credentials. His name was Shui Dong. I lived nearby and heard the commotion, so I came to check it out. He yawned, rummaged through his pocket, pulled out a crumpled cigarette, placed it between his lips, and lit it with his flaming index finger before asking, "So, what's going on?" "Well, it's like this." I explained everything that had happened in detail. After listening, Shui Dong responded with a lackluster tone, "You're lucky. You awakened your ability at the most critical moment." "Yeah, the goddess of luck tends to favor good-looking people, otherwise, I might have lost my life," I replied. Shui Dong looked surprised. "Is that a thing? No wonder I'm so lucky." Shui Dong let out a puff of smoke and said lazily, "Since you have awakened your abilities, you have to go to the security bureau to go through some very troublesome procedures. After you pass it successfully, you are an intern." At this time, Gao Tang was a little strange. He asked suspiciously, "Don't you doubt the authenticity of my words?" Shui Dong scratched his head and said feebly, "What's there to doubt? I have always believed in a truth, ugly people have no reason." "Gao Tang, what is her name?" Shui Dong pointed to the hedgehog-like corpse and asked. "Feng Min, Chunjiang High School, a student in the 2nd class of high school." Gao Tang told all the information he knew. Shui Dong took out his mobile phone from his pocket to edit the text message, and said at the same time, "What I said just now was a joke. I am a very strict person." The message was sent out to the effect that someone should check Feng Min's house to see if they could find evidence, such as the disappearing heads. After finishing work, Shui Dong's eyes returned to Gao Tang and asked, "Come to the security bureau with me. By the way, do you still have the strength to go?" Gao Tang shook his head, his body recovered very slowly, until now, Venus is still in front of his eyes. "You're young, why is your body so weak?" Shui Dong shook his head, "I'm afraid you won't pass the physical test if you look like this." "But what will happen? It doesn't matter if you can't join the security bureau, right?" Shui Dong shrugged and said lazily, "You think things are too simple. Now that you have awakened your abilities, you are no longer an ordinary person, and the peaceful life before has nothing to do with you at all. To put it bluntly, this is the restraint and control of the security bureau on us. After all, those who are capable will cause great harm to public safety. If you are not qualified to join the security bureau, then you are a non-staff, all the hard work falls on you, you are not respected, and you have no status at all. Even if you want to defect from the security bureau, those anti-social groups are not willing to accept them. After all, they are not trash cans." "Oh, sorry, I didn't offend you, did I?" Gao Tang raised his eyebrows. "If something offends me, I'm sorry, you don't care, right?" "Ha?" Shui Dong's eyes glowed, and he said in surprise, "You are quite accomplished in language arts." Gao Tang waved his hand and said humbly, "General, that is, the level of unmatched opponents." "2 strokes?" Shui Dong's eyes became eager to try, wanting to have a confrontation between literati. Gao Tang understood what he meant and gave Shui Dong a look. "Why not?" Shui Dong gave a thumbs up. "Great, the future generations are terrifying." Gao Tang smiled coldly. "The level is too low, so I naturally feel that the future generations are terrifying." Shui Dong clapped his legs and laughed. "I'm dying of laughter. Are you serious about my casual politeness?" Gao Tang glanced at him sideways. "You're a bit funny, don't you really think you're high level? The most basic ability of a person is to have self-knowledge. How come you can't even do it?" Dong shook his head. The most stupid thing a person can do is to be arrogant. Seeing you today, I finally know what the stupidest person in the world looks like. Gao Tang was surprised. Huh? Don't you usually look in the mirror? The two of you said a word to me, and the fight was sparkling. Due to the inappropriate occasion and a corpse lying there, Dong had to hold back his gushing talents and end the confrontation. His expression became solemn. He stretched out his hand to Gao Tang and said solemnly, "Heroes see heroes." Gao Tang also stretched out his hand and said solemnly, "Epic encounter." The hands of the two were tightly clasped together, and their eyes were full of light. Sometimes friendship is as simple as that. Smells like each other and are called confidants. The relationship between the two deepened, and Dong became a little distressed. He sighed, "Brother Gao, even I have no right to make you a full member of the Security Bureau. Unless your ability affinity is very high, otherwise, you really need to be a non-staff member. In my opinion, your physical test is definitely not passable." "What is ability affinity?" Gao Tang asked suspiciously. The original owner of the body is an ordinary person, and not much is known about the capable person. After listening to Dong's explanation, Gao Tang understood. Ability affinity determines the future potential of the ability person. The lower the ability affinity of the ability person is, the more energy needs to be consumed when using the ability, and the power is extremely poor. Gao Tang also learned that energy is the fusion product of mental energy and physical energy. What is my ability affinity? Gao Tang is very curious. When he uses his abilities, he is very weak and definitely lacks energy, but he can kill Feng Min who is energetic. It is estimated that his ability and affinity play a role. Under the care of his good brother Dong, Gao Tang went to the security bureau in a wheelchair and entered a room where he could test his ability. Ability, fire element, ability affinity, 10%. As soon as I entered the door, I saw someone taking a test, and Dong's wobbly voice rang in Gao Tang's ear. 10% ability is friendly. No matter how hard you try, you don't need charcoal for barbecue. This guy might as well not awaken his abilities. Being an ordinary person is much better than a non-staff, at least not that dangerous. Ability, decomposition, ability affinity, 20%. Dong couldn't help nodding. This ability is good. The archives of the Security Bureau will not need a file shredder in the future. Ability, fire element, ability affinity, 40%. Dong said again brokenly, "Forgot to tell you that there is no unique ability, and the same ability may appear in many people. And our ability to awaken ability, in addition to the factor of genes, is largely dependent on luck, that is, the blessing of the goddess of luck. For example, I found someone to look up your information, and the 18th generation of the ancestors did not produce a capable person. In your generation, hey, the support has risen." Gao Tang squinted at him. "Why do I think you're scolding me?" Dong said in surprise, "You should be firmer, why do you doubt it?" Gao Tang sneered, "Look at your little mouth, it's like wiping off celu, just pull it when you open your mouth." Dong was not unhappy, but his godless eyes brightened. He was about to fight back when it was time for Gao Tang to test his ability to be friendly. Ability, mind power, ability affinity, 100, 100, 100%. The audience was shocked, and there was an uproar. 100% ability affinity, the future potential is definitely S grade, and it is even possible to reach the highest super S grade. Everyone's eyes on Gao Tang changed, as if they were looking at a piece of treasure. Dong was even more happy. He forgot about the language contest, patted Gao Tang's shoulder hard and said, "My dear, I really underestimate you. Even if your physical test fails, it's fine. You are now the Security Bureau. No, it's the treasure of all mankind. 100% ability affinity is not unique, but it is also a rare animal." Gao Tang caused a great stir in the Security Bureau building, and even many high-level executives came to see him. Even the director of the Security Bureau took precious time out of his busy schedule to meet him and gave him a lot of encouragement. Future S-rank powerhouses must be taken seriously. In the midst of these trivial matters, the sun is gradually sinking, and before you know it, night falls. Gao Tang also recovered from his weakness. He said goodbye to Dong and returned to his home. Feng Min's body has been taken away by the Security Bureau. After investigation, a head soaked in formalin was found in her home. This girl is really terrifying. Lying on the bed, Gao Tang still felt incredible. He has seen many time travel stories in novels, but he never thought it would happen to him. He was not happy at all, but rather distressed. As we all know, there is a magical power in the body of the traveler, a small disaster in 3 days, a big disaster in 10 days, and death is like the wind, always with him. When you go out, you may encounter a perverted murderer who slaughtered innocent people. To be an otaku honestly, it is possible that meteorites will fall from the sky and be smashed into flesh. Making friends may be involved in certain things, which can lead to murder. If you don't make friends, you will be considered helpless by some big forces, and you can need at will. Ugh! Gao Tang sighed deeply. Now that we have come to this world, we have to face reality. Then, in such a dangerous environment, he must do 3 things. Become stronger. Become stronger. Still fucking stronger. Gao Tang sat up from the bed. The primary goal is to make the body strong and not sick. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, leapfrogs, military boxing. These all have to be practiced. 10 minutes later. Gao Tang was sweating profusely, and with a little exercise, he almost collapsed, showing how weak his body was. There is a long way to go. This matter has to be taken slowly. It is impossible to eat a fat man in one bite, unless he is given the ability to strengthen his body. You have acquired the ability, strong. The metal-filled prompt sounded in his ears again, and Gao Tang was stunned for a moment, his thin body changing at an astonishing speed. After a few seconds, Gao Tang's body became angular, there was no fat on his body, and his strong body was full of explosive power. How is this going? Gao Tang looked bewildered. Is it still possible to make a wish? If only it had the ability to be invisible. Gao Fei silently made a wish. It's just that he didn't hear the prompt. If only I had the ability to see clairvoyance. Continue to make a wish, still unfulfilled. If only I had the ability to see through. Still no movement. What's the matter? Gao Tang scratched his head, a little confused. At this moment, he noticed the clock on the wall. The time was 12:02 in the morning. Could it be that I get a new ability every day? And many more. My mind will not disappear, will it? Gao Tang hurriedly raised his hand and aimed at a chair. Invisible power radiated out, and the chair suddenly floated up. Fortunately, the ability is still there. Gao Tang is relieved. If the ability has a time limit, it will be boring. My body is stronger, so my strength should have improved a lot, right? Gao Tang clenched his fists, feeling full of energy and no longer feeling weak. He walked quickly into the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror. The information displayed on his head has become the 5800th D-class, and the speed of strength improvement is like sitting on a rocket. This made him feel that he was a genius, doing nothing all day and never working hard, but he was better than most people, and he was the kind who could never catch up. Gao Tang felt that the world was starting to become a little interesting. The next morning, Gao Tang got up early, and after breakfast, he was going to attend the special intern training. After the 10-day special training, he is a full member of the security bureau. Everything is ready to go out to the training ground. It was about 3 kilometers from Gao Tang's home to the training ground. He didn't take a taxi, but ran directly there. The body is stronger than before, but it is not enough. If you want to be stronger, you must continue to forge your body and become stronger. It didn't take too long for Gao Tang to go outside the training ground. The training ground is located on the outskirts of the city and is built for interns. Entering from the gate, there are many capable people who have awakened their abilities in the playground. Some people gather to chat, some close their eyes and rest, some people play games with mobile phones. What? A look of surprise appeared in Gao Tang's eyes, and he saw an unexpected person. The unshaven Xuedong was still dressed as he was, with a t-shirt and big pants, pulling flip-flops, and holding a crumpled cigarette in his mouth. When he saw Gao Tang, he raised his hand to say hello. You're here. I didn't expect that I was in charge of the special training for the intern, right? Gao Tang walked over and asked in confusion, why didn't you tell me yesterday? Xuedong smiled slightly. It's not a surprise to say it. No wonder I asked you yesterday, what is the content of the training, and you don't say anything. Xuedong shrugged, I'm afraid of trouble. I told you yesterday, and I still have to tell you today. It's better to make it clear today. Gao Tang shook his head helplessly. Xuedong was energetic only when he was discussing with him. He was usually listless, like an eggplant beaten by frost. Just as he was talking, another person came to the training ground. This man had dyed yellow hair, all his hair rising into the sky, his black baseball jersey was open with no clothes on inside, and he wore a gold chain as thick as a thumb around his neck. His eyes are very fierce, and his whole person has the rebellious temperament of turning the world over. D-Class 7985, this person's aura is a bit strong. Gao Tang expressed his thoughts. Xuedong flicked the ash and said in an uncertain tone, it seems to be from Jinko City, it seems to be the boss of the barbaric clan? After speaking, he glanced at everyone. Everyone is here, the training can almost start, it's really troublesome to work. After Shuedong complained, he clapped his palms and said feebly, everyone come to me, I have something to say. Hearing this, everyone gathered. The training is very simple, first run around the playground 20 laps, and then use your ability to fight with me. Shuedong threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out, and then said, before that, let's introduce ourselves first, and by the way, let's talk about our dreams, let me start. My name is Shuedong. My dream is to never work, to do nothing every day, without goals and without effort. Well, my self-introduction is over. Gao Tang, are you coming next? Even if you introduce yourself, you still want to talk about your dreams? Isn't it really embarrassing to talk about dreams in public? Didn't the great Mr. Lu Sun say it? Dreams are like underpants, you have to wear them, but you can't just bask in them. Any questions? Seeing that Gao Tang didn't speak for a while, Shuedong asked suspiciously. In order to take care of this good eldest brother's face, Gao Tang sighed softly and said, my name is Gao Tang, and my dream is to become the strongest in this world. Well said. Everyone applauds. Shuedong applauded vigorously and waved his hands to encourage the big guy. In the applause of the crowd, Gao Tang blushed, and his figure became lower. Forgot to tell everyone that Gao Tang is 100% capable and has the potential to become a Super S-grade in the future. Therefore, he is not aimless, and the goal he pursues is very practical. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Gao Tang. There were curiosity, indifference, yearning, and jealousy. Different expressions, looking from head to toe. Gao Tang was even more embarrassed, digging a hole on the ground with his foot. Fortunately, everyone shifted their attention with Shuedong's next sentence. Then let me introduce myself. Shuedong looked at a girl in a pleated skirt, with long smooth hair as black as ink, her facial features extremely delicate and beautiful, a white shirt lightly wrapped around her slender body, and her skin as greasy as snow, which could be broken by blowing bullets. She was wearing a pair of small black leather shoes under her feet, and her beautiful legs were even more straight and slender, set off by the snow-white mid-tube socks. Seeing her, everyone will have an idea. That is, girls are the most beautiful creatures in this world. My name is Fong Meng, and my dream is to find the one with the ability to seal. At a certain moment, Fong Meng's body exuded a heavy evil spirit, which shows that the person with the ability to seal has a great hatred with her. Shuedong really loves Gao Tang, and when he chats with others, he returns to his lazy state, a person with the ability to seal. Do you have a grudge against him? Fong Meng just nodded and didn't say much. Her thoughts were very heavy, and they were all written on her face. My name is Gu Xiao. I was born in Luhan Street. My dream is to change the lives of more people. Gu Xiao's whole person is full of sunshine, especially when he laughs, the whole world becomes brighter. Are you actually born in Luhan Street? That place is terrible, and it can't be changed easily. However, I can understand you. When I was young, I used to have unrealistic fantasies. You will not be so naive if you suffer more beatings in the future. Shuedong began to stretch out his evil claws. Gu Xiao was not hit, but still showed a big smile and said, I will try my best, I believe I can do it. Confidence is a good thing. Shuedong said, only in this way can we better taste the pain of despair. Gu Xiao's smile froze on his face. Next. My name is Wang Ya, and my dream is to be someone others can rely on. The girl who spoke was wearing a white dress, she was slim, and her sweet smile was not mixed with any hypocrisy. At first glance, she knew that her family was very happy, and her whole body showed a kind of beauty that could contagious people. Good idea. Shuedong applauded, you are unreliable yourself, and you want others to rely on you. I have a message for them. Life is precious, learn to cherish it. Wang Ya, my name is Li Gangxiang, and my dream is to help more people. The person who spoke was the boss of the barbaric clan. When he said this, he gritted his teeth, feeling that he was about to slash someone with a knife in the next second. You want to help more people? Shuedong glanced at Li Gangxiang in surprise. He couldn't help but said angrily, what's the matter with you? Are you a tyrant like this? Give me the right attitude. Li Gangxiang looked at him disdainfully and said, who said that the tyrants must fight and do things that endanger society? Shuedong was puzzled, why not? You don't put labels on people casually. Shuedong said with a sloppy face, I want it, the next one. My name is, Shuedong was tireless in destroying people. He commented on everyone's dreams. The entire training ground was shrouded in low air pressure. Gao Tang understood why Shuedong wanted to talk about dreams, he was pure bad. Okay, after self-introduction, everyone must have a preliminary understanding. Without further ado, let's start training. After speaking, Shuadong suddenly remembered something. He said, "Oh, by the way, before that, there is one more thing to tell everyone. This 10-day training is still an assessment, and only the best people can become full members of the Security Bureau." Then, here comes the problem. Where do those who are eliminated go from here? Good question. The answer is to be a non-staff for a period of time and complete a lot of tasks before you can become a regular. After a pause, Shuadong continued, "So, what exactly do the non-staff members of the Security Bureau do? Everyone please see." Everyone looked in the direction of Shuadong's finger, and in the stands of the training ground, there was a young man in a work uniform working hard. His ability is the water element, making a small stream of water spray on the seat and wiping it with a rag. He is a non-staff member of the Security Bureau, because the ability affinity is only 10%, and the work he does is a humanoid water jet. There was a commotion in the crowd. I suggest you wash your brains and look at healthy things. After Shuadong finished speaking, he returned to the topic. Cleaning is a relatively easy job, and the most troublesome thing is doing intelligence work. Take the murder case in Chunjiang High School as an example. All non-staff personnel are looking for clues. Everyone can imagine that your strength is very poor, but you have to do such a dangerous job. Isn't it miserable? You guys, don't think too much about the Security Bureau, and don't think that awakening superpowers is a good thing. Of course, with or without superpowers, the human world sucks. Everyone, is such a frustrated person really suitable for bringing new people? Shuadong fumbled with his hand in his trouser pocket for a while, took out a crumpled cigarette and held it in his mouth. After lighting it, he took a deep breath and continued, "I'm not pessimistic, but I have eyes full of wisdom. This world is divided into classes, intrigue, and desires. If you want to control your own destiny, you have to keep climbing to the top of the pyramid until you can't. Otherwise, you will always be at the mercy of others. Everyone, finally, let me end the tirade with one sentence. How much kindness you show to the world, how much you will be beaten." When my words are finished, the applause can begin. Gao Tang's current physical fitness is very high, and running around the playground 20 laps is completely trivial. But he couldn't show his vitality. In Shuadong's eyes, his body was very weak. No, everyone is carrying 50 pounds, only he is light. Shuadong really took care of his good brother. In order to meet the expectations of his eldest brother, Gao Tang had to show his overworked appearance. After just running a lap, he was panting like a cow, his whole body was soaked in sweat, and the whole figure was fished out of the water. Figures flashed past Gao Tang. The eyes of these people were indescribable, mixed with a lot of emotions. To sum it up in one sentence, it is unpleasant. Gao Tang tried his best not to care about these impolite glances, and immersed himself more in the performance. The voice goes from soothing to hurried. The expression ranged from calm to painful. Steps range from light to heavy. Progressive layer by layer change. Showing his exhaustion from the inside out, Gao Tang interprets the role to perfection, both in detail and level. In everyone's eyes, Gao Tang is really in a state of overwork. After only 2 laps, he is almost exhausted and paralyzed. After 20 laps, is he still alive? Super S-grade potential, that's all? When Gao Tang ran to the 7th lap, he was accompanied by only a few people, and most of them had finished the long-distance running training. These people gathered together, whispering, and there was no lack of contempt and high-pitched voices. Shuadong was very unhappy, and he said coldly, "Do you think that the potential of Super S-grade is just that? It is too exaggerated? I advise you not to be self-righteous. You're going to go through a long marathon, not a 100-meter race. If you rush to the finish first, you will feel victory, then I am sorry, this is your eternal finish." Under Shuadong's beating, everyone fell silent. "Look!" Shuadong pointed his fingers high, and everyone looked over. He staggered and ran, got up when he fell, and continued to move forward despite the pain in his body. In this short period of time, Gao Tang fell down several times, and each time he got up immediately without resting for even a second. See it? See how hard he works? See how strong his will is? He was very weak because of frequent illnesses. When he has developed a strong body and his strength has grown by leaps and bounds, how many of you will be his opponents? I advise you to put away that poor jealousy, conceit, meanness. Every bit of your contempt for him will be turned into a sharp blade that hurts you in the future. Everyone bowed their heads and felt ashamed. If I were you, I wouldn't just run 20 laps. What qualifications do you have to be lazy when you are working hard that day? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and they rushed into the runway in unison. Their bodies seemed to be bloodied, and there were only three things in their minds. Effort. Effort. Still fucking hard. The air was quiet, and Shuedong was about to smoke a cigarette when he suddenly saw a beautiful and sparkling girl beside him. Fong Meng, why don't you run? I'm not as easy to cheat as they are. Fong Meng said in a cold tone. Shuedong said with a funny face, I want to hear, where do you think I am lying to them? I want to chat with you. Fong Meng didn't want to answer meaningless questions and looked directly at Shuedong Dao. When the running training is over, each of you will have a chance to be beaten, don't worry. I'm serious. Fong Meng said, I want to know how far I am from you. Shuedong shrugged, it's not too far, probably the distance between heaven and earth. In an instant, Fong Meng's body shot out with arcs, and she nodded heavily to Shuedong, please advise. After she finished speaking, she rushed over very quickly. The next second, her beautiful face was in close contact with the ground and smashed heavily on the concrete floor. What happened? Fong Meng didn't see anything clearly, just a flower in front of him, and then. You're as slow as a snail, and I have time for a cup of tea. Fong Meng gritted his teeth and jumped up suddenly, come again. Shuedong scratched his stomach, and he didn't take Fong Meng seriously at all. Fong Meng roared and rushed out again. It was a really long show. Fortunately, Gao Tang is happy in it, otherwise it will be very difficult. When he finished his 20-lap run, there were still many people sweating on the track. Gao Tang was not interested in another encore show. He returned to Shuedong and saw that Fong Meng was still being beaten with perseverance. That pretty face was completely out of shape, with a blue nose and a swollen face, and wounds everywhere. Shuedong didn't have any thoughts of pity and cherished Jade, and he started very hard. Fong Meng couldn't hold on anymore, his energy was almost exhausted, and he had no strength to fight again. Shuedong lit the cigarette in his mouth, and his tone was rare and gentle, I understand your idea of revenge, but you can't rush this matter, and don't fill your heart with hatred, it will make you doomed. I'm leaving first, and I'll come back tomorrow. Fong Meng limped away, replaying the previous battle in her mind. From beginning to end, she didn't touch Shuedong's clothes, she was completely crushed and beaten. She is neither sad nor desperate. How could she, who just awakened her abilities, be the opponent of a B-rank ability person? What she wants is to make rapid progress, so that when she finds the one with the ability to seal, she can defeat him. This girl is so stubborn. Gaotong watched Fong Meng's back disappear inside a little. Shuedong smiled and said, What? Do you have any thoughts about her? Gaotong shook his head, I'm blind, I can't tell who is beautiful or not, what can I think? Shuedong squinted at him, Do you think you are handsome? Gaotang said without any hesitation, Of course. Do you think I'm handsome? Only next to me. You are dishonest when you say that you are blind when you have such a high aesthetics. Good guy, put it here and wait for me. I think, she will be pestering me tomorrow, so troublesome. Shuedong scratched his head in distress, bringing new people or something is really hard work. You can change jobs so that you won't misunderstand your children. You don't understand. Shuedong said helplessly, My work ability is too good, the new people I bring out are too good, the people above are crying and shouting for me to continue this job, then a pile of money will go to me with a hard slap in the face, what do you think I can do? By the way, what's going on with Fong Meng? Do you know something? You said you don't have any thoughts about her? Why don't you inquire about her? You can't hide your little thoughts from me, young man, I understand. If you have something to do, you just think about the fights in bed. I will tell you with great mercy. Fong Meng's parents were both capable people, and they were killed by a capable person who had the ability to seal when they were on a mission. Time is a little bitch, slipping away silently, unable to catch it. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. Gaotang obtained pain resistance, fire resistance, poison resistance, self-healing, danger perception, defense enhancement, intelligence enhancement, water element, speed enhancement, body doubling, 10 abilities. He tested the effects one by one. The 4 abilities of pain resistance, fire resistance, poison resistance, and danger perception were passive skills, which could be triggered automatically without manual operation. Pain resistance, as the name suggests, it can relieve a certain amount of pain after an injury. Gao Tang is a kind of man. He has always wanted to try inserting a toothpick between the nails of his big toe and kicking the wall hard. After doing it, not only did he feel nothing, he even wanted to laugh. Pain resistance, just like life, turned his body into numb flesh. Fire resistance is a better explanation, immune to a certain amount of fire damage. In the early morning of the day he gained the ability. Gaotang sprinkled a handful of cumin on his hand and burned it on the gas stove for half an hour. poison resistance, needless to say, immune to certain poison damage. Gao Tang went to the pesticide market, filled 2 bottles in public, spit out bubbles and strode out, shocking the onlookers back 3 meters, not daring to approach this great god. Danger perception is a bit tasteless, that is, the role of being able to sense the imminent danger, and maybe develop new roles in the future, but Gao Tang currently has no good ideas. These skills do not need to consume energy, just like strength, they directly strengthen the body and add a few insurances to life. After talking about passive skills, the next step is active skills. Self-healing is Gao Tang's most important ability. Consuming energy can quickly heal wounds. The more serious the injury, the more energy it needs to consume. Gao Tang boldly thought that in the future, when he encounters an evenly matched enemy, he will never be afraid of his head and tail, and directly, defense enhancement, speed enhancement, body multiplier, rush up to exchange injuries for injuries, who is not afraid of lifeless play? These abilities can form a skill system, which can increase his strength to several levels. Next, let's talk about intelligence enhancement. If danger perception is a tasteless rib, then intellectual enhancement is the tasteless rib among tasteless ribs. Gao Tang thought that his IQ already exceeded 99% of people, and the remaining 1% was because of his modesty. Intelligence enhancement, put it on him, and it completely loses its effect. If this ability can be donated, he must not hesitate. He has had enough of being the only wise man in the world. The last is water element. The ability affinity of this ability is also 100%. The reason why Gao Tang is so sure is that when using this ability, the power is very strong, which is almost the same as the power of mind. Water element further enriched his fighting methods, and Gao Tang felt faintly that he would become an omnipotent Superman in the future, with no weaknesses in his body. After talking about the gains and ability, let's talk about the results of the 10-day special training. In the eyes of everyone, Gao Tang has made a lot of progress. It takes less and less time to run 20 laps, and it is not as painful as before, and his physical fitness is greatly improved. This aroused their enthusiasm, carrying a weight of 100 caddies, 200 caddies, and 300 caddies, one by one. It was also a 10-day special training. Some people's strengths improved very quickly, especially Fong Meng. She could already touch Shuedong's clothes. The weight of 350 pounds was the highest among the crowd, and it has become the most popular in this session. Strong Nova. It's a pleasure to spend 10 days with you. On the training ground, Shuedong expressed his thoughts while holding a cardboard box. I'm sure that when you are old, you will feel that these are the most meaningful 10 days for you. In your future life, you will often think, if I spent more time in special training, I could listen to more teachings from Teacher Shui, and my life would not be so pale and superficial. So, I am really sad for you, and I will never meet someone as wise as me in the future. I think you are so pitiful when I think about it. Everyone, Shuedong sighed deeply, looking at everyone with pity in his eyes. Of course, Gao Tang is an exception. If there are 2 smart people in this world, there is no doubt that it is him and Gao Tang. So, when looking at Gao Tang, he nodded and showed a like-minded smile. Okay, let's not talk nonsense, just say something serious. Shuedong retracted his gaze and shook the cardboard box in his hand to draw everyone's attention. Did you hear the sound? That's right. There are number plates in the carton. Then, someone has to ask, what is the use of the number plate? Good question. The answer is quota. Shuedong paused, then said, so, someone must ask, what is the quota? Good question. Among the 130 interns who participated in the special training this time, only 10 were able to become full members. There were 130 number plates in the carton, only 10 had numbers written on them, and the rest were blank. The number plate with the number written on it is the quota, and whoever gets the quota by luck is the official member of the Security Bureau. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. It's too much fun, isn't it? It should be based on performance, right? Look at you stupid groundhogs. I haven't finished speaking yet, what are you anxious about? Everyone kept their mouths shut and waited for the next paragraph. Shuedong looked up at the sky, then looked down at the ground, tucked his hand into his big pants and scratched it. Gao Tang couldn't help but said, your CPU is burning? Shuedong burst out laughing and gave Gao Tang a thumbs up. After all, he is his good brother, and he speaks out. Okay, let's continue, my CPU was running a little slow just now. Shuedong held back his smile and continued, those who get the quota must accept 5 challenges. If you succeed, you don't need me to explain it, right? Everyone nodded one after another, taking the quota based on their strength. One more thing, once the challenge fails, you will be completely disqualified, so you must be careful before you challenge. Gao Tang, you come to draw the number card first. Shui Dong's meaning is very simple. He wants Gao Tang to draw a blank number card, so that he has a better chance of getting a place. If you get the spot first, you can't avoid such a powerful contender. In his opinion, although Gao Tang's strength is in the middle and upper reaches of the crowd, but his body is weak and his energy is insufficient, he cannot fight a long-term battle of attrition. Unfortunately, Gao Tang got a number plate with 6 written on it. Shui Dong's face suddenly became worried. You can draw so many number cards, I really don't know whether to call you lucky or unlucky. You can draw so many number cards. I really don't know whether to call you lucky or unlucky. Hearing Shui Dong say this, Gao Tang said indifferently, it's just a matter of winning 5 people, it's a piece of cake. Shui Dong couldn't help but widen his eyes, so arrogant? Gao Tang spread his hands, I'm explaining the facts. Even though Gao Tang was very relaxed, Shui Dong still felt that the brothers' winning rate was not high, patted Gao Tang on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, it doesn't matter if you fail, with your potential, the security bureau is happy to let you go through the back door. Gao Tang was helpless, why do you look down on me so much? Shui Dong answered honestly, good brother, you are too sensitive, I look at you with normal eyes. Wait, I'll surprise you. Shui Dong looked at Gao Tang seriously and said, seeing that you are so confident, it seems that you are really confident, then I will wait for you to show your power. Gao Tang turned around, waved his hand, and walked into the crowd. Everyone went to draw number cards one after another, and soon, there was a result. Among the 10 people who got the quota, Fang Meng was the strongest, followed by Gao Tang, and then Wang Ye, who was full of beauty. Gu Xiao from Luhan Street, and Li Gangxiang, the boss of the Beastly clan, did not get the quota, but with their strength, winning the quota is not a problem at all. Gao Tang couldn't help sighing, you can see the strength rankings of all the capable people, this golden finger is really super easy to use. Since you've got the number cards, let's start the battle. Shui Dong glanced at those who drew blank number cards, who do you want to challenge? Gao Tang. Everyone said in unison, in their opinion, Gao Tang is the best bully. It is as expected. Shui Dong shook his head. After 10 days of special training, Gao Tang's performance was the worst, and it was only natural that he would be the target of public criticism. There is only one Gao Tang. You all want to challenge him. Who will go first and who will go last? There must be a rule, right? Gao Fei's face could not help wrinkling. Shui Dong's words were a bit strange. I have a solution, you two fight first, whoever wins will go first, how about it? Shui Dong was still trying to take care of Gao Tang and came up with a way to consume everyone. It's a pity that everyone didn't buy it. They protested silently and watched Shui Dong silently, feeling a lot of pressure. Forget it, you rock paper scissors, is this fair? Everyone expressed their satisfaction, and they rocked paper scissors to decide the final winner. The first duel is Gao Tang versus. What's your name? Never mind. It does not matter. My name is Wu Pu. Oh, no sense. Since it's gone, you still challenge Gao Tang, isn't this asking for trouble? Wu Pu, okay, don't waste any more time, the battle begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Pu rushed towards Gao Tang. He was capable of close combat, and an iron rod appeared out of thin air in his hand. The ability is to make iron rods? Isn't it to make a fortune to sell waste? With Gao Tang's vision, he can only think of selling waste products. In the face of Wu Pu's attack, he had no intention of dodging, and didn't take this person seriously at all. This person's strength ranking is the 41,563rd in the D class, and he is the 870th in the D class. The gap is too big. Watch out. Wu Pu suddenly stood up, and the iron rod smashed Gao Tang's head. Gao Tang lightly stretched out his hand, and a powerful force spurted out. Wu Pu's figure suddenly stopped, and then, like a cannonball, it flew out, fell heavily a few meters away, and vomited blood. This blow caused him a lot of damage, and he couldn't get up for a long time. The whole place was silent. Did not expect. Never thought. Gao Tang's strength is actually so strong. I thought it was a little lamb who could cook casually, but I didn't expect. Shui Dong was also stunned for a while. He really didn't expect Gao Tang to be able to solve his opponent so neatly. He clapped his hands and let everyone's attention focus on him. Okay, rock paper scissors, decide the next victim, do you have any opinion? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other, and started rock paper scissors again. They still feel that Gao Tang is better to deal with. Wu Pu's failure was because he was too contemptuous of Gao Tang. The best way to deal with a weak and capable person is to delay. When you run out of energy, won't you win? Okay, the victim has appeared. The second duel is Gao Tang versus. It doesn't matter what your name is, you'll lose right away anyway. The man gritted his teeth and did not emphasize his name like Wu Pu. He made a decision. After defeating Gao Tang, he would say his name aloud and say a few sarcastic remarks, which made Shui Dong lose face. Just as he was thinking of something beautiful in his heart, this man suddenly suffered a heavy blow, his eyes burst out, and a bloody arrow spurted out. The scenery on both sides receded rapidly, and he fell miserably several meters away, curling up like a shrimp. Gao Tang put down his hand silently, not knowing what was going on with this man. He was still standing there and giggling when the battle had started, so he had no choice but to shoot first. Look, what did I just say? You guys, you are still too young to look at a person only on the surface. You think Gao Tang is weak, but in fact he is ridiculously strong. I advise you, it is best to dispel the idea of picking up leaks, and the lessons from the past are in front of you. Don't put all your eyes on Gao Tang. Don't you still have 9 people? Wouldn't it be nice to challenge them? Why did you choose Gao Tang? I know what you are thinking. I feel that it is too expensive to challenge others, and I am afraid that I will not be able to cope with the next will battle. However, Gao Tang has proved with his strength that he is not easy to mess with. You only have one chance to challenge. If you fail, you will have no chance. No one appreciates Shui Dong's hard work. Instead, he feels that Gao Tang is at the end of his fight, and the energy in his body is estimated to be running out. Therefore, everyone's idea is to challenge Gao Tang. Another round of rock paper scissors to determine the victim. Shui Dong, who acted as the referee, casually introduced the two sides of the duel, and the battle started again. After a round, Gao Tang wins again. In this case, everyone still bites Gao Tang tightly and does not let go, and believes that he is easy to bully. Shui Dong was too lazy to say anything else. Rock paper scissors and paper scissors will decide the trashy fish. Still around, Gao Tang played the victory music. One more win and he is a full member of the security bureau. For the first time, everyone's faces showed a hesitant expression, and they did not rush to challenge. Brotherly, are you ready to challenge Gao Tang? Gu Xiao showed his signature sunny smile and asked Li Gangqiang, who had a strong aura. I never take advantage of someone's danger. Li Gangqiang is a principled person. Although his background is evil and chaotic, he is clean from the mud. He helps old ladies cross the road, beats and blackmails gangsters of elementary school students, feeds stray animals, and visits elderly people in nursing homes. His gang manifesto is to do 100 good deeds every day to fill the city of Aguchi with truth, goodness, and beauty. Since you don't challenge him, I'll go. Everyone was hesitant, and Gu Xiao stepped out of the crowd and said lightly, I want to challenge Gao Tang. You sure? Shui Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Gu Xiao is not an opponent that can be easily dealt with. Among the crowd, his performance is quite outstanding, and his strength should not be underestimated. I'm sure. Gu Xiao said without hesitation. You must have seen how strong Gao Tang is. I think it's better for you to choose someone else. With your strength, you will be guaranteed a spot. If you are defeated by Gao Tang, you will have no chance. On the surface, Shui Dong's persuasion was actually very meaningful. Gu Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, I have confidence in my own strength and will not easily lose to him. Shui Dong felt that what he said might not be clear enough, and did not let Gu Xiao understand what he meant. He was about to call the young man again, but Gu Xiao said first, Mr. Shui, I understand what you mean, and so do I. I know you have a good relationship with Gao Tang. You think that Gao Tang is only one opponent away from getting the spot, and you don't want me to make trouble. Yes, anyway, I have the strength, and winning the quota is a sure thing. Why can't I sell you a face and let Gao Tang pass the test smoothly? But don't you think that's unfair? Since the rules are here, we need each of us to abide by them, not to operate in the dark. Everyone is right, right? Yeah, that's so unfair, we're against it. Everyone agreed and was instigated by Gu Xiao. There was a sneer at the corner of Shui Dong's mouth, which became more and more intense. He could see that this boy surnamed Gu was not as kind as he looked. A sense of justice at stake? Shui Dong disagreed. He felt jealous. The smile on Gu Xiao's face was too fake, and his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. This boy is too scheming. You really want to challenge me? Gao Tang couldn't help but interjected. After the wheel battle, the energy in his body did not lose much, and he was still at its peak. Gu Xiao's strength is far inferior to him, and his strength ranking is 27,381st in D level. Obviously there is a chance to win the place, but it is a bit of a pity. Are you afraid? Gu Xiao smiled and looked at Gao Tang. The two looked at each other, and Gao Tang's eyes gradually changed. He didn't hate this person at first, but now, Gu Zhao's demeanor made him very unhappy. "Do you think I'm afraid?" Gao Tang asked with a smile. "I'm afraid I don't know, but you will definitely feel very pity. Obviously you have reached the last step, but I am your opponent." Gao Tang scratched his head and wondered, "Don't you buy a scale at home? Why don't you know your weight?" Gu Zhao's face sank in an instant, revealing his evil spirit. "Since you want to challenge me, let's start quickly, don't waste everyone's time, they are quite busy." "Okay." Gu Zhao's face showed a smile again, but there was no smile, which made people feel gloomy. Gao Tang looked at the big brother. Xue Dong did not immediately let the two start fighting. He walked over to Gao Tang and whispered, "Are you really going to fight him?" Gao Tang shrugged, "Do you think I still have a choice?" "How sure are you? You underestimate me, don't you think it's easy to deal with a miscellaneous fish?" Xue Dong's eyes widened, "So arrogant?" "I told you before, I was stating the facts, why do you always look down on me?" Xue Dong pondered for a moment, patted Gao Tang's shoulder and said, "His ability is a laser. Be careful, he especially restrains your ability." Gao Tang smiled, "Restraining my ability? Joke. Mr. Xue, are you wrong? Your current identity should be neutral and not take any side of us. I vaguely heard that you are revealing my information to Gao Tang. I'm partial to anyone I like, can you fucking control it? I'm not fair, you go to the security bureau and sue me. Every year, there are not 8,000 or 10,000 new people who sue lousy. You have to queue up, you know?" Xue Dong spit out the fragrance directly, and cursed Gu Xiao bloody. Gu Xiao's face became gloomy again, and Xue Dong made him lose face. "That is, I am in a better temper now, and I would have killed you 2 years ago." Xue Dong said another sentence. Gu Xiao's face was flushed red, and he didn't even dare to let go. He took this humiliation deeply in his heart, and one day in the future, he will definitely pay it back. And many more. Gu Xiao suddenly thought that he could vent on Gao Tang. Isn't now an opportunity? Thinking of this, the eyes he looked at Gao Tang became colder. Super S-grade potential. Being tortured in front of everyone's eyes will leave a lot of trauma to the spirit, right? Might be stunned. When I was a teenager, I had the strongest self-esteem, and there were still so many girls. The more Gu Xiao thought about it, the happier he became, and his heart became more and more distorted, all reflecting on his face. Xue Dong snorted coldly. The fifth match is Gao Tang versus Gu Xiao, the battle begins. As soon as the words fell, Gu Xiao suddenly came back to his senses. He immediately pulled away, raised his hand at the same time, a scorching red light shone on his fingertips, and shot out instantly. Gu Xiao couldn't help but make a suspicious voice, and Gao Tang actually disappeared in front of his eyes. The next second, the back of his head was covered by his palm. "You underestimate my speed." After Gao Tang finished speaking, he slammed Gu Xiao's head on the ground, the concrete floor cracked suddenly, and blood slowly seeped out. Gu Xiao fell into a coma and lost his strength to fight again. There was silence again. This time, the impact was even greater. Among the crowd, Gu Xiao's strength was at the upper end, but he was defeated by Gao Tang in one round. It's unbelievable. Is this the Super S-level potential? So terrifying. It took Xue Dong a long time to close his mouth. He thought that even if Gao Tang could defeat Gu Xiao, he would have to go through a hard fight, but he didn't expect it to be so neat. "You have a heavy mind, and you hide your strength by discussing with me." Xue Dong's tone contained a bit of resentment. Gao Tang raised his eyebrows. "Otherwise, why would you be a blockbuster? If I knew you had such a strong strength, what should I worry about? You waste my feelings. I've told you that it's a piece of cake to win against 5 people. You don't believe what I can do? The speed at which you burst out at that moment is quite good. It's actually nothing, it's not that I'm strong, it's just that the opponent is too weak." Gao Tang seems to be modest, but he is actually bragging about himself. At the moment when Gu Xiao was about to release the laser, he directly activated the 2 abilities of Speed Enhancement and Defense Enhancement, and moved to the back of this person with a thunderous speed, and the sound was settled. This is the gap between 27381 and 870, out of reach. Gu Xiao woke up, his mind was blank. He struggled to get up, staring at the stars in front of him. What happened just now? What happened? When he saw Gao Tang's figure, he immediately assumed an attacking stance, and the laser quickly converged in the palm of his hand. What? Xue Dong noticed Gu Xiao's movement and said coldly, "Who are you scaring?" Gu Xiao frowned, not understanding what Xue Dong meant. He wiped the blood on his face and said, "I was careless just now, and I will definitely not lose again. The battle has just begun. You don't think a little injury can make me give up, right?" At the end of the sentence, Gu Xiao's tone was a little sarcastic. The battle has just begun? Shui Dong looked puzzled. Are you drinking fake wine? Gu Xiao, you don't know that you were unconscious for more than an hour? Have been dazed for more than an hour? Gu Xiao showed a surprised expression. He looked at the other people. From the expressions of these people, he learned the truth. What Shui Dong said seems to be true. Impossible. Gu Xiao was reluctant to accept the fact. How could I have been in a coma for so long? Did you guys deliberately join forces to play me? Shui Dong helped his forehead. His expression was as helpless as he was. Guessing the time by looking at the sun is something that can be learned in kindergarten. You have to apply it in practice, kid Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao gritted his teeth. This sentence was obviously insulting him. Look at the sky, can you tell me what time it is? Little Gu Xiao. Shui Dong's tone became extremely gentle. He pointed to the sky. His smiling face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. Gu Xiao gritted his teeth and quickly looked up at the sun in the sky. It is, and many more. Gu Xiao raised his head suddenly. The sky was blood red, the sun was hanging on the treetops. It was actually evening? His pupils quivered. Did I really faint for more than an hour? Okay, don't care about him, he needs time to doubt himself and his life. Next, I'm going to announce something very important. Everyone put up your ears and listen. Impossible. This is impossible. Gu Xiao's shout interrupted Shui Dong. What's wrong? Shui Dong said weakly, the facts are in front of you, what are you still insisting on? How could Gao Tang be stronger than me? You must be secretly hurting me. Shui Dong said with contempt, don't you think about yourself before you say something like this? Do you think you fit in? I admit that I don't deserve it, but Gao Tang is a super S-level potential. For his future, it's not surprising that you do anything. There are more than 100 people here. They are all witnesses. If you really don't believe it, you can ask them. I don't believe it. Since you said that, you must have colluded. Gu Xiao couldn't hear anything, and he seemed crazy. Shui Dong couldn't help sighing. Save yourself a little face, why bother? Gu Xiao stared at Gao Tang fiercely and said, unless he fights with me again and makes me convince me of the defeat, otherwise, I won't believe anything. Gao Tang, what do you mean? Shui Dong asked. He can fight if he wants, I don't care. Let him teach him a long lesson. He is not very skilled and has problems with his head. Such a person will not survive in the security bureau for 2 months. Gu Xiao turned a deaf ear. He only had one thought now, and that was to win against Gao Tang. Are you all ready? No problem. Get started. Hey. This Gu Xiao is really bad. Shui Dong listlessly raised his hand. Put it down again, the battle begins. As soon as the words fell, Gu Xiao launched the attack first. He roared, the energy containing destructive power quickly gathered in his hands, and his hands sent out red energy bullets, which shot towards Gao Tang like a storm. Gao Tang immediately, speed enhancement, his figure became erratic and elusive, dodging energy bombs one after another, quickly closing the distance with Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao was shocked to find that he couldn't capture Gao Tang's real body, and all he saw were blurry afterimages. How is this possible? Gu Xiao's face was unbelievable, unbelievable, unbelievable. Could it be that Gao Tang is really stronger than me? Inevitably such an idea came to his mind. Do not. I can't lose. If I lose, I'll be a laughingstock. Gu Xiao roared fiercely. The red energy rushed to his arms like a torrent, his hands suddenly pushed out, and the laser condensed to the extreme was released from his palms, brushed past Gao Tang, bombarded the stands, and exploded. You lose. Gao Tang appeared in front of Gu Xiao like a teleportation, his hand covering the man's face. How can, boom. His head was slammed on the ground by Gao Tang, and the gravel splashed. Gu Xiao tilted his head and fainted again. Gao Tang looked down at his hand, a little inexplicable, obviously it wasn't that heavy, why did he faint? Leave him alone, he must not accept the reality, let him stand. Shui Dong is a kind person, Gu Xiao's attitude is so bad, he still thinks about this young man, he appeals to everyone take out your mobile phone, take a picture of Gu Xiao's child, and take a look at it if you have nothing to do. Remind yourself that this is a profound lesson that everyone should keep in mind. How stupid people are. What a vivid and educational class, everyone should have learned a lot, right? I think we can enjoy this class alone, but we need to spread it out to benefit more people. Do you think my idea is good? It is good. The crowd watched the fun and didn't think it was a big deal, and they all applauded. Gu Xiao jumped up from the ground suddenly, covering his face and running wildly. There is no place for him in this world. Pity. Seeing Gu Xiao escape, Shuedong felt deeply regretful. Everyone was a little bit disappointed. If this incident was posted to a video website, it must have a high number of hits. Let's get down to business. Shuedong said, although the person who got the quota is a full member of the security bureau, he still needs to pass the final test. That is to complete 10 D-level tasks within a month. If the standard is not met, it means that the strength is not enough, and it is necessary to start with non-staff members. The task is very easy to complete, you don't have to worry too much, not to mention that the two team up together. A team of two? That's right, it's just two people teaming up. Shuedong said, after all, they are newcomers, they are inexperienced in all aspects, and the security bureau is short of manpower, so you can only rely on each other and improve each other. Let's talk about my arrangement below. You can raise your opinions. I will definitely listen, but I won't agree. Shuedong laughed, then said sternly, Gao Tang, Fong Meng, you two are a group. Shuedong finished all the groups in one breath, and then said, do you have any opinions on my arrangement? Gao Tang spread his hands, does our opinion matter that much? You will not change. Of course. Shuedong said confidently, do you think I was randomly grouped? Wrong. This is the result of my many considerations. From personality to habits to strength, it can be said that painstaking efforts. Therefore, your questioning is very stupid, and my arrangement is the most appropriate and correct result. Now, let me ask you again, do you have any opinion on my arrangement? Gao Tang and the others shook their heads. Very good. Shuedong nodded with satisfaction, and then said, because of your inexperience, the first mission was arranged by the Security Bureau and will be assigned tomorrow. Because it is the first mission, there is almost no difficulty. As long as you don't underestimate the enemy, it is impossible to fail. After completing the first quest, the next quests are up to you. On the occasion of our parting, I would like to send you a sentence that embodies my 40 years of life experience. Usually, you have nothing to do, and you should measure yourself, and don't do things beyond your ability. At last, Shuedong paused for a while, then said, finally, it's the question of the non-staff members. You guys will report to the Security Bureau tomorrow. Someone will arrange for you, so let's go. Shuedong glanced at everyone's constipated expressions and said, yes, I sent you off with just one sentence, who made you non-staff members? Remember what I said 10 days ago? If you want to be valued by others, you have to work hard to climb up. The essence of this world is layer by layer exploitation, layer by layer exploitation, layer by layer persecution. The world is bad, you have to move forward, the taste of being at the bottom of the pyramid is very bad. The crowd dispersed. Gao Tang was not in a hurry to leave, he wanted to ask Shuedong something. I know what you want to say, do you want to thank me for creating opportunities for you? Shuedong smiled and patted Gao Tang's shoulder, don't be so outspoken, we are good brothers, who am I not helping you? Don't come. Gao Tang knocked his hand off angrily. I've already found out. You seem to be inattentive, but you actually do things very meaningfully. Tell me the truth, what's your idea? Shuedong glanced at Gao Tang in surprise, are you thinking too much? Brother, don't overthink it. Gao Tang squinted at him with distrust in his eyes. Shuedong was seen feeling uncomfortable, he scratched his head, as expected of my confidant, my good brother, since you see it, I won't hide it from you. I have a good relationship with Fong Meng's parents, and I can't bear to see her go to a dead end because of revenge. You know, people who are full of hatred in their hearts will either succeed in revenge, or die without a place to be buried. So, I hope you can help her. What can I help with? I'm just a trivial D-class. You are D-level now, which does not mean that you will always be D-level in the future. Don't forget, you have Super S-level potential. Who can say that kind of thing, and not everyone can fulfill their talents. I never doubt my vision. Shuedong looked at Gao Tang with burning eyes. Don't talk to me about anything, I don't want to get into big trouble. You think things are too bad, why don't you think about the good? Shuedong said, you can think so, your strength has become very powerful, and you can easily solve the person with the ability to seal, how easy it is to hug the beauty back, how nice, how romantic. Gao Tang thought for a while and asked, what level are Fong Meng's parents? Shuedong blinked, does that matter? What do you say? Okay, they are all A-level capable people. I gave you the chance to be beautiful. I didn't ask you to go to trouble with that person now. I asked you to stay with Fong Meng. In fact, I also wanted you to enlighten her if you have something to do. You can't be in a hurry for revenge. Don't be dominated by hatred to do stupid things. Can you persuade her not to? She can't listen. Gao Tang said silently, she can't listen to your words, but can I listen to mine? Who am I? Is my face that big? You young people have a common topic, and if you spend a lot of time together, you will have a good impression of each other, and her heart will gradually become softer. Gao Tang sighed deeply in his heart. Blame the damn charm. If he was ordinary and ordinary, Shui Dong would not have asked him. At this moment, how much he wanted to be an ordinary person. However, neither external conditions nor internal conditions are allowed. Too difficult. Hey, Gao Tang, are we good brothers? I've helped you so much, what's wrong with you? As long as you don't provoke that capable person, you can't be in danger. You are the only one in this world who can talk to me, how could I push you into the fire pit? I don't care, anyway, after 10 missions are over, I will part ways with her. Okay. Shui Dong readily agreed, a mysterious smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen the future. What? You don't think I can do it? Shui Dong smiled, I don't know, the next day. The task was sent to Gao Tang's mobile phone, and the task was to protect an ordinary person named Zhang Jianming. According to the information provided by the Security Bureau, Zhang Jianming is the team leader of an electronics factory. He often bullies new employees. Even the old employees are not less ridiculed by him. A few days ago, Zhang Jianming saw a piece of news on TV. The news made him feel like he was on pins and needles, feeling that he was about to suffer. The content of the news is like this. A young man living in a rental house awakens his ability, kills the landlord's family and escapes without knowing where to go. Zhang Jianming recognized at a glance that this young man was Lu Zan. This man works in an electronics factory. Because he is young and has little experience in the world, he was bullied badly by him. Zhang Jianming has a hunch that he is definitely Lu Zan's next target. To this end, he called the Security Bureau, hoping to be protected. Meet Fong Meng at the agreed place. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a car stopped in front of Gao Tang. Fong Meng's attitude was neither indifference nor enthusiasm. He greeted Gao Tang to get into the car and went to Zhang Jianming's address together. I read Zhang Jianming's profile, and with this person's character, maybe because of our young age, his attitude is not friendly. Fong Meng raised his eyebrows, can't you? Is he so courageous? With his character, he is likely to think, I paid so much tax, the Security Bureau must protect my personal safety. What is the matter with sending 2 young men? This is simply irresponsible. Rich neighborhood. Gao Tang and the two got out of the car. Fong Meng put on a high ponytail, revealing a clean forehead, wearing an off-shoulder red t-shirt on the upper body and a pair of ripped denim hot pants on the lower body, looking very youthful. Gao Tang dressed casually and was not worthy of description. Zhang Jianming lives in 702, Building 8. The two entered the elevator, went up to the 8th floor, came to door 702, and knocked gently on the door. Is anyone home? Gao Tang asked loudly. No one responded. Gao Tang patted the door again. There was still no movement in the room. Not good. Gao Tang's face changed. Zhang Jianming may have been killed. You wait for me here, I'll buy some paper money. Fong Meng, make a call. Fong Meng took out his mobile phone, found Zhang Jianming's number, and dialed. After 10 seconds of ringing, it was connected. Hello, Zhang Jianming's timid voice came from the phone. We are the Security Bureau, you finally remember me. Before Fong Meng could finish speaking, Zhang Jianming shouted. Are you right outside the door? Zhang Jianming asked again eagerly. Yes, as soon as Fong Meng uttered a word, there was a chaotic sound from the door, as if it hit the vase and was shattered. The door was suddenly opened, and the pot-bellied Zhang Jianming appeared in the sight of the two of Gao Tang. The smile on Zhang Jianming's face instantly collapsed, and he looked at the two from head to toe with a scrutiny. Fong Meng looked at Gao Tang conditioned reflexively, and was really caught by this guy. The Security Bureau is so irresponsible. After waiting for so long, I actually sent you 2 people who didn't even grow their hair. Gao Tang's faces were still childish, they looked like high school students, they were too young. This made Zhang Jianming very dissatisfied, and felt that the Security Bureau did not pay attention to his life safety at all. His words were very insulting, and Fong Meng's anger was suddenly ignited. Do you have the kind of words to say it again? How? Where am I wrong? Or was I told? Zhang Jianming swept the hair on the right side to the top of his shiny head, raised his face, and looked at Fong Meng with frivolous eyes. You! Fong Meng raised his fist and was about to hit Zhang Jianming, but Gao Tang stood in front of her. How? Do you want to hit me? Believe it or not, I went to the Security Bureau to complain to you? Zhang Jianming seemed to be in his electronics factory and became arrogant. Fong Mang was really frightened by him. If he hurts this bastard and is complained to the security bureau, he may be punished. The security bureau clearly stipulates that ordinary people cannot be harmed. If Gao Tang does not stop her, the consequences will be serious. But she was really upset. Zhang Jianming hated it so much that she wanted to be killed. What did you say? Our hair hasn't even grown yet? Gao Tang smiled and looked at Zhang Jianming and said, it turns out that when you were our age, your hair hadn't grown yet. It's been difficult for your wife for so many years, and you have to face a stunted husband. What did you say? Zhang Jianming's face immediately flushed red, as if he had been poked into his heart. He grabbed Gao Tang's collar furiously. What? Gao Tang directly grabbed his index finger and pulled it down. His mouth that smelled of smoke let out a scream like a pig. I'm going to the security bureau to complain to you. I'm going to the security bureau to complain to you. Gao Tang said disapprovingly, you can go anyway, you make it difficult for me, and I also make it difficult for you. You let go. Zhang Jianming Khan is down, his face was wrinkled in pain. Husband. A middle-aged woman wearing pajamas with curly hair and looking very sturdy rushed over, holding a folding stool in her hand, and actually wanted to do it. Before she could rush to Gao Tang's side, she was blown away by an invisible force, slammed into the wall and cried, unable to get up for a long time. You are really not a family, don't enter the same house. Gao Tang shook his head, then asked Fong Meng, look at the address, did we go to the wrong place? Isn't this a garbage dump? Fong Meng's mouth couldn't help showing a smile, and he felt comfortable. If she came to face this couple, I really don't know what to do. It is possible that he could not control his temper and be punished by the security bureau. It's more likely to swallow your breath and hold your stomach full of fire. No matter what the result was, it made her unhappy. It's great to have someone like Gao Tang team up with her. By the way, I'm very curious about what kind of children you two have raised. I think it's necessary for me to reshape his life. Gao Tang dragged Zhang Jianming into the living room and saw a lot of photos hanging on the wall. All of them were group photos of the couple, but there were no children. Gao Tang couldn't help laughing. You can't have children, right? Thank goodness your poor genes are not passed on. After speaking, Gao Tang slapped his forehead, as if he had remembered something, and he suddenly realized, I understand why you like to bully new employees. It turns out that your physical insufficiency leads to psychological distortion. As for us, we go to see a doctor when we are sick. Why should we vent our dissatisfaction on others? Gao Tang shook off Zhang Jianming's hand, as if he had arrived at his own home, rummaging through the refrigerator looking for snacks and drinks. You had a good time. Gao Tang sat down on the sofa with a pile of snacks, patted the sofa, and invited Fong Meng. Looking at Zhang Jianming again, he was trembling with anger. I will definitely go to the security bureau to complain to you. Okay. Gao Tang popped out a piece of potato chips, as if a blade had swiped across Zhang Jianming's earlobe, bleeding profusely. What? Zhang Jianming covered his ears and let out a scream like a pig. The battle between capable people will inevitably spread to ordinary people. If I kill you and push it directly to Luzon, nothing will happen. As soon as the words came out, it was like pressing the stop button. The room fell silent in an instant, and the needle drop could be heard. Gao Tang smiled and said, I'm joking, I'm not a perverted murderer. As long as you cooperate with my work, you will be safe and sound. Will you cooperate with me? Cooperation. Absolutely cooperate. Zhang Jianming nodded like smashing garlic. He found out thoroughly that this young man who looked like a high school student was not a simple person, and he must not be provoked. Wouldn't it be better to have this attitude earlier? But dogs can't change eating shit, and they want to play to the extreme when they have a little power. It's enough to be intimidating in the electronics factory, and bring it into life. Why do you think people are easy to bully? I was wrong, I was really wrong. Zhang Jianming's attitude seemed sincere. Gao Tang waved his hand, like driving a fly away. You stay in the bedroom, I don't want to see you, it's disgusting to see your faces. Yes, the couple slipped into the bedroom sullenly. How about it? Did I get it right? Does the handling of things deserve applause? Facing Gao Tang's request for credit, Fong Meng was not stingy, and applause broke out. Clap clap clap, travelers often do not teach the basic law. In the early hours of the morning, Gao Tang acquired a new ability, strength enhancement, and his strength increased to the 80th place in the D rank. In just one night, he surpassed many people. The ability, Ice Element, acquired in the early morning of yesterday, although it did not change his strength, it has a great effect in terms of fighting methods and life tastes. It's almost midnight before you know it. If Lu Zhan wants to take revenge, it's probably this time. Gao Tong yawned, feeling a little sleepy. If you are tired, go to sleep. Lu Zhan is here, I will solve it. Anyway, he is a person who has just awakened his ability, and his strength will not be very strong. Fong Meng is extremely hard on cultivation and is doing handstand push-ups. Gao Tong was immediately ashamed. Without any effort, he surpassed Fong Meng, who was cultivating hard, and the gap became wider and wider in the future. Fong Meng might not be able to catch up in his life. This is really bad. It is trampling on the efforts of others. Gao Tong sighed deeply in his heart. In order to make Fong Meng's efforts bear fruit, he had to be as lazy as possible. Lying on the sofa and closing his eyes, Gao Tong soon fell asleep. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. After completing 10,000 handstand push-ups, Fong Meng stopped, and an enemy was about to come to her door. She must maintain her peak state and cannot practice to the limit as usual. Her clothes were soaked, and there was a pool of water on the ground. These pains would not be in vain, and would become part of her strength. Zzz. Gao Tang's slight snoring sounded in the room. Fong Meng was stunned for a moment, and helplessly held his forehead. This guy actually fell asleep and didn't take the task seriously at all. Sudden. Gao Tang sat up suddenly, and there was a feeling that danger was approaching. The sense of crisis is not strong, which proves that the strength of the enemy is not strong, but it should not be underestimated, otherwise he will not be shocked. The enemy is coming. Gao Tang said with a serious expression. The enemy is coming? Fong Meng looked surprised. She didn't feel anything. Are you sleepy? Gao Tang rolled his eyes. You'll find out later, under the moonlight. The two figures slowly walked into the Fuli community. A burly body, wearing a black fisherman hat, covering the scarred face. The other person's face was full of immaturity. His eyes were looking around, and he was a little flustered. It was Lu Zhan, who was wanted by the security bureau. He was hiding, and unexpectedly met Zhou Shang, the man beside him, from the Black Fire Organization, a very large anti-social organization. Desperate, he accepted Zhou Shang's invitation and became a member of the Black Fire Organization. Brother Zhou, aren't we going to the den that produces fake medicines to find the formula for mad blood? What are we going to do in Fuli community? Zhou Shang has a mission to go to Jiulong Mountain to find a den that produces fake medicines and get the formula of crazy blood. Crazy blood is a new type of drug that can improve ability affinity in a short period of time, which can increase the strength of the ability person several times. After crazy blood flowed into the black market, the Black Fire Organization noticed the value of this drug, and because it didn't know who the producer was, it sent all its members to inquire about the news. After a lot of hard work, Zhou Shang finally found a clue. When he learned that this miraculous drug was developed by a den that produced counterfeit drugs, he was shocked and surprised, and at the same time his mind became active. The den where counterfeit medicines are produced is deep in the mountains and forests, and the staff are basically ordinary people. There are capable people in the den, but the strength is not strong. Faced with this situation, he did not report the news to the organization, and decided to single-handedly get the recipe and dedicate it to the leader, which will definitely be reused in the future. Let's kill Zhang Jianming first, wash your heart with his blood, and then go to that den. Otherwise, when you get to that place, if you don't have the heart to kill people, it will hold me back. When he met Lu Zhan, Zhou Shang's mind changed. Although Lu Zhan has just awakened his abilities, he can still be very useful. As for taking credit, when the mission is successfully completed, Lu Zhan will be killed. How can the dead take credit for him? Kill Zhang Jianming? Lu Zhan's face was instantly pale as paper, and his voice became trembling. What? You won't be afraid, will you? Zhou Shang opened his mouth wide, and the scars on his face seemed to be jumping, looking terrifying. Lu Zhan was indeed a little scared. He killed the landlord's family by accident. When he awakened his ability, he lost control of his emotions, causing the entire building to be engulfed in flames. Every night, he could dream of the landlord's family standing in front of him and woke up in a cold sweat. Zhou Shangdao, didn't you say that Zhang Jianming is the culprit for why you have come to this point? Now there's a chance, you don't want to get revenge on him? Lu Zhan gritted his teeth secretly. Yes, he killed the landlord's family and was wanted by the security bureau. Zhang Jianming was the fuse. Zhang Jianming's bullying made him want to leave the electronics factory and live in a different place. When he checked out, the landlord refused to refund the deposit. He also said a lot of ridicule to him with a bad attitude. The burning anger awakened his ability, and an accident happened. Kindness is the most useless thing in the world. Zhou Shang was afraid to pat Lu Zhan on the shoulder. Today is an opportunity to bid farewell to your past self. Lu Zhan was silent for a few seconds and nodded. He couldn't look back, he could only keep going. Even if there is a dead end ahead. Enter the elevator, go up to the 7th floor, and come to door 702. Just then, the door opened. The door was opened by a handsome young man. Lu Zhan frowned. He hadn't heard that Zhang Jianming had children. Who are you? Did you go to the wrong room? Gao Tang asked suspiciously. Zhou Shang was a little confused and looked at Lu Zhan with a questioning look in his eyes. Did you remember it wrong? Impossible. Lu Zhan said, I wanted to throw feces on Zhang Jianming's door many times. How could I forget this old bastard? As he was talking, Lu Zhan caught a glimpse of the photos on the living room wall. This is Zhang Jianming's. Before he could finish his words, Gao Tang shot and punched Lu Zhan's chest directly, killing him with one blow. Zhou Shang's face changed greatly, he hurriedly retreated, and looked at Gao Tang in surprise. Are you capable? All right. Gao Tang, he will be dealt with by me. Fang Meng came out from behind Gao Tang and stared at Zhou Shang murderously. Gao Tang hesitated. Zhou Shang's strength is the 320th of the D level, while Fang Meng is the 632nd of the D level. Fighting alone is not his opponent. Before he could persuade him, Fang Meng rushed out and fought with Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang regretted it. If he went directly to the den where the fake medicine was produced, instead of cleaning Lu Zhan's mind, he would not have been in a bad situation. You really shouldn't be doing superfluous things. Zhou Shang threw his fists to force Fang Meng to retreat, and before she could entangle her, his fists slammed the ground heavily. Be careful. Gao Tang was alert, as if a force was about to erupt from the ground. Hearing his reminder, Fang Meng's dashing figure suddenly stopped. In the next moment, the ground beneath his feet fluctuated like lake water, and a large piece of sharp rock was in full bloom like fireworks. If Fang Meng hadn't jumped up in time, countless holes would have been pricked in his body. Looking at Zhou Shang again, he actually escaped. He didn't want to entangle with Gao Tang, it meant nothing to him. Don't try to escape. The blue electric arc spread all over the body in an instant. Fang Meng killed Zhou Shang's back at a very fast speed, and his hand suddenly stabbed out. Gravel splashed. Zhou Shang's back was covered with a layer of hard rock. Fang Meng's attack power was insufficient, and he was unable to pierce the rock, hurting the person's body. Roll! Zhou Shang turned around abruptly, his muscle-knotted arm swung towards Fang Meng, carrying extremely fierce power. Fortunately, Fang Meng's reaction speed was fast enough, and he immediately retreated to widen the distance. Otherwise, this blow will definitely hit her hard. Zhou Shang did not pursue the victory, he still had the same idea and did not want to be entangled. He wanted to leave, but Fang Meng refused. As he rushed to the top of the stairs, an electric light passed him by. You don't want to leave today. Fang Meng blocked Zhou Shang's way and looked up at this person. We don't have any grudges, why bother? Zhou Shang stopped, his expression particularly helpless. When you walk with Lu Zhan, it proves that you are also wanted by the security bureau, and letting you go may cause harm to many innocent people. So, no matter what today, don't try to escape easily. Fang Meng stared at Zhou Shang, his eyes extremely firm. You think you've settled for me? Zhou Shang sneered, took out a plastic medicine bottle from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, and threw a blood-red tablet into his mouth. Since you want to die, I will fulfill you. Zhou Shang appeared in front of Fang Meng in a flash, and his fist covered with rocks slammed into the pretty face. The punch came so fast that Fang Meng didn't have time to react. He slammed his head against the wall, cracking dense cracks. Zhou Shang's strength was like riding a rocket, and instantly soared from the 320th place in the D class to the 93rd place in the D class. Fang Meng couldn't bear his heavy blow and was knocked unconscious. I've given up again and again, but you're pushing me hard. I really don't think I have a spleen. Before Zhou Shang's words were finished, a huge fist rolled towards him, causing the sound of hunting. Zhou Shang's color changed suddenly, and he was caught off guard, and he hurriedly crossed his arms to block. Boom! Zhou Shang was embedded in the concrete wall, he struggled to pull himself out, and countless giant fists covered him. Ola ora ora ora, Gao Tang did not give Zhou Shang a chance to fight back, his fists bombarded at high speed, as fast as raindrops. The more he hit, the faster he hit. Zhou Shang couldn't bear the brutal onslaught, the rocks covering his body were shattered, and his bones were shattered, and he had almost no resistance. Body doubling consumes a lot of energy. Gao Tang dare not use this ability too much, when he stops attacking, his hands return to their original state. He looked down at the miserable Zhou Shang and said, "What's the matter with you?" "Not quite. Only bullying women? Asshole." Zhou Shang roared, got up from the ground, and rushed towards Gao Tang. The ability to soar is to make a part of the body gigantic. It is a mid-range attack, and once it gets close, all its weaknesses are exposed. With this idea in mind, Zhou Shang killed Gao Tang in front of him. Just when he thought that the scale of victory was tilting toward him, a powerful shockwave hit him like a mountain. Zhou Shang was like a baseball that was hit, turned into a streamer and flew out, miserably embedded in the wall, and cracks appeared under him. What's wrong? Zhou Shang was at a loss, not knowing what happened. Suddenly, a powerful suction force descended on him, flying towards Gao at an extremely fast speed. Attacking Gao Tang at this time is the best opportunity. But he was too injured to fight back. He watched Gao Tang's fist rapidly enlarge in his eyes. At that moment, his heart seemed to stop beating, and the unstoppable suffocation brought endless fear. The violent fist wind caused Zhou Shang's face to sway in layers. He received a heavy punch in the face, and the whole person spun out, his head slammed against the wall, and his neck bone made a series of explosions. The blood was like a gushing spring, continuously spurting from Zhou Shang's mouth. He could not feel the existence of his body, and the boundless darkness gradually swallowed the gleam in his eyes. Why? Why do you have two abilities? At the last moment of his life, Zhou Shang tried his best to ask the confusion in his heart. You want to know? Gao Tang smiled, I won't tell you. Zhou Shang's eyes suddenly widened, his chest heaved a few times, and he was forever calm. Coincidentally, when Zhou Shang died, Fong Mang woke up from a coma. Her eyes suddenly became alert, and she glanced around. The stairwell was a mess, and Zhou Shang couldn't rest his eyes. You killed him? Fong Mang asked in shock. Why not? How is it possible? Fong Mang said incredulously, your strength is obviously not as good as mine, that was 2 days ago. After my hard work, my strength has grown a lot. You are no match for me now. If you want to ask me how I cultivate, it's actually the same as usual, nothing special. Maybe this is genius. Just trying hard will make people feel hopeless. Fong Mang, how are you? Are you okay? Fong Mang's face was swollen, and Shui Lingling's eyes were squeezed out of sight. I'm fine, she said calmly. Gao Tang kicked the corpse, this guy's hands are too heavy. He can't hit well, but he has to say hello to his face. He doesn't know how to pity Xiangxiu at all. I'm too weak. Fong Mang clenched his fists tightly and said, in the future, I will practice harder, and I must not lose so badly. Come on. Today's fiasco, also blame me for being too careless. Fong Mang reflected on himself again. Gao Tang said, actually, most people are repeatedly jumping around in excessive self-affirmation and serious self-denial, and very few people can recognize themselves. Fong Mang was silent for a few seconds, then said, you mean to say that my carelessness is no big deal, right? Thank you for your comfort. Oh, you misunderstood, I was laughing at your lack of self-knowledge. In this mission, Fong Meng's performance was a failure, but she understood a truth that would benefit her for life. That is when you are confronted by Gao Tang, don't try to respond, otherwise, you will definitely realize how sinister the world is. Therefore, after being ridiculed by Gao Tang, she calmly shifted the topic to Zhou Shang and said, before I was knocked out, I saw him swallow a strange pill, and then his strength became very strong. Right. Gao Tang patted his forehead, rummaged on Zhou Shang, and soon found the medicine bottle. The packaging of the medicine bottle is very simple, with the word crazy blood written on it. Unscrew the cap, and a strong bitter taste hits the nostrils. Have you seen this medicine? Gao Tang poured out a blood-red tablet and asked Fong Meng. Fong Meng's parents are capable people. Even if she has just awakened her abilities, she is well informed and must know more than he, a muggle. Unexpectedly, Fong Meng shook his head, saying that he had never seen it before. This medicine can improve the strength of the capable person. It is not a simple thing. There may be a terrifying conspiracy behind it. For example, this drug was developed by an anti-social organization, and the use of this drug has increased the overall strength several times. While fighting against the Security Bureau, they secretly accumulate strength, and when the time is right, they will overthrow the Security Bureau's rule and rule the world. After listening to Gao Tang's story, Fong Meng fell into deep thought. For another example, this drug is likely to be highly addictive, and if taken for a long time, it will be chronically poisoned, and the body of the capable person will gradually be eaten away, and finally die in pain on the hospital bed. When the drug was fully diffused, The able-bodied realized that the consequences were serious and it was too late. They couldn't get rid of mad blood at all, they could only watch themselves step by step into the abyss of death. And the evil scientist who developed the mad blood has achieved his goal, and there are no more capable people in the world. Fong Meng's body shook. For another example, crazy blood was developed by the Security Bureau and deliberately entered the market. If you think about it carefully, there are many people with low ability in this world. If they suddenly have great power, will they not be satisfied with the status quo and rise up? The Security Bureau wants to create chaos, because the society is too stable, and the people at the bottom will forget their duties and ask them greedily. Only by letting the leaks live a precarious life can they provide the Security Bureau with more money, awe, and obedience. The Security Bureau exists for profit, not to maintain the so-called peace. Fong Meng's body shook again. Do you think I'm going too far? Fong Meng Chicken nodded as if pecking at rice. Reality is often more exciting than I think. Gao Tong put the tablet back into the bottle, screwed on the plastic cap, and threw it to Fong Meng. Fong Meng hurriedly grabbed the medicine bottle. You hand this thing over to the Security Bureau and see what to do with it. Fong dreamed, well, I see. What do you know? Fong Meng said solemnly, no matter what kind of development it is, we can't change anything. Before the disaster strikes, we must practice hard to improve the survival rate. Your mind is full of cultivation. Fong Meng asked inexplicably, isn't this what it should be? You're right. Gao Tong laughed at himself, I see you ordinary people from the perspective of genius again. You are not like me, you will fall back 15 miles a day if you don't work hard. And I never work hard, but my strength is always growing rapidly. Fong Meng took out his mobile phone and opened the search website, type out this line. How to deal with a shameless person normally. I'll contact the non-staff members to take care of the aftermath. Fong Meng took out his mobile phone and contacted the non-staff members. After the task is over, the aftermath is handled by the non-staff members, who have put in a lot of hard work in this regard. The non-staff members were soon in place, and Gao Teng said goodbye to each other and went home separately. The first cooperation was quite good. If Fong Meng hadn't been beaten into a pig's head, it would have been excellent. Regarding the next mission, Gao Tang let Fong Meng take full responsibility, and he was too lazy to bother. Fong Meng felt that she had a great responsibility and needed to choose tasks slowly. If her decision put Gao Tang in danger, she would be very sorry. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed. Gao Tang obtained 3 abilities, spiritual power enhancement, self-healing enhancement, and manufacturing mackerel. Mental power enhancement directly strengthens the body, which makes his strength break through the D level and become the 97,653rd in the sea level. After climbing over a high mountain and seeing another high mountain, Gao Tang's mood is very subtle. In the future, there will be more mountains waiting for him to climb, and in this process, he doesn't seem to need to work hard at all, just wait for the sign in every day. Is it really the truth? After breaking through the sea level, Gao Tang searched the internet like this. How to become a powerful person? The answer is the following 3 conditions. Ability affinity. Capacity development. Endless energy. Needless to say, the ability affinity determines the future potential of the ability person. The lower the ability affinity, the more energy it needs to consume when using the ability, and the power is extremely poor. Gao Tang has seen many people with low ability affinity and ability, and their performance is indescribable. Ability development is well understood. It is to create one's own unique tricks, to maximize the ability, and once the unique trick is used, the combat effectiveness will be surging, and the enemy will be frightened. As for the energy that cannot be used up, it is better to understand that the ultimate move is a level A, and no one wants to encounter such an enemy who does not speak the basic law. Gao Tang carefully analyzed himself. With his conditions, the most important thing to pay attention to is the energy that cannot be used up. Gaining a new ability every day, his skill set is endless. In the future, he is an interstellar warship, and the supply of energy is crucial. Then, the question arises, how can we have the energy that is not used up? This brings us back to a simple question. What is energy? The fusion product of spiritual energy and physical energy, so if you want to use endless energy, you must strengthen your body and soul. The body relies on daily exercise. The soul struggles with life and death. The powerful person stands on the top of the mountain step by step. Faced with this situation, Gao Tong thought a lot. The ability he got every day was too random, and he might not necessarily be able to strengthen his body. Moreover, there is also a very serious issue that must be considered. What if I can't strengthen my body in the future? Therefore, the lowly body cannot be allowed to release the signal of laziness to affect his mind. He has to work a little harder to improve his strength faster. He has already noticed that the magical power of the traverser is working. Just do a D-level mission, and a terrible drug that may affect the whole world will come out. Then, will you pull out the radish and bring out the mud, a terrifying force will emerge, and human society will fall into a super disaster? OMG. Continue to talk about Gao Tang's ability. Self-healing enhancement has the same effect as the self-healing ability he obtained before. It consumes energy to quickly heal the wound. The heavier the injury, the more energy it needs to consume. Compared with self-healing, the effect of self-healing enhancement is more prominent. Gao Tang scratched his finger, which used to take more than a minute to heal, but now more than 10 seconds is enough. Finally, there is manufacturing a macaron. This ability is very special. It consumes energy and makes a knife out of thin air. Unfortunately, stop inputting energy and the machete will disappear. When he learned the truth, Gao Tang couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, and his dream of selling junk to make a fortune was shattered. After talking about ability, let's talk about life. From Feng Meng's mouth, the scientific research department confirmed that Mad Blood has a strong addiction after analysis and experiments. Long-term use will seriously damage the central nervous system, and the damage will be permanently irreversible. It is a terrible drug that can be fatal. In order to find out the origin of crazy blood, someone with the ability to read the memory of Zhou Shang's corpse. Through his incomplete memory, he learned that crazy blood came from a den that produced counterfeit medicines, but the security bureau had no way to get an answer on where the den was. Regarding this, Gao Tang was also very helpless. After Zhou Shang ate crazy blood, his strength was not much worse than his. Things have happened, and complaining doesn't solve anything. At present, Mad Blood has not yet spread in an all-round way. In order to minimize the harm, the security bureau can only choose to find a needle in a haystack and wipe out all the dens producing counterfeit drugs. Gao Tang and the two were forcibly assigned tasks. The place they were going to was Luhan Street, where the law and order were chaotic, drugs were rampant, residents were depraved, and infectious diseases were rampant. In Luhan Street alone, there are hundreds of dens producing counterfeit medicines. Gao Tang and the two must eradicate 3 dens to complete the task. This place is too exaggerated. No wonder Gu Zhao's dream is to change the lives of more people. If I was born here, I would definitely want to use my power to be a savior once. Gao Tang walked on the street with the sewage flowing, looking at the surrounding environment. The living environment in Luhan Street is extremely harsh. They are all wooden shacks built with iron sheets, crowded into a pile like sardines in a can. The residents were like corpses without souls. Seeing the arrival of many capable people, they watched with dull eyes, without the slightest anger. Because things happened in such a hurry, those who participated in the mission did not know the exact location of the den, and needed to use their own means to obtain information. Everyone didn't want to stay in Luhan Street for a long time, so they dispersed, eager to complete the task. Before they knew it, there were only 2 people left on the street. They had never been to Luhan Street, and their eyes were full of freshness. Gao Tang, do you have a solution? How do we find out where fake drugs are being produced? As soon as Feng Meng finished speaking, he heard a loud whistle. Looking at the sound, a young lady standing in the alley waved at them and gave them a wink. The young lady was wearing a wide white shirt, and the majesty on her chest was about to come out. She was not wearing pants, and the chin of the shirt could barely cover her buttocks, revealing 2 round and strong legs. Nausea! Feng Meng turned his head to the side in disgust. Gao Tang is different, waving to say hello. Hi. Feng Meng looked at him in shock. Why are you so shameless? I'm polite. Gao Tang put his hand in front of Feng Meng. Quick, give me 100 yuan. What did you say? Feng Meng was so shocked that he couldn't believe his ears. Give me $100. What do you want? Gao Tang was shocked. What do you think? How could I possibly do it? Feng Meng, you don't understand. They have special occupations and know many secrets. If they want to know the location of the den, they are the best guides. Yes, is that so? Feng Meng's mood calmed down a bit. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Otherwise? What do you think I'm going to do? Me, Feng Meng hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Hey, what are you thinking about? You take care of me. Feng Meng took out 100 yuan and slapped it in Gao Tang's hand. Remember to pay me back. Gao Tang said in surprise, I didn't say borrowing, and I provided ideas, you provide money, and the division of labor is clear, very reasonable, right? Fong Mengmeng said something, and swallowed the words again. Gao Tang also walked towards the young lady. Handsome guy, do you want a haircut? Miss Sister's hand was on Gao Tang's shoulder, and the other hand groped down. Gao Tang shoved the banknotes into the gap between the two peaks and said, I don't want to be a frequent visitor to the hospital. You just need to tell me where there are dens producing fake medicines. How could I possibly know such a thing? Miss Sister's voice was full of temptation. She took out the banknotes from her chest and showed a charming smile to Gao Tang. Unfortunately, her teeth are all rotten and she looks horrible. Don't you know that those people use their strength on the machine, but also on you? Sorry, I really don't know, snapped. Gao Tang slapped the woman's face with a big dick. Why did you hit me? I paid. After a pause, Gao Tang added, I paid to beat you. You. Tell me now, or I'll do it again. The woman scolded a dirty word, and she had never seen anyone who did this. You go to the intersection and go south, and you see a restaurant with a sign of roast suckling pig, a convenience store selling cigarettes, a newsstand, and, enough, 3 is enough. Gao Tang interrupted her, it's good to complete the task, give others a little chance to express, if you do everything, what sense of existence do others have? Thank you for your help. Gao Tang waved goodbye, walked back to Fong Meng, and shared the information he had obtained. How is it? I'm still very reliable in my work, right? Fong Meng had to admit that Gao Tang was a very skilled person. If he could be more stable, he would be a teammate who couldn't be better. Let's go, let's finish the mission and leave here, I don't want to stay for even a second. Gao Tang shook his head and said, I really don't know why the Security Bureau would allow such a place to exist. Because the world cannot be without the poor. What? Your words are a bit deep. Luhan Street was not formed in a day. There are hundreds of thousands of people living here, which is equivalent to a small city. The existing problems are not so easy to deal with. The more you dragged on, the more troublesome it became, and the security agency let it rot. Is this the den where fake medicines are produced? Gao Tang and the two stood outside the door of a restaurant, raised their heads, and there was a sign of roast suckling pig on the sign. Go in and have a look. Gao Tang took a step ahead, pushed the door into the restaurant, and the wind chimes were jingling, which was pleasant to the ear. The layout of the hotel is very ordinary, the tabletop is very greasy, the floor is not cleaned well, the light is even dim, and there is not a single guest. What would you like to eat? The waiter behind the counter came out, wearing a tailored waistcoat and trousers, smiling brightly. Don't rush. Gao Tang raised his hand to stop the waiter, and the other party said in a dream, come on the ground and smell it, is there any strange smell? Fong Meng's eyes were so unbelievable, what do you think of me? A dog? Gao Tang nodded, you can be sure. Fong Meng was furious and kicked the waiter, kicking him several meters away, hitting the counter, and the wine on the cabinet shattered to the ground. The waiter struggled for a long time and couldn't bear the stomach pain. He felt inexplicable in his heart, and at the same time was extremely wronged. He was beaten before he could understand the words. This is too unreasonable, right? Fong Meng glared at Gao Tang fiercely. She didn't dare to provoke this guy, she could only vent her anger on others. She walked up to the waiter and said condescendingly, I got information that you are a den for producing counterfeit medicines. Tell me, where is your workplace? The waiter is very aware of current affairs, and his hand points down. Fong Meng laughed in anger, you are so bold, you want to say it, you won't say it even if you die. If we want to know, we will go underground and ask you? The waiter was in a hurry and waved his hand quickly, enduring the pain and said, it's underground, it's built underground. Fong Meng's face froze, a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha, Gao Tang laughed, he would not miss the opportunity to laugh at Fong Meng. What are you laughing at? Fong Meng's face became hot, and he turned his head and glared at Gao Tang. Gao Tang smiled and said, you think of him too noble, he doesn't have the kind of spirit that would rather die than give up. He is willing to say anything if he punches and kicks a little. Scum! Scum! Cartilage boy! Fong Meng was furious and beat and kicked the waiter. The waiter felt even more aggrieved, even though he cooperated like this, he still had to be beaten. Gao Tang thought it was funny, Fong Meng didn't know what was going on, so he didn't dare to confront him. Okay, isn't it a good thing for him to cooperate? After all, it saves us a lot of trouble. Gao Tang stopped Fong Meng and said to the waiter, how to go underground. Are you here to lead the way? The waiter looked at Gao Tang with a resentful expression and said, there is a monitoring room below. What happened above can be seen clearly below. I am afraid that now, the people below are waiting for you with guns. That's fine, I like excitement, you can just lead the way. The waiter didn't say anything else. He got up from the ground and led Gao Tang to a wall. This wall is actually an invisible door, you can go down by pushing it open and walking down the stairs. Gao Tang put his hand on the wall and slowly pushed open the heavy stone door. More than a dozen black muzzles were waiting for him. Oh, who the muzzle of the gun spit out a tongue of flame, and the scorching rain of bullets poured out. Fong Meng was taken aback, she rolled on the spot and hid behind the wall. What are you doing? Gao Tang looked confused, and all the bullets shot at him floated in front of him, blocked by an invisible force. Fong Meng scratched his temples, embarrassed. No, it's okay, you're kind of cute. Gao Tang laughed, and all the bullets floating in front of him shot back suddenly. There were countless casualties, and the walls were full of bullet holes. The people in this den are incompetent, and they will be settled with little effort. Gao Tang and the two did not find any clues about mad blood, that is, the production of some more common drugs. Taking out the phone and taking a photo, the two headed to the next location. After a while, I came to the convenience store. Sitting on a rocking chair in a convenience store was an elderly lady with white hair and many age spots on her skin. She was wearing reading glasses and was watching TV, which was showing a bodybuilding show, and a group of muscular men flaunting their majesty like roosters. Is this a den where counterfeit medicines are produced? Are you right? Fong Meng had a hard time believing it, because this old lady was too old, so it was difficult to associate her with the crime. Didn't you notice? There are few elderly people in Luhan Street. Hearing Gao Tang say this, Fong Meng fell into deep thought, and after a while, she said, You mean, people who live a long time are not easy? That's right. Gao Tang gave a thumbs up, then walked into the convenience store and said bluntly, You are producing fake medicines here. Before he could finish speaking, the old lady took out an AK-47 from under the rocking chair and swept it violently at Gao Tang. The gravel splashed and the dust filled the air. After the gunshots stopped, the dust in the sky gradually dissipated. The two figures of Gao Tang were revealed, and the bullets fell all over the ground. This time, Fong Meng learned to be smart, hid behind Gao Tang, and did not make a fool of himself. Good guy. Gao Tang couldn't help but exclaimed. The old lady actually took out the bazooka and carried it on her shoulder to prepare to launch. At this moment, Fong Meng swept away, kicked the old lady down, and the bombing failed. I haven't said anything yet, why are you bombing? Gao Tang walked over. The old lady sneered, I have not lived in vain for more than 70 years, and I can see at a glance that the two of you are not like bad people. Are you from the Security Bureau? What are you doing here? There are people making counterfeit medicines all over Luhan Street, and it's not the first day that you know about it. Is it because you have nothing to do, so you take care of this kind of business? It looks like this is really a den for the production of counterfeit medicines. Gao Tang looked at the environment in the store. The space was very small, and the items sold were quite complete, including tobacco, alcohol, snacks and beverages. Where is the workplace? There is no place to work. I just made a little fake medicine in the store to keep my little boyfriend. Wow, Gao Tang was amazed, then looked at Fong Meng and said, Do you have anything to say? Fong Meng said, I want to hear your thoughts. You are so perverted, you actually asked me to speak yellow to an old woman. Fong Meng? What? The old lady suddenly made a painful sound. She was sweating all over her body, covering her heart in pain. Gao Tang was puzzled. What's the situation? Heart disease? Are you still saved? Chat for a while? I think she's mad at you. Nonsense, when people are old, many accidents will happen. Let's go to the next location. Don't forget to take pictures. The two left the convenience store, and the old lady's hand grabbed some air and hung down weakly. Gao Tang and the two were walking on the road talking and laughing when a deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. The fire blazed into the sky. Gao Tang built a pergola and looked into the distance. It's quite noisy there. Before he finished speaking, a figure rushed over. The speed is very fast, and it is in front of you in the blink of an eye. Go away. Gao Tang in the middle of the road blocked this man's way. This man was very ruthless. He even slashed Gao Tang's head horizontally with his iron claws, holding a murderous heart. Hey! A sarcastic smile hung on the corner of Gao Tang's mouth. He didn't move even half a step. The sharp claws hovered between his eyebrows, unable to move an inch. The man in front of him was bound by an invisible force, unable to break free. Gao Tang looked at the man from head to toe, and found that there were burn marks on his body, and a battle had just happened. You're not from the Security Bureau, are you? Let me go. The man roared with his eyes split open, and he struggled violently, like a worm trapped in a cobweb. After Gao Tang's mental power has been improved, the use of mind power is more handy. I won't let go, what can you do with me? Gao Tang's expression was very loose, and he almost danced. Mix, this man's roar was blocked by the strong wind. He rushed into the air at a very fast speed. Terrible pressure came from all directions, squeezing his body layer by layer, and his bones uttered overwhelmed groans. The mere D-level, or more than 100 people, dare to show off their power in front of Gao Tang. Isn't this courting death? Suddenly, the pressure disappeared. The man was caught off guard, fell from the air, and fell heavily to the ground, with multiple fractures on his body, and even bone stubble pierced through the skin, bleeding profusely. Tell me about you, what are you doing to mess with me? Gao Tang shook his head, his eyes full of pity. The man was speechless, and when he opened his mouth, blood gushed out. He should be a prisoner wanted by the Security Bureau, right? Fang Meng took out his phone, opened the Security Bureau's app, and used facial recognition to take a photo of the man. Soon, the information of this person came out. Chen Yuan, 26 years old, has the ability of Iron Claw. When performing the task, he killed his companion because he was jealous of his A-level potential. In addition to this important information, there is also information such as the address of the household registration, the place of the last appearance and so on. Gao Tang leaned over to Fang Meng, glanced roughly, and said, catch him, not only to complete a D-level mission, but also a 200,000 cash reward, which is very good. After a pause, he said again, because of jealousy, the killer is hurt. This kind of person is really scary. Fang Mengdao, almost everyone is more or less jealous, but some people can convince themselves, and some people grow from jealousy to hatred. You're right, I have to protect myself in the future. I'm full of jealousy spots all over me. Fang Meng let out a long sigh. Don't you know how to write modesty? Everyone knows I'm good, but I say I'm not good. What would they think? Wouldn't they want to kill me? Therefore, I can't be humble, but it will be more hated and will hurt myself. Gao Tang was able to pull out a bunch of big truths casually, leaving Fang Meng speechless. In this way, we have completed 2 missions. Hearing this, Fang Meng said with a tangled expression, aren't we doing this well? Chen Yuan seems to have just experienced a battle, and it should be someone else's target. If we don't hand him over, the other party is very likely to bully us on purpose because we are newcomers. Gao Tang spread his hands and said, he is not private property, whoever grabs it doesn't belong to him? And we didn't miss it, didn't he get hurt? We won by our ability. If the other party wants to be unreasonable because we are newcomers, we will reason with him. What if he's better than us? Of course. Peace is the most important thing. Gao Tang said sternly, we live in the big family of the Security Bureau, and we are all family members whose blood is thicker than water. How can we disregard our feelings for the slightest interest? At this moment, 3 figures arrived late. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the youths had a bandage on his chest, soaked with blood, his face was extremely pale, and he looked badly injured. Gao Tang looked at the 3. 22nd in the D class. 90th in the D class. D class number 87954. The young man is estimated to be seriously injured and his strength is very poor. When Gao Tang observed the 3, they were also looking at him and Fang Meng. Looking at the immature faces of the 2, Zhao Liang's eyes flashed a few times, and he asked in a deep voice, are you newcomers who just joined the Security Bureau? Gao Tang's eyes moved to the person who was speaking. He had an inch head, a national character face, a tall stature, and looked very imposing. He replied, yes, we have just awakened our abilities not long ago. Zhao Liang looked at Gao Tang with an admiring look and said, the newcomers now are really amazing, when I was there, I didn't have such a strong strength as you. If you hadn't stopped him, Chen Yuan would have run away. He can't run away. Going against the Security Bureau is a dead end. Every word of Gao Tang is eloquent, giving people the feeling that blood is flowing all over his body. He was acting again. Zhao Liang nodded with a smile. He had the attitude of a senior. He didn't ask for someone immediately, but said, how is your mission accomplished? Report to the seniors, find another den that produces counterfeit medicines, and the task is completed. Zhao Liang was very satisfied with Gao Tang's attitude. He nodded slightly and said, you guys are very fast. Some things can't be fast, and some things have to be fast. Zhao Liang's 2 eyebrows suddenly wrinkled together. This sentence sounds strange. Don't talk so much, keep busy, and leave Chen Yuan to me. I'm really bothering you today. Zhao Liang did have the idea of bullying newcomers, and he also believed that Gao Tang would be very interesting and had to bow his head in front of stronger seniors. But, what he didn't expect was that he was rejected. I caught the person, why should I leave it to you? Zhao Liang's face suddenly sank, and he was very unhappy. What do you mean? It literally means. Gao Tang said disapprovingly, it is true that you found the person, and your companion was indeed injured, but so what? At most, I would like to say thank you. Zhao Liang narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that Gao Tang was provoking him. Now the newcomer, so kind? Gao Tang, let's forget it, there's no need to offend him. Fang Meng quietly pulled Gao Tang's clothes. She sensed a dangerous aura from Zhao Liang, which made her tremble. It's still your little girlfriend who is more sensible. Listen to what she has to say and don't be impatient. When something is unfair, I just want to stand up and say no. Gao Tang raised his neck bravely. In Zhao Liang's view, he was a child who had never experienced social beatings. It seems that today I'm going to teach you a lesson and let you know what it means to respect seniors. Zhao Liang's hand was coated with a layer of black light, and the palm of his hand went straight to Gao Tang's cheek with the whistling sound of the wind. He even wanted to slap Gao Tang in the face. To his surprise, Gao Tang grabbed his wrist. A question mark appeared on Zhao Liang's head. What's the situation? The next moment, he was lifted up by Gao Tang and smashed to the ground. The ground instantly cracked like a cobweb. Zhao Liang's internal organs seemed to be displaced, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. What's the situation? Zhao Liang was stunned. He was actually knocked down by a newcomer, and it was a fiasco. Are the newcomers so perverted now? He wanted to fight back, but Gao Tang didn't give him a chance at all. He lifted him over and smashed to the ground again and again, like a madman dancing, smashing the cement floor into big holes. Suffering such a violent blow, Zhao Liang's bones were shattered, and he was completely powerless to resist. He lay dying on the cracked ground, staring blankly at the sky. Even the sky in Ryuan Street is exceptionally clear. Such an idea suddenly occurred in his mind, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Gao Tang thought it was very boring. He waved his hand like driving away flies, and said to Zhao Liang's two companions, "Take him away, I've had enough." The two were dumbfounded, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Are you two awake? Gao Tang's voice sounded in his ears, and the two of them were excited, and their souls returned to their places. What do you want to do? Both of them panicked, their bodies showing a defensive posture. Don't add drama to yourself, you two are not enough for me to fight together, get out with this person. The two looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. What a humiliation. Zhao Liang groaned in pain, his appearance was so miserable, it was estimated that few bones were intact. In an instant, the anger in the eyes of the two of them subsided, and they were filled with dense calmness. They carried Zhao Liang up on their backs very quickly, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. It was only at this point that Fang Meng got out of her state of shock. She swallowed and asked, Gao Tang, have you become stronger again? Gao Tang said in surprise, why do you still have questions? Am I not being obvious enough? But, the speed of your strength improvement is too fast, soon? Gao Tang was surprised at first, and then said calmly, I think it is very ordinary, it may take 1 to 2 years to reach the level of Super S grade, it is too ordinary. Fang Meng's lips pursed into a slit. She just can't beat Gao Tang, otherwise this guy would have died hundreds of times. Gao Tang, I have something I want to ask you. Fang Meng's expression became serious. Gao Tang said, I know what you want to say, you want to ask me how I cultivate? Can I teach you my method? Fang Meng's eyes showed anticipation, is it okay? Gao Tang waved his hand, don't think too much, I have never cultivated seriously. Like I told you a few days ago, I'm a genius, and a little sweat just makes people feel hopeless. Fang Meng responded with a polite smile. She wants to hit someone. Come on, let's go get the job done. Fang Meng gave up, she sighed, pointed to the miserable Chen Yuan and asked, what about him? Gao Tang scratched his head, if you don't say, I almost forgot about him. It's a little troublesome to bring him. You wait here, I'll go back quickly? I'll go. Fang Meng said, the gap between me and you is getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, it will drag you down. Why do you have this illusion? How can it be an illusion? Fang Meng smiled bitterly, you have already forced me too much now. No, you misunderstood, I mean, haven't you been holding me back? Think about it, our first mission. Before Gao Tang's words were finished, Fang Meng left angrily. This guy is so annoying. Not long after, Fang Meng came back, there were also a few drops of blood on his face. After venting, she felt much better. Ended? Fang Meng nodded, yes. Let's go then. Gao Tang dragged Chen Yuan's arm like a dead pig. It hurts, Chen Yuan shouted, he was covered with wounds, and Gao Tang's rude behavior simply wanted to kill him. It hurts. If you don't feel anything, you're a corpse. You just kill me. Gao Tang made a move, looked at Feng Meng and said, "Did the security bureau say that it must be captured alive?" Feng Meng shook his head, because capable people are very harmful to society. Once they are wanted by the security bureau, they will be life or death. I just said nonsense, don't take it seriously, okay? Chen Yuan begged pitifully. It was really sad for those who heard it, and tears for those who heard it. Gao Tang and Feng Meng looked at each other and smiled, and continued to walk out. Walking out of Luhan Street, there is a wide road outside, and across the road is the bustling urban area. There is only a thin line between heaven and hell. Feng Meng said with some emotion, "If the security bureau wants to solve the problem of Luhan Street, it should be able to do it, right? But the world needs poor people." Gao Tang said, "I will analyze the benefits for you. The first benefit is class distinction, which can make people of higher classes feel superior. The second benefit is to stimulate people's heart of struggle. If you don't want to live a bad life, you must work hard every day. The third advantage is that poverty breeds evil and destroys social order. If there is peace everywhere and full of truth, goodness and beauty, what would the security bureau do?" Feng Mengdao, you think too badly. There may be some things that are engraved in your bones. Even if the residents of Luhan Street are transferred to the bustling urban area, it may become another Luhan Street. Gao Tang rolled his eyes. "Your opinion is not much better than mine." Feng Meng smiled. "The combination of our two opinions may be the truth." "What? You think what I said just now was a joke? I am serious." Gao Tang let go of Chen Yuan's hand. The man was so painful that he fell into a coma. He continued, "This man will be handed over to you. See you on our next mission." The two said goodbye to each other. After Feng Meng handed in the wanted mission, he put all the 200,000 cash into Gao Tang's bank card. She felt that Chen Yuan was solved by Gao Tang alone, and she was not qualified to take the money. Gao Tang thought she was very self-aware, and praised her with great relief. Feng Meng seemed very happy to receive the compliment, and hung up the phone emotionally, probably to celebrate. Soon, it was the next day. Gao Tang got a new ability, strengthened sense of smell. After using this ability, his sense of smell became very sensitive, and he could directly apply for a police dog. After breakfast, Feng Meng didn't call, so he probably didn't find a suitable task. Gao Tang decided to devote his time to practice push-ups, back-ups, squats, leapfrog, military boxing. These all have to be practiced. After improving his physical fitness, Gao Tang really changed. 1 hour later, 2 hours later, he was still energetic and didn't feel the slightest tiredness. Gao Tang is doing handstand push-ups. The voice of the hostess came from the TV. Yesterday, the security service launched a big operation. In Luhan Street, 687 dens producing counterfeit medicines were destroyed. Mr. Niu, what effect do you think the big move of the security bureau will play? Mr. Niu has a shiny back hair, and his body is slightly fat. His dark circles are heavy. Because he often stays up late, he looks bad. I don't think it has any effect. After a pause, he continued, at most a week, the den will reappear, unless the fundamental problem of Luhan Street is completely solved, otherwise, nothing will change. To use the simplest analogy, it's like when I put on a long-lasting condom, and I think I'm back to the state of my youth, but I'm actually deceiving myself. Gao Tang couldn't help but stop exercising and focus on watching the show. The hostess showed solid professionalism, and she asked calmly, "Mr. Niu, what do you think we should do? Ryuhan Street shouldn't exist, I suggest bombing with missiles." The hostess is a little confused. This guest is a bit stubborn. Where did the show team get it? "Mr. Niu, there are hundreds of thousands of people living in Luhan Street. Isn't bombing with missiles too extreme? Those people shouldn't live in this world at all, they are scum, garbage, cancer." Teacher Niu suddenly stood up from his seat, slapped the table and yelled. The host was completely stunned. "Good guy." Gao Tang was also stunned. In the frantic roar of Teacher Niu, the TV station cut off the signal. At this moment, Feng Meng called. After a few chats, I learned that she had found a task that was more suitable for newcomers. The goal of the mission is to find someone. According to the information provided by the Security Bureau, the client of the mission is an ordinary person named Lu Qing. 2 days ago, Lu Qing's wife and father-in-law went to Jiulong Mountain to collect herbs, but they never returned. Lu Qing was restless and went into Jiulong Mountain to search, but found no trace of the two of them. Due to the unfamiliar environment, he broke his leg and was bitten by a poisonous snake. If he didn't have a little knowledge of herbal medicine, he almost died in the mountains. No one is willing to take this task, and it is very troublesome to find someone in the deep mountains and old forests. Fang Meng seemed to be afraid that Gao Tang would disagree, and specifically explained the reason why she chose this task. What tasks are not dangerous, mainly to cultivate the experience of handling things? What has been fighting too much recently? Going to the mountains can relax your mind. If you exercise your survival skills in the wild, and perform similar tasks in the future, you will not be smeared. Hearing so many benefits, Gao Tang just smiled, then shook his head. In your opinion, I am so unkind? You think of me too badly. I have a helpful heart and never care about personal gains and losses. Even if it hurts my own interests, I will not hesitate to help others, especially when I see the weak. I will lend a helping hand. Fang Meng felt that something was wrong. She said in surprise, aren't you talking about me? Gao Tang was a little surprised. When did you become my shape? Beep, beep, beep. Fang Meng hung up the phone directly. Oh, I'm shy. Gao Tang dialed back, and after a long time, Fang Meng was connected. What? Gao Tang hesitated for a moment. Not so good? We just met. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, I'm shy again. Gao Tang dialed back again, after a long, long time. What? Fang Meng's suppressed anger sounded from the phone. Seriously, where do we meet? Fang Meng said indifferently, there is a Liujia village at the foot of Jiulong Mountain, and we will meet there. Ha? Aren't you coming to pick me up? Don't go. Come on, no. Go. In the end, Fang Meng still did not hold on to Gao Tang's soft grinding and hard bubbles, and drove the car to Gao Tang's downstairs. She had never seen such a faceless person. When Gao Tang came out of the building and saw Fang Meng, a look of amazement appeared in his eyes. Fang Meng wore a brown baseball cap with a high ponytail, and her figure wrapped in black sportswear was quite well proportioned. Oh, my God, I'm so damn good for letting the fairy wait for me for so long. You must punish me and make me spank your ass. Fang Meng glared at Gao Tang angrily. Get in the car. Get in the car. The two of them were quiet all the way. Gao Tang used his mind power to control a coin to fly up and down in a boring way, exercising his ability. After a 2-hour drive, we arrived at Liujia village at the foot of Jiulong Mountain. Fang Meng was finally willing to speak. She said, should we go directly into the mountain? Or should we go to see the client to learn more about the situation? Go to see the client. I have a very effective way to find the missing person. A hint of surprise flashed in Fang Meng's eyes. What can I do? Sell it first. Gao Tang threw a wink and got out of the car. Under the guidance of the villagers, they found Lu Qing's home. A 2-story building with a layer of tiles on the outer wall. There are many such buildings in Liujia village. The policy of the security bureau is good. Lu Qing's right leg was fractured and he was cast in a plaster. He lay on the bed with his eyes lost. Seeing the two of Gao Tang, his eyes burst into light, and he sat up suddenly from the bed. Are you capable people of the security bureau? Gao Tang looked at Lu Qing before nodding. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Tears rolled in Lu Qing's eyes, very sad. We know a little about your situation. In order to find someone more convenient, can you elaborate more? It is good. Lu Qing recounted the incident carefully, without omitting any details, dispelling Gao Tang's suspicions. Yes, Gao Tang is particularly puzzled. Liujia village is located at the foot of Jiulong Mountain. As a native villager, how could Lu Qing get lost in the mountains and almost died? It turned out that all the villagers were collecting herbs on the outskirts of Jiulong Mountain, and the central area was rampant with poisonous snakes and beasts, and no one dared to go deep. When looking for someone that day, Lu Qing went deep into Jiulong Mountain despite the danger of his life. As a result, he broke his leg and was bitten by a poisonous snake before he could go far. What do your father-in-law and wife usually wear? I want to smell the smell so I can find them easily in the mountains. Hearing this, Fang Meng was surprised. When did you become a dog nose? Gao Tang glanced at Fang Meng meaningfully, and activated, strengthened sense of smell. He took a deep sniff on her body, and the strong fragrance was mixed with. The smell of blood on your body is a little heavy. Fang Meng's face flushed instantly, and he pointed at Gao Tang shyly and annoyed. The rolling mountains are like a winding giant python lying still on the ground. In the lush forest, 2 figures are walking one after the other. Are you still angry? Gao Tang chased after him, facing Fang Meng, walking backwards. I am not angry. Oh, all right. Fang Meng suddenly became angry. What's good? I said I'm not angry if I'm not angry? Yup. Gao Tang. Fang Meng raised his voice. What's wrong? You are so annoying. Fang Meng angrily bypassed Gao Tang, twitching his ponytail. Fong Meng, wait. Gao Tang's tone suddenly became serious. Fong Meng suddenly stopped, looked around vigilantly, and asked in a deep voice, "What did you find?" "No, I just told you not to go so fast." "Gao Tang!" Fong Meng screamed loudly, startling a flock of birds that flew into the sky. Her emotions were out of control. "I'm here, and my ears are very good, so I don't need to shout." "What?" Fong Meng punched and kicked a big tree to vent his irritability. Gao Tang watched quietly and found it very interesting. After a long time, Fong Meng calmed down and his mood calmed down a lot. "Does my hand hurt?" Gao Tang asked with a smile. Fong Meng gritted his teeth and said, "No. It hurts. Bleeding. 1 point, all, no, pain. Powerful." Gao Tang gave a thumbs up. Fong Meng ignored him and continued to walk forward. "By the way, do you know where to go?" Gao Tang said behind him, "Don't let your emotions control your thoughts, you have to keep thinking all the time." Fong Meng's footsteps stopped. She faintly felt that Gao Tang's words were very meaningful. She turned back, frowning. "Am I thinking too much, or is he really waking me up?" Gao Tang seemed to see what Fong Meng was thinking, and said with a serious expression, "You guessed right, I am teaching you a lesson. You are too easily influenced by emotions, which will hurt you. Humph. Don't worry about it." Fong Meng was persuaded in his heart, but he refused to be soft on his lips. "Follow me, I can smell it." Saying that, Gao Tang walked east. Fong Meng pursed her lips and followed, a few steps behind. Walking on, Gao Tang turned his head and said, "Why are you so far away from me?" Fong Meng turned his head to the side with dodging eyes. "No. I don't want to be so close to you." Gao Tang smiled and said, "Are you afraid that I will smell your body?" "Shut up." Fong Meng glared at her, her ears turning red. "It's okay, I'll treat you as a hemorrhoid." This time, Fong Meng couldn't bear it any longer. "Gao Tang. I'm going to kill you." She pounced with her teeth and claws open, grabbed Gao Tang's neck with both hands, and shook it vigorously. Gao Tang is like a puppet, letting Fong Meng vent. After a few minutes, the two continued to move forward. Fong Meng and Gao Tang were farther away, a full 4 meters. Sudden. Gao Tang stopped. He sniffed and frowned. What a strong bloody smell. Fong Meng subconsciously clamped his legs. "I'm not talking about you." Gao Tang turned his head and said, "You should be able to smell it too, right?" Fong Meng sniffed. Yes, there was indeed a bloody smell in the air, and if you didn't smell it carefully, you couldn't smell it at all. There's still a stench. Gao Tang walked towards the smell drifting, and after a while, he saw the corpse hanging from the tree, with a hemp rope around his neck, swaying in the wind, dead for a long time. Before entering Jiulong Mountain, Gao Tang saw the photo. This person is Lu Qing's father-in-law. When they came, I thought they were more fortunate, but the result was really Gao Tang sighed and controlled the coin to cut the hemp rope. The moment the corpse fell, it was held up by an invisible force and slowly placed on the ground. I walked over to observe the corpse, and there were obvious signs of fighting. It was hanged from a tree when it was beaten to death. Looking at the footprints around, there are many people on the other side. Fong Meng glanced around and found no body of Lu Qing's wife. Bury the body first to prevent it from being eaten by wild animals. When we find Lu Qing's wife, we will take it down the mountain. Fong Meng agreed, and the two dug a pit together and buried the body hastily. Go, keep looking. Gao Tang looked for the smell and walked for more than an hour without knowing it. They are now very deep in Jiulong Mountain, and they have encountered many attacks by poisonous beasts on the way. With the power of capable people, these poisonous beasts are courting death. Where have people been taken? It feels like there is still a long way to go. Luckily it didn't rain, otherwise it would have been bad. Fong Meng's heart is very heavy, and the situation of Lu Qing's wife may not be very good. After another 2 hours, the two found many houses made of wood and iron, piled up in a mess, smelling of chemicals. Drug factory? A den that produces counterfeit medicines? Gao Tang thinks it has both. After all, both can be lucrative. The two squatted behind a bush, quietly looking at the people walking back and forth. Lu Qing's wife was caught here? Fong Meng asked. Gao Tang replied, it should be. Fong Meng exuded murderous aura, and was about to rush over, but was stopped by Gao Tang's arm. Don't worry, let's catch someone first and ask about the situation. In case there are people with more ability than us, not only can't we save people, we even got in. Fong Meng hesitated for a moment, then squatted down again, clenched his fists and said, I just think she may be suffering from inhuman torture now, and I want to save her as soon as possible. I understand that the more times this happens, the more calm it is. Did you forget what I said earlier? Fong Meng muttered, Don't let your emotions control your thoughts, I remember. Gao Tang's index finger pressed against his lips, making a silent motion. A man came over. With an AK-47 on his back and a cigarette in his mouth, he walked straight to the hiding place of the two of them. Judging from his appearance, there should be no two of them. I know what he wants to do. Gao Tang whispered. What? Fong Mang asked suspiciously. As soon as she said the words, she saw the man turned around, turned his back to her and Gao Tang, and began to untie his belt. Hey hey! Gao Tang gave a wicked laugh, but he was not in a hurry. What are you waiting for? Fong Mang nudged Gao Tang with his elbow. Don't worry, wait for him to pull halfway. Fong Mang rolled his eyes. You're so nasty. After speaking, she rushed out like lightning, covered the man's mouth with one hand, and dragged it into the woods. The process was smooth, and there was no movement at all. Shut up! Don't shout! After entering the woods, Fong Mang took advantage of the situation and pulled out the dagger from the man's leg and placed it on his neck. The man hastily raised his hands in the French military salute. I ask, you answer, do you hear clearly? The man nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Most people are very cooperative when their lives are threatened. Ma Liang is no exception. He is in a very complicated mood right now. He just has a diarrhea, how can he lose his life? What are you doing here? Hearing Fong Mang's question, Ma Liang answered immediately, as Gao Tang guessed, this is the den where counterfeit medicines are produced and drugs are made. Under the cover of deep mountains and forests, they produced a large number of counterfeit drugs for 2 years. Are there any capable people in your den? There is a capable person who is our leader. Gao Tang's eyes flashed, and he frowned. There is only one capable person? Why? The profits you have earned here for 2 years should be terrifying, but you didn't attract a few capable people to escort you? Oh. Your leader is definitely not strong, and the capable people wanted by the security bureau are all vicious people. Maybe they will lead the wolf into the house and become their industry. Ma Liang replied, yes, the boss was worried about this, so he didn't win them over because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to grasp it. Then what level is he? It's D level, fire element ability. Ability affinity is 35%, it's a little stronger than ordinary people. Ma Liang told the whole story, not daring to hide anything. You didn't lie to me, did you? Gao Tang said, I am a kind person, and I have always been compassionate. I plan to let you go. If you lie to me, Ma Liang glanced at the dagger on his neck, and said with a sad face, how dare I lie to you? Gao Tang gave Fong Mang a look, and his eyes fell on Ma Liang's thigh. Fong Mang did not know why. The tacit understanding between the two is very poor. Stab him. What? Why, Ma Liang just wanted to shout, but he lowered his voice and said, I'm telling the truth. Gao Tang walked over, snatched the dagger from Fong Meng's hand, and stabbed Ma Liang's thigh fiercely. Well. Ma Liang endured the pain, clenched his teeth, did not dare to make a sound. He was afraid that the next knife would slit his throat. Why? Ma Liang really didn't understand, he was so cooperative, but was hurt by Gao Tang. You didn't lie to me? Gao Tang pulled out the dagger, and the blood rushed out. I do not have it. Ma Liang was crying. Without saying a word, Gao Tang stabbed Ma Liang's other thigh with a ruthless dagger. Well. Ma Liang's face was full of blue veins, and he was sweating wildly, and the pain was so painful that he couldn't breathe. You didn't lie to me? I really didn't lie to you, I swear to God. What's the difference between an oath and a fart for a morally corrupt person like you? After speaking, the dagger stabbed Ma Liang's thigh again. Why did you do this? Why don't you believe me? Ma Liang's tears flowed out, and he wanted to cry. I believe you, just to make sure you're not lying. Can't you think of another way? This is the easiest and most effective way. Devil. Absolutely a devil in human skin. Did you arrest a woman 2 days ago? Gao Tang rubbed the dagger against Ma Liang's body and wiped off the blood on it. This action made Ma Liang tremble with fear, for fear that Gao Tang would strike him twice. Yes. I caught a woman. Hearing this, Fong Mang couldn't help it, and asked coldly, where is she? You came for that woman? Ma Liang gritted his teeth and said, when the boss brought that woman back, Sun Yingming just said that there will definitely be an accident, and he really said it. What about her? She has committed suicide. Suicide? Fong Meng's eyes filled with murderous intent. You scumbags. None of my business. I didn't touch it at all. Where's the corpse? Ma Liang's eyes became dodgy. Corpse. At this time, Gao Tang heard a dog barking from the direction of the den. He kind of got it. You are damned. The dagger slashed Ma Liang's throat fiercely, and the blood shot out. You didn't say, let me go? Ma Liang covered the wound with pain on his face. I don't even believe what I said, how dare you take it seriously? Ma Liang fell to the ground in despair, and the boundless darkness quickly swallowed the light in front of him. Gao Tang threw the dagger, and the other party dreamed, I'll go into the den to see, you are waiting for me outside. What's the matter? Are you afraid that I will be held back? Ha! Gao Tang said in surprise, you know your abilities very well today. Fang Mang is angry, but Gao Tang is right, her strength is really bad. It made her miserable and felt useless. I'm joking. Seeing Fang Mang's mood becoming depressed, Gao Tang patted her on the shoulder, I'm afraid that there is something bad inside, who knows what else they have done, so, you don't get involved, it's inappropriate. Fang Meng's bad mood couldn't be recovered for a while, she smiled forcefully, I see. Gao Tang scratched his temples, as if he was talking too hard. He could only try to remedy it as much as possible, and said apologetically, I shouldn't be joking, don't take it to heart. Fang Meng shook his head, it's none of your business. I'm suffering because of my incompetence. I've worked so hard, but I haven't gotten the slightest gain. Gao Tang pursed his lips tightly, his strength increased so fast that Fang Meng doubted his life. You're too anxious, don't even think about comparing me, I'm not on the same side as normal. I see it, you are not a normal person. Fang Meng made a joke, then waved, don't worry about me, kill all those scumbags. Gao Tang glanced at Fang Meng, and it was obvious that she was forcing a smile. It is estimated that she is thinking of the revenge of her parents. With her snail-like cultivation speed, she does not know when she will be able to take revenge. This was the source of her pain, carrying such a heavy burden. Gao Tang didn't know how to comfort him. He was good at using words to cause mental harm to people, but he didn't know how to heal the mental wounds. I'll be back soon. Gao Tang put down these words and fled out of the jungle as if he was running away. He cleared his mind and focused on the battle that followed. The movement he caused was great, and someone noticed his existence and immediately aimed a gun. Gao Tang raised his hand, and the terrifying pressure instantly enveloped these people. The bones of the whole body exploded, and the blood in the mouth mixed with the viscera fragments spurted out, like a pool of mud falling to the ground. Bang bang bang, someone heard the sound of fighting, rushed out of the wooden house, saw Gao Tang, and shot with their guns. The bullets shot from all directions, and the closer it was to Gao Tang, the slower the speed became, and a vortex visible to the naked eye appeared. In the next second, the bullets were shot back at a speed no less than the speed of the chamber, causing casualties. Gao Tang was like entering a land of no one, and started killing in the den. Someone was pulled up by a powerful force, flew into the sky in horror, and then screamed and fell to pieces. Someone was knocked into the air by a huge force, their internal organs were shattered, and they died instantly. Some were squeezed out of human form and turned into flesh. All kinds of deaths, indescribably tragic. Go to hell. A loud roar suddenly sounded behind him. A huge fireball blasted towards Gao Tang, exuding scorching heat. When he was about to engulf Gao Tang, a powerful shockwave exploded from him at the center, and the fireball instantly collapsed. The flames scattered with the wind devoured everything around them frantically, and the crowded wooden houses ignited blazingly, with thick smoke billowing. Gao Tang turned around and looked at the man in front of him. D-Class 12,873. The man's skin was red and he was smoking plumes of white smoke, and he seemed to have eaten mad blood. After taking the medicine that can make the strength skyrocket, the strength is still so bad, no wonder he dare not attract the ability to escort him. Boom! Gao Tang gestured to shoot, aiming at the man's head and fired a shot. A sturdy energy shot out like a sniper rifle bullet. You are dead. As soon as the words fell, the person's head watermelon exploded, and the flesh and blood flew. Gao Tang breathed on his index finger. Small trash fish, not worth mentioning. There are also living people, who are trembling as they look at Gao Tang, unable to hide the fear in their hearts. Escape! This idea popped up in their minds at the same time, and they immediately fled in different directions, so that the hope of surviving was even greater. Unfortunately, they are facing the able. After just running a few steps, everyone floated up. They struggled frantically, but this force bound them even tighter, unable to move. Gao Tang didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill these people, but wanted them to feel endless fear and despair. Slowly, these people rose higher and higher. Crying, screaming, falling into a huge collapse. In about a minute, the power on these people suddenly disappeared, and they fell from the sky like dumplings. The shrill screams were horrifying, and everyone fell out of shape, and the strong smell of blood wafted in the wind. Amazing! A middle-aged man in a white coat stood outside the door of a wooden house, holding a cup of coffee in his hand, looking at Gao Teng with a smile. Gao Teng frowned. This person was unbelievably calm, and he was an ordinary person without the ability to awaken. Introduce myself, I'm Sun Ming. Before I came here to work, I was a high school chemistry teacher. The middle-aged man stirred the coffee with a spoon, always smiling. Gao Teng looked at the man seriously. A scar running up and down made Sun Ming lose his left eye, and it looked like he had been slashed with a knife. There was a pair of black square glasses on his nose, but it couldn't hide the gloomy expression from his right eye. Sun Ming felt like a poisonous snake to Gao Teng. Are you here for the crazy blood formula, or for that woman? Gao Teng was stunned for a moment. The formula of crazy blood? Is it such a coincidence? Obviously it was a task to find someone, and by mistake, I found a den where crazy blood was produced. From Gao Teng's expression, Sun Ming got the answer. Is it to find that woman? I knew it would be like this. He took a sip of coffee and then said, 2 days ago, this group of people was hunting in the mountains and brought a woman back. I have persuaded many times that something will happen, but they don't take it seriously, and now it is self-inflicted. Sun Ming sighed in distress. I really don't fit in with these people. Half a year ago, this group of people couldn't hold back in the mountains, and went to the bar to drink a lot. They ignored my persuasion and used the expensive equipment as an excuse, but refused to move the nest. In the end, they had to move the nest 5 kilometers because I had too much opinion. Thankfully, the security agency doesn't care about a small den that produces fake drugs. But I know that once crazy blood is successfully developed and enters the market, all forces in this world will fall into madness. They will use various means to find us, and what happened half a year ago is a time bomb that will explode at any time. What's more, robbing a woman back, these people have shit in their heads. When Sun Ming said these words, his mood was very calm. Seeing his fearless appearance, he felt that things were not that simple. However, they are my springboard, and I don't care if they live or die. Sun Ming dropped the coffee cup in his hand, took off his glasses, and touched the scary scar on his face. Do you know where this scar came from? It was cut by my wife. Sun Ming sighed at his glasses, wiped them with his clothes, and put them on with a smile, before continuing. Like I said, I used to be a high school chemistry teacher. A stable job represents a constant income. Compared with a successful company president and an unforgettable first love boyfriend, I am too far away, and it is natural to cheat. That day, she was caught and raped in bed by me. During the quarrel, she rushed into the kitchen and took a kitchen knife, which stabbed me in the face. At that time, I fainted and was sent to the hospital to recover from my injuries. I was convicted of attempted murder and imprisoned for 10 years. What kind of world do you think this is? At that time, I made up my mind that I must make the dog man and woman pay the price. So, I approached this group of people and asked them to provide me with a safe environment suitable for research. When crazy blood is developed, I can get rid of them and be qualified to cooperate with larger forces. By the way, I heard that the dog man and woman are now married and have a beautiful girl. It's a really happy family. As Sun Ming spoke, he laughed. The smile was extremely terrifying and full of madness. Would you like to come into the house with me? It's full of art made by me. Sun Ming turned his body sideways and invited Gao Teng. Gao Teng glanced at the house, and the cardboard boxes with the word crazy blood were piled up in mountains. All these drugs have entered the market, and the consequences can be imagined. Sudden. Gao Teng had a bad feeling in his heart, as if danger was approaching. He shook his head to reject Sun Ming's kindness. No need, I have something else to do, let's go first. After he finished speaking, he walked quickly to where Fong Meng was. Just after walking a few steps, I heard the chirping of wild birds, and a dazzling electric light shone in the jungle. Gao Teng's heart had a strong sense of vigilance, and an extremely dangerous signal was being sent from the jungle, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, and cold air rushing from the soles of his feet to the sky. Not good. He immediately made a decision, rushed to Sun Ming's side, grabbed the back of his neck, and looked at the jungle with a solemn expression. Sun Ming smiled and said, "Is there your companion there? Aren't you going to help? Save your grandma's leg, shut up for me." Footsteps from far to near. Walking out of the jungle, a woman with an enchanting figure, wearing a black tights, looks like a search officer, with a pair of flame wings on her back. Fong Meng, who was bruised, was dragged along by the woman by the hair. Class B 6421st, seeing the woman's strength information, Gao Teng's heart sank. The enemy is too strong, he is not an opponent at all. It can be said that he is facing a life and death crisis. It's very lively here. The woman glanced around with a defiant attitude, and finally set her eyes on Gao Tang, then quickly moved away to look at Sun Yingming. You are here because you want to get the formula of crazy blood? Sun Yingming said calmly, I am willing to cooperate with you. The woman raised her eyebrows, showed a charming smile, and introduced herself, Black Fire Organization, Su Hongying. Sun Yingming smiled and said, It's very faithful, and there is an English character in my name. Yes? My name is Sun Yingming. Su Hongying covered her mouth and smiled and said, It seems that we are really destined. The two talked like no one else, and they didn't take Gao Tang seriously at all. What happened here? Su Hongying asked. Sun Yingming shrugged and said, As you can see, they are from the security bureau, but they didn't come for the crazy blood formula, but by mistake. Judging from their appearance, they should be newcomers to the security bureau. They never thought that a simple task of finding someone would kill them. The corners of Su Hongying's mouth curved into a shallow arc, and her eyes moved to Gao Tang's face. Little brother, aren't you going to let him go? If you are honest and obedient, I will end your pain in an instant and let you die cleanly. How about it? Is your sister very kind? Auntie, my life has just begun, and I don't want to die so early. Gao Tang had already thought of a way to escape, and his mood became calm. Su Hongying's mood was very bad. She stared at Gao Tang coldly, murderous aura permeated outwards. Suddenly, the unconscious Fong Meng opened her eyes, and she pointed like a knife, turning into a sharp pistol to cut off her long hair, and then stabbed Su Hongying's lower abdomen with the knife. The arc wrapped around the arm suddenly skyrocketed several times, screaming sharply. At this moment, Fong Meng tried his best. Su Hongying actually did not dodge or evade, and let herself be stabbed by the knife. Fong Meng's pupils shrunk to pinpoints instantly, his face full of incredible. Su Hongying's skin was like a layer of tough leather, and her hand knife could not pierce it. How could this be? She raised her head and found that Su Hongying was looking at her with playful eyes. The so-called capable person is to let the body and soul continue to evolve, so as to become the strongest creature on the surface. With your little power, how could you hurt me? Su Hongying let out a silver bell-like laughter, which made people terrified. Suddenly, the smile on her face disappeared, and her index finger stabbed Fong Meng's forehead like lightning. What she didn't expect was that she actually stabbed a hole. Before she made a move, Gao Tang used his thought power to pull Fong Meng's away to his side. It's scary, you almost have more holes. Gao Tang patted his chest, rejoicing. Fong Meng's expression became indescribable. She looked at Gao Tang and said, At a time like this, are you still in the mood to talk to me about this? Gao Tang said indifferently, What are you worried about? I have a way to deal with her. Fong Meng opened her eyes in surprise and couldn't help but said loudly, Do you have a way to deal with her? Are you stronger again? I haven't gotten stronger, but I have intelligence. After speaking, a dagger on the ground was sucked into his hand by Gao Tang. Ingenuity? Su Hongying sneered, In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies are futile. Little brother, being conceited is a very stupid act. As I said just now, in terms of age, you have to call me the eldest nephew, Aunt Su. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Tang slashed Sun Yingming's throat with a dagger, and blood spurted out. Immediately afterwards, he picked up Fong Meng, activated Speed Enhancement and Defense Enhancement at the same time, and fled quickly. Rescue him or chase us, you choose. Gao Tang's voice came from afar. Su Hongying was furious. She waved her wings, and the fire feathers shot at Gao Tang like arrows, but they were all left behind without hurting Gao Tang in the slightest. Damn! She wanted to chase, but seeing that Sun Yingming was about to die at any moment, she had to take out a metal syringe from the pocket of her tights and put it into Sun Yingming's arm vein. Gao Tang ran wildly to the outside of Jiulong Mountain. He felt his hands becoming sticky, and the smell of blood filled his nose. Gao Tang, don't worry about me, I'm seriously injured and will drag you down. Fong Meng's voice was very weak. She had a lot of blood holes in her body. When she encountered Su Hongying in the jungle, she was almost shot into a sieve by a fire feather. It's enough of a headache for her to save Sun Yingming. How can she still care about chasing us? You honestly close your eyes and sleep, and when you wake up, you will be in a hospital bed. You don't know. Fong Meng coughed up blood and said, That woman probably has a fountain of life on her body. Gao Tang frowned, What is the fountain of life? A therapeutic agent, injected into the body, the injury can quickly recover. So, you can't run away with me. Is there such a thing as fuck? Gao Tang's mood became bad. Which bastard developed it? Cheating is a crime, doesn't he know? If I were you, I wouldn't complain, but just grab the prime time and get out. Escape! Gao Tang stopped and said angrily, even if you escape from Jiulong Mountain, you are still 108,000 miles away from the city. A large uninhabited suburb is enough for Aunt Sue to catch up with me and kill hundreds of times. What about you? Gao Tang's eyes flashed a few times. It's not that easy to hide in the mountains and not go out. It's not that easy to find someone in the mountains. I smell very bloody. So? Gao Tang said helplessly, why do you always want me to leave you and don't want me to save you? The two of us have little hope of surviving, and you alone are great. So, leave me alone. Gao Tang sighed deeply. Fang Meng has been thinking about him. So far, he can only show some trump cards. I'm going to freeze you so that the smell on you is gone. You are a capable person, so it shouldn't be so easy to die, right? Frozen? Fang Meng asked in surprise, what do you mean? It means that I have awakened two abilities, mind power and ice element. If it wasn't to save you, I would never reveal this secret. Can you keep it for me? Of course I will. Fang Meng said categorically that as for the awakening of the two abilities that had never happened before, she couldn't ask in detail, the situation did not allow it. It would be hilarious if you were killed. Fang Meng, if you really have an accident, I will burn more paper money for you, as well as the revenge of your parents. If I can, I will help you get revenge. Fang Meng didn't know whether to be moved or angry. She gritted her teeth. I thank you. You're welcome. Fang Meng agreed with Gao Tang's unreliable idea. In fact, she had no choice. At least Gao Tang's whimsy can give her the possibility of surviving. Bring it on. Fang Meng made up his mind, looked at Gao Tang with burning eyes and said, don't waste time, that woman may kill him at any time. Brave, strong, and decisive. Gao Tang was deeply moved by the quality displayed by Fang Meng. He put his hand on Fang Meng's shoulder and said with a serious expression, what kind of flowers do you like? Fang Meng, every year in the future, I will bring your favorite flowers to see you. Thank you. If you're so polite, I'm angry. Fang Meng said, I will definitely survive. That's right, that is to have this belief. Gao Tang smiled, you close your eyes. Do, what? Fang Meng's heart became flustered, a kind of nervousness that he had never felt before. What should you do if your eyes are frozen and your eyesight is affected? Take care of your eyes, Fang Meng. Fang Meng said angrily, I don't even know if I can survive, so I still care about this? Having said that, she still closed her eyes. In an instant, Gao Tang's palm released a biting cold air, and Fang Meng's body was instantly covered with a layer of frost. Fang Meng's eyelashes twitched twice, but she didn't open her eyes. Perhaps because of her severe injury, her consciousness became more and more blurred and she fell into a coma. After a few seconds, Fang Meng was frozen in the big ice cube, and Gao Tang tapped the ice cube lightly. How are you? Can you still hear me? Of course no response is possible. If Fang Meng was still conscious, he would definitely yell. Come! You come! You're fucking sealed in ice cubes, give me a reaction. After solving the smell of Fang Meng, what should we do next? You definitely can't run around with ice cubes in your arms, it's too dangerous. Jumping into a river is also not enough. When people are escaping for their lives, the waterway is often the best choice, because it is easy to hide the trail, and the water can also be used. Therefore, Su Hongying, who is the hunter, will never let go of searching for the river. Gao Tang was lost in thought. Simple hiding is not enough, and the danger is extremely high. It is feasible to go back to the den and hide under the lights, but the enemy is not a fool, and when he cannot be found everywhere, he will think of the famous saying the most dangerous place is the safest. As for head-to-head, it's purely courting death. -1 by 1, Gao Tang was in trouble. This dead end seems impossible. No matter how you choose, the result is death, nothing more than a matter of time. How to do it? Gao Tang thought hard for a while, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. It's time to use intelligence enhancement. The ability, intelligence enhancement, is activated. Gao Tang's mind was clear, and his eyes showed endless wisdom. He has an idea. Call for off-site rescue first. Gao Tang took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to his eldest brother Shuedong. I was on a mission in Jiulong Mountain and accidentally found a den that produces crazy blood. The capable people of the Black Fire Organization are chasing and killing me. They are very strong, and they are probably no less than you. Come and save me. After the text message was successfully sent, Gao Tang turned off the phone. Jiulong Mountain is very far from the city, and Shuedong arrived at the fastest speed, which will take nearly an hour. Is it difficult not to be discovered by Su Hongying for an hour? For Gao Tang, whose brain is full of wisdom now, pediatrics is completely pediatrics. Even 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, it's not a problem at all. Fong Meng, I'm sorry. Gao Teng started the next step. A machete appeared in his hand, and he dug a pit with the fastest speed. Soon, he dug a deep pit that could accommodate Fong Meng. Throwing Fong Meng in, burying it in the soil, stepping on it, and covering it with weeds, there is no trace of the soil being touched at all. Gao Teng nodded in satisfaction. If Su Hongying passed by, she would never see Fong Meng buried under her feet. Using an inconspicuous stone as a marker, Gao Teng walked away quickly. Next, he would return to the den and hide under Su Hongying's eyes. He is 99% sure that Su Hongying will not find him, and the remaining 1% is because of his modesty. On the way back, Gao Teng saw a fire passing by in the distance. Su Hongying really had a spring of life on her body, and Sun Yingming was rescued. Gao Teng accelerates appropriately. After all, the speed is too fast and will leave traces. It didn't take long for him to return to the den where there were corpses everywhere. He stripped off the clothes on a corpse as quickly as possible, put it on himself, then made a machete, and frantically digged a pit and threw the man into it. Bury it, step on it firmly, and you can't see the trace of the earth moving. The next step is the last and most important step. Gao Teng held himself up with his mind power, and after floating to a certain height, he suddenly stopped using his abilities. At that moment, Gao Teng fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings and fell heavily to the ground. Blood splattered. Gao Teng's arm was twisted and deformed, and it was broken. Pain resistance works. He can't feel much pain, it's numb and itchy, and quite comfortable. Gao Teng felt that it was not enough, and the death situation was not bad enough. He floated again with his mind power, turned in the air 3.5 times, and landed on his knees. Crack! After falling again and again, Gao Teng landed in exactly the same position without splattering blood everywhere, and the level diving was perfect. After so many adjustments, his dead state was finally perfect. Whoever looked at him felt that he was bound to die, because his limbs were twisted and deformed to an extremely terrifying degree. Gao Teng's face was buried in the soil, waiting boredly, not nervous at all. Su Hongying never imagined that he would be so crazy. This kind of pain is simply unbearable. A few minutes later, Su Hongying came back, and in the process of looking for Gao Teng, Sun Yingming was being carried by her like a little chicken. How could be? Why can't I find it anywhere? Su Hongying was puzzled, pacing back and forth, sometimes walking to Gao Teng's side. Sun Yingming put his glasses on with his hand, his eyes flashing with cold light. I don't know if you have heard that sentence, the most dangerous place is the safest. Perhaps the two of them were near us, perhaps overhearing us. Su Hongying's eyes flashed. She felt that Sun Yingming's words were very reasonable, and immediately acted. However, she searched around for a few times, but she still found no trace of Gao Teng. What happened? Did they evaporate? Hearing Su Hongying's self-talk, Sun Yingming was also full of confusion. Should not be He pondered for a moment and said, since we can't find it, let's go. They must have contacted the security bureau. When we want to go, we may not be able to go. Do not. Just as Su Hongying was about to say something, she swallowed her words. She noticed Sun Yingming's eyes, and she used a trick to lure the enemy. Sun Yingming firmly believed that Gao Teng was near the den, but he did not know why he hid so well. You are right, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. The longer it is, the worse it will be for us. Anyway, he can't escape this planet, and he will have the opportunity to kill again in the future. The two sang together and left. Gao Teng sneered. The strong sense of crisis has always existed, which is enough to show that Su Hongying and the two were deliberately deceiving him. After a while, Su Hongying's voice sounded again. There is no movement at all, your method is ineffective. Sun Yingming said distressfully, I never imagined that at such a young age, he would be so cunning. We have to go now, the security agency will be here soon. After Su Hongying finished speaking, she grabbed Sun Yingming's hand and flew into the distance. However, the sense of crisis in Gao Teng's heart has not disappeared. After a long time, Su Hongying's voice sounded again, how long are these two people's brains, they are too smart. This time we have to go, there is no time. The two left again. After a longer time, Su Hongying's voice sounded again. Do not know how many times, the danger signal completely disappeared. Because a flame rushed into the Nine Dragons Mountain, using this method to deter Su Hongying. With Sun Yingming by his side, Su Hongying was inconvenient to fight and had to leave. It is finally over. Gao Teng got up from the ground, straightened his distorted limbs, and, self-healing enhancement, showed great power, and his injuries recovered at an astonishing speed. Xue Dong was attracted by the firelight. When he arrived, Gao Teng's injury had healed, and the energy in his body was almost exhausted. Fortunately, I didn't come too late. I thought your grave grass was about to sprout. Shui Dong glanced around quickly and joked. Gao Tang stood up leaning on a wooden stick, his head dizzy. The body and soul are still too weak. If you use a little ability, your energy will almost run out. In the future, you must practice hard and be a strong and lasting man. When I received your text message, I immediately contacted the security bureau. It takes time for them to send people, so I'm here to rescue you first. How about it? Am I still reliable? Reliable. Gao Tang gave a thumbs up, and then said, if it wasn't for you, those two people would have to deceive me repeatedly. It was useless, but it made me feel that my IQ was insulted. Shui Dong asked curiously, how did you escape the pursuit? Pretend to be dead. Shui Dong looked at the tragic state of the corpses around him. A good idea is a good idea, but how did you disguise it? It's very difficult. Gao Tang waved his hand. Smart people naturally have the means of smart people, you don't need to ask more. With your limited wisdom, you can't think of it. Did you hear any sound? Shui Dongpi said without a smile, it's the footsteps of the god of death, isn't it getting clearer? I am atheist. Shui Dong pursed his lips tightly, he couldn't think of how to fight back against Gao Tang. By the way, I have to save Fong Meng. Fong Meng? Shui Dong asked in surprise, didn't she pretend to be a corpse like you? Gao Tang shrugged, she doesn't have that talent. Shui Dong, playing dead also requires technology. Shui Dong touched his chin and agreed, it makes sense. It can't be delayed any longer. If it goes on like this, Fong Meng's grave grass is really about to sprout. While talking, Gao Tang rushed to the place where Fong Meng was buried at the fastest speed. Where is she? Shui Dong followed and asked curiously. You'll know right away. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at Fong Meng's burial place. Seeing Gao Tang digging out Fong Meng, Shui Dong was shocked. My dear, your idea is amazing. Should we contact the cemetery to move the grave now? Gao Tang choked for a few seconds, and said, those who are capable are not so easy to die, right? I think it can be rescued. You are so optimistic. Did you meet someone with ice element ability? Yeah. Gao Tang said, after Fong Meng was frozen, it was inconvenient for me to run with her, so I buried her. I couldn't think of such a crazy idea, I really learned it today. Shui Dong put his hand on the ice cube, and the fiery temperature was released from the palm of his hand. I'll thaw the ice first and see if she's still breathing. The ice melted quickly as if it met the blazing sun. Her clothes were soaked wet, clinging to her body, and her exquisite figure was clearly displayed. Gao Tang put his index finger under Fong Meng's nose, feeling icy cold to the bone. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Not breathing. It's over, I really have to contact the cemetery now. What? Shui Dong's face was full of disbelief. Do you really think she can survive? Miracles often happen. I really envy your good attitude. Don't rush. Gao Tang put his head on Fong Meng's chest and felt the elasticity and softness. The girl's body was infinitely beautiful. Isn't that good? Shui Dong's expression became very complicated. What are you thinking? Gao Tang rolled his eyes and said, I want to hear if she still has a heartbeat. Oh. Shui Dong said regretfully, I thought your XP was the same as mine. Shui Dong took out a crumpled cigarette, put it in his mouth, and asked indifferently, did you hear her heartbeat? Miracles exist. Shui Dong hesitantly said, she has a really tenacious vitality, go to the hospital quickly. Gao Tang said in surprise, don't you have the fountain of life on you? If there is a cure, give Fong Meng a shot, so that the chance of survival is higher. In case of hiccups on the way to the hospital, I would be so sorry for Fong Meng's tenacity. I never do dangerous tasks, I don't need that thing. Shui Dong said, I'll take you to Lujiakan, you can drive her to the hospital, leave it to me to explain the matter here to the security bureau. It is good. Now is not the time to talk nonsense, time must be raced. Shui Dong carried Gao Tang on his back, Gao Tang carried Fong Meng on his back, and ran to Lujiakan at the fastest speed in the way of stacking arhats. You don't need to waste any physical strength while driving, say goodbye to Shui Dong, step on the accelerator, break into the urban hospital like lightning, and send Fong Meng to rescue. With the efforts of doctors and nurses, Fong Meng survived. The obsession in her heart is deep. That is, he must die behind Gao Tang, and every year he goes to the cemetery and gives a bunch of this bastard's favorite flowers. The next day, Gao Tang got a mediocre ability. Hearing enhancement. At first, Gao Tang thought this ability was a passive skill, but it turned out to be an active skill that requires manual operation. When using this ability, he can hear all the sounds within a radius of 500 meters, noisy and clear. That night, the single ward on the 4th floor of the hospital sounded an indescribable sound, and Gao Tong listened to it with a critical attitude for a long time. Early in the morning, Fong Mang woke up from a coma, wrapped in layer after layer of bandages, wrapping her into a mummy. "You're awake?" Gao Tong was peeling apples, because he knew that Fong Mang was out of danger, so his expression did not change much, and he seemed very calm. Fong Mang turned his head with difficulty and looked at Gao Tong. "We survived?" "Yeah." Gao Tang said happily, "The sex reassignment surgery was a success, you are a boy now." Fong Mang was startled and touched down on a conditioned reflex, involving the wound, causing her to grin in pain, but she couldn't care less. "Fortunately, I didn't touch anything strange." She glared at Gao Tang angrily and said, "Don't joke around." Gao Tang smiled. "I was frozen, what happened after that?" "That's too much." Gao Tang's eyes flashed memories, and he said with vicissitudes, "After you were frozen, I ran into Su Hongying. With her strength, how could I be an opponent? After being beaten to death by her, I was taken into the Black Fire Organization. After repeated brainwashing, I became a member of the Black Fire Organization. It was an unforgettable past, and I completely forgot the memory of the past and became a thug who wanted to destroy the world. In countless life and death crises, I broke through the Super S level and became the strongest person on this planet. The leader of the Black Fire Organization felt that I threatened his status, so he tried to get rid of me. After a serious injury, I recalled the past and found my true self. I smashed the Black Fire Organization, ruled the world, created the Hero Association, and instituted a new order. In Jiulong Mountain, I erected a tombstone for you, because I felt that after so many years, you must be dead. Who knew that a meteorite fell from the sky, fell on Jiulong Mountain, and smashed you out? A miracle happened, you were still breathing. I sent you to the hospital for rescue, and then you woke up." Fong Mang was stunned when he heard it, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a while, her face slowly contorted. "What are you kidding?" Gao Tang said in surprise, "I thought you would believe it, but I underestimated you." Fong Mang was furious. "In your eyes, am I mentally retarded?" Gao Tang said in surprise, "So you know." "Gao Tang." Fong Mang's voice was about to shatter the ceiling, which showed that she was recovering well. "I'm joking. Don't take it seriously." Gao Tang approached the hospital bed and put the fruit knife on the bedside table. Fong Meng was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't think that an apple can make me forgive you." After she finished speaking, she reached out to pick it up. Crack! Gao Tang took a bite. "Ah? What did you say?" Gao Tang looked at Fong Meng, looked at apple, looked at Fong Meng, and looked at apple again. "Hand over. Do you want to eat?" Fong Meng felt an indescribable embarrassment. "No need." "Oh." Gao Tang retracted his hand. Crack! Can you be quiet? Kahaha, you are annoying. Kahahaha, can you go out? Kahahaha, God. Fong Meng shouted in a broken-hearted voice, "What did I do wrong? God will send you a bastard to punish me. Without me, your grave grass can raise rabbits." Fong Meng's lips pursed into a slit. Gao Tang saved her, she was very grateful, but... After struggling for a while, Fong Meng said seriously, "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome." Gao Tang threw the kernel into the trash can. "Even if it's a dog, I can't help it, let alone a human being." Fong Meng's anger rose up. "Can't you be serious?" "I'm just very serious." You. Fong Meng was so angry that he was speechless. "I know what you want to hear. You don't need to thank me, we are companions fighting side by side. If you are in danger, I will definitely try to save you, I can't leave you alone. People who don't cherish their companions are even worse than trash. How about it? Does that sound more comfortable?" Fong Meng snorted coldly, "I'm not a baby in a swaddle, I don't need coaxing. Your performance just now is obviously a little baby who needs to be coaxed in your arms. I think, when I'm thanking you, you should at least, talking." Fong Meng stopped, she thought for a while, and said apologetically, "I was wrong, I shouldn't ask you anything, it's because I'm too willful." Gao Tang glanced at Fong Meng in surprise, the girl surprised him. "I will recover as soon as possible and choose the next one that suits us." "No, it's your task." Fong Meng smiled bitterly, "You have been taking care of me all this time, and I have nothing to do." "No, what happened last night, the Security Bureau decided to let us be promoted directly to junior members, we don't need to continue to cooperate." Gao Tang picked up another apple and cut it. "Is that so?" Fong Meng's mood became low, she hesitated many times, but in the end she didn't say anything. The security bureau has several levels: low level, intermediate level, high level, super level, and trump card. Each level can unlock certain permissions, and can also use mission points to exchange for potions specially developed for capable people. It feels pretty good. Gao Tang handed the apple to Fong Meng. Give me something to eat? Fong Meng asked in disbelief. If not? I have no appetite. Gao Tang raised his eyebrows. You won't be reluctant to part with me, will you? It's not. You don't want to be sentimental. What are you panicking about? I'm not panicking. You have. I do not have. You have. I do not. The two went back and forth many times, and Fong Meng shouted dryly. How can there be such a boring person as you in the world? Fong Meng was on the verge of collapse again. Then do you have it or not? No. Gao Tang smiled, shoved the apple into Fong Meng's hand, and said, Last night I downloaded the Security Bureau's app on my mobile phone, clicked it, and flipped through it, and it felt like a headache to select tasks. I think I need a logistics to help me pick tasks. I wonder if you are interested? Fong Meng swallowed when the words came to his mouth. You mean, you want me to be your nanny? If you are willing to take up the housekeeping work, I have no problem. You think beautiful. Gao Tang shrugged. Just tell me your decision. Fong Meng sorted out the language in his mind and said, In the Security Bureau, there are many people who act together with 2, 3, or even more people, so I do not exclude cooperation with you. However, I will hold you back, and I can't even help you. Do you really want to choose me? Gao Tang felt very strange. He said, Your role has always been the driver, beaten, 666 audience? I have never complained about you. Fong Meng gritted his teeth. In the past we had to cooperate, but now you want me to cooperate with you. The nature is different. It's okay, you still continue to do your job well, I don't mind. My job? Fong Meng grinded his back molars. You mean the driver, the beating, the 666 audience? Yep. You are really annoying. Gao Tang smiled, but it's also very reliable. In the end, Fong Meng agreed with a half push. Regarding future plans, Gao Tang made important instructions. In the future, he will definitely find Su Hongying to settle accounts, and he almost died at the hands of this woman. This hatred cannot be casually settled. Then, here comes the problem. What is Su Hongying's identity? Member of the Black Fire Organization. Does killing this woman offend the Black Fire Organization? If you offend the Black Fire Organization, will you be retaliated against? Do you have to fight back if you get revenge? Then, it is against this entire force. And behind this force, it is very likely that there is a greater force. Behind the greater force, it is likely that there is an even greater force, and behind the greater force, it is very likely that there are more. Therefore, in the face of those terrifying enemies, we must have strong strength. Therefore, improving strength is crucial. First of all, one must not slack off in cultivation. Second, the difficulty of the task can be appropriately increased. After all, the task of going to Jiulong Mountain to save people is an accident. It is impossible to encounter a powerful enemy every time by coincidence. All, in short, there are only 3 things to do next. Upgrade. Upgrade. Still a fucking upgrade. In this regard, Fong Meng agrees very much. She has been trying her best to improve herself, but in the face of this monster, Gao Tang, her efforts are worthless. In the future, she will work harder, and the gap with Gao Tang cannot be further and further away. Fong Meng's injury is very serious. Under normal circumstances, it will take at least more than a month to recover. However, she has a fountain of life at home, so she was discharged early. Under Gao Tang's care, she returned home in a wheelchair. I just found out that you are a little rich woman who lives in a villa. Fong Meng lives in the most expensive community in the city. There are lakes, mountains and forests, and the scenery is everywhere. It was left to me by my parents. Fong Meng said as he unlocked the smart lock with his fingerprint. Push the door to enter. The decoration style is simple and high quality, and there are many photos on the wall, which are basically happy group photos of a family of 3. Push me to the closet. It is good. The wheelchair pushed over and took a lockbox from the cabinet. Enter the password to unlock. There are 6 metal syringes in the box. Gao Tang couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had inquired about it. One fountain of life is worth 400,000 yuan. There are 6 here, that is. I know what you're thinking. I'm not a little rich woman. These potions are all left by my parents. After Fong Meng finished speaking, he inserted the needle into the vein of his arm and pushed the blue liquid into it. After more than 10 seconds, the effect of the medicine began to take effect, and the flesh and blood of the wound moved rapidly and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short while, she became alive and well. I'm going to change clothes, you can sit wherever you want. She got up from the wheelchair and walked stiffly to the bedroom because she was wrapped in a mummy. Do you want me to cut the bandage for you? I feel I am competent for this job. No thanks. Fong Meng's tone was particularly cold. She entered the bedroom, slammed the door, and locked it. The body shook suddenly, the bandages were cut inch by inch, and the beautiful body was exposed to the air. The fountain of life is extremely effective, and there is no scar on her body. Putting on a white dress, cleaning the bandages on the floor, and throwing them in the trash, Fong Meng walked out of the bedroom and saw Gao Tang looking at the photos on the wall with his hands behind his back. Gao Tang really opened his eyes today. There are memories of Fong Meng of all ages in the photos. In a photo, Fong Meng looks like he is 7 years old, lifting a terrifyingly heavy barbell with one hand, showing a bright smile that lacks a front tooth. In a photo, Fong Meng looks like he is 9 years old, with a rope around his body, pulling a truck of more than 20 tons, with a relaxed expression. There is a photo of Fong Meng looking like 11 years old, meditating under a majestic waterfall, calm and composed. There is also a photo of Fong Meng looking 13 years old, knocking down a fierce man several times her size in the ring, raising his hands and shouting. My dear, I finally understand why you just awakened your ability, and your strength is so strong. It turned out that you have been practicing since childhood. So what? Fong Meng said, didn't you easily surpass me? Gao Tian said shamelessly, I am a genius and cannot be viewed with normal eyes. Yes, you are the best. Fong Meng has learned to be smart, and when Gao Tang is bragging about himself, he will not feel speechless, but will have a lot of fun. By the way, what is your ability affinity? Gao Tang asked. 95%. Gao Tang's eyes flickered, and he said, 95% ability affinity should also be the potential of Super S grade, right? I'm not as good as you. After the ability affinity exceeds 90%, even a 1% gap is huge, let alone 5%. I have a great chance of breaking through Transcendent A grade, and maybe there is still hope to break through S grade, the probability is very small. Gao Tang shook his head and said angrily, actually, it's not good to have too much affinity. I feel like a super sports car with a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. Due to the poor physical strength, I can only run more than 100 kilometers at a time. Once this speed is exceeded, my body will not be able to bear it. As for the direct full speed, it is impossible at all, the energy will be exhausted in an instant, and the body will explode into fireworks. Sometimes, I really envy people with low ability affinity, they definitely don't have as many troubles as me. Fong Meng, oh shit. So nasty. Installed by you. How do you usually practice? Let me learn to learn. This world is too dangerous, I have to break through Super S grade within a year, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to save my dog's life. Your strength has improved so fast, do you still need to refer to my training schedule? Yes. Gao Tang said, I usually sweat casually. That's not cultivation at all. I must improve myself with a plan. You wait. Fong Meng picked up a piece of paper from the coffee table on which she wrote her training goals for the day. Each training was in units of 10,000. After Gao Tang saw it, his eyes became dull. Cultivating according to this training schedule, almost half of the day is spent on cultivation. You practice like this every day? Gao Tang asked in disbelief. Yeah, it started when I can remember, but it wasn't so heavy at that time, after all, my body was still developing. Fong Meng said, my parents wanted me to become an S-level capable person so that I could protect myself. Maybe life is too happy, I have not been able to wake up. After they left, after a few seconds, Fong Meng showed a sentimental smile, when they left, they must have been very worried about me. If I am an ordinary person who cannot awaken my abilities, how can I survive in this dangerous world? Gao Tang was silent for a moment, not wanting Fong Meng to sink too deep in this bad mood. He changed the subject and said, it's easy to stick to 1 day. 2, 3, or 4 days, maybe you can do it, but after a week, you'll basically slack off. I'm afraid I'm not good at it. Fong Meng smiled and said, when you have a goal, your heart will force you to move forward. I have goals and goals, but, sometimes, he will get the ability to directly strengthen his body, or he will relax in spirit, exercise a little less today, a little less exercise tomorrow, and he may give up the day after tomorrow. Because human beings are just lazy animals, otherwise they would not have invented and created so many tools. By the way, do you still have a spare room at home? Yes, what do you want to do? I'll move in with you so we can supervise each other and no one will be lazy. Fong Meng narrowed his eyes. Why do I think you're tricking me? After all that said, you finally revealed your true purpose. Don't talk nonsense, my purpose is very simple, just to cultivate. Don't think too much, and don't take advantage of the convenience of getting the moon near the water, and plot against me. Fong Meng was angry. Can you still have a face? Cannot. Fong Meng agreed to live together. Aren't companions just relying on each other and getting better together? Since Gao Tang didn't have the perseverance to persevere, she needed to lend a helping hand, just as Gao Tang had been taking care of her. Drive to Gao Tang's house to carry luggage. This was Fong Meng's first visit to a boy's house. She looked around and said to Gao Tang, who was packing her clothes, I didn't expect that your house was so clean that I thought it would be a mess. It's not that I clean up, but the activity area is small. Basically, I spend time in bed, so it seems. Fong Meng didn't pay attention to what she said later, and she kept thinking about such an incredible piece of information in her mind. Bed, to pass the time, I mean playing games, are you cranky? Fong Meng turned his head to one side and muttered, no. Gao Tang was heartbroken. I really didn't expect that a pure and beautiful girl like you would think about such a mess. Fong Meng coughed lightly and changed the subject. Do you live alone? Where are your parents? A long time ago, I left this world. When the original owner of the body was 10 years old, his parents were killed in the Battle of the Capable Ones, and he has been living alone since then. Ah, sorry. Fong Meng hurriedly apologized. It doesn't matter if every sentence of apology can be exchanged for a sentence. If an apology is useful, what should the security bureau do? Fong Meng laughed dryly, then changed the subject. Where is your friend? Do you want to tell them you moved? In the future, when they have something to look for you, don't miss out. I grew up weak and sick. No one wanted to make friends with me. They were afraid of being infected by the virus on me. Fong Meng, she was completely speechless. Actually, thinking about it now, their fear of being infected by the virus is probably an excuse. It must be because I'm too good, which makes them jealous. Therefore, no one wants to make friends with me. Yes, you're right. Fong Meng echoed, you are full of jealousy spots. You're good looking, but you're still strong, smart, motivated, and decisive. This count is endless. The more Gao Tang listened, the more serious his expression became. He had to stop Fong Meng. No, it's too much, we can't spend a whole year here. Packing the luggage, returning to the villa, Gao Tang finished packing the room and walked out of the bedroom. At this time, Fong Meng was cooking lunch in the open kitchen in the living room. Gao Tang walked over and saw that a lot of dishes were already placed on the table. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, stewed salted duck. Of course these are not available at all. Just some home cooking. Okay, you have entered the role of a good wife and mother so soon? Fong Meng turned her head and glared at Gao Tang. A few days of getting along with her told her that she must not try to respond, otherwise, she would definitely realize how dangerous the world is. She shoveled the iron pot to the point of sparks, venting her dissatisfaction. Gao Tang was a little bored and turned on the TV. Coincidentally, it was the show I saw a few days ago. The hostess wears light makeup, wears a black uniform, and has neat short hair, showing a capable body. Yesterday, when the security bureau destroyed the fake drug dens in Jiulan Mountain, they discovered a drug called Crazy Blood. This drug can increase the ability affinity in a short period of time, and can increase the strength of the ability person several times. However, Crazy Blood is highly addictive, and taking it for a long time will seriously damage the central nervous system and cause permanent and irreversible damage. It's a terrible drug that can kill you. Mr. Ma, what do you think about this? What impact do you think this will have? Teacher Ma has a flat head and a face with Chinese characters and looks very dignified, but his dark circles are heavy, and he looks very tired and not in good spirits. I think it's an opportunity. There was a question mark on the hostess' head, and she asked in confusion, Chance? Yes, Chance. Teacher Ma couldn't help standing up, his face showing excitement. All along, people with low ability affinity have been treated unfairly, and no matter how hard they try, they can't change their situation. To put it bluntly, they are the slaves of the security bureau, not even ordinary people. The hostess is stunned. What happened to the recent guests? How are you all like a lunatic? Teacher Niu, who was interviewed a few days ago, was directly sent to a mental hospital for treatment after the program was suspended. Gao Tang also noticed that something was wrong. Before inviting guests, the program team must have known the details in advance. It is impossible to randomly pull a person on the show. Even if the door-to-door care in Tokyo Hot was filmed after rehearsal, it was all the performances are all fake. So, how is it possible that there are always show accidents? The hostess coughed and winked at the staff, meaning that the situation was not right and the show could be stopped at any time. Mr. Ma, aren't your words too extreme? What the security service wants to build is a society where everyone is equal. Stop joking. Teacher Ma waved his hand and said coldly, a society where everyone is equal will never be realized. Are you a kindergartner? You still believe this nonsense? Don't you think, I want me to think. Mr. Ma waved his hands and appealed to all the viewers watching the show. Like I said, the appearance of Crazy Blood is an opportunity. Non-staff members of the Security Bureau, your feelings are definitely deeper than mine. If the ability affinity is low, your future is bleak, especially those with the ability affinity below 10%, you will never be able to stand up, you are not respected by anyone, and you have no status at all. Your death will never be praised, and no one will care about your sacrifices. Your life is like a balloon that explodes at any moment and sinks into the mud like garbage, to be ignored and trampled on. You complain, you are indignant, you are unwilling, you want to get out of the Security Bureau. Sorry, what awaits you will be endless pursuit and death. Now is the time to resist. What are you waiting for? The scene was chaotic, but the show never stopped, and the camera was always facing the crazy-looking Teacher Ma. Eat Crazy Blood and you will no longer be vulnerable, and you will gain strength you have never had before. Those of ability who have been abandoned by the whole society, resist. Those who have been abandoned by the whole society, let's fight. Mr. Ma committed suicide. After shouting the slogan with a frenzied expression, he slammed his head against the wall and died. This is not the end, the staff in the TV station are like crazy, smashing their heads one by one, blood splashing all over the wall. The hostess was stunned, her soul seemed to be pulled out of her body. What? She suddenly screamed heartbreakingly and collapsed to the ground. The impact of this terrifying picture is too great. I believe that those who see the show will be forever imprinted in their souls. It's so weird, these people seem to be manipulated. Gao Teng turned his head, Fong Meng didn't know when he was behind him, still holding a spatula in his hand. It's probably the handwriting of a certain organization. As for suicide, it probably doesn't want the intelligence department of the Security Bureau to read the memory. Fong dreamed for a while and said, is it possible that it is the Black Fire organization? It's possible. Gao Teng shrugged, if you create chaos in the world, you can increase the sales of Crazy Blood, so that there will be a steady stream of money to grow the organization. Then when the right time comes, overthrow the Security Bureau and rule world. Fong Meng said with a complicated expression, in that case, wouldn't there be addicts everywhere? Gao Teng sighed, thinking that that day will definitely come, I feel very bad. Fong Meng's mood was a little heavy. She didn't think Gao Teng was an alarmist. After thinking about it carefully, she felt that the future was full of danger. No matter how much, eat first, and then start practicing. Gao Teng stretched, if we can't meet the future with a strong attitude, death will come to us at any time. Turn off the TV. Go back to the table and sit down. Looking at the table full of dishes, Gao Teng nodded with satisfaction, it seems that you still welcome me, have you been looking forward to living with me? Make a face. Is this thing so difficult for you? It's a bit difficult. Gao Teng touched his face and said, I've been shameless since I was a child, and it's not easy to get it back. Fong Meng had nothing to say, and said dully, let's eat. The two dealt with the dishes on the plate in silence. As time passed, Fong Meng gradually felt a little embarrassed. To be honest, the relationship with Gao Teng is not that familiar yet, and it feels strange to live under the same roof now. Do we have any goals next? Fong Meng broke the calm and resolved the embarrassment. Gao Teng said, I plan to be promoted to an intermediate member as soon as possible. It is said that the body-strengthening medicine will be distributed free of charge. There are no side effects, and the taste is quite delicious. To be promoted to an intermediate member, you must have the strength of B rank. Gao Teng picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, chewing and saying, with my talent, it's about a month, the slowest is 2 months? Fong Meng laughed dryly. Kind of like hitting someone. Our next task is estimated to be dealing with those who are oppressed and exploited by the Security Bureau. These people have low affinity, and even if they eat mad blood, their strength is within the B rank. Basically, they are dealt with by lower-level members of our level. Their loss of control should last for a long time. After all, they have been exploited by the Security Bureau for so long, and their resentment must be deep. Moreover, it is very likely to affect those middle-level members who are not in their early days. Thinking about it for a while, it feels terrible. Fang Meng said with a tangled expression, it sounds like their rebellion is a matter of course, and it doesn't feel righteous to stop them. Isn't it naive? Gao Tang shook his head and said, the justice you think is too superficial. Things in the world are not black and white, but mixed with countless colors. We don't need to claim justice, as long as we know one thing, who can make ordinary people live with more dignity. At present, under the rule of the Security Bureau, the society is more harmonious and stable. So, we don't have to think about which side we stand on, right? Fang dreamed for a while and said, what if the Security Bureau cannot allow ordinary people to live with dignity, but instead oppresses and exploits them? Gao Tang's expression became extremely serious, and he slowly stood up. Seeing him like this, Fang Meng's hips couldn't help but leave the chair and stand up straight. Actually, when I was in the hospital in the morning, what I said was true. I really ruled the world, created the Hero Association, and instituted a new order. It's just that the meteorite didn't smash you out when it fell, but made me travel back to the night we escaped together. The future may still develop like that. You are lucky to be by my side and witness my greatness. Fang Meng rolled her eyes. She sat down angrily. Hurry up and eat. After dinner, the two of them trained together, and train with beautiful girls. Sure enough, it can stimulate people's potential even more. It is probably like a male courting a female in nature, with a strong desire to express. The training continued until late at night. When Gao Tang was ready to go to bed after taking a shower, Fang Meng actually practiced again. Her original words were, you have talent and work hard, I have to work harder to catch up with you, you leave me alone and go to sleep. Seeing Fang Meng working so hard, Gao Tang felt that slack was a very shameful behavior, so the two kept practicing. Until I was so tired that I couldn't move. I didn't even have the strength to move my fingers. It's daybreak. The sun shines on the two of them through the glass. The two were lying on the floor, watching a fly with weary expressions on their faces. Gao Tang said with a serious look, I don't think this is the way to go. It's too unrestrained. You must exercise moderately on the premise of physical health. Fang Meng glanced at him. It's obviously a normal thing. Why is it so strange to say it from your mouth? Don't get me wrong, I did it on purpose. Fang Meng was helpless. I found that after your injury healed, your breath became much stronger. Gao Tang noticed that Fang Meng's strength had grown significantly, and he was already the 105th D class. Your feeling is right. Fang Meng said, probably fighting can improve your strength faster, even if you lose badly? Did you lose so badly? It was obviously crushed to the ground. Forget it. Fang Meng was powerless to refute and swallowed his resentment. It seems that it's not enough to just bury your head and practice hard, you have to find the enemy to fight and break through yourself in the crisis of life and death. Gao Tang recovered a little strength and got up from the ground. Today is not enough, put your strength on you. Exhausted, tomorrow, let's do the task together. You clean up yourself, I'll go wash first. Fang Meng gritted his teeth. Gao Tang, this bastard, speaks a yellow accent at every turn, which is simply too much. Gao Tang walked into the bathroom and washed the dirt off his body. In the early hours of the morning, he got a new ability, energy enhancement, and the energy in his body roughly doubled. Although his strength did not improve significantly, it made him stronger. Physical weakness is sometimes after overwork. Gao Tang slept well until the middle of the night before getting up, and he gained a new ability. Lightning Element. He has been greedy for this ability for a long time, and it can greatly increase the speed. Speed enhancement, plus, lightning element, escaping thieves quickly, adding a guarantee to life safety. Go downstairs for a drink. Fang Meng actually practiced again. I admire your perseverance so much, don't you feel tired? Gao Tang walked to the refrigerator in the kitchen, opened the door, took out a bottle of mineral water, and took a few mouthfuls. Tired. Of course I'm tired, but this is more rewarding for me. I feel, Fang Meng jumped and replied panting. Gao Tang shook his head. He felt that his body was as heavy as lead. Walking down the stairs felt a great pain. Fang Meng finished the leapfrog training, wiped his sweat with a towel, and raised his chin to Gao Tang. Would you like to practice with me? After resting for so long, your body should recover, right? I can't do it. I've never done such high-intensity training before, so there must be a gradual process. I'm going to bed first, see you tomorrow. Gao Tang finished speaking quickly, and went upstairs as if escaping. Fang Meng showed a triumphant smile and plunged into cultivation again. Early in the morning, Gao Tang was awakened by a knock on the door. Sleepy-eyed, he slowly got up and pulled his slippers to open the door. Knocking on the door early in the morning, Don't you know it's very inconvenient for men at this time? Before seeing Fong Meng's face, Gao Tang complained first. What? Fong Meng screamed, his face quickly heated up, and his tongue was knotted. Are you busy first? What's wrong with me? Gao Tang glanced down at His Majesty and didn't care. This, Fong Meng's heart was flustered, and he didn't know where to put his eyes. You better get dressed first. Fong Meng went downstairs as if escaping. Watching her figure disappear, Gao Tang scratched his head, went back to the room to change his clothes, and brushed his teeth and washed his face in the upstairs bathroom before going downstairs. Fong Meng sat upright on the sofa, feeling uncomfortable. What do you have to do with me? Gao Tang sat next to Fong Meng and instinctively patted her on the shoulder. Fong Meng dodged, moved his butt a long distance to the left, and stumbled. You don't touch me first, I didn't wear underwear just now, why are you acting so excited? Am I excited? I understand you. When human beings see a behemoth they have never seen before, their first reaction is shock and fear, and a little bit of excitement. Who's excited? Fong Meng smashed a pillow over. You really shouldn't be excited, because you may not be able to use it. I have no interest in the relationship between my sons and daughters. I just want to be the strongest in this world. Who will use it? Fong Meng yelled, anger filling her chest. Don't talk so much, you must have something to do with me early in the morning, right? Gao Tang changed the subject. How could Fong Meng calm down so quickly, staring at Gao Tang without speaking? Do you have any bloggers in your family? To cool you down? Who are you scolding? Who sees that thing? Oh, sorry. Gao Tang apologized bluntly. After his gags, Fong Meng finally calmed down. She said, a few minutes ago, the Security Bureau sent me a task. I want to ask your opinion. Gao Tang wondered, mandatory mission? No. Fong Meng Dao should be facing all abilities in this area. She took out her mobile phone, found out the details of the task, and handed it to Gao Tang. The mission is to protect an ordinary person named Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei is a courier in a courier company. He works diligently and is always willing to help others. Whether it is relatives, friends or colleagues and neighbors, he gets along very well. Why would such a good man be killed? This is from 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Jiang Wei was a high school student who was domineering, forming gangs, and bullying his classmates for fun. A student named Jiang Zhang was bullied, and hatred awakened his superpowers. However, Jiang Zhang's ability and affinity are too low. Jiang Wei and others did not pay the price of death, but were dropped out of school. Jiang Zhang became a non-staff member of the Security Bureau. After Jiang Wei dropped out of school, he did not know when he believed in Weiyujiu, completely changed his face and became a different person. As for Jiang Zhang, he is still bullied in the Security Bureau. His abilities are very strange. He has an eye on each hand, but it has no effect. Many capable people call him a freak. The hatred was accumulating in his heart little by little. Jiang Zhang wanted to take revenge, but he didn't have enough strength. Until crazy blood appeared. After eating this kind of drug that can enhance the affinity of his ability finally came into effect. The eyes in the palm can release petrified light. This strange power is hard to resist. Many of the capable people who bullied Jiang Zhang have been brutally murdered. And Jiang Wei and others, the people who left Jiang Zhang with painful memories during his student days, will definitely pay the price they deserve. The Security Bureau issued a lot of tasks to protect these people. At the same time, they also wanted to capture Jiang Zhang, so that he could no longer continue to kill. The information of the task is organized in a very detailed and easy to understand manner. After reading it, Gao Tang's attention is more on the worry-free teaching. What is this worry-free religion? How can you transform a social scum into a good person? Gao Tang returned the phone to Fong Meng. I don't know much about it, I didn't care about it before. Fong Meng took the phone. Can I check online? Search worry-free teaching. A lot of information jumped out. After the two read it, they had a general understanding of Weiyujiu. It turned out to be a good religion that attracts people to be kind, positive, and spreads love everywhere. Yes, judging from the information searched on the internet, Weiyujiu looks like this, and there are people who show up to say it. A year ago, I was a scumbag who was prone to gambling. I lost all my savings, lost my real estate, my parents were forced to jump into the river, and my wife and daughter were forced to lose contact. It was the great joy God who saved me, made a complete overhaul, and said goodbye to gambling forever. Now I'm working hard, trying to pay off my debts, and one day I'll get my wife and daughter back, tell them I was wrong, and tell them I'll make you a good life. I am 86 years old this year, and I have only one son. I have tried my best to be good to him in my life, but when I was old, he kicked me out of the house and let me live on the streets. Under the guidance of the great joy god, I met the leader. With the help of this adult, my son realized his mistake. He took me home and served me with all he could, which made me feel the warmth of family. My child is rebellious. Gaotang discovered a very terrifying thing. No one slandered Wu Yujio, all of them were boasting, which was obviously not normal. After seeing the appearances of many followers of Wu Yujio, Gaotang really looked wrong. Why do I feel like these people are being manipulated? Fong Meng swiped his thumb on the screen of the mobile phone, flipped through the information of Wu Yujio, and replied, but the Security Bureau has investigated, and the leader has no superpowers. Gaotang frowned and said, why does the Security Bureau allow religion to exist? Isn't this making me uncomfortable? Because Wu Yujio persuades people to be kind, eliminate desires, and stay away from disputes, there is no harm in the existence of this religion, and the Security Bureau does not allow people with ability to join Wu Yujio. So, Gaotang didn't pay attention to what Fong Meng said next. He touched his chin and fell into contemplation. If Wu Yujio can manipulate people's minds, is the madness in TV shows related to them? Is this religion inextricably linked with the Black Fire organization? Next, let's learn about Wu Yujio. Gaotang made up his mind, Fong Meng said. What if there is really a problem with the Wuyo religion? Fong Meng said worriedly, with our strength, I'm afraid we can't face this behemoth. Gaotang laughed, we just understand the situation, not for the purpose of destroying them, so don't worry. For some reason, Fong Meng's face suddenly turned red, and he was talking about a giant, and he seemed to think of a giant. Why is your face red? Ah? Fong Meng panicked, no, you're a little weird. I'm going to change clothes. Fong Meng hurried back to the bedroom, and after a while, walked out. She was wearing a black t-shirt that showed her figure on the upper body, a pleated skirt with black and white plaid on the lower body, and a pair of small black leather shoes on her feet. Gaotang smacked his lips, is this outfit not suitable for fighting? Why not? Gaotang pointed to the skirt, which meant that it was too short and could easily go out. Fong Meng smiled and suddenly lifted her skirt. Good guy. Gaotang was shocked, and found that Fong Meng was wearing white safety pants, which were well protected. There is no trust between people at all. Gaotang was heartbroken, with our life and death friendship, you are so defensive about me, can't you treat each other with bare chests? Cut. Fong Meng snorted coldly, I'm going to drive, you wait a while. With her hands behind her back, she took small steps and jumped away. After a while, a whistle sounded outside the door. When Gaotang went out, the car was already parked outside the door. Open the door and go in. Start the car and head to the mission location. On the way, Fong Meng suddenly remembered something. By the way, has Lu Qing's affairs been handled properly? A question mark appeared on Gaotang's head. Who is Lu Qing? Fong Meng's face was full of disbelief. You actually forgot him? Does he have anything worth remembering? Fong Meng shook his head and said, what are we going to do in Jiulong Mountain? Yes, Gaotang slapped his forehead and thought who Lu Qing was. What happened later was so thrilling that he forgot that the task was to find Lu Qing's father-in-law and wife. The Security Bureau should have handled it properly, and I also told Shuidong where Lu Qing's father-in-law was buried. I don't know how Lu Qing reacted to the news of their deaths. Fong Meng felt a little empathy, losing a loved one is very painful. Finally have a chance to change to a new wife? Gaotang was eager to find a new wife, I have to find a young one, fuck. The sadness in Fong Meng's heart disappeared. How can you think of people so badly? She was particularly angry. I know men, you think too highly of this kind of creature. Gaotang shook his head and said, under the domination of lower body desires, feelings are worthless. Fong Meng looked at him coldly and said, so, if your wife encounters an accident, your first reaction is to applaud, and finally have the opportunity to change to a new one? That's impossible, I'm very single-minded. The devil believes you. After chatting and chatting, we went to Jiang Wei's house. Time flies especially fast when the atmosphere in the car is cheerful. Jiang Wei's house was on the first floor, and many people gathered at the door. Gaotang and Fong Meng looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's eyes. What's the situation? They got out of the car and walked over. Who are you? Gaotang asked first. He looked at these people with a scrutiny, and found that all of them had smiles on their faces, the kind of smiles that came from the heart, without any falsehood. This kind of feeling makes people feel very strange, and there is a sense of sight that a horror movie is about to start. We are the children of the great joy god. We learned that Jiang Wei was in danger and came to protect him. These people said in unison. Gao Tang frowned. You are all ordinary people, what can you help him? Get on the list of victims tomorrow? Take part in a major murder case together? The people from Wuyugio looked at each other and didn't know how to respond. An old man stood up and said, We are all children of the great joy God. How can we turn a blind eye when we see that our brothers and sisters are in trouble? Gao Tang looked at the old man. Old guy, did you hear anything? The old man was stunned. What? The funeral car is about to drive right in front of you, so what about the brothers and sisters? So many people's ages combined are not as old as you, right? The old man's face was red, white and blue, he screamed, clutching his heart and collapsed to the ground. Everyone else was stunned, not knowing what to do. What are you still doing? Hurry to the hospital, let you believe in religion, don't let you throw your brains. Exactly. Everyone panicked, hurriedly carried the old man on their backs and rushed to the hospital. After running a few meters, someone shouted, The leader is still at Jiang Wei's house. We can't leave. You don't mind me teaching, the leader is important. The old man tilted his head and fainted. The crowd panicked again. In the end, after an anxious discussion, a few people went to the hospital behind their backs, and more people stayed. Are you talking too hard? What if you get angry? I'm doing it for their own good. If I stay, I'll die. After Gao Tang finished speaking, he lifted his chin to the door. Come on, let's go in and have a look, we'll meet the sect leader. Fong Meng became a little worried. Is there nothing wrong? What can be wrong? Gao Tang said indifferently, We are here to accept the task of the Security Bureau and come to protect Jiang Wei, not against Wuyugio. Don't worry, with me, everything can be done. Don't be afraid. Fong Meng said with a complicated expression, I'm not afraid of you being so cheap. I just discovered that the 30 chapters were deleted in a mess. The current harmony mechanism is really speechless. I just made up the number of words, and if I encounter chapters that are not smooth in the future, they will be harmonious. Knock lightly on the door. Before long, there was a sound of footsteps inside the door. The door was opened, and Jiang Wei, who was 5 big and 3 thick, appeared in the sight of Gao Tang. At least 1.9 meters tall, the fitness vest can hardly cover the strong muscles, and there are many tattoos on his body. From the appearance, the whole person shows a bandit temperament. Seeing the two of Gao Tang, Jiang Wei showed a friendly smile, with a gentleness that did not match his appearance. You were sent by the Security Bureau, right? Come in quickly. Jiang Wei turned sideways and let Gao Tang enter the room. Gao Tang's attention was on the gray-haired old man, wearing silver round glasses, wearing religious clothes, and smiling amiably. This person should be the leader of the Wuyo religion. There is no strength information displayed on his head, but he is really an ordinary person. It would be great if you could come. Wuyugio advocated Wanshan standing up from the sofa, with a motherly smile on his face. Since those who have the ability can protect Jiang Wei, I don't need an ordinary person like me. After a pause, he continued, to tell the truth, sitting here, I am very nervous, danger will come at any time, and my life is likely to end today. When I think that there are still many people who have not been bathed in God's love, my heart is filled with regret, and I even feel that I have not fulfilled God's mission and that I have no face to return to God's embrace. Gao Tang said strangely, since you are so afraid, why do you still come? A smile appeared on Zhang Wanshan's face. If your siblings are in danger, will you abandon them? Gao Tang nodded, yes. Look, your answer is no. As he spoke, the smile on Zhang Wanshan's face froze. Wait, what did you just say? The most precious thing for a person is life, and each person has only one life. If you can't guarantee your own safety, why should you risk yourself? Therefore, before doing dangerous things, you must think twice. You must never do things that endanger your life. This is the truth that can be learned in kindergartens. Zhang Wanshan's face became very ugly, and he scolded, nonsense. Because they are afraid of death, they will abandon their brothers and sisters. Such people are too selfish. What human nature is there to speak of? Only by surviving can the murderers be brought to justice. Otherwise, who will avenge them? Who will avenge them? Zhang Wanshan was silent for a few seconds, as if sorting out the language. Those who do evil cannot give us the right to repay evil deeds. In this world, all living beings are under the watch of God. In the future, as soon as he started, he was interrupted by Gao Tang. Let's discuss it slowly in the future. Let's go here first, in case Zhang Zheng kills me. I can't protect so many people. Gao Tang didn't want to waste his time on long speeches, let alone discuss the meaning of life with religious people. Moreover, the Wuyo religion was too mysterious, so he had to be a little more restrained and not offend too hard. He thought about it for a while and made up his mind. Sir, my thoughts and concepts are too selfish. I will go to the church to receive the baptism of the great joy God when I have time to wash away the dirt in my heart. I hope I have the opportunity to listen to your teachings. Zhang Wanshan's expression turned a little better now, and the motherly smile returned to his face again. He nodded slightly and said, God will accept everyone, no matter you. Screeching, Gao Tang nodded from time to time, showing his approval. Zhang Wanshan said with a dry mouth and stopped. Seeing Gao Tang's obedient performance, he felt relieved. I've said too much, I'll leave today, so I won't stay here to cause trouble. After speaking, he said to the boy playing with building blocks in the corner, Xianfan, we should go. The boy immediately dropped the blocks and ran over. He looked very introverted, hid behind Zhang Wanshan timidly, and quietly looked at the two of Gao Tang. A look of shock flashed across Gao Tang's eyes and disappeared very quickly. No one noticed his abnormality. The boy's head actually displayed such a string of information. A level 8945, good guy. This little boy looks like he is only 6 or 7 years old. He has such a strong strength. Even if he awakens his ability from his mother's womb, it is impossible, right? There is no doubt that Wu Yujio has a big problem. Xianfan, goodbye to my brother and sister. Goodbye, brother and sister. The boy said crisply and waved his hand. Goodbye. Gao Tang waved their hands and smiled softly. Master, I will send you. Watching the three of them walk out of the room, the boy suddenly turned his head. Gao Tang made a face immediately, which made him laugh. The door is closed. Jiang Wei walked back. Gao Tang's thoughts were all on Wu Yujio, and Feng Mang was talking to Jiang Wei. After thinking for a while, he took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Xuedong. I took a mission today and met the leader of the Wuyo sect. The little boy beside him seems to have a problem. Soon, Xuedong replied. You mean his child Zhang Qianfan? Yes. The Security Bureau has investigated. Zhang Qianfan is a first grader at Chunjiang Elementary School. He is an innocent child. What problems have you found? Some things can't be said, for example, the ability ranking can be seen. Gao Dong thought for a while and wrote, I think, he seems to be capable. Brother, are you drinking fake wine? The Security Bureau has information on all senior officials of Wu Yujio, including their family members, who are ordinary people without awakening ability. Maybe. Zhang Qianfan has 2 people. The Zhang Qianfan you know is Zhang Wanshan's child. The Zhang Qianfan I saw is actually Zhang Wanshan's eldest brother, but he has dwarfism and is well maintained, so he looks very old. Small? Seeing this text message, Xuedong called out to the good guy, it's a pity that you don't write the script for film and television dramas. Gao Tang couldn't help but swear, I'm serious. His fingers quickly tapped on the screen again. I really don't know why the security agency is making such a big deal of trouble. Why are they giving religion soil to survive? You should be able to think of the reason. It can give people spiritual comfort, and can comfort their painful hearts. Death is happening every day in this world. Those who have lost their loved ones will go to extremes if they have no spiritual support. So, that's why the security service allows religion to exist. In order not to let the power of religion get out of control, the Security Bureau only allows ordinary people to join the religion, and all high-level figures in the religion cannot be able, including family members. As far as I know, there are dozens of religions, big and small, and none of them have ever caused trouble, and they have contributed a lot to the stable order. Worry-free religion will soon bring big trouble. Your guess is too untenable. There is not enough evidence to support it, and there is no way to report it. Just forget about it, and don't talk about it. With our strength, we will do nothing. If there is a problem with Wu Yujio, when they jump out, there will naturally be someone with strong ability to go up. Xuedong's meaning is very simple. The sky fell and there was a tall man on top. It's enough for the weak and capable people like them to protect themselves, and don't think about anything else. Maybe he was afraid that Gao Tang would be too stubborn, and he was very worried about posting his own life-saving guidelines. Pretend to be blind. Pretend to be deaf. Play dumb. Gao Tang thought so. Of course he wouldn't do anything beyond his power. The reason why he told Xuedong about Wu Yujio was that he hoped that the Security Bureau could stifle the chaos in the cradle, so as to avoid being affected. Since there was no way to arouse the vigilance of the Security Bureau, he left it behind and worked hard to cultivate in the future to cope with possible future crises. After a few more chats with Xuedong, the conversation ended. Gao Tang took his attention away from Wu Yujio and put it on this task. He looked at the environment of the room and saw a lot of old newspapers posted on the wall. This style of decoration is rare. Gao Tang walked over and read the contents of the newspaper very boringly. Soon, the smile on his face disappeared. The news in the newspapers are all evil deeds done by Jiang Wei. The beating made the male classmate blind in his left eye. Forced several classmates to jump into the river in winter, and finally, 2 people drowned in the river. She also forced to death a female teacher who had just graduated. These things happened in different schools, and Jiang Wei was the culprit. I can't stand it anymore. You are full of evil. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are scum. Jiang Wei showed a remorseful expression. I know that I have done too many things that hurt the world, so I cut out these news and posted them on the wall, and repented all the time. I am a beast. Gao Tang raised his eyebrows, and there was a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. You seem very sincere, as if you really regretted it. But why do I think you are hanging them on the wall as trophies? Jiang Wei's expression changed suddenly. What are you talking about? Gao Tang spread his hands. You should know exactly what I'm talking about. Do you think your student days are the most exciting and memorable in your life? Jiang Wei was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm curious, why haven't you been punished for having committed so many evil deeds? Gao Tang smiled, looked at Fong Meng and said, Assistant, check it out. What background does this guy have to be so lawless? Who is your assistant? Fong Meng was indignant. She said so, but she took action and took out her mobile phone to search for Jiang Wei's information. Jiang Wei escaped the punishment of the law time and time again, which aroused the dissatisfaction of many people back then, and the bottoms had already been ripped off. However, his background is so powerful that these voices disappear. Fong Meng found nothing, and there was no information about Jiang Wei. When Gao Tang learned of the result, he pointed to the group photo on the table. Looking at the middle-aged man's facial features, he was 7 or 8 similar to Jiang Wei. Opened the security agency app and took a photo of the person using facial recognition. Soon, the information of this person came out. Jiang Yu, 56 years old, a level ability. Ability is poison element. When performing the task, he was possessed by bomb-making ability. After reading these materials, Gao Tang smiled. It turned out that I was not punished because I had a good father, but now the reason why I am a man is because your father was blown up. Oh, I said it literally. Didn't make you recall sad things? If you feel sad. Sorry, I did it on purpose. Jiang Wei was furious. What do you want? Your mission is to protect me, not to care about the past. Gao Tang said lightly, I just can't stand your false feelings. I just want to reveal your true face. Okay. Jiang Wei slapped the wall hard and said, I take them as certificates. What can you do with me? These things are over and I just won't be punished. Yes, I just take them as my exploits. I just look at them every day and remember how great I was in the past. Gao Tang laughed, showing his sarcasm. Bullying the weak is also worthy of being called great. You are just a poor bastard hiding in the arms of an adult. When your father explodes, you shrink into a ball and weep bitterly. Now I still believe in worry-free education. I usually work hard and are willing to help others. Whether it is relatives, friends, colleagues or neighbors, they all get along very well. This kind of reformation of yours is so sad that you don't even dare to face your own heart and pretend to be another person. Jiang Wei broke the jar and fell. Even if I'm sad, what about my beast? Don't you want to protect me? Don't you know how I treated Jiang Zhang back then? I asked him to lick my shoes, beat him for fun, and I even let him. Because he is an orphan, he deserves to be bullied by me. Now what? Don't you want to deal with Jiang Zhang and protect me, the wicked person? Jiang Wei smiled and looked disgusting. Gao Tang sneered twice and asked Fong Meng, what is our mission? Fong Meng was stunned for a moment, then pointed at Jiang Wei and said, protect him? It's wrong, and it's a big mistake. Gao Tang said, our mission is to catch Jiang Zhang and prevent more people from being killed. Jiang Wei is like a bait, life and death are not that important. Jiang Wei said disapprovingly, then do you dare to kill me? I will stick my neck in front of you now. Do you dare to cut me with a knife? With that said, Jiang Wei actually stretched his neck in front of Gao Tang. Gao Tang's palm escaped the bone-piercing cold air, and immediately condensed a strangely shaped ice blade, which turned into a train and fell on Jiang Wei's neck. Jiang Wei's head flew up and landed on the ground, blood spurting out of the neck artery, and his body fell heavily on the ground. Jiang Wei's face was still full of disapproval. He never thought that Gao Tang would actually dare to kill him. I've never heard of such a despicable request. I've really learned a lot today. Gao Tang threw away the ice blade in his hand at will, and did not take Jiang Wei's death to heart at all. Fong Meng was so shocked that he knotted his tongue and said, You actually, really, killed him? Gao Tang snorted disdainfully, is it still fake? But But, what are you afraid of? It is normal for ordinary people to die in the battle of capable people. Fang Meng smiled bitterly. I thought you were just trying to scare him, just like Zhang Jianming. I didn't expect you to be so careless. The nature of these two incidents is different. A scum like Jiang Wei should have died long ago. Killing him is a demonstration of justice. After a pause, Gao Tang said again, as for you saying that I have no scruples. If you can't do what you want, what's the point of living? Now you know why I want to be the strongest in this world? Just because I do what I want to do. Fang Meng felt that Gao Tang's speech was dangerous, and it seemed that the soul of the villain was awakening in his body. She was about to say something when the anti-theft door suddenly became petrified. Then, under the impact of a huge force, the stone door was shattered, and the gravel was sputtered everywhere. In the dust, a figure slowly emerged. He is not tall, with ragged clothes and long messy bangs covering his entire face, making him look like a beggar. However, the beast's gaze penetrating through the gap in his hair told everyone that he was definitely not as simple as a beggar. Are you Jiang Zhang? Gao Tang said first. Jiang Zhan was about to answer when he smelled the bloody smell in the air. Then, he saw Jiang Wei's corpse and that handsome head. He was stunned. What's the situation? Who are you? He stared at Gao Tang with burning eyes, and there was a huge sense of emptiness in his heart. Jiang Wei's death made the bloodthirsty desire in his heart unable to resolve. Gao Tang pointed at Jiang Wei's body and said, "Can't you see it? We were sent by the security bureau to protect him." A string of question marks appeared on Jiang Zhang's head. He had never heard of this kind of protection. Gao Tang snapped his fingers. I'll do it first to avoid Jiang Wei being killed by you, isn't it very clever? Jiang Zhang pursed his lips tightly, and his brain couldn't think normally for a while. After a few seconds, he said, although I don't know why you did this, aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the security bureau? Gao Tang waved his hand and said, my future potential is super S grade, and the security bureau will definitely turn a blind eye to my future achievements, and will not be able to get along with me because of a scum. What's more, I will put the blame on you. How can I admit that Jiang Wei's death has something to do with me? Before waiting for Jiang Zhang to speak, Gao Tang continued, actually, I really can't figure it out. You know that the security bureau is waiting for you to come to your door, but you still broke into the Tianludi net. Can I understand that you can't control the murderous desire in your heart and have fallen into hysterical madness? Or did the mad blood affect your brain and make you lose your rational judgment? Jiang Zhang let out a low growl from his throat. You haven't experienced what I have experienced, and you don't know my pain at all. I sympathize with what happened to you. But that's not why you kill innocent people. I saw from the details of the mission. When you were taking revenge, you also killed a few innocent passers-by. Did they bully you too? What is the difference between what you do and those who do evil to you? I advise you to take it easy, you can't beat me. At this time, Jiang Zhan was smoking white smoke all over his body, which was obviously characteristic of eating crazy blood. And his strength is only the 260th D rank, even less than Fang Meng. Jiang Zhang didn't have any self-knowledge. He put on an attacking stance, and said with a grin, I have killed so many people, it is impossible to escape death, and it is impossible to capture them. If you want to beat me, it depends on whether you have this ability. You really don't cry without seeing the coffin. Gao Tang shook his head helplessly and waved his hand, Fang Meng, come on. I'm not a dog. Fang Meng roared angrily and turned into a bolt of lightning to kill Jiang Zhang. Jiang Zhang's petrochemical ability relies on the eyes and the palms of his hands. As long as the speed is fast enough, the petrochemical ability has no effect. Facing Fang Meng's attack, there was a hint of panic in Jiang Zhang's eyes, because his eyes couldn't keep up with Fang Meng's speed and could only see a vague afterimage. Suddenly, a strong wind hit the back of his head, he twisted his body suddenly, and the eyes in the palm of his hand suddenly opened wide. But behind him, there was no sign of Fang Meng at all. Jiang Zhang glanced around in a panic, his heart hanging in his throat. What about people? Above. Jiang Zhang raised his head suddenly, he saw Fang Meng's hands in the ceiling, looking at him with a condescending look, full of disdain. Do not underestimate me. Jiang Zhang roared, then raised his palm. At this moment, Fang Meng fell with astonishing power, and the small leather shoes stomped on Jiang Zhang's shoulders, pressing him to kneel on the ground, and the ground burst open. Just as she was about to pursue her victory, she felt a warning sign in her heart, hurriedly left Jiang Zhang, and appeared outside the door like a disguise. A strand of hair around her ear turned into stone powder and drifted away, and a piece of skin on her cheek was petrified. Jiang Zhang roared up to the sky, like crazy. He tore off the clothes on his upper body, exposing his body full of eyes, looking extremely terrifying. Gao Tang's heart suddenly became heavy. If one day, he got such ability. That's unimaginable. Don't underestimate me too much. Jiang Zhang's face burst into blue veins, saliva dripped from his mouth uncontrollably, and his face was extremely hideous. When Gao Tang came back to his senses, he said, I just look at you from a normal point of view. You are overestimating yourself. After speaking, a cold whirlwind revolved around Gao Tang's body, and there were countless ice picks mixed in this whirlwind. Go! Gao Tang pointed at Jiang Zhang casually, and released a bone-piercing ice cone that blasted away. With the help of the power of thought, the speed of the ice cone suddenly increased several times. Jiang Zhang was engulfed. He blocked his arms in front of his chest, trying to block the edge of the ice pick. However, just like the neon schoolgirls in the tram, the weak defense was of no use at all, and it was all a futile struggle. After a few seconds, crushed ice drifted across the room. The bloody Jiang Zhang shook and fell to the ground. His lips moved, trying to make a sound, but the strength became weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. Even if you don't shoot, I can beat him, but it will just waste a lot of energy. Fong Mang walked into the room and her prey was robbed. She was in a very unhappy mood. Didn't you say it's better for me to do it? Gao Tang scratched the back of his head and said, I thought about it carefully. The reason why he has fallen to the point where he is today is that he was forced to a dead end. It's not false to kill innocent people, but or give him a good time, don't torture him. Fong dreamed about it and agreed with Gao Tang's statement. If she wants to defeat Jiang Zhang, the picture must be very bloody, and she has to poke all her eyes out in order to win. Okay, the mission is over here, it's still the old rules, you are responsible for finishing. Hearing Gao Tang's righteousness, Fong Meng nodded helplessly. She knew that would be the case. By the way, don't you want to have more contact with Wu Yujio? Are you going to worry-free teaching next? Gao Tang's head suddenly turned into a rattle. No, the dog's life matters. Seeing Gao Tang like this, Fong Meng's eyes flashed and he said, What did you find? No, found nothing. Really? I don't believe it. Gao Tang firmly remembers Shui Don's life-saving guidelines. Pretend to be blind. Pretend to be deaf. Play dumb. Therefore, no matter what Fong Meng said, he did not reveal any news about Wu Yujio. He decided to rot it in his stomach and never bring it up to anyone. End the task calmly, and practice calmly. In the early morning, Gao Tang got a new ability, Enhanced Defense. When he got this ability, Gao Tang was stunned for a while. Could he be able to repeat it? Later, he discovered that Enhanced Defense is a passive skill that directly strengthens the body, which is different from Enhanced Defense. Gao Tang slashed his palm lightly with a fruit knife, and his body's defense was greatly improved, and no wounds would appear unless he used extra force. Enhancing Defense also slightly improved his strength, and his strength ranking became C-level 97,112. The improvement was not obvious, just a few hundred places. This made Gao Tang very distressed. He had only just reached the C-level, and he felt that he was going to work hard. Morning. Gao Tang was awakened by the knock on the door again, and Fong Meng's noisy voice. Gao Tang, are you up yet? Gao Tang sat up with a weird expression. He jumped out of bed and went barefoot to open the door. I'm very suspicious now. You are deliberately harassing me. Didn't you just say yesterday that it's very inconvenient in the early morning? Fong Meng pointed to the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. I'm ready. Gao Tang waved his hand in front of her. It's a bit ruthless. Why did you poke yourself blind? What a mess. Fong Meng knocked off Gao Tang's hand. Quickly change your clothes and go to a place with me? Where? Gao Tang found that Fong Meng was dressed beautifully. The gray umbilical sling tightly wrapped around the body, showing the superior body curve vividly. Under the light blue denim skirt, there were almost transparent white socks. Even wearing flat white shoes, the legs still looked straight and slender. You don't want to date me, do you? Gao Tang leaned against the doorframe and gave Fong Meng an ambiguous look. No. Fong Meng said, I want you to accompany me to meet someone. Who? Fong Meng said with some distress, Can you put on your clothes first? No. Gao Tang stroked his knife-like body. It's a pity that I am the only one who appreciates such a good figure. You are really shameless. It's not the first day you know this kind of thing. Fong Meng sighed, I'll be waiting for you downstairs, hurry up. Gao Tang raised his eyebrows, and before he could speak, Fong Meng blocked his mouth. Don't speak to me. Gao Tang smiled and said, Before I didn't open the yellow accent to you, you already opened the yellow accent. Fong Meng's expression fluctuated violently. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. She left angrily. Gao Tang leisurely went back to the house to change clothes, and after washing, he went downstairs slowly. Fang Meng wanted to rush upstairs several times, but forced herself to hold back, and finally saw Gao Tang's figure appear. She suppressed her anger and said, "You are finally willing to come down." Gao Tang patted his face. "It takes a long time to be a delicate man." "Don't talk to me about this." Fang Meng hurried out. "There's no time. We're going now. I'll explain the situation to you on the way." "Who the hell deserves you to be so serious?" Fang Meng sighed faintly. "It's my hair." "Male and female?" "Male." Gao Tang felt strange. "What are you doing with me when you go to see your childhood sweetheart?" "You are so strange. Don't you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend?" Sure enough, Gao Tang said it. Fang Meng's face flushed slightly, and he stammered, "Yes. Yes, just be your boyfriend for one day." "You won't find it troublesome, will you?" "Of course I find it troublesome." Fang Meng akimbo, his eyes are dangerous. Even though she was wearing sunglasses, she could still feel the edge. "If you don't agree, I won't cook in the future." What a deterrent sentence. Gao Tang said helplessly, Okay, I promise you." Fang Meng's mouth curved into a shallow arc. "It's about the same." "Seriously, what's in it for me? Benefits?" Fang Meng couldn't believe his ears. "Aren't we companions? Are you still asking me for benefits? And you still live in my house. Eat my food, live with me, and usually call me. Have I asked you for a favor?" Gao Tang coughed. "You think I didn't say it? The car is already parked outside the door, come with me." The two got into the car together. When Fang Meng started the car, he turned his head to the co-pilot Gao Tang and said, "Every time you go out, you treat me as a driver. Did I ask you for a favor?" At such times, the best thing to do is to change the subject. "By the way, that childhood sweetheart of yours won't have a father with S-rank strength, and he's especially doting on children, right?" Before Fang Meng could answer, Gao Tang said to himself, "Judging from your performance today, your childhood sweetheart must be interested in you, and you don't have that kind of affection for him, so you asked me to be you. Boyfriend, let him give up. He is emotionally injured, and he is very likely to give up on himself. People are not like ghosts or ghosts. Under such circumstances, his father will hate me and kill me. No, it's too dangerous." After that, Gao Tang was about to open the door. Fang Meng grabbed his hand. "Uncle Qin is not that kind of person, don't overthink it. You think he's good because he treats you as a daughter-in-law. People like this are often one thing on the surface and one behind the other. Not everyone is the same as me." Fang Meng stepped on the accelerator. "I can't help you when I get into my car. I can assure you that you will never be in danger. Your guarantee is like a junior high school student who stole the forbidden fruit. You just take it for granted, and you don't know how serious the consequences will be." Fang Meng couldn't help laughing. "Why are your metaphors always so ingenious? Is it time to laugh? You still don't realize how serious the consequences are. Don't worry, Uncle Qin is really not that kind of person. You can go to the Security Bureau's app to search for Uncle Qin's information. After reading it, you will know that he is a particularly upright person. Even the righteous person will become a different person when facing the family. You think too badly of people." Fang Meng said, "Also, Qin Feng is an innocent big boy. Did you think of people too well?" Gao Tang said, "Besides, naive and pure are just cursing words, meaning stupid." Fang Meng smiled and shook his head. "You're right, it's quite right. The Regent Hotel is located in the bustling commercial street." After chatting all the way, we finally arrived at our destination. The two got out of the car, and various sounds from the radio were mixed together, making it very noisy. Gao Tang looked around and saw a pet store with cute cats and dogs. "Hey, Fang Meng. What's wrong?" Gao Tang pointed to the collar in the pet store. "Would you like to buy a chain around your neck? If you climb in, it will definitely bring a great impact to your childhood sweetheart." Fang Meng's shoulders trembled. "Think about it carefully, it's not very reliable." Gao Tang touched his chin, showing a thoughtful look. "Maybe it just hit the excitement of your childhood sweetheart, but it's refreshing." Fang Meng's shoulders trembled violently. "Cool your head." Her fist hit Gao Tang, full of anger. Gao Tang reacted faster, turned his head slightly, and the fist wind brushed past his ears. Fang Meng angrily retracted his fist. "I'm really fed up with you." "Then I go?" "Don't even think about it." She grabbed Gao Tang's hand and walked quickly to the Regent Hotel. When entering the revolving door, she said with a serious expression, "Qin Feng is young and immature, you remember to restrain yourself, and don't be so poisonous." "Oh hoo." Fang Meng supported his forehead, not knowing what kind of mental damage Qin Feng, his childhood sweetheart, would suffer. Before the two met, she began to feel guilty in her heart. Sister Fong Meng, here. After passing through the revolving door, Fong Meng heard someone shouting happily. Looking in the direction of the sound, at the window, a boy in a white shirt stood up and waved. On his fair face, his facial features were exquisite and three-dimensional, and his smile was like a bright sunshine. Prince Charming. Seeing Gao Tong holding hands with Fong Meng, his smile instantly solidified on his face. Fong Meng was like a thief who was caught on the spot, especially guilty of wanting to let go of Gao Tong's hand. He was caught instead. Gao Tang smiled and led Fong Meng towards Qin Feng. Before the person arrived, the voice passed first. Hello, I'm Fong Meng's boyfriend. We've lived together in less than 20 days. I have to say that the enthusiasm she showed made me unable to resist. We exercise together every day and are often exhausted. Fong Meng stretched out two fingers and twisted them hard on Gao Tong's waist. Due to pain resistance, Gao Tong couldn't feel the pain at all. He pulled Fong Meng's cheek with a smile. My words made her a little shy, you see, her face was as red as it was cooked. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, as if blood was dripping in his heart. He showed a painful expression. Sister Fong Meng, is what he said true? Or did you deliberately ask him to anger me? Gao Tong shook his head helplessly. Can you stop fantasizing? Is it so difficult to face reality? On the way here, Fong Meng told me. She just treats you as a younger brother, and has no feelings for you at all. You make her very distressed and annoyed, don't you know? Boy, let me advise you, consensual love can make people feel heavy and only want to run away. Even though he said so much, Qin Feng was still stubborn. How could it be so easy to give up the feelings of his opponent's dream? Sister Fong Meng, we grew up together, now you want to alienate me for a man who has only known each other for less than 20 days? Gao Tong didn't give Fong Meng a chance to speak at all, and waved his finger. Wrong, you are wrong. It's true that you and Fong Meng grew up together, but my relationship with Fong Meng is not as unfamiliar as you say. Our relationship? Gao Tang looked around, staring at the water glass on the table. By the way, just like the water glass in front of you, I understand her wetness, she understands my firmness. Fong Meng hit Gao Tang's head with a fist and said angrily, what are you talking about? Give me some seriousness. Oh, yes, this kind of thing can't be said casually, I'm a little carried away. Gao Tang laughed, pulled out his chair and sat down. Fong Meng wanted to pull his hand out of his, but was held tighter. Didn't you say you'll never let go of each other's hands? Gao Tang looked at Fong Meng affectionately, and lightly pecked and kissed the back of her fair hand. Fong Meng shuddered. She twitched the corners of her mouth with difficulty, revealing an ugly smile. In Qin Feng's eyes, he felt that the two were flirting and expressing love. Fong Meng often mentions you to me, saying that although you are not related by blood, he always treats you as his own brother. So, I am also very happy to see you, and it feels like meeting my relatives. By the way, do you have any questions? Ask and I'll give you a heartbroken answer. Qin Feng didn't say anything. With tears rolling in his eyes, he cried, Sister Fong Meng, is what he said true? Before Fong Meng could answer, Gao Tang said, of course it's true, I didn't ask you. Qin Feng yelled, and the people in the restaurant couldn't help but look over. Gao Tang snapped his fingers, waiter, give me a cappuccino, I'm a little thirsty. His interruption did not affect Qin Feng, but he still had a heartbroken expression. Sister Fong Meng, is it true? Fong Meng nodded lightly. Qin Feng, I have always regarded you as a younger brother. No. I don't believe it. Qin Feng shouted, scratched his hair wildly, and wrote his mood on his body. Some people have the facts in front of them, but they just don't want to admit it. Gao Tang stretched out his hand and stroked Fong Meng's flat abdomen, his eyes full of tenderness. Let's just wait for the baby to be born and put it in front of him, let him die completely. Qin Feng was stunned, looked at Gao Tang, looked at Fong Meng, looked at Gao Tang, and looked at Fong Meng again. You even have children? I'm really ashamed to say that, under the circumstance of getting carried away, I accidentally. We think about it and think that it is fate, so let's just give birth. After finishing speaking, Gao Tang blinked his eyes. Fong Meng tilted his head with a puzzled expression. Gao Tang blinked again. This time, Fong Meng understood what he meant. She was particularly reluctant to treat it as invisible. Gao Tang gently scratched her palm. Fong Meng sighed deeply in his heart, and suddenly covered his mouth and retched. Qin Feng couldn't help but take 2 steps back, as if he had touched the high-voltage line, and his whole body went numb. I'm sorry, I'm going to the bathroom, you guys talk first. After speaking, Fong Meng left in a hurry. Qin Feng watched her walk away, but couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. In his mind, Fong Meng is like a holy goddess, but now. His eyes fell on Gao Tang's face, and he said fiercely, "How can you do such a thing? How could you do such a thing?" Hearing Qin Feng's questioning, Gao Tang spread his hands indifferently and said, "Young men and women are in the same room. It's normal for that kind of thing to happen. You must be forcing Sister Fong Meng, she's not that kind of person." Oh hoo hoo, not needing too many words to explain, a strange smile made Qin Feng feel like a clown. "How are you going to leave her?" Qin Feng put his hands on the table and leaned forward slightly, giving people a sense of oppression. "What are you kidding?" Gao Tang said angrily, "What do you take our relationship for? What's more, she still has my child in her belly, how could I abandon her? State your terms." Qin Feng's body leaned forward again, staring at Gao Tang. Gao Tang thought it was funny. In his opinion, Qin Feng was like a child trying his best to pretend to be mature, so funny. He put his chin in his hand and smiled. "I heard that your father is an S-rank person. You don't want to use him to threaten me, do you?" "Of course not." Qin Feng said, "This is my own business, and has nothing to do with him. He is him, I am me, I can handle everything without relying on him." Gao Tang felt even more amused, his eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "It's not impossible for me to leave Fong Meng. What conditions are you going to open?" Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly showed ecstasy. Gao Tang's abandonment of his wife and children would make Fong Meng heartbroken, and he could take advantage of the emptiness and bah! It is to let Fong Meng feel his sincerity, go to the palace of marriage together, and then give birth to a lot of babies. "Wake up, it's dawn." Gao Tang snapped his fingers. Qin Feng suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Gao Tang very unhappily. "If you want me to leave Fong Meng, what conditions are you going to open?" Qin Feng's eyes showed deep contempt. He really didn't expect that Fong Meng would like this kind of scum. "You say the number," he said proudly. Gao Tang smiled and said, "How much do you think she is worth?" Qin Feng took out the checkbook from his pocket and quickly wrote on it with a pen. "There are 6 million here. It's all my pocket money. I've given it to you." Qin Feng tore off the check and threw it to Gao Tang. "Take this check and get out of my sight, I don't want to see you again." Qin Feng thought this sentence was cool, and his appearance at this time must be full of masculinity. At this moment, Fong Meng came back from the bathroom. She just went to wash her hands. "What are you talking about?" She sat back in the chair and asked with a smile. Qin Feng sneered, just about to speak. Gao Tang said first, "He gave me a check to let me leave you, I agree." Fong Meng frowned. Gao Tang flicked the check, actually got up and left the restaurant directly. Qin Feng shouted, "Sister Fong Meng, have you seen it? This is the man you like. He is a scumbag, and he is not worthy of you at all." Qin Feng showed expectant eyes, and wanted to see Fong Meng cry bitterly. At this time, he felt a sense of revenge in his heart, and the joy of destroying beauty made his cells tremble. However, to his surprise, Fong Meng's expression was extremely calm and did not change at all. "Sister Fong Meng, don't pretend to be strong, I know you must be heartbroken now. Cry if you want to. No matter what time, I will always be with you." After speaking, Qin Feng left his seat and prepared to sit next to Fong Meng. At this moment, Gao Tang bounced back. He sat back in his chair and the waiter just happened to put the coffee in front of him. "Why are you back?" "I'm not saying, to make you never appear in front of me?" Qin Feng said with a cold face. Gao Tang took a sip of coffee and said leisurely, "You can't stand me, you can go." Qin Feng gritted his teeth, but he didn't expect Gao Tang to be so shameless. "Sister Fong Meng, let's go." Qin Feng didn't turn his head and walked a few steps, only to find that Fong Meng did not follow, but sat motionless beside Gao Tang. He had to turn around and walk back. "Sister Fong Meng, you don't have expectations for him, do you? He abandoned you for money. You are wrong." Gao Tang took Fong Meng's hand and said, "You gave me money to leave her, but there was no time limit for me. I just left and I'm back now, what's the problem?" "No problem at all." Qin Feng was too young to think that Gao Tang would play this kind of word game with him. "I'm asking you now, never to appear in front of Sister Fong Meng, you immediately bring a check, can you add food to yesterday's self?" "What?" Qin Feng didn't understand Gao Tang's meaning and felt a little clueless. "Your ability to understand is really poor." Gao Tang shook his head, "Our transaction has ended, do you think it is reasonable to add conditions?" "But you. Qin Feng was in a hurry, his entire face flushed red. Gao Tang patted Fong Meng's hand and said, "How is it? Am I very good?" "With just a few words, I made 6 million, and we spent it together." Fong Meng was helpless to the extreme. She knew that Qin Feng was being played around, and Gao Tang was the ancestor who played with his heart. "You give him the money back." Not good, I earned it with my own efforts. Having said that, Gao Teng threw the check on the table anyway. He is not interested in money. The food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all provided by Fong Mang, a wealthy little woman, and there is really little place for him to use the money. On Earth, he thought money was a fucking good thing, but now that he has supernatural powers, he thinks money is something outside of him. Powerful strength is his pursuit. Sister Fong Mang, no matter what, he is open to seeing money. You, don't talk about it. Fong Mang said, I know him, he is just joking with you, you are too serious. Qin Feng was stunned, recalling what happened just now. He realized that Gao Tang was playing with him. You guys chat first, I'll go to the bathroom. Gao Tang is not looking for an excuse to get out, but really wants to go to the toilet. Now, Fong Meng and Qin Feng are the only two left. Qin Feng wanted to find a topic many times, but he didn't know how to speak. After a while, he broke the silence. Sister Fong Meng, why did you cut your hair short? Fong Meng was in a crisis of life and death in Jiulong Mountain. She didn't want to talk about it, so she said casually, Gao Tang likes my short hair, so I cut it short. For him, can you not be yourself? Qin Feng felt a burst of sorrow in his heart. Yes. Fong Meng looked out the window and didn't listen to Qin Feng's words at all. In fact, she has not been in contact with Qin Feng for more than a year. Since Qin Feng confessed to her, there is no such comfortable space anymore. Seeing Fong Meng's indifferent appearance, Qin Feng's heart was twisted like a knife. At this moment, Gao Tang came back. Qin Feng stood up suddenly. Gao Tang, I want to fight with you. Gao Tang looked at Fong Meng suspiciously. What's the situation? Gao Tang's face was inexplicable. Why did Qin Feng stretch out his face and let him play when he came back from the toilet? What did you tell him? Gao Tang looked at Fong Meng strangely. Fong Meng was also inexplicable. She looked at Qin Feng with a stern look. Don't be ridiculous. I do not have. Just when Qin Feng was excited, a shrill scream suddenly sounded in the restaurant, and the customers panicked. In the restaurant, a monster covered with black hair appeared, with a mouth full of fangs and sharp claws. Gao Tang frowned. What is that? Werewolf? Fong Meng said, it should be the ability to transform. While speaking, someone died under the claws of the werewolf. His body was cut into several pieces, and blood was spattered everywhere. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, and he walked towards the werewolf with his head held high, his right arm turned into a sharp blade, flickering coldly. Just right, we will target him. If we kill him, we will win. Those who lose will leave Sister Fong Meng forever. After finishing speaking, Qin Feng turned into an arrow from the string and shot out, slashing the werewolf with a sharp blade. Gao Tang smacked his lips and said, it's too outrageous, he actually treats you as an object, not an independent person. This is not true love, but treats you as a personal desire. Fong Meng gritted his teeth and said, you don't need to say the last 3 words. 3 words? Gao Tang's expression was puzzled, and after a few seconds, he suddenly realized, and took a few steps back in shock. Oh my god, what are you thinking? It's just unbearable. I'm still an average high school student and you have had a devastating effect on my mental health. Boom! The sound of the explosion was deafening. Qin Feng smashed through the wall and fell heavily on the road. The werewolf then rushed out, bringing a stench. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and claws shone with metallic luster. The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, and Mars shot in all directions. Qin Feng raised the arm that turned into a sharp blade, blocked the sharp claws, stood together, and wrestled with each other. Ha 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 ha! Bloodthirsty rays of light shot out from the werewolf's eyes, and he couldn't stop laughing. At that moment, Qin Feng felt a lot of negative emotions from this person, eager to kill, eager for bloodthirsty. He gritted his teeth, feeling that the power being passed on was getting bigger and bigger, and he couldn't bear it anymore. Are you okay? Gao Tang put his hands on his lips and shouted, if you lose, you will leave your sister Fong Meng forever. Qin Feng was full of energy, and he roared, bursting out a huge force, knocking the werewolf away. Taking advantage of the werewolf staggering back, he stepped forward and took 2 steps, his legs instantly turned into sharp blades, and he slashed towards the hair-covered neck. With a loud explosion, the tyrannical energy spread like a wave of rage. Qin Feng's legs were tightly grasped by the werewolf, and blood was flowing. Damn! Qin Feng cursed loudly and wanted to pull out his legs, but the legs seemed to take root in the hands of a werewolf. Let me go! Qin Feng suddenly rose into the air and slammed into the werewolf's heart. However, the werewolf's speed was even faster, and his body spun suddenly, throwing Qin Feng out, slamming into the door of a car, and deeply embedded in it. The werewolf ran, and the breath of death quickly approached Qin Feng. Don't! Help! Qin Feng shouted in horror. He didn't want to die, his life had just begun. The werewolf's figure suddenly stopped, and the sharp claws hovered in front of Qin Feng's eyeballs, just 0.01 centimeters away. No, no, no. Qin Feng stepped back with his feet on the ground, his face was full of fear, and even his pants felt a little damp. Gao Tang came swaggeringly, relaxed and arrogant. The werewolf's strength ranking is C-level 98245, which is not a small gap with him. Ah, my balloon. Suddenly the child's exclamation sounded, and a red balloon flew up. Gao Tang waved casually, the balloon floated towards him, grabbed the rope in his hand, and walked towards the girl. Children, go home quickly, the next picture is not suitable for children to watch. Returning the balloon to the girl, Gao Tang walked towards the werewolf again. The werewolf had been struggling frantically, but he couldn't break free from the invisible power that bound him. He feels like a monster who has lost his mind and only knows how to vent his desire to kill. Being my opponent, you are still far away. Gao Tang didn't get too close, and stopped when he was still 3 meters away from the werewolf to avoid blood splashing on his body. Under his manipulation, the werewolf was placed in a big shape for a while, a spherical shape for a while, and a young eagle taking off for a while. The whole person is like a marionette. Fong Meng, do you know how many times a person can be folded? Fong Meng didn't understand. What? Gao Tang smiled, I don't know either, but I have a chance to try it today. No, what do you want to do? Fong Meng had a bad feeling in his heart. She hurriedly said, you pay attention to the influence, someone is using a mobile phone to shoot a video. Gao Tang regretted giving up the murderous idea. He wanted to let the werewolf feel what it was like before he died, and then have an afterlife to be a kind and law-abiding person. If he didn't eat at the Regent Hotel, many people would be killed in this commercial street. So many happy families are torn apart in a blink of an eye, and they vent their hatred on innocent people. Such people should be tortured. You calm down, I'll deal with him. Fong Meng was really afraid of Gao Tang's chaos. She immediately went to the werewolf, and the hand knife wrapped around the arc quickly slashed the man's throat. The strength that bound the body disappeared, and the werewolf fell heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. Gao Tang was somewhat lost, and when he saw Qin Feng, light burst out in his eyes again. Qin Feng, are you alright? You didn't pee your pants, did you? Qin Feng hid at the back of the car, and squeezed out a voice from between his teeth with a grim face, don't worry about it. It looks like he's urinating. Gao Tang clapped his hands exaggeratedly, shy, you're peeing your pants when you're so big, shy. Get out. Gao Tang was even more excited. He waved his hands and greeted the onlookers, everyone, come and see, he was scared to pee, ah. I'm dying of laughter. For a time, the street was full of cheerful atmosphere, and there were good-natured laughter everywhere. It's enough. Fong Meng grabbed Gao Tang's hand and turned around as he ran, Qin Feng, I'm sorry, next time we have time, let's meet again. Qin Feng watched the two run away, and then saw the smiling faces around him. He got up and ran wildly, tears streaming down his face. He ran into a deserted alley, buried his head between his legs, and wept bitterly. For a woman, you have lost your face. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the entrance of the alley. One is a gray-haired old man wearing silver round glasses and smiling amiably. The other is a little boy of 6 or 7 years old. Wayugio advocates that Wanshan's appearance in front of Qin Feng is not a coincidence, but an intentional arrangement. However, the development of the story is not what he imagined. The normal situation should be like this. The werewolf, dominated by the desire to kill, slaughtered ordinary people wildly. Qin Feng, who was full of justice in his heart, did not hesitate to stop it, but he failed miserably. This rebellious teenager desperately desires to surpass his father's achievements, only to watch the massacre helpless, will deal a heavy blow to him. At this time, Zhang Wanshan stood up, cared for Qin Feng, and slowly entered his heart to achieve the purpose of controlling him. The appearance of Gao Tang brought too many surprises, but the result was better. Humans are animals that are particularly susceptible to emotional influence. Because of emotional problems, they may even lose their rationality and do things that ordinary people cannot understand. Zhang Wanshan smiled, do you want to get back the lost face? Do you want Fong Meng to fall in love with you? Qin Feng jumped up from the ground, his eyes full of vigilance, who are you? I am the leader of Woyo sect, he is my brother. Is he your brother? Qin Feng's eyes fell on the boy who looked only 6 or 7 years old, with an unbelievable expression. My brother has dwarfism and looks more like a child, and it bothers him too. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Zhang Wanshan again and said, what do you want to do? I want to help you. Qin Feng became more vigilant, why? What do you want from me? You are smarter than I thought. Zhang Wanshan smiled. To be exact, it has something to do with your father. Qin Feng's face suddenly sank. Get out of the way. I'm not interested. Give me 3 minutes. After listening to me, you will be interested. Step aside. Qin Feng's arm turned into a sharp blade, and murderous aura surged in his eyes. Why can't you just calm down? As soon as Zhang Wanshan finished speaking, Qin Feng swung his sharp blade and slashed over. However, he suddenly stopped, with a burst of shame in his heart, and even had this thought, I'm going to swing a knife at an old man, it's just annihilating humanity, and I don't deserve to live in this world. The sharp blade couldn't slash no matter what. Qin Feng took a few steps back, and his arm returned to normal. It's so murderous, it really scares me, brother. It should be me who is scared. I am an ordinary person, not a monster like you. Qin Feng suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, his eyes regained clarity, and said sharply, what have you done to me? Zhang Chongshan said crisply, I am someone who has the ability to control emotions. I only used 30% of my power just now. How do you feel? Qin Feng stared coldly at the two in front of him, thinking about countermeasures. As long as you want, I can enhance Feng Meng's affection for you and let her crawl into your bed tonight, how about it? Are you excited? Qin Feng clenched his fists, I don't need it. You don't even blaspheme my feelings. Really? Zhang Chongshan said with a smile, but I clearly feel that you are excited. Do you want me to amplify it and let you hear your true inner voice? Zhang Wanshan continued, she ignores your love and tramples on your feelings, don't you want to take revenge on her? You don't want her under you, don't say it anymore. Qin Feng's face flushed red, and he bit his lip, preventing his heart from jumping out of his throat. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was in his throat. Actually, we don't want to hurt your father, but to help him. Zhang Wanshan said, you don't know? The Security Bureau is secretly conducting human experiments, and your father Qinzhan is in charge of the safety of the laboratory. This sentence is like a basin of cold water pouring down Qin Feng's head. In his mind, his father is so righteous, how could he agree to do such an evil thing? Impossible. You are talking nonsense. I know you don't believe it. In fact, when I learned about this, my first reaction was not to believe it. After all, he is such an upright person. Therefore, he must have been forced by the Security Bureau and could not help himself. Qin Feng opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He must have been very tormented inside, expecting someone to rescue him. If it's you who lend a hand, he'll be happy. Qin Feng said sadly, I'm so weak, I can't do anything. We will help you. Zhang Wanshan took out a button from his pocket, this is a miniature camera, put on your father's clothes. We got the video from the lab, we got it out, and it was a huge success. Under the pressure of public opinion, the Security Bureau will definitely shut down the laboratory, and your father will no longer suffer. But, Qin Feng took the button and wanted to say something, but couldn't say why. You can rest assured that there are so many people in the laboratory, no one knows the source of the video, and it will not involve your father and son. What's in it for you? Qin Feng finally thought of what to say. Zhang Wanshan smiled, with a divine radiance on his face, we don't need any benefits, we just don't want the people to be deceived by the Security Bureau, we must expose their lies. Do you agree to our cooperation? Qin Feng nodded lightly, he felt that there was no problem. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, I don't need you to improve Sister Feng Meng's favor, I don't want to use that kind of rude means. That's great. Zhang Wanshan said, we don't want to do that either, we're just afraid that you won't agree, so, Qin Feng interrupted coldly, you guys underestimate me too much. The three said a few more words, and Qin Feng left. From the beginning to the end, he was in an environment where his emotions were manipulated. This force was very small, and he didn't feel that he was being affected at all. Zhang Wanshan smiled and said, it's easier to persuade than I thought. It's a young man after all. His purpose is very simple. That is, he wants to take the opportunity to develop more believers. In the human body experiments conducted by the Security Bureau, the experimental subjects are all vicious criminals. Using these people, they have developed various drugs suitable for those who are capable. Will this matter have a huge impact? Uncertain. Supporters should be more numerous. However, Wudou Church poured dirty water on the Security Bureau. What are criminals now? The next are those with low ability affinity. And then there are ordinary people. Put those who are not very discerning in a state of panic, then accept them as believers and grow the sect. With more believers, you can make full use of it, build churches in various cities, and sell mad blood to every corner. Even if it is to cut off the tuition fees for groups of believers, it can provide a lot of funds for the Black Fire organization. Yu-Gi-Oh advocates that Wanshan's appearance in front of Qin Feng is not a coincidence, but an intentional arrangement. However, the development of the story is not what he imagined. The normal situation should be like this. The werewolf, dominated by the desire to kill, slaughtered ordinary people wildly. Qin Feng, who was full of justice in his heart, did not hesitate to stop it, but he failed miserably. This rebellious teenager desperately desires to surpass his father's achievements, only to watch the massacre helpless, will deal a heavy blow to him. At this time, Zhang Wanshan stood up, cared for Qin Feng, and slowly entered his heart to achieve the purpose of controlling him. The appearance of Gao Tang brought too many surprises, but the result was better. Humans are animals that are particularly susceptible to emotional influence. Because of emotional problems, they may even lose their rationality and do things that ordinary people cannot understand. Zhang Wanshan smiled. Do you want to get back the lost face? Do you want Feng Meng to fall in love with you? Qin Feng jumped up from the ground, his eyes full of vigilance. Who are you? I am the leader of Woyo sect. He is my brother. Is he your brother? Qin Feng's eyes fell on the boy who looked only 6 or 7 years old, with an unbelievable expression. My brother has dwarfism and looks more like a child, and it bothers him too. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Zhang Wanshan again and said, What do you want to do? I want to help you. Qin Feng became more vigilant. Why? What do you want from me? You are smarter than I thought. Zhang Wanshan smiled. To be exact, it has something to do with your father. Qin Feng's face suddenly sank. Get out of the way. I'm not interested. Give me 3 minutes. After listening to me, you will be interested. Step aside. Qin Feng's arm turned into a sharp blade, and murderous aura surged in his eyes. Why can't you just calm down? As soon as Zhang Wanshan finished speaking, Qin Feng swung his sharp blade and slashed over. However, he suddenly stopped, with a burst of shame in his heart, and even had this thought, I'm going to swing a knife at an old man, it's just annihilating humanity, and I don't deserve to live in this world. The sharp blade couldn't slash no matter what. Qin Feng took a few steps back, and his arm returned to normal. It's so murderous, it really scares me, brother. It should be me who is scared. I am an ordinary person, not a monster like you. Qin Feng suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, his eyes regained clarity, and said sharply, What have you done to me? Zhang Chongshan said crisply, I am someone who has the ability to control emotions. I only used 30% of my power just now. How do you feel? Qin Feng stared coldly at the two in front of him, thinking about countermeasures. As long as you want, I can enhance Feng Meng's affection for you and let her crawl into your bed tonight. How about it? Are you excited? Qin Feng clenched his fists. I don't need it. You don't even blaspheme my feelings. Really? Zhang Chongshan said with a smile, but I clearly feel that you are excited. Do you want me to amplify it and let you hear your true inner voice? Zhang Wanshan continued, She ignores your love and tramples on your feelings. Don't you want to take revenge on her? You don't want her under you, don't say it anymore. Qin Feng's face flushed red, and he bit his lip, preventing his heart from jumping out of his throat. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was in his throat. Actually, we don't want to hurt your father, but to help him. Zhang Wanshan said, You don't know? The Security Bureau is secretly conducting human experiments, and your father Qin Zhan is in charge of the safety of the laboratory. This sentence is like a basin of cold water pouring down Qin Feng's head. In his mind, his father is so righteous, how could he agree to do such an evil thing? Impossible. You are talking nonsense. I know you don't believe it. In fact, when I learned about this, my first reaction was not to believe it. After all, he is such an upright person. Therefore, he must have been forced by the Security Bureau and could not help himself. Qin Feng opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He must have been very tormented inside, expecting someone to rescue him. If it's you who lend a hand, he'll be happy. Qin Feng said sadly, I'm so weak, I can't do anything. We will help you. Zhang Wanshan took out a button from his pocket. This is a miniature camera, put on your father's clothes. We got the video from the lab, we got it out, and it was a huge success. Under the pressure of public opinion, the Security Bureau will definitely shut down the laboratory, and your father will no longer suffer. But, Qin Feng took the button and wanted to say something, but couldn't say why. You can rest assured that there are so many people in the laboratory, no one knows the source of the video, and it will not involve your father and son. What's in it for you? Qin Feng finally thought of what to say. Zhang Wanshan smiled, with a divine radiance on his face. We don't need any benefits, we just don't want the people to be deceived by the Security Bureau, we must expose their lies. Do you agree to our cooperation? Qin Feng nodded lightly, he felt that there was no problem. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, I don't need you to improve Sister Feng Meng's favor, I don't want to use that kind of rude means. That's great. Zhang Wanshan said, we don't want to do that either, we're just afraid that you won't agree, so, Qin Feng interrupted coldly, you guys underestimate me too much. The three said a few more words, and Qin Feng left. From the beginning to the end, he was in an environment where his emotions were manipulated. This force was very small, and he didn't feel that he was being affected at all. Zhang Wanshan smiled and said, it's easier to persuade than I thought, it's a young man after all. Of course, it was mainly due to my brother. Zhang Zhongshan said, this kind of emotional person is indeed more easily influenced by my ability. Their purpose is very simple, they want to take the opportunity to develop more believers. In the human body experiments conducted by the Security Bureau, the experimental subjects are all vicious criminals. Using these people, they have developed various drugs suitable for those who are capable. Will this matter have a huge impact? Uncertain. Supporters should be more numerous. However, Wuzhou Church poured dirty water on the Security Bureau. What are criminals now? The next are those with low ability affinity, and then there are ordinary people. Put those who are not very discerning in a state of panic, then accept them as believers and grow the sect. With more believers, you can make full use of it, build churches in various cities, and sell mad blood to every corner. Even if it is to cut off the tuition fees for groups of believers, it can provide a lot of funds for the Black Fire organization. On the way home, after the car drove for a while, Feng Meng couldn't help but say, I've asked you to restrain yourself, your mouth is still so poisonous. Qin Feng is just a child who hasn't grown up. Gao Tang looked at her sideways and interrupted, you are not too old, are you? Your current behavior is like a teenager who is rushing for the first time, thinking that he is a man, but in fact, he is still far from a real man. Feng Meng sighed, why does your metaphor always leave me speechless? Gao Tang spread his hands, this is the suppression of IQ, there is no way. Feng Meng rolled his eyes, and then said sadly, Qin Feng is very emotional. I don't know if he will do stupid things. Gao Tang's eyes lit up and said, you give me his cell phone number, and I call to enlighten him? Feng Meng's head suddenly turned into a rattle, come on, I'm afraid I'll see the news of him jumping into the river in a few hours. Gao Tang shrugged, and then said with a serious expression, when I was dealing with that werewolf just now, I thought of a question. Is it true that those with low ability affinity have no hope at all? Can they make themselves stronger by exercising? I remember when you were in Jiulong Mountain, you tried your best to stab Su Hongying, but she was unscathed and almost gave you another hole. Feng Meng gritted his teeth, you don't have to say the last sentence. I only thought of the question for the last sentence. Feng Meng slammed on the brakes, you. Gao Tang blinked. At this time, the car just stopped at the intersection of the traffic light and the green light for 4 seconds. The car behind seemed to want to take this time to cross the intersection and whistle frantically. Feng Meng took a deep breath, lowered the car window, stuck his head out and cursed, are you blind? Can't you see the red light? Urge your mother. Lao Tzu is a capable person. Believe it or not, I will get out of the car and kill you now? The driver of the rear car shrank his neck, not daring to say a word. Feng Meng retracted his head and raised the window glass, feeling much more comfortable. Good guy. Gao Tang clapped his hands, and there was a burst of applause. Feng Meng gave him a cold look, then turned his head back and looked straight ahead. I was joking just now. In fact, I'm really curious whether people with low ability affinity can become stronger through exercise. Cannot. Why? My parents told me before that it has something to do with genes. I started cultivating since I was a child, and I always felt that there was some kind of limitation. It was not until I awakened my ability that I felt that the limitation disappeared. To use your thinking as an analogy, like suddenly from the height of a thatched hut to a high-rise building? This metaphor is really bad. Gao Tang said, I understand what you mean. Before you have the ability to awaken, you think your height can only grow to less than 2 meters. After the ability to awaken, you think you can grow into a giant. That's probably what it means. Feng Meng said, in the past, no matter how much I exercised, I felt that I was a strong ordinary person, but now I feel that it is possible to become a transcendent A grade, or higher. Gao Tang touched his chin, showing a thoughtful look. What is the reason for this? It is impossible to awaken the ability to mutate genetically. Could it be that the genes of the able-bodied are different from those of ordinary people? Perhaps, we are not the natives of this planet, but the alien races that migrated from other planets. After a long period of fusion and assimilation, Feng Mang was speechless. You think too much. Gao Tang disagreed very much, he said. It is because of wild imaginations that people are getting closer and closer to the truth. Cars, cell phones, televisions, even clothes and shoes are all products of fantasy. To have no illusions is a very scary thing. Just imagine, if human beings lack whimsy, we can't know from Tokyo Hot that there are so many novel ways to play in the world. Always adopting a posture can accumulate a lot of experience, but it will also be very boring and make people lose their sense of, you can shut up. Feng Mangdao, let me tell you the truth, after the ability person awakens the ability, the gene will mutate. More precisely, it is the re-evolution of life. Class D, Class C, Class B, Class A, Super A Class, S Class, Super S Class. Every time a new level is broken, it is the re-evolution of life and becomes another species. Low ability affinity means incomplete genes, and the possibility of evolution is very, very small. Therefore, even if they practice hard, they still cannot become powerful people because they are limited in height. Gao Tang pondered for a moment and said, if we develop medicines that improve genes, is it possible to mass produce them? I don't know about science. Feng Meng said, I'm more concerned about what we will eat later. I haven't had breakfast yet, and I'm hungry. Let's go to the restaurant. It's the two of us now. Who wants to date you? I didn't mention dating. After the meal, the two did not stay outside for too long and went home in a hurry. In Feng Meng's view, wasting time is wasting life. She wants to seize every second to make herself stronger. Most of the day was spent on cultivation, ending the slightly turbulent day. In the early morning, Gao Tang gained a new ability, Frozen Enhancement. This ability is an active skill. When used in conjunction with Ice Element, Gao Tang secretly went out to try it out. It can greatly increase the power of Ice Element, and the effect is quite good. When making shaved ice, it can be stored longer. Morning comes. Another day of cultivation began, and Gao Tang couldn't help sighing that it was right to move to Feng Meng's house. If he cultivated alone, he would definitely not have that much perseverance. After only a few days of cultivation, his humble body began to signal laziness to him. If it weren't for Feng Meng's efforts to stimulate him, he would definitely relax and succumb to his humble body. As evening approached, the two ended their practice. Gao Tang's efforts are visible, his strength ranking has risen slightly by 3, and Feng Meng is already the 55th place in the D level, not far from breaking through the C level. The video of us in the commercial street yesterday was posted online. Feng Meng rested on the sofa relaxedly, with his two long legs on the coffee table, brushing his phone. Gao Tang took out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator and said, "Oh, then what? A lot of people's attention is on my face, it's boring." TSK. Gao Tang walked to the sofa and sat down. I am obviously very happy, but I have to pretend to be troubled. A throw pillow hit Gao Tang. It's not what you think. Gao Tang took the pillow and hugged it in his arms, leaning comfortably on the sofa, and said, "Fortunately, you advise me not to be so cruel, otherwise there will definitely be a lot of people spraying me." Actually, now there are. What the hell? Gao Tang couldn't understand it. He said in confusion, I didn't do anything extremely cruel. Why are people spraying me on the internet? Because you mocked Qin Feng. Gao Tang said in astonishment, is there anyone else fighting for him? Because Uncle Qin saved the city, and Qin Feng is the son of a hero, so, save the city? Gao Tang rummaged through the memory of the original owner of the body, and soon, he got the answer he wanted. The incident happened 3 years ago during the Spring Festival. Hunter organized a massacre when people were celebrating the new year. At that time, several Super S-level capable people were dragged, and it was Qin Zhan who reversed the situation by himself and eliminated the energy hunting organization. Uncle Qin's approval rate is very high. Many people want him to be elected as the next director of the Security Bureau. So, do you know why so many people criticize you? Give me your phone and I'll see how they spray me. Feng Meng handed over the phone and said with some schadenfreude, would you like me to buy you a heart-saving pill? Joke. Gao Tang snorted disdainfully, and his eyes fell on the phone. Rubbish. Without Qin Zhan's protection, your ashes could be raised, and you even mocked the hero's son. Are you still human? Ha ha. There was a sneering arc at the corner of Gao Tang's mouth, and his fingers tapped quickly on the screen. If I'm trash, wouldn't you be worse than trash? I advise you to immediately go to the Environmental Protection Bureau and ask the staff how to deal with garbage like you next. It was too much. In the face of dangerous elements, Qin Feng rushed forward without hesitation. At that moment, whether he lost or won, it proved that he had the same courage and unyielding spirit as his father. What are you afraid of losing? What if you pee your pants? It's 10,000 times better than watching a play on the side. The sarcasm on Gao Tang's face was a little thicker, and he typed quickly. Obviously it's to show in front of girls, but when you say it, it becomes brave and unyielding. I suggest you go to the temple to play Allegro. The Buddha statue can shine in all directions without a gilded body. When Qin Feng was fighting against the dangerous elements, you watched the play and waited for him to lose before standing up. What do you want to prove? Are you stronger than him? Are you turning the tide? I bother. A scheming guy like you can never win my applause. Gao Tang just wanted to laugh. How vulnerable is a person if he needs the applause of others to prove his worth? Unlike you, I don't need that frivolous affirmation at all. Also, I want to ask you a question. Why do you think your recognition is a great thing? You can be stupid, but you can't be without self-knowledge, and unfortunately, both of those things fill your brain. Gao Tang kept busy. Fong Meng tilted his head, his heart was full of doubts. What are you doing? She put her head close. I'm having a friendly conversation with the person who sprayed me. Friendly exchange? Fong Meng's eyes fell on the screen, and after watching for a while, her expression became very strange. You're so boring, are you going to reply everyone? Why not? Gao Tang said without raising his head, anyway, if you are idle, you will be idle. You leave them alone. With that said, Fong Meng was about to take back the phone. Gao Tang ducked and said, don't worry, lend me a moment, I'm working on it. Fong Meng helped his forehead helplessly. I really don't understand you, why do you care so much about their opinions? I don't care what they think, I just want them to feel the charm of high talk. Fong Meng couldn't help laughing and said, you can indeed publish a book like a book of quotations. You leave me alone, go to dinner, and I'll talk to them a little longer. Are you taking me as a nanny? Fong Meng angrily hit Gao Tang's head with a throw pillow and went to the kitchen to work. Half an hour passed. Fong Meng is ready for dinner. Haven't talked enough yet? It's time to eat. This sentence is completely from the wife's tone. Are you getting used to my presence more and more? When talking, Gao Tang always looked at the screen of his mobile phone, tapped his fingers quickly, and spat with people on the internet. You're less selfish. Fong Meng took off his apron and sat on the dining chair. If you don't come, I'll eat all the dishes. Just as Gao Tang was about to say something, the phone rang suddenly. Looking at the caller ID, the name was Uncle Qin. Good guy. Gao Tang almost threw the phone out, raised his arm and waved at Fong Meng. What do I say? It's all your fault that he came to give his son a head start. Who? Fong Meng came over suspiciously. Seeing that it was Qin Zhan's call, she could not help but take 2 steps back. I didn't let you ridicule Qin Feng. Before entering the hotel, I told you not to be so poisonous. You wouldn't listen to me at all. The cause of the matter is you, and you settle it anyway. Gao Tang threw the phone to Fong Meng. Fong Meng took the phone and became very nervous. She answered the phone and said cautiously, Uncle Qin, what's the matter with you? Hearty laughter came from the receiver. Meng, is this kid Qin Feng causing you trouble again? No, it's not. It's not a problem. Why is your voice shaking? You don't think I'm calling you to ask for guilt, right? No, of course not. I'm entering your community now, and I'll be at your house soon. What? What's the matter? Don't you welcome me to your house? No, dang. Of course not, we'll see you later. Ha ha. In the laughter, Qin Zhan hung up the phone. Fong Meng was stunned for 2 seconds, raised his head, looked at Gao Tang and said, what should I do? Uncle Qin is coming soon. Gao Tang felt agitated in his heart. What is he doing here? Kill me to vent my anger for my son? You are too exaggerated, how is it possible? Whatever he comes for, I have to go. Having said that, Gao Tang walked quickly to the door. When he opened the door, a tall and burly middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes and a bright smile was standing outside the door. Ha? Who are you? Qin Zhan's eyes showed curiosity. He's my partner. Fong Meng pushed Gao Tang aside and explained, it's easy to lose your fighting spirit when you practice alone, and 2 people are more motivated to persevere, so he's staying at my house temporarily. Oh, so it is. Qin Zhan laughed twice, patted Fong Meng's shoulder and said, why are you blocking the door? You don't want me to go in? Fong Meng quickly made way. Are you ready to eat? Qin Zhan smelled the aroma of the food, like a wandering soul drifting towards the dining table. It just so happens that I'm still hungry. Is it okay to eat at your house? No problem at all. Hurry up and serve me a meal. Ha! In a blink of an eye, Xinjiang had already taken off his suit, sat on the dining chair, and waited happily with chopsticks, like a child. When Feng Meng's parents were still around, Xinjiang often came to eat. Seeing the happy look of Uncle Qin, Feng Meng couldn't help recalling many good memories. She found a large bowl dedicated to Xinjiang from the cupboard and filled a bowl full of rice. Oh, I'm really starving. Xinjiang picked up the big bowl and quickly put the rice in his mouth, and the speed of picking the vegetables was blurry. Don't just watch me eat, sit down and eat. Xinjiang's mouth was full of food, and he said it clearly. A sentence suddenly popped into Feng Meng's mind. I'm sorry, Uncle Qin, I really don't have the experience of eating with pigs. She glared at Gao Tang angrily. It was all the bastard's fault, causing her to be affected. Gao Tang noticed Feng Meng's eyes, and he felt inexplicable. Uncle Qin, eat slowly and drink some water. Feng Meng poured a cup of warm water and placed it in front of Xinjiang. Xinjiang was busy dealing with the dishes on the table and nodded vaguely. Uncle Qin, did you come to see me for something? Xinjiang stopped. The rice in the bowl had been swept away. One more bowl. He slammed the bowl on the table so hard that the plate jumped up. I came to you for something, but let's wait until I fill my stomach. Xinjiang took another bowl full of rice and ate the sea. Or, I'll go first? Gao Tang still felt that Xinjiang was full of danger and wanted to slip away. Xinjiang shook his head quickly, swallowed the food in his mouth and said, I remember, you are Gao Tang? I'm here, it's about you, you wait and go. Gao Tang and Feng Meng looked at each other subconsciously. Feng Meng stepped forward and said, Uncle Qin, are you doing it for Qin Feng's sake? This has nothing to do with Gao Tang, it's all my fault. Because Qin Feng always treats me, I asked Gao Tang to pretend. The result, Feng Meng explained what happened in great detail. I knew it was that kid who messed up. Xinjiang tapped his head in distress. I'm really not good at educating children, if only the mother of the child was still alive. He looked down at the wedding ring in his hand and sighed deeply. But soon, a smile appeared on his face again. After I go back, I will discipline Qin Feng well, and I will never let him cause you any more trouble. No, Feng Meng smiled awkwardly. I'm not interested in relationships at the moment, so are you still looking for that person with the ability to seal? Don't worry, I will definitely catch him and avenge your parents. You are still a child, you should do happy things, and some things are enough for us adults to do. Feng Meng said solemnly, some things only make sense if you need to do them yourself, not to mention, I'm not a child. What? Xinjiang looked at Feng Meng, Gao Tang, Feng Meng, and Gao Tang in surprise. Are you? It's not what you think. Oh, that was my misunderstanding. Xinjiang picked up the water cup and drank the water to resolve the embarrassment. Feng Meng also changed the subject. Uncle Qin, have you watched that video? Video? Xinjiang shook his head gently. There are too many things, I haven't had time yet, I just heard what happened. He blushed and scratched his head. That kid Qin Feng actually. I've been too negligent in educating him. He coughed and continued, I'm here for a very important matter. At 1 o'clock at night, I will go to the food factory of the big company to carry out a mission. He Hongwei, the chairman of the big company, secretly built a laboratory under the food factory. Researching genetic medicine, I'm going to destroy their laboratory. There are many people participating in this mission, C level, B level, A level, Super A, and my S level. When that time comes, it will be very lively. What the director meant was, let Gao Tang go with him. Next, Xinjiang explained the reason in detail. Because Gao Tang has the potential of Super S grade and is handsome, the Security Bureau plans to make him a superstar in the future. The commercial street video made Gao Tang's reputation red light, just using the mission of destroying the laboratory to reshape his image and change the public's prejudice against him. At the same time, it is also for him to learn to get along with each other through teamwork, because he will shoulder a huge responsibility in the future. The reason why you joined this mission is actually my reason. I came up with the idea when the NSA was looking for a remedy. Because I know Qin Feng's character very well, I am especially sure that the conflict was provoked by him. It can be regarded as my father's apology to you. Gao Tang laughed dryly and said, your apology is to throw me into a very dangerous environment. He still had something to say, but he swallowed it back. That is, why do I think you are deliberately taking revenge and wanting to kill me? Do you think I'm taking personal revenge? Xinjiang asked. Gao Tang shook his head quickly. Xinjiang's strength ranking was the first in S rank. He didn't dare to say anything. As for your safety, the Security Bureau has considered it, because you have a good relationship with Shuidong, so he will be sent to protect you and will not put you in danger. You just go for a cutscene, and then do a few nice things under the arrangement and be interviewed by reporters. Just let me play a few plays? It feels like fooling the public. Xinjiang stood up and put on a suit. It's not so important whether it's true or false, what matters is what the starting point is and what it will bring. After a pause, Xinjiang patted his stomach and said, "Okay, thank you for your hospitality. We will meet at the security bureau in the evening, and then go to the food factory of the big boss company together." "Uncle Qin, are you leaving now? Sit down for a while?" "No, I have to go back and discipline my son." Xinjiang's shoulders slumped down, and he waved his hands. "Meng, I'll come again if I have a chance." "Uncle Qin, I'll take you off." After sending Xinjiang to the door, he suddenly turned around and said, Meng, you have changed a lot, and seeing you like this, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." "Well, you don't have to send me off, go back and continue making out with your little boyfriend." You, what are you talking about?" Fong Meng's face instantly became hot. Ha 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 ha, Xinjiang laughed and left. Fong Meng watched him walk away, stomped his feet, and turned back to the house. Gao Tang is cutting fruit with a knife. She thought about it for a while, and said very guiltily, "Gao Tang, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble." Gao Tang waved his hand, as if he didn't care. "If you want to apologize, it's more sincere to kneel down? Believe it or not, I'll blow your head off with a spatula." Gao Tang pouted, "Just a rookie like you, I can crush you to the ground with just one finger." Fong Meng angrily threw the phone to Gao Tang. "You should continue to communicate with the trolls in a friendly way." "No, the security bureau is trying to clean me up. I can't cause them any trouble. I'll eat some fruit first and wait for you to prepare dinner." After dinner, the task time is still very long. Gao Tang decided to take a nap, recharge his energy and set off again. In the early morning, he was awakened by the cold mechanical sound. You have acquired the ability, Plunder. After killing the person with the ability, you will gain its ability for 12 hours. This ability also introduces the role, which can be said to be quite considerate. However, for Gao Tang, who can get new abilities every day, it is useless at all, not to mention, it disappears after 12 hours. Plunder, it is estimated that it will not be used in a lifetime, and it will be ashes forever. Leave it behind, wash your face and brush your teeth and go out. I got into the driver Xiaofang's car and came to the security bureau building. There were no less than 200 people gathered in the square. At a glance, Gao Tang saw Xue Dong, who was outside the crowd. He was still dressed in the same clothes, with a t-shirt and big pants, pulling flip-flops, and a crumpled cigarette in his mouth. "Why are you squatting here alone?" Gao Tang greeted him. Seeing the good brother, Xue Dong suddenly came to the spirit. He said, "Can't you smell it? These people smell stupid, I'm afraid of being infected by them." Gao Tang raised his eyebrows. "You can be louder, and a memorial service will be held for you later." Xue Dong threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with his foot. "I haven't performed a mission for 5 years. I didn't expect that because of you, I would do troublesome and dangerous things again." Gao Tang scratched his head. "I'm sorry, but... in fact, I don't care whether the person protecting me is familiar or not, as long as he is strong enough. To be honest, you are not very good. I would rather be surrounded by a strange transcendent a grade capable person." Xue Dong squinted at him. "Do you blame me?" "Yes." Gao Tang's honesty immediately angered Xue Dong. He poked Gao Tang's chest with his fingers and said, "Just a little rookie like you, I can kill you with the touch of a finger. How dare you look down on me?" Well, Gao Tang was lost in thought. Xue Dong laughed. "How is it? Can't think of how to fight back?" He was very proud and felt that he had won a big victory. Gao Tang immediately decided to use the Intelligence Enhancement ability. Intelligence Enhancement activate. Gao Tang's mind was clear, and his eyes showed endless wisdom. "When you said this, did the woman next to you rolled her eyes at you and told you to stop talking nonsense and go to bed? I know that when you are your age, you are left to be brave, and I understand everything." After speaking, Gao Tang patted Xue Dong on the shoulder. Xue Dong was stunned for more than 10 seconds. He clapped his hands and said, "This trick is good for diverting conflicts. I didn't come here for nothing today, but I actually learned it." It was not until this time that Fong Meng realized what Gao Tang just said. "What are you talking about? It's unbearable," she exclaimed. Hey, Gao Tang and Xue Dong let out tacit laughter. You just, seriously." Gao Tang's expression suddenly became serious. "Has that laboratory made a name for itself in researching genetic medicine?" Xue Dong shrugged. "I don't know. I know He Hongwei's research on genetic medicine is to live longer." The security bureau dispatched a number of teams to arrest the top executives of the leading food companies, as well as to destroy the laboratory. After a pause, he continued, I sometimes wonder, could those of us who are capable are not natives of this planet, but alien races that have migrated from other planets? After a long period of fusion and assimilation, it has become the appearance of an ordinary person, and it is not until the awakening ability that it shows the difference in genes, and because of the purity of the blood in the body, there is a problem of ability affinity. Fang Meng couldn't help but interject, I have heard Gao Tang say these words of yours. Oh? Shuedong said in surprise, sure enough, he is my good brother. What he thinks and thinks is synchronized. Gao Tang said, so, is our guess true? I don't know, this planet has been destroyed countless times, and history has long been untested. Gao Tang thought about it and decided to stop thinking about these unfounded things. He cast his eyes on the people in the square. The information displayed by these capable people is quite powerful, and in their respective levels, they are all ranked within the top 30. The people who perform tasks today seem to be elites, and they are all voluntary? It's basically compulsory. Shuedong said, in the Security Bureau, there are very few people with dedication, and there are too few people like us. There is no way, we are born with noble souls, and we can't do things for selfishness. Gao Tang said, however, I'm a little worried, the Security Bureau is so overbearing, aren't you afraid of being resisted? Sometimes, we may feel overly restrained by the security service, but this is a correction based on a history of failures. For example, the Super Energy Bureau before the Security Bureau felt that the threat of those with abilities was too great, and as long as they awakened their abilities, they would kill them, and they were overthrown. The previous Search Bureau gave too much freedom to those with ability, and there was no decent supervision at all. As a result, the crime rate soared, the chaos reached the extreme, and it was overthrown. The previous Countermeasures Department restricted and supervised those who were capable, and even pursued absolute equality. What was the result? Overthrown by those who pursue inequality. Even animals with low intelligence have hierarchies, not to mention human society. What do I mean by saying this? That is to say, the Security Bureau has also revealed a lot of problems up to now. This is a historical inevitability. The demise of the old system is replaced by the new system. Gao Tang narrowed his eyes and looked at Shuedong from head to toe with a scrutiny look. You wouldn't be an organization that went undercover in the Security Bureau, right? Yeah. Shuedong said, I'm going to divide the people on this planet into two categories, one is capable and the other is ordinary people, separated by a 100-meter-high wall. You don't disturb me, I don't disturb you, and you live your own life behind closed doors. Do you think my idea is good? I'm about to start the capital now. When I get on the right track and make you a general, would you like to sponsor me? Gao Tang was too lazy to pay attention to this man. He saw Qin Zhan's figure coming out. Qin Zhan is here, are you ready to go? The top management of the big food company has been controlled. Next is our task, everyone. Qin Zhan said some encouraging words, and then explained the specific details of the task, and more than 200 people drove to the food factory of Didongja Food Company. Drive dozens of kilometers to the destination. Thick darkness enveloped the factory buildings, and a gloomy atmosphere filled the air, as if some kind of monster was about to be unsealed. Under the leadership of Qin Zhan, everyone entered the large-scale food factory. Walking on, Gao Tang suddenly thought of a question. How did the Security Bureau find out that the big food company had built a laboratory underground? It's a long story. Shuedong replied, it may be due to the influence of the exhaust gas from the laboratory, and many female workers in the food factory suffered miscarriages. The big food company gave a big one. Compensation to minimize the impact. Later, in order to prevent further problems, Didongja Food Company fired all female workers and unmarried young men, and only recruited married men over the age of 35. You know, when men reach this age, most of them have enough energy and often use escape methods to cover up their powerlessness, euphemistically calling them development hobbies. Some people even make short videos to express their boredom to XX in a way of entertaining women. In fact, they are revealing a message, I can't do it anymore, I'm becoming a fast shooter. Gao Tang and Fang Meng squinted at Shuedong. You really understand, is it because of personal experience? Shuedong coughed, pretended not to hear, and continued, the welfare of the big boss is very good, the layoff incident, and the refusal to recruit young employees has caused many people's dissatisfaction and caused quite a lot of trouble. Under pressure, the big boss had to re-employ the old employees who were laid off, and the rules that did not allow recruiting young employees were also removed, but the Security Bureau felt it was very strange, so they secretly investigated. Through secret investigation, it was found that the Big Head Food Company has close contacts with the Dongshan Gang of Luhan Street. Next, Shuedong introduced in detail the Dongshan Gang, a black gang specializing in illegal and criminal causes. As long as it is related to illegal and criminal matters, the Dongshan Gang has not left a single thing behind, and its professional ethics are impressive. Human trafficking is one of the main businesses of the Dongshan Gang. As long as the price is right, even the able-bodied can buy it. Of course, these capable people are not strong, and many of them are outlaws who rebelled against the security bureau. The big food company is like buying pigs, secretly buying hundreds of people, both capable and ordinary people. This is obviously not normal. After a detailed investigation, the security bureau finally figured out that the big food company was secretly developing genetic medicine. Chairman He Hongwei is in his 90s, and there are not a few good days left. In order to live longer, he took the risk. As a result, his life was not extended, and he slammed the nail on the coffin board that he did not close. Just as he was speaking, there was a sudden cutting sound. Following the voice, it was Qin Zhan who opened the iron door of the food factory warehouse with his arm that turned into a sharp blade. The entrance to the laboratory is in this warehouse, everyone come with me. After Qin Zhan finished speaking, he walked in first. Gao Tong, who was at the back of the crowd, scratched his head and said, I haven't figured it out yet, how should I go through this transition? Shuedong felt bored and said, probably find a few opponents who were beaten to death, ask reporters to take some good photos of you, and then talk about the scene, and finally Qin Zhan will come out and praise you and say something. The transition between the old age and the new age. By the time we nearly destroyed the lab, it was time for the reporter to show up. Gao Tong raised his eyebrows, then don't we need to follow into the laboratory and just wait outside? It's all here, you don't want to go in and have a look? Shuedong patted Gao Tang's back, don't be afraid of danger, isn't there me to protect you? As long as you have an A level, I won't be so worried. Shuedong took a deep look at Gao Tang, feeling very complicated. It's more dangerous to stay outside? Fang Meng said, if someone escapes, wouldn't we be the first to suffer? You're right. Gao Tang glanced left and right, pointed to a dark corner and said, go, let's go there and squat together. Good idea. Shuedong patted Gao Tang's shoulder heavily, and said overjoyedly, as expected of my good brother, our ideas are too similar, we must go back to test the DNA to see are we half-brothers? Ahahaha, the two walked into the corner with their shoulders and backs together. Fang Meng never expected that Gao Tang was serious. She didn't use it originally, she joined this mission to sharpen herself. She has to put herself in danger so that her strength can break through faster. She has no interest in squatting in a corner and waiting for the laboratory to be destroyed. Since you're not going, I'll go alone. Hearing Fang Meng's words, the two turned their heads at the same time, looked at each other, and waved goodbye at the same time. Be careful. You are helpless. Fang Meng stomped his feet and rushed into the warehouse angrily. Looking at the two of Gao Tang again, they shrugged their shoulders and squatted in the corner. Come on one. Shuedong took out a crumpled cigarette. Smoking can easily become a quick shooter. A string of exclamation marks appeared on Shuedong's head, and he dared not say anything. Is there such a thing? Soon, his emotions calmed down, he put the cigarette in his mouth and lit it with his burning index finger. Forget it, what if it's normal? I don't care about multiple 2s and 3s. Gao Tang said, you seem to have revealed something remarkable. Haha, Shuedong laughed for a while, and said while holding Gao Tang's shoulders, Fang Meng went down alone, are you really not afraid that she is in danger? It's okay. Gao Tang said with a relaxed expression, I already know what flowers she likes. In case of an accident, I will bring a handful to see her every year. Good guy. After Shuedong sighed, he was silent for a few seconds, and the fire of gossip was burning in his heart. You have no idea about her? Are all your questions so boring? When I was as young as you, I thought every day, wait, you wouldn't be, boom. Suddenly there was an earth-shattering explosion, and the earth shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Let's hand it over. Shuedong touched his chin and said, tell me, have you researched any monsters or the like in the laboratory? Even if there are monsters, it's not Qin Zhan's opponent, right? That's true. Shuedong was smoking a cigarette, the ground shook more and more violently, and it seemed that the battle was fierce. Sudden. An indescribable thing poured out of the warehouse, and the building collapsed instantly, raising countless gravel and dust. The two stood up involuntarily. What is this? The body is made of yellow mucus, it is the size of a factory building, and countless tentacles are fluttering, which looks very strange. C1 code word is asleep, update before 7 p.m. accidentally fell asleep. The cigarette fell out of Shuedong's mouth, and he closed his chin with his hand. This thing reminds me of a movie where a scientist accidentally knocked over some kind of chemical solution while maintaining prostate gland at night, and then there has been a great mutation that will destroy the world. Do you want to hear about the movie? Come on. Boom. Suddenly, a gigantic sword beam slashed towards the slime monster, leaving deep ravines on the ground wherever it passed along the way. Awesome, S-Class is really scary. Shuedong couldn't help but sigh, just feeling the power of the sword light. He felt a sense of despair that he could not resist. If he was hit by the sword light, he would definitely die instantly. While speaking, the slime monster's body was divided in two, squirming rapidly and trying to gather together again. Xinjiang instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters, and the two arms that turned into sharp blades danced wildly, slicing the slime monster into several pieces, exposing a violently pulsing heart, as big as a head. Puff! Blood sputtered, and the heart was pierced by a sharp blade. The slime monster's body instantly became stiff, and it collapsed and flowed all over the ground. Dozens of corpses were exposed, all turned into skinny mummies. Some are members of the Security Bureau, some are laboratory staff, and some are monster-like experimental subjects, who can't see the shape of a human at all. Gao Tang secretly rejoiced that his choice was indeed correct. If he went to the laboratory, he would be one of the members wrapped in mucus. Look at that corpse, is it dressed in the same clothes as Fong Meng? Shuedong pointed to a corpse and said in shock. No. Gao Tang looked over in disbelief. The man turned into a mummified corpse, and he couldn't tell what he looked like, but his clothes and hairstyle were very similar to Fong Meng. How come? How could this be? Gao Tang fell back several steps, his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. It's so hard to find a partner who can hold multiple roles like Fong Meng, the driver, the cook, the beautiful vase, the beaten supporting roles that set off me, the 666 audience. She can also solve the troubles of the task, which makes me worry, and I will never meet such a good person in the future. Gao Tang thought about it, tears welled up, he covered his face, in great pain. I thank you for your compliment. Fong Meng's voice suddenly rang, and he gritted his teeth. Gao Tang raised his head and looked at the sound. Fong Meng glared at him fiercely. You're still alive, that's great. Gao Tang rushed over and gave her a big hug. Get away from me. Fong Meng pushed him away. What's the matter? Shuedong asked curiously. What happened to you in the laboratory? Forget it. Fong Meng explained the general process. They went to the laboratory, controlled the staff as quickly as possible, and killed all the monster experimental subjects locked in the observation room. Seeing that the dust of this mission was settled, I did not expect that the laboratory staff suddenly resisted, smashed the glass container, and released the slime monster soaked in the nutrient solution. The slime monster immediately woke up, swallowed the laboratory staff, and then swallowed the dead experimental body and several members of the Security Bureau, and fled to the ground. Shuedong touched the stubble of his chin. The slime monster doesn't look anything special, and was killed casually. Gao Tang has a different opinion, because he has a sense of danger, and the sources from the slime monster. It's not that simple, you see. Shuedong looked in the direction of Gao Tang's finger, and the slime monster flowing on the ground suddenly glowed with vitality, quickly gathered together, and swallowed several members of the Security Bureau who approached to check the situation. These people struggled violently, and various abilities exploded. Some powerful people broke free from the mucus and quickly opened the distance. And those with weak abilities are wrapped in mucus with fear on their faces, and their life energy is devoured frantically. Xinjiang's face changed, and anger welled up in his heart. He immediately rushed towards the slime monster, slashed the slime with a sharp blade, and rescued the swallowed person. But in just a short while, these people turned into skinny mummies. And the slime monster, whose size has increased several times, is like a hill. Xinjiang's whole body's blood boiled, and blue veins burst out on his face. With a roar, he cut out dense slashing lines in an instant, forming an incomparably sharp knife net covering the slime monster. Time seemed to stand still, and even the wind stopped flowing. Sudden. The slime monster's body collapsed, the glue-like liquid splashed everywhere, and the recreated heart was chopped into pieces. Under such an attack, the slime monster should definitely die, right? No. The slime monsters gathered together again and rushed towards the city like a flood. It seems to be conscious, knowing that it is not Xinjiang's opponent, fleeing into the city, swallowing more people, and gaining stronger power. Everyone stop it, don't let it escape. Under the voice of Xinjiang, everyone shot together. All kinds of light shine, in the dark night, like gorgeous fireworks. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of the crowd, the slime monsters were beaten everywhere, but they gathered together again and continued to surge towards the city. Gao Tong couldn't help but say, "Is this thing an immortal body?" Shuedong said solemnly, "Looking at the direction it is going, it should be going to the city. If you can't stop it, it will be a terrifying disaster. Fortunately, the food factory is dozens of kilometers away from the city, and we still have a chance." Under the siege and interception of the crowd, the slime monsters were scattered again and again, but gathered again and again. No matter what method was used, they could not be killed. However, the slime monster has shrunk a lot in size, proving that it still obeys the law of conservation of energy. Probably need to consume the life energy in the body? Let's work harder, this slime monster won't last long. As soon as Qin Zhan's voice fell, a few bright lights shot from a distance. Everyone looked at each other, secretly saying that it was not good. The reporter must be ready to come in. Quick! Go and stop those reporters so they don't get close. Hearing this, several capable people acted and flew towards the light. At this moment, the slime monster proved to everyone that it does exist consciously, and it also surged away in the direction of the light. Stop it! As Qin Zhan shouted loudly, the crowd's attack immediately became violent. However, the capable person who left did not stop the reporter's car. Several cars stepped on the accelerator and drove over roaringly. "Brother Qin, they can't stop them if they don't listen to us." The capable person lying on the roof shouted loudly, with a very aggrieved expression. Qin Zhan was furious. These reporters don't care about anything in order to make big news. What is this? The reporters got out of the car one after another and stared at the huge slime monster. "It's very dangerous here, leave now." Qin Zhan shouted anxiously. However, the reporters had no intention of leaving at all, and picked up their long guns and short cannons to shoot wildly. Of course, the slime monster would not miss this good opportunity to replenish life energy, and several tentacles shot at the reporters, setting off a whistling sound. "Leave now." Qin Zhan hurriedly stood in front of the reporters and slashed the tentacles with a sharp blade. However, the tentacles attacked reporters from all angles, and he simply couldn't take care of them. "What?" Several people screamed, tentacles wrapped around their bodies, frantically devouring the life energy in their bodies. Qin Zhan was furious, and he simply ignored the tentacles, but directly attacked the slime monster and chopped it into countless pieces. The slime monster turned into a glue-like liquid and flowed around again, and the entangled reporters had no chance of surviving and turned into skinny corpses. "Qin Zhan! Qin Zhan!" The reporters shouted Qin Zhan's name, and the cheers shot into the sky. They didn't notice that the glue-like liquid had flowed under their feet. "The monster is not dead yet, it has the ability to resurrect you." Before Qin Zhan's words were finished, the slime monsters gathered, and even wrapped him in the slime. Damn! Qin Zhan's complexion changed greatly, and he was trapped by the mucus. Only then did he know how terrifying the power that devoured life energy was. A tyrannical airwave exploded from him at the center, instantly blasting the slime monster's body, and the slime splashed everywhere. Many reporters were wrapped in mucus and turned into mummified corpses, and those who survived were trembling and terrified. Until this time, the reporters who were not afraid these days and only wanted to make big news did not realize the seriousness of the matter. The slime monster was resurrected again, its size was still huge, and it seemed that it could die many times. It suddenly changed direction and rushed westward. Everyone in the security bureau was stunned. "Not going to the city?" Qin Zhan was the first to wake up. He shouted, "There is a river over there, leading to the city sewers. If it enters the water, it will be completely over." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. With millions of ordinary people living in the city, with the horror of the slime monster, it will be a horrific massacre. And after the slaughter, how strong will the slime be? It is unimaginable. Stop it. Be sure to stop it. Qin Zhan rushed towards the slime monster like a whirlwind, killing it effortlessly. He coughed twice, his face was slightly pale, and his life energy was swallowed by the slime monster before, which made his current situation a bit worse. Slime back to life again. Let's go together. Slime is killed again and resurrected again and again. No matter how many times you kill him, he is still alive and kicking, but his size has shrunk a lot. Seeing, the distance from the river is getting closer and closer. Many capable people began to despair. They tried their best, but they couldn't stop the slime monster at all. This catastrophe cannot be avoided, and the whole city will become a dead city. A lot of people gave up and the attack wasn't as violent as before. What are you doing? Qin Zhan shouted, your family and friends are still in the city, do you want to watch them get killed? This sentence aroused morale, and the attack was much more violent. However, their struggles are like crabs in a pot. No matter how hard they try, they cannot change their inevitable fate. After being killed and resurrected again and again, the small half of the slime monster plunged into the river. It's over. Done. Completely finished. Shuedong shook his head in a very collapsed way. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were the same as his, and they fell into great despair. Even Qin Zhan is helpless. He can no longer save the world like he did 3 years ago. When everyone thought that the capital was going to become hell, Gao Tang stood up. It suddenly occurred to him that when the slime monster dies, using the ability, plunder, is it possible to steal the slime monster's ability? Anyway, try it right. In the eyes of everyone, Gao Tang rushed to the slime monster, his mind force blasted the monster's body, and his fist pierced through the heart. Capability plundering, ability to acquire, immortal body, oh roar? Gao Tang's eyes flickered. As a result, there should be no way for the slime monster to be resurrected, right? Pieces of mucus crackled and fell into the river, and everyone shook their heads, and some even collapsed to their knees, crying. They tried their best, but they couldn't save their family and friends. A second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. The slime monsters did not gather together, and floated on the water, floating up and down. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads, their eyes filled with confusion, and incomprehension. The slime monster is dead? The next second, ecstasy appeared on their faces, they cheered loudly, and they were extremely excited. And those reporters, like locusts, flocked to Gao Tang. The long guns and short guns slammed wildly, and the crackling flashing lights made him unable to open his eyes. A female reporter couldn't wait to squeeze out of the crowd and asked with a microphone, Gao Tang, among the capable people who participated in this mission, you are the weakest, but you killed the undead monster. In your opinion, you are the weakest. Are these teammates worthy of their name? Gao Tang looked at the female reporter. The heavy black uniform could not stop her graceful figure. Under the short skirt were black stockings tightly wrapped around her legs. From her strong calves, it could be seen that she should exercise regularly. This female reporter is tall and slender, with a very pure face that reminds people of her first love. Facing her challenge, Gao Tang did not panic, and he said with a sullen face, who was very accomplished in language arts, I just happened to kill the undead monster. It was purely by luck, not by strength at all. Without my teammates driving him to a dead end, this would never have happened. Your words have seriously hurt our feelings. What is your motive? The female reporter was stunned for 2 seconds, not expecting Gao Tang to be so eloquent. She thought for a while, and then asked, Gao Tang, I understand that because your ability affinity is 100%, your future potential is rated as Super S grade by the Security Bureau. Today, you participated in such a dangerous mission and successfully killed the undead monster. Are you telling Qin Zhan that your time has come? After all, even Qin Zhan was helpless against undead monsters. May I think that you regard Qin Zhan as an opponent and want to knock him down from the altar? Gao Tang said calmly, you are very attentive to my investigation. I was indeed rated as a Super S level potential by the Security Bureau, but that is only an estimate. I am a small C level now. Like you said, among all the capable people present, my strength is the worst. At my current level, how can I tell my seniors that my era has come? You are stupid, how can you think of me like you? Also, as I already said, I just happened to kill the undead monster by luck, not by strength at all. This would never have happened without my teammates driving him to the brink. Whether you pretend to be inaudible on purpose, or you really can't, I think you should go to the hospital to see an ear doctor. Did you accidentally pull out your brain when picking earwax? In the end, you said that I regard Senior Qin as an opponent and want to knock him down from the altar. Gao Tang smiled coldly, you should be an orphan, right? 3 years ago, Senior Qin turned the situation around by himself, eliminated the hunting energy organization, and saved countless people. Only if you don't have family and friends, will you not know how to be grateful and express your dissatisfaction with Senior Qin deliberately? The female reporter was completely stunned. Gao Tang's combination of punches made her brain freeze, and she couldn't remember a single question that had been organized. Since Duan is afraid that the world will not be in chaos, he must have a strong ability to respond on the spot. The female reporter quickly stabilized her flustered mind and said again, I don't quite understand why you are acting so aggressive. I just ask questions normally. You can choose to answer or not to answer. It would be wrong to escalate to personal attacks. Bar? From the perspective of work, this is not the attitude you should have when facing interviews. From the perspective of life, you are facing a weak woman. What is your demeanor as a man? Or, do you think that men dominate the world and women are just accessories, free to beat, scold and insult? Gao Tang, please answer my question. It must be said that the professional level of this reporter is very high. Facing her aggressiveness, Gao Tang smiled lightly. For most people, they would definitely be forced to be at a loss by the female reporters and lose face in front of everyone. But who is Gao Tang? Master of the language. Master. He calmly replied, I think you misunderstood. I didn't attack you personally, I was just stating the facts I saw. It's normal for you to object. After all, a fool won't call himself a fool, and a mentally ill won't call himself a mentally ill person. The female reporter said coldly, do you think I'm not a normal person? Normal people have a very important function, do you know what it is? Gao Tang did not give the female reporter a chance to speak, and continued, you are right, it is self-awareness. Sorry, I didn't see this functionality from you. Therefore, your accusation against me is unfounded. Also, I have a lot of respect for women. For example, my partner is a woman. We love each other like a family. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Gao Tang raised his hand and drew everyone's attention to Fong Meng. The reporter's long guns and short cannons immediately aimed at this beautiful and delicate girl, and the crackling flash made her unable to open her eyes. Shui Dong next to Fong Meng was stunned, and the cigarette fell out of his mouth. Bless yourself. His face changed greatly and he hid in the crowd. Gao Tang's fire was too fierce, and the video on the internet would definitely cause a lot of public opinion. He didn't want to be drowned by the spittle of the general public. I know that my partner is very beautiful, and he is the most beautiful person in the world that you have never seen before, but you don't have to take pictures all the time. My interview is not over yet. Gao Tang clapped his palms a few times to let everyone's attention focus on himself. Fong Meng was not very involved in the world, so she would definitely not be able to cope with these reporters. If she led the fire on her, she would definitely burn to ashes in an instant. Do you still have any questions? Keep asking. Gao Tang raised his chin at the female reporter, and he became more interested. The opportunity to slap in the face like this is rare and must not be missed. The female reporter opened her mouth, and her brain crashed again. She never thought that in the face of her interview, someone would actually control the situation and occupy a dominant position. Although she is young, she is already the director of the news department of Tiansheng Company. She does not rely on anyone to take the position. She has reached this position entirely by her own professional ability. In her professional experience, she has never met someone like Gao Tang, making her speechless again and again, and her legend in the industry is so vulnerable. She is unwilling to admit defeat, she must continue to write her own legend and cannot become the laughingstock of the press. To tell you the truth, with my status, I don't need to do interviews anymore. I chose to leave the comfortable office and risk my life to come here because I love the profession of a reporter so much. However, through the conversation with you, I feel very disappointed. If the new guys in the security bureau are as bad as you are, I have a hard time imagining the future of this society. More importantly, you are still the seed that the security agency is preparing to cultivate vigorously. I believe that when today's interview video is posted on major online platforms, all netizens who watch the video will have an idea. Can such a person really be relied upon? Would such a person really not cause social unrest? The female reporter was satisfied with her question, and she was more looking forward to Gao Tang's answer. If the opponent showed panic, she would attack violently and let him know the weight of the name Shan Xiao in the press. Gao Tang fell silent. A triumphant smile appeared on Shan Xiao's mouth. The reason why she loves the profession of a reporter is to enjoy the thrill of defeating her opponent. Yes, she regards every guest interviewed as her own opponent, and the fierce conflict represents the skyrocketing ratings, and ratings determine the value of a news company. For the ratings, journalists should do whatever they can. Can't you answer my question? Or do you acquiesce to my opinion? Shan Xiao revealed a high-flying look, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Gao Tang laughed and said, I think what you just said was funny, and I felt that there was no need to answer, so I kept silent. It's funny? Shan Xiao pressed Gao Tang step by step. Do you think it's funny that people are displaced? Do you find it funny to lose family and friends? Do you find it funny to live a precarious life? You are overreacting. I don't think you have a normal interview attitude, but you are deliberately embarrassing me. Gao Tang set the tone first, then before Shan Xiao spoke, he said first, I think it's funny because you think you have a lot of status. Excuse me, what is your status? We were all born on the same land, standing under the same sky, with the same blood flowing from our bodies. Why do you think you are superior to others? Could it be, because you live a rich life? In your opinion, money determines a person's worth? Instead of the good qualities of humility, honor, sacrifice, valor, mercy, soul, honesty, justice? What values are you conveying to the society? Is this what a reporter should be like? Shan Xiao stepped back. Gao Tong sneered and continued, also, you asked me just now, are people like me worth relying on? Will it really not cause social unrest? I can tell you now. Won't. Because I love this land, I love this sky, and I love my compatriots who share the same blood as me. From the day I was born, I have firmly remembered my mother's words, and I will strive for the happy life of the people in the future. Now, my mom is gone forever, but I will never forget what she taught me. The light emitted by Gao Tang was too dazzling, turning the night into day. He pressed Shan Xiao step by step. As for your bad personality, I have to admit, I can't control my emotions when I see someone with a dirty mind. I can tell you clearly, I will never change. Even if I am criticized, I must let everyone see your despicable and shameless face. I'm done. Do you have any questions? Shan Xiao sat down on the ground, staring blankly at Gao Tang's face, unable to say anything. You reporters, asking questions for the sake of ratings, always trying to make big news. Xinjiang stood up and rounded up the field. He helped Shan Xiao up in a gentlemanly manner, then patted Gao Tang on the shoulder, indicating that he could leave, and then he would deal with the reporters. Gao Tang smacking his lips, still waiting for the next reporter to come and ask questions. I just felt a little bit, and it just ended like an anticlimactic, and I was not happy at all. He sighed with deep regret, and walked to Fong Meng's side under the awe-inspiring gaze of everyone. The flash crackled. How? Am I awesome? Gao Tang crossed his hips, looking like he was waiting for a compliment. Can you not pull me into the water? Fong Meng whispered, I will be killed by you. As a companion, isn't it a challenge to stand together? What about the blessing? You enjoy it yourself, right? Ha? Gao Tang said in surprise, you understand very well. Scumbag. Seeing the closeness of the two, the reporters thought about the news headlines. The golden boy and girl of the Security Bureau broke into the human laboratory at night, and the beautiful love of life and death. Qin Zhan, you are one of the trump cards of the Security Bureau. As the strongest S rank, facing the undead monsters that the C rank can defeat, you are helpless, and you almost turned the capital into a hell on earth. What do you want to say? On the other hand, Shan Xiao regained her composure, and her professionalism is not a vain reputation. The fiasco in Gao Tang's interview does not mean that she will suffer a disastrous defeat in Qin Zhan's interview. She must do her best to recover the lost face from Qin Zhan. Therefore, under her careful care, Qin Zhan was forced to be at a loss, unable to cope with the stormy onslaught at all. This afternoon. After the task was over, Gao Tang slept with his head covered and finally relieved the exhaustion caused by the night's work. He got up from the bed, brushed his teeth, washed his face and got dressed. Downstairs. Fong Meng is always showing her perseverance and is working hard to complete the training plan. Gao Tang took out a bottle of drink from the refrigerator, took 2 sips, and asked, should my interview video be posted on an online platform? Did it cause a big stir? Fong Meng, who was doing handstand push-ups, stopped, wiped his sweat with the towel on the sofa, and asked breathlessly, what do you think? Gao Tang smiled and asked proudly, how do people on the internet rate me? Fong Meng shook his head, God's eyes are closed, your reputation has improved a lot, and there are many people on the internet who thank you. Gao Tang nodded in relief, count them acquainted. However, there are also many people who spray you. Why? Gao Tang didn't understand, I saved millions of people. Fong Meng analyzed, it should be that Tiancheng company hired a Shui Jun to blackmail you, and also turned out the comments that you had scolded with netizens on the internet. As a result, some people think you are very individual, some people think you are arrogant, and some people think you are hypocritical. Good guy. Gao Tang stretched out his hand to Fong Meng, give me your cell phone, and I'll have a good chat with them, and let them know how many ways to write the word doubt in life. Come on. Fong Meng became more and more angry, you are using my account, and now my private messages are about to explode. Gao Tang scratched his head, how is Qin Zhan? His performance last night was too bad. If it was me, I could spray the female reporter's mother without knowing it. A smug smile appeared on Fong Meng's face, Shan Xiao backfired, she thought that Uncle Qin would fall into the whirlpool of public opinion, but as a result, Uncle Qin's approval rate was even higher. Because although he didn't defeat the undead monster, he never gave up. Everyone believed in him, undead monsters are very tricky monsters. And you killed the undead monster by chance. It was entirely based on luck, not on strength at all. Without teammates to force it to a dead end, it is impossible for this to happen. Therefore, Shan Xiao messed up and was sprayed with blood. The result was as I thought. The weaker Qin Zhan behaved, the more grounded he became in the eyes of the general public, who felt that he was friendly and easy to get along with. After speaking, Fong Meng's cell phone rang. She picked up the mobile phone on the sofa and saw that Qin Feng was calling. She frowned, a little puzzled in her eyes. She thought that after Qin Feng was teased by Gao Tang, it would take a long time for him to recover, but he actually bothered her again. What's wrong? Gao Tang leaned over and saw Qin Feng's phone, his eyes lit up. I'll pick it up. I'm afraid he won't survive tonight. Saying that, Fong Meng answered the phone. I'm done, Sister Fong Meng, I'm done. Qin Feng's cry came from the phone. What's wrong with you? The sex change operation failed? This sentence suddenly popped out of Fong Meng's head. No doubt, it was Gao Tang's fault. She glared at Gao Tang angrily. Gao Tang spread his hands, his expression was innocent, and he felt inexplicable. What's wrong with you? Speak slowly and don't cry. I killed Dad. I'm going to kill Dad. Fong Meng's eyebrows were immediately locked, and he asked anxiously, what's wrong? What happened? Qin Feng cried loudly, you know everything by watching the news. I'm trying to fix it now, but I don't know if it will help. What should I do? Tell me what happened. I know you can't help me. I'm in a panic now. I just want to make a phone call. All I can think of is you. Fong Meng's eyebrows locked tighter. Where are you going now? I won't tell you, you can't help me. Do. Hey. Qin Feng hung up the phone and called again, it was already turned off. Fong Meng glanced at Gao Tang, it seems that something happened. She immediately used her mobile phone to search for Qin Zhan's news. Soon, a wave of negative news broke into her eyes. The Security Bureau secretly conducts human experiments, what kind of conspiracy is behind it? Qin Zhan, who is the hope of mankind, actually agrees with the existence of human experiments. Is he really as bright as the eyes of the public? It's time, we can no longer let the Security Bureau be reckless, we have to fight. Qin Zhan should be nailed to the pillar of shame and cast aside, he made everyone a joke. What's the situation? Why did it suddenly become like this? Gao Tang's head came together with Fong Meng, watching the news on the phone screen. Fong Meng opened a most played video, which was shot from a first-person perspective, and took pictures of the laboratory environment and the bloody work content. There was also the voice of Qin Zhan talking to the staff, facing those horrors. Experiments, he turned a blind eye. Is this what Qin Feng did? The matter of Qin Zhan was very noisy, and thousands of people flooded the streets, asking Qin Zhan to come out and give an explanation. The protest march was broadcast live on the internet, and the direction they went was Qin Zhan's home. Gao Tang and the two watched the live broadcast on TV, and their faces were terrifying. Perhaps, some people really want a satisfactory statement so that they can live with peace of mind. But more people are carnival. They attacked and vented frantically, thinking that they had realized their inner sense of justice, but in fact they were just enjoying the thrill of pulling the hero down from the altar, satisfying their inner darkness, jealousy, depression, and unwillingness. Qin Zhan! Get out! Qin Zhan! Get out! The marchers waved insulting placards and shouted hoarsely outside Qin Zhan's house. After a while, Qin Zhan dragged his tired body out of the house and lost his usual energy. Seeing Qin Zhan, a large group of reporters rushed up like locusts. Qin Zhan, what do you think of the accusations online? The security service issued an emergency declaration that all experimental subjects are vicious criminals. However, once a person breaks the taboo, he will fall deeper and deeper. Everyone is very worried. Now they are criminals, will the next ones be those with low ability affinity, and then ordinary people? Last night, you personally led a team to destroy the laboratory of a big food company, and now, the Security Bureau is also conducting inhumane experiments. Can you do anything if you put the word official? Hearing these Pierce questions, Shan Xiao sneered and felt stupid. The focus of this incident was not the incident itself, but Qin Zhan himself. If you want to make the news more explosive, you must focus all the firepower on Qin Zhan. She pushed aside the crowd, walked in front of Qin Zhan, and asked aggressively, Qin Zhan, everyone is very supportive of you being elected as the next director of the Security Bureau, but you agree with the existence of human experiments. I even listened to it in the video. To your laughter. Do you know how I feel? It was obviously a hot day, but I felt like I had fallen into an ice cellar, trembling all over and chilling all over my body. I really can't imagine what the world will be like after you are elected as the director of the Security Bureau. I even have reason to suspect that your heroic image has been created intentionally. I don't know if I can trust you in the future. I believe that many people have the same idea as me. How do you explain this? I'm not like you said. The drugs researched in the laboratory are to protect the world and reduce the casualties of members of the Security Bureau, and those experimental subjects. You're right. Shan Xiao interrupted. Actually, I think differently from many people. I support the Security Bureau using those criminals for drug experiments. After all, those people can no longer be called people, but a demon in human skin. So, no matter what happened to them, I didn't have the slightest sympathy, and even felt very happy. My question is the hero image you've always been created on purpose? Can we trust you in the future? Please answer my question, don't answer the question. It has to be said that Shan Zhao's move is too high, pushing Qin Zhan to the opposite of everyone. Of course you can trust me, I never thought of pretending, I've always been real. However, you have betrayed our trust, you are full of lies, you have made all those who admire you a joke, and you have destroyed the dreams of all the children who targeted you. Qin Zhan sighed deeply, his face full of guilt. You have nothing to say? Just right. My questions are over. After Shan Xiao finished speaking, the crowd boiled and attacked Qin Zhan frantically, venting their inner anger. I really can't watch it anymore, I want to jump into the TV and give Qin Zhan a few words. Gao Tang slapped himself on the face, Qin Zhan's performance was terrible. Uncle Qin is too upright. If only he had 1% of your shamelessness. Gao Tang said with approval, even 1,000th is enough for him to benefit infinitely. Fang Meng squinted at him, do you think I'm complimenting you? Gao Tang said in surprise, otherwise? I'm not in the mood to joke with you now, we have to help Uncle Qin. It's too complicated, we are two little rookies in the Security Bureau, how can we help? Fang Meng pondered for a moment, then slapped his forehead hard, Qin Feng. She said quickly, find him, we can know the truth and turn the public's attention to the mastermind behind the planning of this incident. This idea is very correct, but how do we find Qin Feng? Gao Tang said, I'm almost certain that this kid has left this world forever. Fang Meng's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. Don't look at me like that, I'm not joking. Gao Tang sighed, after he called you, he went to see the mastermind behind the scenes. You should be able to guess what would happen without me saying more. This fool. Stupid. Fang Meng wanted to call Qin Feng, but stopped when her fingers touched the screen. She covered her face with her hands and wept silently. Growing up with Qin Feng since childhood, the two have a deep relationship. No matter how stupid Qin Feng is, he can't do so many stupid things. I think he is being manipulated. Fang Meng put down his hand and looked at Gao Tang with tears in his eyes. You mean, all I can think of is worry-free education, they do too many things to manipulate people's minds. Even if Qin Feng made that call to you and went to find the culprit behind the scenes, he might have been manipulated, but he didn't know it. Otherwise there is no way to explain his stupidity. No matter how stupid people are, there are limits. Qin Feng's final behavior has exceeded the scope of a fool and has become an SB. Don't say that, death is the worst word. It's like when the coffin board is closed, all his mistakes can disappear. I think, seeing Fang Meng's sad eyes, Gao Tang closed his mouth and took out his mobile phone. I will contact Xue Dong and ask him what he thinks. Maybe I can take the opportunity to eradicate Weiyujiu, and then find out the Black Fire. The organization, without our participation, is at peace. In this way, Qin Feng is dead. Gao Tang swallowed the words when he reached his lips, and tapped his fingers quickly on the screen. When Xue Dong received the text message, he didn't feel that Gao Tang's guess was untenable as before. He valued it very much, but now there are protests and marches all over the place, and in order to cope with the Public Opinion Security Bureau, the news will be reported tomorrow. Let the bullet fly for a while. The next day, Gao Tang has acquired a new ability, vision enhancement. This is an active skill. When using this ability, you can see far away, just like using a telescope. With the purpose of researchability and the idea of investigating the enemy, Gao Tang carefully observed every villain in the community, and the result is, it is inconvenient to say too much. Early in the morning, Fang Meng knocked on Gao Tang's door. You could tell from the knock on the door that she was in a very anxious mood now. Isn't it inconvenient for men in the early morning? How do you keep on teaching? Do you have an idea for me? Gao Tang was joking, opened the door, and saw Fang Meng's face full of tears. His heart tightened, and he said with a smile on his face, what happened? Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin has committed suicide. Why? Gao Tang couldn't understand, how could he be so fragile? He must have been disappointed with the people. Fang Meng said with tears, "It is these people who brought him to the altar, and it is these people who brought him down from the altar. It's not that he can't bear slander, but that he can't find the meaning of protecting these people. Perhaps he was trying to prove his innocence with death. Perhaps he felt that he had betrayed everyone's trust. Perhaps his dream is broken. I have heard him say countless times that his dream in this life is to let everyone live a happy and peaceful life. Or maybe. I don't know what he's thinking. Why is he going to a dead end? Why in the end?" Fang Meng threw herself into Gao Tang's arms and cried aloud. He stroked Fang Meng's soft hair, not knowing how to comfort him. He couldn't understand why Qin Zhan chose to commit suicide. Being able to become a person with S-level ability, the psychological endurance is absolutely strong, and it is too strange to die. Are you also being manipulated? However, the ability of Wu Yujio is only a level strength, and logically speaking, it should not be able to affect Qin Zhan. Is it really disappointing with the people, feeling that what they have done is meaningless, and going to the extreme? At this time, Gao Tang's cell phone rang. He glanced back, his phone vibrating on the bedside table. Then, "I'm going to pick up the phone?" Fang Meng left Gao Tang's embrace when she noticed that Gao Tang was wearing underwear, and her face turned red. Gao Tang walked into the room and the call was from Shui Dong. "You know everything, right?" Shui Dong spoke first. "Qin Zhan really committed suicide?" "Yes." Shui Dong sighed, "I still can't believe that he will go to extremes. Could it be manipulated by someone? This possibility is not ruled out, but he left a suicide note." Shui Dong said, "You know, I am very popular in the security bureau, and I learned the content of the suicide note. He is disappointed with the people. He feels that what he has been doing is meaningless. These people are dark, despicable, greedy, dirty, selfish, cold-blooded. He felt he had no reason to protect them at all. And let him be a vicious sociopath, he can't." Thinking of this mental torment every day from now on, he felt that death was a relief. He also felt that he saw the world too late and thought he was ridiculous. Gao Tang did not know how to evaluate it, and was silent for a long time. The Security Bureau has already exercised personal control over the senior management of Wu Yujio, but the current results are very bad. What's wrong? None of the followers of Wu Yujio participated in the protest march. It even persuaded those who participated in the protest march, and achieved good results. The most important thing is that Zhang Qianfan has no superpowers. As for the dwarf brother you mentioned, the Security Bureau cannot find him. No matter how you look at it, the worry-free religion is friendly and peaceful, and they have made no mistakes. Gao Tang frowned and said, "A person who has no shortcomings proves that he has a big problem." Yes, you are right, the Security Bureau has not relaxed its vigilance against Wu Yujio. In the future, he will pay attention to Wu Yujio's every move, and once exposed, he will cut out the slaying sword. Isn't it bad to force a confession directly? What do you think of the Security Bureau? Shui Dong said helplessly, although the Security Bureau has many shortcomings, it is not a terrorist organization. What's more, there are a lot of followers of Wuyo religion, and it will cause too much trouble if there is no evidence. You shouldn't allow religion to exist, and find yourself unhappy. It's too late to say anything now, not to mention that religion has its pros and cons. Forget it, not much to say. You still remember, don't talk nonsense about Wu Yujio. With our strength, we can't do anything, yes. Gao Tang replied, when they jump out, naturally someone with strong ability will go up. It's fine if you understand, I'm hanging up. Shui Dong hung up the phone. Gao Tang raised his head and sighed, feeling a little bad. Looking out the door, Fang Meng was no longer there. He quickly changed his clothes, walked downstairs, and saw Fang Meng staring at the TV, and it was the female reporter named Shan Xiao. Qin Zhan's suicide and fear of crime can only explain one thing. The so-called hero is just a clown brought out by the Security Bureau. Gao Tang picked up the remote control on the sofa and turned off the TV. What are you doing? Fang Meng stared at Gao Tang angrily. After all, it's nothing more than attacking Qin Zhan and earning ratings. I don't even need to watch it, I know what she's going to say. I'm going to kill her. Fang Meng walked out with his head sullen, his body overflowing with murderous aura, and the whole room was filled with a chill that made the hair stand on end. Gao Tang stopped her. You just swagger to kill her? Are you crazy? I can't let her continue to slander Uncle Qin. I don't think your head is clear right now. Fang Meng said angrily, do you just let this clown jump up and down? I must let her survive tonight. I thought you had learned to use your brain, but I didn't expect that I overestimated you. Fang Meng stared at Gao Tang viciously and said, "You can be articulate in front of me, do you think it's interesting? You are not me, you have no idea of my feelings for Uncle Qin. He is the closest person besides my parents. I didn't stop you from killing her, but because you chose the stupidest way. Then tell me, how can I not be stupid?" Gao Tang said, "Forcing an S-level capable person to death, Shan Shao will definitely be very proud, and Tiansheng Company, which made a lot of money in this turmoil, will definitely hold a celebration banquet for her." While they were singing and laughing and singing greatness, we secretly poisoned this bunch of clowns who were afraid of chaos in the world, wouldn't it? Why do you have to swagger in the past and put yourself at a disadvantage? Do you want to be thrown into the lab by the Security Bureau and lie on the operating table doing drug experiments? Let the bullet fly for a while. The next day, Gao Tang has acquired a new ability, vision enhancement. This is an active skill. When using this ability, you can see far away, just like using a telescope. With the purpose of research ability and the idea of investigating the enemy, Gao Tang carefully observed every villain in the community, and the result is, it is inconvenient to say too much. Early in the morning, Fang Meng knocked on Gao Tang's door. You could tell from the knock on the door that she was in a very anxious mood now. Isn't it inconvenient for men in the early morning? How do you keep on teaching? Do you have an idea for me? Gao Tang was joking, opened the door, and saw Fang Meng's face full of tears. His heart tightened, and he said with a smile on his face, "What happened?" "Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin has committed suicide." "Why?" Gao Tang couldn't understand. How could he be so fragile? What's more, Qin Feng's whereabouts are still unknown, so he doesn't care? He must have been disappointed with the people. Fang Meng said with tears, "It is these people who brought him to the altar, and it is these people who brought him down from the altar. It's not that he can't bear slander, but that he can't find the meaning of protecting these people. Perhaps he was trying to prove his innocence with death. Perhaps he felt that he had betrayed everyone's trust. Perhaps his dream is broken. I have heard him say countless times that his dream in this life is to let everyone live a happy and peaceful life. Or maybe. I don't know what he's thinking. Why is he going to a dead end? Why in the end?" Fang Meng threw herself into Gao Tang's arms and cried aloud. He stroked Fang Meng's soft hair, not knowing how to comfort him. He couldn't understand why Qin Zhan chose to commit suicide. Being able to become a person with S-level ability, the psychological endurance is absolutely strong, and it is too strange to die. Are you also being manipulated? However, the ability of Woyujio is only a level strength, and logically speaking, it should not be able to affect Qin Zhan. Is it really disappointing with the people, feeling that what they have done is meaningless, and going to the extreme? At this time, Gao Tang's cell phone rang. He glanced back, his phone vibrating on the bedside table. Then, "I'm going to pick up the phone?" Fang Meng left Gao Tang's embrace when she noticed that Gao Tang was wearing underwear, and her face turned red. Gao Tang walked into the room and the call was from Shui Dong. "You know everything, right?" Shui Dong spoke first. "Qin Zhan really committed suicide?" "Yes." Shui Dong sighed, "It happened last night. I still can't believe that he would go to extremes. Could it be manipulated by someone? This possibility is not ruled out, but he left a suicide note." Shui Dong said, "You know, I am very popular in the Security Bureau, and I learned the content of the suicide note. He is disappointed with the people. He feels that what he has been doing is meaningless. These people are dark, despicable, greedy, dirty, selfish, cold-blooded. He felt he had no reason to protect them at all. And let him be a wicked sociopath, he can't, so he thinks death is a relief. He also felt that he saw the world too late and thought he was ridiculous." Gao Tang didn't know how to evaluate it, and he still had the most incomprehensible question: he died if he didn't care about his son? Although my contact with Qin Zhan is short, I feel that he is not the kind of irresponsible person. Who knows what he was thinking at the time? Shui Dong sighed, "Probably when the mood reaches extremes, they don't care about anything. As long as he thinks more about his son's stupidity, he will not commit suicide." Gao Tang said, "I still prefer that his mind was manipulated by others. Although he is very strong, the pressure of public opinion on him is too great, causing him to lose his spirit and be taken advantage of. Of course, he must also have suicidal thoughts, which is why he can be amplified by people. The culprit is likely to be hidden in the parade crowd. I'm sure it's Woyujio who is doing the trick." Shui Dongdao, "Your suspicion is very reasonable. The Security Bureau has personally controlled the senior management of Woyujio, but the current results are very bad. What's wrong? None of the followers of Woyugyo participated in the protest march, and even persuaded those who participated in the protest march, and achieved good results. The most important thing is that Zhang Qianfan has no superpowers. As for the dwarf brother you mentioned, the security bureau cannot find him. No matter how you look at it, the worry-free religion is friendly and peaceful, and they have made no mistakes. Gao Tong frowned and said, a person who has no shortcomings proves that he has a big problem. Yes, you are right, the security bureau has not relaxed its vigilance against Woyugyo. In the future, he will pay attention to Woyugyo's every move, and once exposed, he will cut out the slaying sword. Isn't it bad to force a confession directly? What do you think of the security bureau? Shuidong said helplessly, although the security bureau has many shortcomings, it is not a terrorist organization. What's more, there are a lot of followers of Wuyo religion, and it will cause too much trouble if there is no evidence. You shouldn't allow religion to exist, and find yourself unhappy. It's too late to say anything now, not to mention that religion has its pros and cons. Forget it, not much to say. You still remember, don't talk nonsense about Woyugyo, with our strength, we can't do anything, yes. Gao Tong replied, when they jump out, naturally someone with strong ability will go up. It's fine if you understand, I'm hanging up. Shuidong hung up the phone. Gao Tong raised his head and sighed, feeling a little bad. Looking out the door, Fong Mang was no longer there. He quickly changed his clothes, walked downstairs, and saw Fong Mang staring at the TV, and it was the female reporter named Shan Xiao. Xinjiang's suicide in fear of crime can only explain one thing. The so-called hero is just a clown brought out by the security bureau. Gao Tang picked up the remote control on the sofa and turned off the TV. What are you doing? Fong Mang stared at Gao Tang angrily. After all, it's nothing more than attacking Xinjiang and earning ratings. I don't even need to watch it, I know what she's going to say. I'm going to kill her. Fong Mang walked out with his head sullen, his body overflowing with murderous aura, and the whole room was filled with a chill that made the hair stand on end. Gao Tang stopped her, you just swagger to kill her? Are you crazy? I can't let her continue to slander Uncle Qin. I don't think your head is clear right now. Fong Mang said angrily, do you just let this clown jump up and down? I must let her survive tonight. I thought you had learned to use your brain, but I didn't expect that I overestimated you. Fong Mang stared at Gao Tang viciously and said, you can be articulate in front of me, do you think it's interesting? You are not me, you have no idea of my feelings for Uncle Qin. He is the closest person besides my parents. I didn't stop you from killing her, but because you chose the stupidest way. Then tell me, how can I not be stupid? Gao Tang said, forcing an S-level capable person to death, Shan Xiao will definitely be very proud, and Tiancheng Company, which made a lot of money in this turmoil, will definitely hold a celebration banquet for her. While they were singing and laughing and singing greatness, we secretly poisoned this bunch of clowns who were afraid of chaos in the world, wouldn't it? Why do you have to swagger in the past and put yourself at a disadvantage? Do you want to be thrown into the lab by the security bureau and lie on the operating table doing drug experiments? There are still endorsements of Xinjiang everywhere in the commercial street, but the busy staff are erasing traces of his existence little by little. Maybe, it won't be long before he will be completely forgotten. It may also be a scar that exists in people's hearts. Guess what they're doing in there? Gao Tang pointed to an advertising car on the side of the road and asked Fong Mang. After he persuaded Fong Mang's impulse, the two left the house together to inquire about Shan Zhao's whereabouts. It turned out that the top management of Tiancheng Company got into the advertising car and drove the car to the crowded commercial street. Fong Mang thought for a while and gave Gao Tang a few answers, but all he got was shaking his head. Do you see the window glass? Gao Tang said, you can see the outside from the inside, but you can't see the inside from the outside, so, do you understand? This group of people converted the compartment of the advertising car into an RV-like environment, and deliberately drove to crowded places. To seek excitement. I have to say that they are really good at playing. Fong Mang's murderous aura brewing in his heart was a bit chaotic. I'm here to hear how far they've come. Oral enhancement was activated, and various voices entered Gao Tang's ears. With his concentration, he could clearly hear the conversation in the advertising car. As expected of a legend in the press, he even drove the S-level capable person to a dead end. If I hadn't witnessed this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it if I killed him. I didn't expect Xinjiang to choose to commit suicide. My original intention was to pull him down from the altar. After all, this storm was not that serious. Who knew he was so vulnerable?
To the greatness of Sister Shan, everyone. Gao Teng sneered, these scumbags were still complacent. Sudden. The sound of the car comes out through the roof speakers. If you compare this world to an ant nest, ordinary people are worker ants, and those who are capable are soldier ants. Although worker ants have no power, they are the most important part of society. If the Security Bureau ignores their voices, there is a possibility of causing riots, and there may be dissatisfaction within the Security Bureau. Why don't they even have the right to speak? The reason why we journalists dare to show off our might in front of those who are capable is because we act daringly and are not afraid of death? Of course not. It is because behind us is the surging public opinion, and countless worker ants are supporting our bravery. As their mouthpiece, what we send to the Security Bureau is not our own voice, but the voice of hundreds of millions of worker ants. The security service is declaring war on them by acting violently against us. Ordinary people also have the ability to resist, and there are those who are capable who are dissatisfied with atrocities, and anti-social organizations will take the opportunity to play, Shan Xiao sneered. Decades ago, in the eyes of the Super Energy Bureau, the Security Bureau was an anti-social organization, but with the support of many worker ants, the Security Bureau represented justice, and the Super Energy Bureau became a pillar of shame. Big villain. Those at the top of the pyramid will not let the world fall into riots, so even if I put my neck under Qin Zhan's sword, he would not dare to kill me. Because even the Security Bureau can't bear the surging voices of the worker ants, let alone a mere S-rank capable person. In front of the huge machine of society, he is just a small screw. Sister Shan is really amazing. As expected of a legend in the press, he used the weapon of public opinion to the extreme. Shan Xiao laughed, actually, having said so much, I also have the element of boasting. There are people with all kinds of personalities in the Security Bureau. Before I interview, I will first understand what their personalities are. If it is that kind of impulsive ability person, I will definitely not be full of aggression. In case of hitting me, or passion killing, I must be cold. And Qin Zhan is so upright and bright, he is the most suitable object for us to bully. Do you know what I was thinking when I learned of his death? He is a complete fool. A fool like this cannot survive in this society. After Shan Xiao said this, he started a party with the people in the car. The privacy of this car is very good, and there is absolutely no sound from the outside. If it weren't for the sound of the car being broadcast by the roof horn, the conversations of these people would not be transmitted to the outside at all. Gao Tang saw more and more people flock to the advertising car, their faces full of anger, and their hands were holding weapons picked up on the ground. Shan Xiao took advantage of the weapon of public opinion, and will now be devoured by the weapon of public opinion. The advertising car was smashed frantically, and the people inside were swaying, completely unaware of what was going on, and even Shan Xiao thought it was because he was hilarious. Until Gao Tang quietly smashed the window glass with his mind power. Shan Xiao and others were dragged out and besieged frantically. Gao Tang saw a young man in a suit get out of the car, raised his hands in the French military salute, and shouted, "It's me." I exposed their true colors. Afterwards, the young man joined the siege. After a while, seeing that no one cared about him, he sneaked away. Gao Tang, who was watching his every move, stopped the young man. Are you also an employee of Tianqing Company? Why did you betray? I have admired Qin Zhan since I was a child. He shouldn't have ended like this. It was the slander of Shan Xiao and these people that made him completely lose confidence in this society, and he went to a dead end. Gao Tang squinted at him. You tell the truth. The young man exclaimed, this is the truth. Gao Tang stared at the man silently. I'm a trivial intern, they don't care about me at all. I don't know how many times this happened today. They asked me to serve tea, pour water, sweep the floor, mop the floor, deal with their after party, but not let me. Gao Tang's eyebrows jumped twice. It's okay, no one wants to hear your complaints, you can go. You should have listened, I made them punished. No, I don't want to hear it. Shan Xiao escaped. Fong Meng suddenly said. Looking at her line of sight, Shan Xiao with a blue nose and a swollen face ran desperately, followed by a large group of murderous people. She's in great shape. Gao Tang showed admiration, but he was ruthless in his hands. He quietly tripped Shan Xiao with his thoughts, fell into a dog and chewed shit, and his fair body was rubbed with blood by the cement floor. The crowd swarmed up and threw up their weapons and beat them violently. These people probably won't kill people, but we can make a perfect accident. Gao Tang flicked his fingers lightly, and a burst of energy hit Shan Xiao's head, twisting his neck into a twist in an instant. Afterwards, he did the same, sending all the senior management of Tianqing Company away and laughing in the underworld. Shan Zhao's death made Fong Meng's mood a lot more relaxed,
but thinking that the culprit was Wuyujio, her murderous aura diffused from her body again. I will work hard to cultivate, and I will never let Wuyujio go, and let them pay their debts with blood. Gaotong patted her on the shoulder. Come on, I'll give you a certificate if you win, and I'll choose the best tombstone for you if you lose.
Fong Meng looked at Gao Tang with an indescribable look. Why do you look at me like this? Gao Tang said, I have no grievances with Wuyujio, they don't come to provoke me, why should I provoke them? Let's just say that today, I just saw people like Shanxiao being unhappy. In fact, in the end, they didn't provoke me, but they were sprayed with blood by me. You have no feelings. You're wrong about that. Gao Tang corrected, it's not that I have no feelings, but that I have no feelings for you. Fong Meng stared at Gao Tang, his eyes spitting fire. You are a stone that can't be covered. Oh hoo, you are so nasty. Fong Meng turned his head and left, shaking his hair. Gao Tang caught up and walked side by side with her. What are you doing with me? Go home. Yes. Fong Meng stopped, looked at Gao Tang and said, pack up your things and get out of my house. I do not. You are shameless. Didn't you already know? What? Fong Meng stomped his feet in anger. Boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance, and the fire burst into the sky. There was screaming in the commercial street, and pedestrians fled everywhere. Gao Tang put up a pergola and looked into the distance. Is it so exciting? When you go out, you run into a riot? Soon, there was a fierce fight, and it seemed that someone with the ability had already stopped it. Hey! Fong Meng called out. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? You think you're on the phone? You give me some seriousness. Gao Tang put away his hippie smile. You said. Fong Meng's expression was a little down. She said, Uncle Chin's matter makes my mood very complicated now. I don't know if I need to protect others in the future, so I especially want to know, what do you think? Are you sure you want to ask me? Gao Tang said with a smile, my thoughts are all deviant. Fong Meng couldn't help laughing out loud and patted Gao Tang's arm. I want to know your thoughts even more, just say it. Of course I will protect others, because a stable order is important. As for people's hearts, as long as they don't look forward to it, they won't be disappointed. Xinjiang lived an ideal life. Although his death had a lot to do with Woyo sect, in the end, he couldn't find the meaning of living. Because his whole life is to live for others, so when he encounters betrayal, he can't open himself up. As for you, don't be confused. Although Shanxiao is a bad person, she has something to say. Society is a huge machine. Therefore, when encountering broken parts, all we have to do is to dismantle them. Only when the machine is running normally can we have a good life. I don't want to live in a chaotic world. I want to go shopping, eat out, watch movies normally. Just as he was talking, there was another violent explosion, and a figure flew over. The man was unshaven and disheveled. His left arm appeared to be broken, slightly deformed, and bleeding profusely. Stop! Gao Tang raised his hand, and a powerful force appeared out of thin air. The figure seemed to hit a wall, flew out like a broken kite, and hit a small stall selling cheap jewelry. What should I do if I hurt the children in the commercial street? Do you still have any merit? When the man heard Gao Tang's words, he immediately struggled to get up, but a heavy force enveloped him, as if being suppressed by a mountain, unable to move. Damn! Let me go! This man roared like a wild beast, with billowing flames all over his body, and he was a person with the ability of fire element. Fong Meng, do you think this scene is particularly familiar? It seems to be familiar? Gao Tang wondered, did it happen in a dream? Fong Meng was speechless and said, you won't forget it, will you? Gao Tang put a question mark on his face. Fong Meng held his forehead and said, Luhan Street. Didn't we rob someone else's mission? You even beat the person you found to death. Yes, I forgot if you didn't mention it. You take your mobile phone face to identify who he is. This time we are picking up the task for nothing. Fong Meng took out his mobile phone and was about to scan it when two figures chased after him. One male and one female. Ha! It's you! The man had dyed yellow hair, all his hair rising into the sky, and he was wearing a black t-shirt with a skull printed on it. It was Li Gangxiang, the boss of the tyrannical clan. As for the women, the upper body is a white shirt, the lower body is a blue and white plaid pleated skirt, and she wears a pair of small white leather shoes with white socks. She is Miss Wangya, who is unreliable and wants others to rely on. Long time no see, are you on a mission? Wangya said hello first. Her sweet smile made people feel like a spring breeze. Gao Tang pointed at the restrained sociopath and said, to be precise, he picked up a task for nothing. He's my prey. Li Gangxiang's eyes suddenly became wild, staring straight at Gao Tang. Gao Tang smiled and thought something interesting was coming. He has no other hobbies than bullying people. You say it's yours and it's yours? Does he have your name engraved on his face? Did you leave your blood in his body? Don't force me to do it. Li Gangxiang's attitude is very tough, and he has the style of the boss of the tyrannical clan. Unfortunately, the tone is big, and the ability is a little small. Oh, what are you doing? Wang Ye stopped between the two of them, and then said softly, Gao Tang, he is the mission target that we have been staring at for several days. After completing this mission, we can become a full member of the Security Bureau. Can you give him to us? Otherwise, if we miss this mission, the time will be too late, and we will not be able to complete 10 missions. Gao Tang looked at Feng Meng. What do you think? Feng Meng snorted coldly. If a beautiful girl says a few kind words, you will soften your heart, won't you? There's no way, I really can't refuse the beautiful girl's request. Scumbag. No need to discuss with him, I will snatch the prey back. Li Gangxiang is the kind of tough guy who will defend his interests in his own way. Can you stop talking, brother? Wang Ye was particularly helpless. Li Gangxiang actually shut up, snorted heavily, and turned his head to the side. You hand him over to us, how about I invite you to dinner? Gao Tang patted Feng Meng's shoulder. I'm used to Feng Meng's meals, and I'll cough if I eat anything else, and I'm not feeling well. I invite you to Croat. What's that place? Gao Tang asked Feng Meng curiously. The most expensive restaurant in Beijing. Oh. Actually, it's okay to change your taste occasionally. After all, life is so short, and it's good to try more. For Gao Tang, one more D-level mission and one less D-level mission is not that important. The promotion of an intermediate member is mainly based on strength, and the completed task is only one of the reference conditions. Therefore, he handed the person with the ability of fire element to Li Gangxiang, and asked this person to take the task target to the Security Bureau to deliver the task. As for Wang Ye, she fulfilled her promise and invited Gao Tang and the two to go to the best restaurant in Beijing for dinner. Wang Ye seemed to be a frequent visitor to this restaurant. Without even looking at the menu, she ordered a large table of dishes. Soon, the dishes will be ready, and from the appearance, it makes people feel that the price is not cheap. These are the signature dishes of this restaurant. You can try them. It tastes very good. Gao Tang was very curious. What do you do at home? You look rich. Wang Ye smiled sweetly. I didn't do anything, just opened a pharmaceutical company. Feng Meng's eyes flickered. Wouldn't it be Medicine Valley? Wang Ye nodded lightly. Feng Meng looked surprised. Gao Tang was very curious. Yaogu is, Feng Meng explained, the largest pharmaceutical company. My dear, it turns out that you are the real eldest lady, and I am blind. Wang Ye covered her mouth with a smile and said, you are too exaggerated. It's not an exaggeration at all, I am especially prone to give in to money. Gao Tang said with a deep sigh, if I had known, Shuidong should have divided us into a group. Feng Meng said dissatisfiedly, I wronged you with me, didn't you? Thank you for expressing my thoughts. Although I woke up a little late, I still feel very relieved. Feng Meng gritted his teeth and said, it's not too late for you to regret it now. You can propose to her the idea of cooperation. Gao Tang actually sent an invitation to Wang Ye. How is it? Do we want to form a team together? Wang Ye glanced at Feng Meng, who was exuding high temperature, and said with a dry smile, I work well with Li Gangxiang. Oh, what a pity. Gao Tang was very sorry. This, by the way, you are now an official member of the Security Bureau. You don't need to continue to cooperate with Li Gangxiang, so it is also possible to join us. Squeak, Feng Meng squeaked and grinded his back molars. Ha! How come there are good mice? Gao Tang said in a critical tone, the best restaurant in Beijing is not very good. We need to pay close attention to environmental hygiene issues. After speaking, he turned to look at Feng Meng. You said yes? Feng Meng said angrily, can you handle it? Ah, the rat has become a sperm. Feng Meng grabbed the water glass on the table to drink water. Her trembling hands indicated that she was in a very uneasy mood, but she did not dare to attack, for fear of being sprayed with blood by Gao Tang. That's my dishwater. Puff. I'm just kidding. Gao Tang. Feng Meng lowered his voice, anger surging in his eyes. At this time, Li Gangxiang arrived. He didn't say hello, just sat down and ate with chopsticks, eating like a starving ghost reincarnated. Wang Ye smiled awkwardly, he's always been like this. Gao Tang watched for a while and asked, Li Gangxiang, is it incense? Can you handle it? Li Gangxiang was very rude, and Feng Meng gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Oh, actually I want to tell you that you have eaten the leftovers from the previous table, and we haven't ordered yet. Puff. The food in Li Gangxiang's mouth was sprayed all over the place. He looked at Wang Ye in disbelief, his voice trembling, yes. Is it true? Wang Ye was stunned for 2 seconds, then nodded, I wanted to tell you, but you were in a hurry. She snickered inwardly, then called the waiter, removed all the dishes from the table, and ordered another one as they were. At that moment, Gao Tang felt that Wang Ye was radiant. He had seen a similar person on TV. His name was the God of Wealth. I really ate the leftovers from the last table? Li Gangxiang was completely stunned. Wang Ye nodded embarrassedly, yes, I should have said it earlier, yes, I'm sorry. Li Gangxiang's expression became very complicated. He stood up pretending to be calm and said, I'll go to the bathroom. After he left, Wang Ye held her face and looked at Gao Tang with a smile, you are too bad. You cooperated well. I thought I would tell him the truth, but I didn't expect you to have bad water in your stomach. Because it's so funny. Wang Ye raised her hand and gestured for a high five. Snapped. I'm not eating, I'm leaving. Fang Meng stood up and walked out in a bad mood. And many more. Gao Tang stopped her. What? Fang Meng felt extremely unbelievable, like drinking 10 pounds of old vinegar. Didn't you have a good time talking to her? What do you call me to do? These words were rushing around in her mind, and she held back and did not say them. Now I know it cares about me. So aggrieved. You go home and cut some fruit, I'll eat it back. Fang Meng's expression suddenly became very exciting, she turned around and walked back, sitting back in the chair. Why are you back? Gao Tang wondered. It's not worth being angry with you bastard. Wang Ye looked at Fang Meng and Gao Tang, the smile on her face could not be restrained, she clearly felt the taste of love. What? Li Gangxiang staggered back, and the whole portrait had no soul, like a walking corpse. He sat down and saw the first dish served by the waiter, nauseated for a while. By the way, we are so destined to meet each other, do we want to do sea-level missions together? We have just become lower-level members, no matter in terms of strength or experience, we are not suitable to fight alone. The D-level tasks are not difficult and cannot bring any improvement to our strength. As for the sea-level tasks, the difficulty is too high, but with a combination of 4 people, the difficulty can be greatly reduced, and our strength can be improved faster. Facing Wang Ye's proposal, Gao Tang first asked Fang Meng's thoughts. Isn't everything up to you? Ask me what to do. Fang Meng's mood is still in a state of unhappiness. However, she continued, yes, the foursome are quite good. Gao Tang was surprised, you actually agree? Fang Meng muttered, I don't want to hold you back. Li Gangxiang was very unhappy, why do you want to do a mission with this guy? Actually, Gao Tang's face was full of confusion, we're not sure whether we should add you in, after all, someone with your level of ability can swing a stick at the security bureau's door and flip it upside down. Thousands of them. Li Gangxiang was furious, and stood up, want to have a test? Gao Tang shook his head, don't humiliate yourself, I can crush you to the ground with just one finger. Wang Ye looked very happy, our group is too interesting, it feels too lively. After exchanging contact information, several people said goodbye at the door of the restaurant. Wang Ye and the two have just finished a mission and need time to rest, so they will work together to do a sea-level mission and make an appointment the day after tomorrow. During this period, they must carefully select the tasks that suit them, and describe them in 4 words, that is, moderate difficulty. Back at home, Gao Tang and Fang Meng began to do some exhausting things, and only completed the training plan a few hours later. After spending this day in a calm manner, Gao Tang acquired a new ability, Inhuman Bloodline. When he got this ability, he was shocked. His body has undergone earth-shaking changes, and his strength has risen to 62,132 in the sea level, surpassing more than 30,000 people in an instant. What does this mean? It means that there are too many small chickens in the sea grade. Gao Tang was particularly concerned about what Inhuman Bloodline was, and why did it make him improve so fast? Moreover, the changes in the body are too great, and the changes are even greater than when the strong ability was obtained, and the strength of the body has increased several times. It made him think about that conjecture. The capable ones are not the natives of this planet, but the alien races that have migrated from other planets. After a long period of fusion and assimilation, they have become ordinary people. It was not until the awakening ability that the difference in genes was shown, and because of the purity of the blood in the body, there was a problem of ability affinity. So, the capable ones are actually a race called Inhumans? It is a pity that Sea Blue Star has been destroyed countless times, and its history cannot be tested.
At dawn, Gao Tang appeared in front of Fong Mang, and the beautiful girl looked at him for a long time. She didn't know why, but she felt that Gao Tang had changed a lot, but she couldn't tell. That damn slutty temperament had been interfering with her judgment. On this day, the two of them still practiced hard.
After the strength was improved, Gao Tang's stamina was greatly improved.
After completing the training plan, he was not directly paralyzed as before, and he felt that he still had a lot of strength. In the evening, the cook Fong Meng prepared the dishes, took out the big bowl dedicated to Qin Zhan, and filled a bowl full of rice. Gao Tang pursed his lips tightly, holding back the thought of joking, which was too out of place.
Today is Uncle Qin's funeral. I want to see him at night.
Qin Zhan's funeral was very grand, and many people took to the streets spontaneously to pay their respects to him. This self-righteous atonement made Fong Meng feel indescribably disgusting. So, she didn't go to the funeral or even watch the live broadcast. She wanted to go to the cemetery to see Uncle Qin off in the dead of night.
I'll go with you. Fong Meng wanted to refuse, but when the words came to his lips, he nodded and agreed. Late at night, the two brought their meals and stepped through the silence all the way to Qin Zhan's tomb. Fong Meng put the dishes one by one and had a lot of things to say in his heart, but he didn't know where to start. I don't know if Uncle Qin was full when he left. He has a very big appetite. One person can eat the amount of several people. Don't go hungry.
As she talked, Fong Meng's tears welled up from her eyes. She had deep feelings for Qin Zhan, like a family member.
Uncle Qin, I will definitely avenge you, and I will never let Wu Yujio go. There is probably a bigger force behind the Wuyo religion. I do not care. There may be a bigger power behind a bigger power. I do not care. A bigger and bigger force is back. Enough is enough. Fong Meng said angrily, didn't you see that I'm very sad now?
I see, so I don't want you to be so sad.
Gao Tang's tone became very gentle, under his rambunctious appearance. In fact, he has a warm heart. You guy. Fong Meng burst into laughter, and snot bubbles appeared. Gao Tang was full of disgust. Go to hell, late at night. The two left the cemetery by stepping on the insects all the way. When I got home, I wasn't in the mood for a joke, but when I thought about it, I felt a heavy heart. Good night to each other and go back to their respective rooms. In the early morning, Gao Tang got a new ability, Poison Element. He likes this ability very much. The kind of refreshing Avene people is difficult to describe in words. He also has a fantastic idea. He has poison resistance. If he uses Poison Element to poison himself, what kind of effect will it have? Anyway, there is self-healing enhancement, so it should be fine if you are poisoned. It's a pity that the plundered, undead body can only last for 12 hours. If you get the Poison Element earlier, you can have more fun. After experiments, even with poison resistance, Poison Element will still make him poisoned. In the future, when he encounters a person with the ability of Poison Element ability, he can't rely on poison resistance to rampage, which makes him very sad. Sleeping with sadness. It's dawn, and it's time to work together on a sea-level mission. The task was selected by Wang Ya, and the goal of the task was to find someone. According to the information provided by the Security Bureau, the client of the task is a capable person named Yin Huan Huan. A week ago, her husband went out to sea as usual in a boat to find the lost treasure, but he never came back. Yin Huan Huan's strength is too poor, and her ability is only 25% friendly. She is very worried about her husband, so she asks the Security Bureau for help, hoping to see people in life and corpses in death. After reading the task content, Gao Tang smacked his lips and tapped his fingers on the screen. As expected of the eldest lady, the chosen task is not ordinary. There are exploration, love, suspense, treasure hunt. Haha, not as good as you said. Ding, the red envelope is here. Wang Yi sent out a big red envelope, clicked it open, and Gao Tang became a household of 10,000 yuan. You're too kind, Mississippi. Do you still lack security guards at your house? I'm especially good at watching the door. Haha, don't make fun of me. To be honest, the village recruited thieves that year, and when I sat at the entrance of the village, the dogs of Shaliba village surrounded them, and worshipped the ancestors who guarded the home. Ah, you are so funny. The two chatted hotly in the group, and Fong Meng clenched the phone to the point of crunching. If she had mind power, she would have shattered the screen of her mobile phone. Can we stop chatting? Since it is a task, do we have to leave quickly? Li Gangxiang jumped out and typed these two lines. Wang Ye, Omega, winky face. Gao Tang typed, Gang Chang, are you interested in her? Can you handle it? I mean, you have to be worthy of your name and don't do irrelevant things. Wang Ye, ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Fong Meng? Li Gangxiang, Gao Tang, I must cut you. You can't, you're still a long way off. You will regret this. Oh ho ho. Listen to this powerless clamor. The mission client, Yan Huanhuan, lives by the sea. Before setting off to find someone, Gao Tang and the others went to her home to learn more. Yan Huanhuan is pregnant. Judging from her stomach, she will give birth soon. In her house, there are many treasures found from the bottom of the sea. A sword inlaid with various gems. Fine porcelain. Gorgeous jewelry. Weird mask. Various ancient coins. Gao Tang was attracted by the two slates. The wrought paintings on the slates became blurred due to the erosion of the years, but he could vaguely understand the content on them. The content of a slate is that the sky has split into a huge crack, and one person after another has flown out of it. It's a pity that the body is a simple line, and there is no difference between it and a normal human being. Another piece of slate says that these people who flew out of the cracks communicated with humans in animal skins and taught them how to farm, raise animals, and make more advanced tools. Gao Tang touched his chin and fell into contemplation. This thing will not be history, right? These two slates were also found on the bottom of the sea, he asked curiously. Yan Huanhuan replied, my husband found it at the bottom of the sea. He also encountered pirates, and he managed to escape after a lot of hard work. Later, the Security Bureau also sent people to exterminate the pirates, and it took a whole year before my husband went to sea again. As he spoke, Yan Huanhuan's eyes turned red. He is very obsessed with treasure hunting and often goes out to sea to find treasures. A week ago, he took a boat to sea and never came back. Regarding Yan Huanhuan's worries, Gao Tang seemed very puzzled. He said, going to sea for treasure hunting is not working in a factory. How can there be an accurate time? It's only been a week. Why are you so worried? He said he would come back in 3 days at most, but it's been a week now, and tomorrow is my due date. He promised me that he would accompany me. Is that so? Gao Tang touched his chin and asked, did he contact you after he went to sea? Yan Huanhuan shook her head. He likes to put himself in a dangerous environment, so he never brings a mobile phone. Gao Tang pursed his lips. Have you ever thought that your husband doesn't really like to explore, but simply wants to stay away from you? Fong Meng covered Gao Tang's mouth. Don't say anything, calm down for me. Yan Huanhuan was in a bad mood, and her dissatisfaction was written on her face. Wang Ya laughed dryly and said, don't worry about him, he just says what he thinks. The truth is ugly, don't take it to your heart. Yan Huanhuan's face suddenly changed, and flames spewed out of her eyes. We will do our best to get your husband back. Wang Ya finished speaking quickly, and immediately greeted everyone to evacuate. After exiting Yan Huanhuan's store, Wang Ya raised her hand and looked at Gao Tang with a smile. Snapped. The two high-five, very happy. You are going too far, she is already very sad. You still want to hurt her, don't forget, she is a pregnant woman. Fong Meng complained to Yan Huanhuan. It's her husband who is hurting her. Gao Tang said, obviously she's going to have a baby soon, and she has to go out to sea to hunt for treasure. This is simply irresponsible. I used this method to wake her up. Such a man is not worthy of her life. Wang Ya nodded again and echoed, that's right, I think so too. If my wife gave birth to a child, I would definitely stay by her side and stay by her side. I couldn't finish the housework, so I wouldn't have time to go out to sea to find treasures. Yes, that's right. Wang Ya said, this kind of man is so irresponsible that he left his wife at home alone. What should I do if something goes wrong? The singing of the two made Fong Meng's mood suddenly deteriorated, and he said angrily, you are right. You are right. Gao Tang replied as a matter of course, of course. Can we stop chatting? When are we leaving? Li Gangxiang couldn't help but interjected. When he saw Gao Tang today, he rushed forward in a daze, but he was severely educated. Until now, his left eye is still swollen. Even so, his attitude is still tough, and he can't learn to bend over. Wang Ya smiled awkwardly, and then said, since you are in such a hurry, let's go quickly, the yacht is ready. Yacht? Yeah, since you go to sea, you must be prepared. Wang Ya said, actually, cruise ships are better, but it is inconvenient to find people, so I can only settle for a while. Do you have any misunderstandings about the general? Come to the beach, board the yacht, and enter the cabin. Panoramic windows make the entire cabin bright and open, as comfortable as in the living room. Gao Tang couldn't help but sighed. As expected of the eldest lady, the shot is not ordinary. If this task is taken by Fong Meng and I, it will definitely be paddling to the sea on a raft. Wang Ya laughed out loud, shook her head and said, you are exaggerating. It is no exaggeration at all, entering this cabin is 2 words, luxury. I don't think I'm here to do a quest, but to go out to sea. After a pause, Gao Tang asked very seriously, is there really no shortage of gatekeepers in your house? I especially have work experience. My mother locked me at home since I was a child, and prevented me from going out and harming other children. Wanya laughed. She found drinks from the refrigerator and handed them to several people. Gao Tang pulled open the tab of the can, took a sip, and said, it's hard to find someone in the vast ocean. Is there a swimsuit party or something? It doesn't matter if you forget to bring your swimsuit, we don't need to wear it. Wanya couldn't help laughing and said, you're going to be disappointed, of course you brought a swimsuit, and I prepared it for you all. Gao Tang shook his head, I don't care, I can wear anything, it's mainly you. After a few minutes, several people changed their clothes. Gao Tang was wearing a fancy short-sleeved shirt and beach pants, and he was in a state of play at the beach. As for Wanya, she was wearing a one-piece swimsuit. Although she showed her figure, it was disappointing. What about Fong Mang? Why is she not here? When Gao Tang saw Wanya alone, Fong Mang was gone. Wanya said helplessly, she went to the guest room to practice, she really didn't relax for a moment, her perseverance is terrible. Gao Tang suddenly felt a sense of guilt, feeling that leisure is a waste of life. You don't want to practice, do you? Wanya seemed to see Gao Tang's thoughts, and said a little speechlessly, it's not something that can be improved in a day or two, so why make yourself so tired? Moreover, the nerves are always tense, but it will be counterproductive, and proper rest is necessary. You're right, it's very necessary for me to take a vacation for myself. Gao Tang was persuaded, hard work is for mediocre talents, and a genius like me should combine work and rest. If people want to be lazy, anything can be used as an excuse. Gao Tang and Wanya were lying on the deck chairs, sunbathing, and leisurely watching Li Gangxiang control the drone to find the mission target. Gao Tang took a sip of the drink and sighed sincerely, after living for so long, this is the first time to relax completely. This leisure time is really beautiful. Wanya smiled and said, how old are you, to be so emotional, like a child who has not really experienced life talking about the world's difficulties, it sounds a bit funny. Isn't it funnier that the eldest young lady, who has been worry-free since childhood, actually educates a poor person who has had a difficult life since childhood? A young lady like you doesn't understand the suffering of people's livelihood. Wanya immediately picked up the mobile phone beside him and sent a red envelope to Gao Tang. Clicking on the big red envelope, Gao Tang immediately changed his words, I take back what I just said, you understand, you absolutely understand the suffering of people's livelihood, I really got an education today. Wanya laughed, you really don't hide your thoughts at all. It's so happy to get along with you, and I don't have any burdens in my heart. I really should have known you earlier. Gao Tang glanced at her, you'd better not have such thoughts, this is often a sign of falling in love with someone. Wanya turned to face Gao Tang, put her head in her hands, and said with a smile, don't you want me to fall in love with you? After speaking, she glanced at the cabin, I don't think you are a single-minded person. Then you are wrong. I am very dedicated to all beautiful girls, and they are all equal parts of love. Wanya, who was drinking a drink, almost spit it out, she smiled sweetly, it's over, I might really fall in love with you. Bang! The drone handle in Li Gangxiang's hand suddenly exploded, sending out a plume of black smoke. Your confession hurt him. I really don't have any thoughts about him in that regard. Gao Tang raised his eyebrows, put his hands on his lips, and said loudly, Gangxiang, did you hear it? She has no idea about you, you give up as soon as possible and do what fits your name. Li Gangxiang turned around suddenly, do you believe I threw you into the sea to feed the fish? If you don't have that ability, don't be rude. Li Gang gave a strong roar and rushed towards Gao Tang. Before taking a few steps forward, his body was bound by an invisible force. Wanya looked at Gao Tang strangely, and asked curiously, isn't your ability not mind power? Can you use it without raising your hand? Gao Tang took a sip of his drink leisurely, it's more handsome to raise your hand. As soon as the words fell, Li Gangxiang was hit by a violent force and took several steps back. How about it? I said you can't, right? I suggest that you change careers as a seamstress so that you can touch the corners of my clothes. After listening to the taunting value, Li Gangxiang shouted again and rushed towards Gao Tang. Time flies so fast, 3 days at sea in a blink of an eye. As for the mission objectives, there is still nothing to be found. During this period, Gao Tang did not slack off, and has been working hard to cultivate, quite hard. He also got 3 abilities. Wood element, wind element, body liquefaction. Wood element, it can attack and defend, and it can also speed up the growth of plants. From the perspective of environmental protection,
it can make a great contribution. Wind element is even more useful. When the power goes out in summer, you don't have to worry anymore. As for body liquefaction, this ability is too special. Gao Tang can use his brains casually, and he has a lot of whimsy, but it is easy to have a big conflict with the criminal law. On this day, after eating in the cabin, Gao Tang returned to the guest room to practice hard. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, it was Wang Ye. Li Gangxiang discovered a pirate ship, is approaching us. Will Yan Huanhuan's husband be captured by them? Oh. Gao Tang walked out of the guest room, left the cabin, and walked onto the deck. The pirate ship was like a patchwork of scrap metal, battered everywhere, with a red skull and crossbones flag hanging from the mast. Wang Ye thought for a while and said, "Should we pretend to be caught by pirates and find their nest?" Gao Tang glanced at her. "Have you watched too many trash TV shows? You don't need to be so troublesome at all, just turn them over, don't you know everything?" After finishing speaking, Gao Tang shouted loudly, "Listen to the people on the boat, you are surrounded by me, put down your weapons quickly and capture them." As soon as he finished speaking, the people on the pirate ship picked up their assault rifles and swept wildly. However, for the capable person, the power of the gun is too weak to pose a threat at all. The scorching rain of bullets poured out, and the bullets flew everywhere by a repulsive force. The people on the pirate ship suffered heavy casualties. Bazooka! Seeing several pirates carrying the bazooka, Wang Ye's expression changed slightly, and she immediately shot. On the pirate ship, a blue magic circle appeared. The astonishing momentum suddenly erupted, and a slender figure appeared out of thin air. Wang Ye's ability is to summon, and Gao Tang had already seen it during the special training. The creatures she summons are soulless, products of fantasy. The figure on the pirate ship was an angel. He was wearing a long white dress with a satin-like luster, with a pair of pure white wings behind him, and he held a long sword burning with golden flames in his hand. The long golden hair fluttered in the wind, and the beautiful face showed a fierce murderous aura. The long sword was swung past, and the pirate carrying the bazooka was instantly cut into two pieces, drawing a hell-like scene. "How is it?" Wang Ye smiled. "I'm much stronger, right?" Gao Tang gave a thumbs up, and said, "I'll go to the pirate ship to see if I can ask anything." After that, Gao Tang was lifted up by a wind and floated towards the pirate ship. He landed on the sticky deck, looked around, and approached a pirate. "I'm asking you, do you have any questions?" Boom! Gao Tang gestured for a shooting motion, aimed at the man's head and fired a shot. A fierce burst of energy shot out, and the man's head watermelon burst. "I ask you to answer, do you have any questions?" Gao Tang asked the next person again. This person is much better, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Gao Tang suddenly remembered something, turned his head and shouted to the yacht, "What is the name of Yan Huanhuan's husband?" Silence. They suddenly remembered and forgot to ask their names. "Forget it, that's not important." Gao Tang's eyes returned to the pirate in front of him. "Have you caught anyone these days?" Yes. "What about people?" "At Spider Island, our captain is watching him." "Your captain is a capable person?" "Yes." "How's the strength?" I can't tell." "You came out to rob?" "No, we came out to find the captain's daughter. She was killed by Luo Songming and sank to the bottom of the sea." "That Luo Mingon may be the person you were looking for." Back on the yacht, I learned from the pirate that a year ago, Luo Songming did a particularly maddening thing. When he went out to sea to find treasure, he was caught by the blood skeleton pirates. Because of her delicate appearance and good figure, the captain's daughter fell in love at first sight. As they got along for a long time, the relationship between the two became more and more hot, and it developed to the point where they wanted to take off their clothes when they saw each other. After a while, the captain's daughter was pregnant. Faced with such a situation, Luo Songming took courage and proposed to the captain to bring his daughter back to normal society. Pirates cannot be for life, and their lives are in danger at any time. The captain agreed. As a result, shortly after Luo Songming left, he brought many members of the security bureau. The blood skeleton pirate group was caught in one net, and the captain was seriously injured and sank into the sea. Fortunately, he floated to the Spider Island and survived. Since then, the captain has been waiting for Luo Mingming at sea. Before you know it, a year has passed. Luo Songming completely let go of the burden in his heart and embarked on his keen treasure hunt again. Finding this guy, the captain was overjoyed and immediately caught him. Through torture, we learned that soon after leaving the island, the captain's daughter was killed by Luo Songming and sank to the bottom of the sea. What a scumbag, he's still pregnant with his child, to do such a beastly thing. Wanya's eyes were red, and she wiped her tears with her hands.
Fang Meng couldn't help but glance at Gao Tang. Why is this guy so accurate every time? Is Luo Mingming still alive? Gao Tang asked. The pirate replied, he was still alive and was tortured by the captain for several days before he would reveal the news. The captain is also embarrassing us. The sea is so big, and after so long, the body has already been eaten by sharks. How can we find it? Gao Tang had nothing to ask for the time being. He said to several of his companions, the captain of the blood skeleton pirates is a capable person. If I don't know his strength, I suggest to seek stability and not take risks. What do you think? Fang Meng smiled, very proud. It's time for you to finally act stupid. It's too easy to know what level he is. Oh? Gao Tang was puzzled. Fang Meng took out his phone and shook it. The Security Bureau's encirclement and suppression of the blood skeleton pirates must have been recorded in the Security Bureau's app. With the flick of a finger, you can know all the captain's information. After speaking, she searched. Soon, all the information about the blood skeleton pirates came out, and the captain's information was very detailed. In a nutshell, the captain used to be a non-staff member. When investigating the smuggling mission at sea, he was seriously injured and disappeared. When he reappeared, he killed his eldest brother's family and disappeared again with his daughter. Later, he became the captain of the blood skeleton pirates, barely able to reach C rank. From this point of view, the captain of the Blood Skull Pirates is a ruthless person who doesn't care about his family. After reading the captain's information, Wang Ya had such an idea. No. The pirate immediately argued, the captain went missing after being seriously injured on a mission, and his daughter was fostered at the elder brother's house, and she was abused as a result. In a fit of rage, the captain killed his eldest brother's family and fled to the sea with his daughter. In order to survive, there is the Blood Skull Pirates. Gao Tang shook his head, your survival is based on countless deaths. If we are not capable, we will not escape bad luck today. After a pause, he continued, you show us the way, and we will put the banner of the heaven on your island. Gao Tang's words made Fang Meng a little embarrassed and a little excited, and their mood was very contradictory. What about the people on the pirate ship? Wang Ya asked. Gao Tang thought for a while and asked tentatively, tie it all up, and then sink the ship into the sea? The faces of several people were suddenly filled with shock. What kind of devil are you? Gao Tang said naturally, always be one with the sea, it is the best home for pirates. You have a good reason for this. Fang Meng said, however, the sea is not a garbage dump, and I don't want to collect garbage. Gao Tang gave a thumbs up and praised Fang Meng's words for his level. He followed him closely and gradually got his true heritage. That's it, tie them all up and throw them here. When we return from Spider Island, we will send them to the shore and let the Security Bureau come and receive them. What do you think? This method of handling is not bad, and several people have said that it is feasible. All tied up and sunk into the sea, this operation is too ancient, and it is difficult for them to accept the education of truth, goodness, and beauty since childhood. After being busy for a while, the pirates were all tied up, and led by Woozy, the yacht sailed to Spider Island. There is nothing special on the road, and it takes more than half an hour to reach the destination. Leave the yacht and go to land. I learned from the pirates that there are many poisonous spiders on the Spider Island. Ordinary people should be very careful when they come here. If they are not careful, they may die from poisonous poison, even if they have strong anti-poison ability. Neither can be careless. Gao Tang doesn't care. With the ability of poison resistance, he can run rampant on the island, and a little bit of fear is disrespectful to poison resistance. The pirate was walking, and suddenly there was a scream. His foot was bitten by a palm-sized spider, and the skin on the instep turned blue at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gao Tang's face suddenly became serious. He patted the pirate's shoulder and said solemnly, you hold on for a while, and I'll dig a hole for you right away. I can't die. Pirates are familiar with the conditions on the island and know how to deal with such injuries. He squeezed out the poisonous blood, pulled a medicinal herb from the ground, chewed it in his mouth and smeared it on the wound. Okay, we can move on. So hardcore? Gao Tang showed a surprised look. The pirate smiled helplessly. It's normal to be bitten by spiders living on this island. I've long been used to it. After speaking, the pirates limped and led the way. It didn't take long before they saw several buildings in an open area. They were built with bricks and stones. Several pirates hurried out of the house, fully armed, as if they were going somewhere. The guys from Lao Kai are too fast. We were just ready, and they have already set off. Ha? Feng Wan? Why did you come back? You're not looking for. While talking, these people closed their mouths, and they saw a few Gaotong people.
After a few seconds of hesitation, they immediately picked up their guns, but it was already too late. Fong Meng turned into an electric light and rushed into the crowd, beheading him mercilessly. Flesh and blood flew. Fong Meng's shot was extremely ruthless, his moves were fatal, and he did not give the pirates a chance to counterattack. Even if the enemy is an ordinary person, she will do her best to not underestimate any opponent. Just when she was killing, the wall of a house was suddenly smashed, and a figure ran for his life, with a bloody man under his arm. Gao Tong immediately chased after him and turned into a howling wind. In a few seconds, he caught up with this man and blocked his way. You can't run away alone, and you have to carry a burden, what do you think? Gao Tang sneered at first, then looked at the man from head to toe. Under the messy hair like weeds, was a very ugly face, with a thick beard stuck to his face. It looked terribly dirty. He was naked, and there were scars all over his body, especially his left hand, which was broken at the wrist. These wounds let people know that his past was full of stories. You are Wang Jian, captain of the Blood Skull Pirates, right? Don't come here, or I'll kill him. Wang Jian grabbed Luo Tsongming's neck and shouted at Gao Tang. The captain's strength information is the 98,856th in the sea level, and it really is barely reaching the sea level, which is outrageous. Don't be stubborn in the corner, just be honest and capture it, so that you can die completely. You, don't provoke, anger him, cold, calm down. Luo Mingming struggled to spit these words out of his mouth. He was tortured so badly that there was nothing good about him. At this time, Fong Meng and a few people came over. They searched the house and confirmed that no fish slipped through the net before they came to confront Wang Jian. Fong Wang walked quickly to Wang Jian's side, smiled and looked at Gao Tang and the others. His eyes were full of ridicule. I was bitten by a spider on purpose just now, in fact, to send a signal to the brothers that your yacht is already ours. That scream is actually a signal? It doesn't sound like anything special. Gao Tang glanced at Wang Yi instinctively, and found that she looked calm, and even a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, not worrying about the safety of her captain at all. Looking at her confident look, she knew that there would be no problem with the yacht. You brought them here? Wang Jian looked at Feng Wang coldly. Captain, things are complicated. It's like this. Enough. I don't have time to listen to you now. After reprimanding the crew, Wang Jian stared at Gao Tang and said, You are here for Luo Chong, right? I could hand him over, but, after I boarded that yacht. So, you'd better stay away from me, otherwise. I can't control my hands. Fong Meng and the others felt particularly troublesome, and Wang Jian had a hostage in his hands, making them constrained. Gao Tang was particularly helpless. He sighed. Why do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms with me? What do you think about taking a scum hostage? Wang Jian frowned. What do you mean? The meaning is very clear. The task I received is to find Luo Mingdong. It doesn't matter whether he is dead or alive, as long as he is found, the task will be completed. As soon as these words came out, Fong Meng's eyes fell on Gao Tang at the same time, especially Fong Meng, whose eyes were very strange. This scene seemed familiar. Wang Jian grabbed Luo Tsongming's neck and lifted it up like a chick. He narrowed his eyes wandering on Gao Tang's face. You mean, you don't care about his life or death? Yes. I do not believe. Gao Tang shook his head gently. He raised his hand, and the gun in Fong Wang's hand flew towards him, and he was caught in his hand. He picked up the gun, swept wildly, and the bullet shot out in a fan shape. Bang 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 bang. Wang Jian was taken aback. He hurriedly threw Luo Tsongming and retreated, and the poor Luo Tsongming was instantly beaten into a sieve. Do you believe it now? Gao Tang threw the gun on the ground casually and looked at Wang Jian lightly. Wang Jian's heart was overturned. He couldn't understand it. It was too unreasonable. Your hostage has been killed by me. What else can you negotiate with me now? Not only Wang Jian, but also Gao Tang's companions were shocked. Fong Meng was different. Her face was as expected. Are you crazy? Li Gangxiang came back to his senses and said in astonishment. I'm doing things for the sky. Because I was caught by pirates, I cheated my feelings. In the end, I didn't care about my pregnancy and killed me. Such people are no longer worthy of being human, and they are not worthy of forgiveness. However, we don't have the right to try him. It should be handed over to the Security Bureau. Gao Tang glanced at Li Gangxiang in surprise. You are so law-abiding. Are you really a tyrant? Who said that the barbarians must break the law? Okay, I'll treat you as a good citizen who fights crime. Gao Tang shrugged and said, because he died as a pirate, Luo Tsongming may not be punished. I don't want him to go unpunished, so kill him. It makes perfect sense to drop him. Moreover, the captain's threats are indeed quite a headache, and it is impossible to compromise for a scumbag. As we all know, the best way to rescue a hostage is to make the hostage lose its value. Now Luo Smart has no use value at all. The captain was completely cornered, all fantasies vanished. Li Gangxiang was silent, he was persuaded, he just thought it was strange, but he couldn't tell. Okay, the farce should end. Gao Tang's eyes fell on Wang Jian again, and said, "Don't think about surrendering, since you saw me killing the hostages, it is impossible for me to hand you over to the security bureau alive. Of course, if you want to kill yourself, I'm fine with that." Of course Wang Jian was not willing to give up his life, he still wanted to struggle. A sharp and crystal-clear ice cone appeared in front of him, shooting towards Gao Tang. All the icicles shot towards Gao Tang floated in front of him, blocked by invisible forces. "Fong Meng, come on!" With Gao Tang shouting loudly, Fong Meng rushed out with a wang. Which of course is impossible. She ignored Gao Tang's words and rushed up to fight Wang Jian fiercely. Gao Tang watched for a while, and the two fought back and forth, which was very similar to each other. He temporarily retracted his gaze and landed on Fong Wang. This guy just rolled on the ground and was not shot into a sieve, but was shot in the thigh and blood soaked his pants. You're very smart. A strong desire to survive emerged in Fong Wang's heart. He suddenly got up from the ground and limped away. However, his struggles were in vain. A powerful suction force dragged him back to the front of Gao Tang. "I wouldn't kill you like a trash fish like you. So don't worry, I'll give you a way out." Fong Wang's eyes suddenly became bright, full of hope. Gao Tang smiled, "I lied to you." Fong Wang's head turned a few times in an instant, and his neck was twisted into a twist. Fong Meng was still fighting with Wang Jian, and the battle would not end for a while. However, she gradually gained the upper hand, and the scale of victory began to tilt in her favor. Gao Tang watched for a while, then withdrew his gaze, and decided to go to the den of the Blood Skull Pirates to see if there was any valuable treasure. "You are here to watch the game, and I'll go to their nest to see." "Ha?" Wang Ye was surprised, "You don't care about Fong Meng? Her victory over Wang Jian is a foregone conclusion, nothing to see. Besides, aren't you still here? If she loses, you can go on together. Wang Jian is definitely not an opponent." Wang Ye said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to believe so much in our strength." Gao Tang blinked, "You seem to have misunderstood something. I don't believe in your strength, but I think Wang Jian is the kind of opponent that you can solve." Wang Ye, Gao Tang, the two stared at each other for a while, then Wang Ye gritted her teeth and said, "Aren't you leaving yet? See you later." Gao Tang waved his hand and walked towards the den of the Blood Skull Pirates. Wang Ye stomped angrily, "This guy Gao Tang is really annoying. I've already said that I shouldn't cooperate with him, this bastard is too defiant." Li Gangxiang said indignantly. "What do you know?" Wang Ye rolled her eyes, "This is real." She watched Gao Tang's back disappear, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. "I like his character more and more, speak straight and don't pretend. Although sometimes I am so popular, I feel very happy. I really hope to get along with him more in the future and learn more things from him." "You specified that you are crazy. You don't know anything, soon." Gao Tang returned to the den of the Blood Skeleton Pirates. He looked house by house and found a mountain of treasures. Fine porcelain. Glittering ancient coins. Gorgeous jewelry. Looks like it's worth a lot of money. Gao Tang didn't care about money, and his pure soul kept him out of that vulgar taste. Therefore, his attention was drawn to a slate. The petroglyphs on this slate have also become blurred due to the erosion of the years. Compared with the two slates seen in Yan Huanhuan's house, the content on this slate is more detailed, and the picture is no longer the kind of simple lines. The level of painting has soared directly from kindergarten to Mogao grottos. The content on the slate is a massacre, and the target of the massacre seems to be the person who flew out of that crack? The reason why Gao Tang made this judgment is that although these slaughtered people also had black hair and black eyes, their hair was radiant and gorgeous, which was distinct from the aborigines of the planet. This should be history. Gao Tang muttered to himself, and rummaged through the treasure pile again. Unfortunately, he could not find the second slate. At this time, Fong Meng and several people came. After a fight, Fong Meng's strength has improved greatly, and he has successfully entered the sea-level ranks, ranking more than 90,000. Wang Jian was killed? Gao Tang asked. Fong Meng nodded heavily, the joyful smile on her face could not be restrained. She finally did not use Gao Tang's power to kill the enemy. Nice job. Gao Tang gave a thumbs up, the praise still has to be praised, it can make Fong Meng more positive in the future. Fong Meng smiled and was very happy. Are the bodies clean?
The intelligence service of the security bureau will read the memory of the dead body. Fong Meng's eyes flashed and he teased, I thought you were not afraid of the sky.
Gao Tang said, I am not afraid of the sky or the earth, but afraid of death. After speaking, he looked at Wang Ye and said, these treasures can be exchanged for a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
Wang Ye joked with a smile, you don't have to go to my house to check the door. If there is a chance, I still want to see the gate, not for money, or just a hobby. Moreover, I cannot live up to this talent, and I have laid a solid foundation for the security career since I was a child. Wang Ye laughed out loud, then you are ready, and you will be on duty tonight, I will call the shots.
Gao Tingshu said with eyes, are you suggesting something to me?
Yes. Wang Ye walked over and bumped Gao Tang's shoulder lightly. In the middle of the night, when everyone else was asleep, you sneaked into my room. I didn't expect it. I thought you were a pure and innocent beautiful girl, but I didn't expect a welfare G living in your heart.
Wang Ye reached out and poked Gao Tang's arm. Does this contrast make you particularly excited? Enough. Fong Meng interrupted the two angrily, and the good mood of defeating the enemy was gone.
Gao Tang coughed lightly and said sternly, Wang Ye, these treasures will be handed over to you, go back and transfer the money to Fong Meng's account.
What?
Wang Ye and Fong Meng said in unison, with a surprised expression.
Wang Ye said, have you started handing over the money now?
Gao Tang rested his chin in his hand and said in a deep voice, you may not believe it when you say it.
I'm not interested in money, and I don't want to touch it at all. I'm shameless, I want to scold you.
Actually, I want to experience the feeling of being taken care of by a little rich woman. When I need money, I go directly to Fong Meng for it.
You can also put your money with me.
Wang Ye stretched out her hand to pick Gao Tang's chin, she let go of herself a bit, and she showed a special look next to the horse character.
You can't, Fong Meng is more important in my heart. Hearing what Gao Tang said, Fong Meng proudly raised her bulging chest. Wang Yelian pounded her heart, you hurt me.
Okay, let's stop chatting, we should leave here, the smell of blood is too heavy and harmful to our health. Gao Tang took away all the treasures with his mind power, not forgetting Luo Chui's body, and returned to the yacht. Around the yacht, there were many corpses lying all over the place. It was the pirate that Feng Wang had sent the signal and came to snatch the yacht. The captain of the yacht is an elderly man, wearing a tailored suit and shiny leather shoes. His strength is the 512th in the B-class, and he is worthy of being the eldest lady. The B-class ability is only assigned to her to sail the boat. After everything was transported to the yacht, a few people entered the cabin. Wang Ye restrained a lot and asked, this cooperation is very pleasant, do you want to join us next time? I'm fine. After Gao Tang finished speaking, he looked at the others, especially Li Gangxiang.
Aware of Gao Tang's gaze, Li Gangxiang muttered, but said nothing.
Gao Tang thought for a while and said, I hope to have more expedition missions, similar to archaeological ones. Wang Ye said in surprise, why is this? I am very interested in the history of this planet. Seeing today, Gao Tang did not hide it and told his guess.
Wang Ye was really interested.
In this young lady's opinion, expeditions are much more interesting than tasks such as arresting murderers. The task of finding Luo Tsong was 2 days ago, and Gao Tang did not pay attention to the follow-up.
Yes. He is an emotionless task machine. In the past 2 days, he has gained new abilities. Erase ability. Hardening.
When you get the erase ability, there is also a very intimate and detailed introduction.
This ability must be in contact with the enemy's body before it can be activated.
The erasure effect lasts for 20 seconds, and this ability can be used again after 10 minutes.
This ability is quite useful. Although the erasure effect can only last for 20 seconds, it is quite abnormal.
This made Gao Tang's strength level instantly soar to 9,785th in the sea level. This can tell two things. Those with abilities under him, whose physical strength is not as strong as him, can be eliminated by him within 20 seconds after their abilities are erased. And those with abilities above him have stronger physical strength than him. After being wiped out, they can use their powerful bodies to deal with him.
After 20 seconds, he is very likely to be defeated. Although Gao Tang wanted more time to last, he couldn't expect too much. Even if it's only 20 seconds, it can be very useful.
After all, from the perspective of the enemy, the mere 20 seconds were extremely long and painful.
Let's talk about hardening.
This ability, as the name suggests, is to make the body harder.
Gao Tang has a bold idea, body doubling, plus hardening. What effect will the combination of these two abilities produce? It must be able to beat the enemy to screaming in pain, right? After talking about the gains in ability, let's talk about new tasks. After careful selection, Wanya took on the task of protecting the archaeologist Dong Kale. The specific content is that the archaeologist will go to the virgin forest to excavate monuments, find more lost history, and then protect his safety. When she met Wanya, there was an A-level capable person beside her for personal protection, and her strength level was quite high, ranking 73rd. This capable person was arranged by her father because there may be anti-social elements hiding in the virgin forest, and she is very worried about her safety. At that time, Gao Tang was very curious. Yaogu Pharmaceutical Company had such a large amount of energy that he could call upon powerful people at will? Later, when he learned that Yaogu Pharmaceutical Company would give the Security Bureau a terrifying amount of sponsorship every year, all the doubts in his heart disappeared. In the dense virgin forest, only a few rays of light penetrated through the gaps in the leaves, and it was hot and humid. The group moved slowly. Gao Tang has been chatting with Dong Kale all the time, and got a lot of important information from the archaeologist. For example, Dong Kale found a lot of the slate rock paintings he saw, and gradually pieced together a complete history. Moreover, the archaeologist also found skeletons that were significantly different from primitive people in many places, which further proved that his conjecture was correct. It is rare for someone to be interested in history. Dong Kale said a lot with great excitement. He also decided that soon, his results will be made public. In this way, the history of this planet will no longer be blank. Gao Tang listened to him ramble for a long time. The general content that he sorted out was that the sky was cracked, and the aliens drilled out from it, bringing a lot of knowledge to the primitive people of Sea Blue Star. Then, the aliens are in this piece. The land flourished, and the mixed race gave birth to various magical powers. After that, for some unknown reason, the aliens were slaughtered by the mixed race, and after that, it was a blank history again. Dong Kale believes that in the time since then, human society has developed unprecedentedly, and the carrier for recording history has become animal skins, books, hard drives, or something else. Affected by the battle of superpowers, these carriers of history are all gone, and they no longer exist, but they are not as long as simple stones. So, looking around, it's all about the history of primitive times. Gao Tang felt that it was enough. He was not interested in the history that followed, and only cared about Inhumans. Even, he is not interested in continuing to do the task. After all, he has already got the information he wants. Yes. He is so heartless. According to my research, there was a king among the visitors that day, and before those people were slaughtered, the king was turned into stone. It turns out that it's no wonder. Yes, Dong Kale didn't seem to realize that Gao Tang gradually lost interest and was still talking at length. When it comes to history, he has endless topics to talk about. It wasn't until Gao Tang's reply became less and less that he slowly shut up. He thought he had found a confidant, but he didn't expect that this affectionate relationship was paid by mistake after all. Actually, the virgin forest is not so dangerous, and there is no need for a level capable people at all. I have been excavating historical sites for so many years, and I have never encountered danger. After all, those anti-social elements have no grievances against me, and killing people is easy to reveal their whereabouts, which is not good for them. Dong Kale started talking about other things. As they talked, several people saw several people hanging from the tree in front of them, swaying in the wind. Look at their clothes, very archaeological style, the body is still very fresh. Everyone's eyes fell on Dong Kale, and his eyes were a little weird. Dong Kale coughed, pushed the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose with his hand, and said as usual, occasionally, accidents happen. The behavior of those anti-social elements is difficult to explain with common sense, and those of us who excavate historical sites often do not have an accurate time, and it often takes more than 20 days or 2 months. When they are found dead, the murderer has long since fled. Therefore, I have already made up my mind to choose the career of archaeology. The task you chose is really exciting. Gao Tang looked at Wang Yadao. Wang Ya giggled, that's interesting. Sure enough, it is the way of thinking that only eldest misses have. For ordinary people, every day of waking up is a painful struggle, but for you young masters and young ladies, every day is boring and always looking for some excitement. Wang Ya snorted, don't forget, this type of task was specially requested by you. Really? I forgot. Several people rescued the body from the tree, dug a hole and buried it, and continued on the road. The place they were going was the river, where Dong Kale had discovered traces of primitive people 2 weeks ago. At that time, he spent too long in the virgin forest and became seriously ill. He had to end the work of excavating the monuments and went to the hospital for treatment. When his body finally recovered,
he couldn't wait to get back to work. According to the marks left last time, several people came to the river and started to pitch tents.
Dong Kale excitedly took out various tools and got busy on his own. Before I knew it, it was afternoon.
Wanya brought a lot of expensive ingredients, and after feasting, Gao Tang felt like he was participating in a summer camp, too leisurely.
Regarding his thoughts, Wanya said with a smile, "Isn't this very good?
Today's weather is so good, the sky is clear, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant." Her primary school students' composition had just started, and the earth shook violently. A large number of birds flew up in fright, and the roar of the beast was full of terror. The trees in the distance were implicated and fell into pieces, the ground was split open by the shock, and there were cracks that looked like giant pythons.
What's the situation? Earthquake?
Several people hesitated for a maximum of 3 seconds and immediately evacuated.
Gao Tang is even more happy, the information he wants has been obtained, and the task has ended in a hurry. What could be better than this?
Just when they evacuated to a safe area and were about to discuss leaving, they suddenly saw a strange beast hunting wild deer. This beast is full of sharp fangs, its body is covered with colorful fur similar to a tiger, and its face has 4 blood-red eyes.
It is a creature that has never been seen before.
The wild deer was torn to pieces, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. The weird beast didn't seem to be hunting, but was venting his inner desire to kill.
Seeing Gao Tang and a few people, they rushed over like crazy.
Gao Tang took the lead, and casually fiddled with this strange beast into a twisted shape. The strength is not strong, but it looks terrible. At this moment, one strange beast after another rushed out of the woods, killing the Gao Tang people with murderous intent.
Did the earthquake collapse a secret laboratory? Gao Tang's mind couldn't help but have such an idea. Without wasting any effort, they took out all the weird beasts. Counted the number, there are nearly 100.
Each of these beasts is different, and it feels like they have the characteristics of a variety of animals, as if they were randomly matched.
I feel more and more that it is the product of a certain laboratory. Do you want to take a look? Gao Tang asked everyone.
Wanya was the first to raise her hand and said excitedly, "Of course I will."
Li Gangxiang has no opinion. Fang Meng was worried that there would be trouble.
Archaeologist Dong Kale was stunned, his opinion was not important. As for the A-level capable person, he didn't want to get in trouble, but because of his strength, he wanted to satisfy his curiosity. So, everyone set off together to find the secret laboratory according to the footprints of the strange beasts.
After a few minutes, they reached their destination.
In front of them, there is a huge sinkhole that is hundreds of meters deep, with lush vegetation and various strange beasts.
Want to go down and have a look?
Wanya suppressed her excitement and asked. Gao Tang thought for a while and said, "We don't understand the following situation, I don't think we should act rashly." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a strange figure appearing in the Tiankung. This man was covered with crystal-like crystals, with golden runes roaming inside, which flickered violently with every move he made.
Gao Tang's pupils suddenly shrank. This person's strength is terrifyingly high, and he is actually the 15th Super A grade. Let's go, this guy is scary.
As soon as Gao Tang's voice fell, the figure at the bottom of the pit appeared in front of him like a teleportation. The crystals on his body shattered, and large pieces fell off. Black hair and black eyes, handsome in appearance, and brilliant hair. This, Dong Kale's lips trembled violently, and he was speechless in shock. History. This is living history. He couldn't help walking towards the man. It's like appreciating a rare treasure in the world, looking and looking, touching and touching.
Are you enough?
The man speaks in a strange tone, but understandable. Dong Kale's eyes flickered several times, and he asked excitedly, "You were sealed." Before he could finish speaking, his head exploded like a watermelon. Several people were surprised. The A-level capable person even escaped, but before he escaped far, his head exploded.
When this alien's gaze fell on Gao Tang,
a flash of light flashed in Gao Tang's mind, and tears poured out instantly. "Ancestor, you are finally out of trouble." Irin was stunned for a moment, grabbed Gao Tang's hand, and said with emotion, "I feel it, the same blood is flowing in our bodies, you are my clan." Gao Tang cried bitterly, "I don't know how many years, I don't know how many generations, we have been looking for you, and finally got your wish." The alien was silent for a moment, and said, "Are there any of our clansmen on this planet?" Gao Tang shook his head sadly.
Irin's eyes showed sadness and asked, "How many years have passed?" "It's been so long that I can't say an exact number. I did it wrong."
Irin sighed deeply, "I brought you to this planet to keep you away from fighting, and I didn't expect to harm you."
"What exactly happened back then?"
"The Inhumans adhere to the rule of the weak, and they have been killing all their lives. I got tired of it, and I led people with the same idea to tear apart the space barrier and came to this planet. We intend to survive in a peaceful way, so the primitive people of this planet are taught a lot of knowledge, and they are still living on this land. However, my peace is not understood. When I was sealed, I realized a truth: no matter what race it is, once it has power far beyond its peers, it will establish a hierarchy and rule and enslave its peers. So, I made the mistake, and now I'm going to destroy the world.
You don't agree with my idea?
I agree.
Gao Tong raised his hand and shouted, "We must kill them without leaving behind."
The eyes of Iran fell on Fong Meng and the others, and Gao Tong hurriedly said, "Although they are not Iran, they have helped me a lot. Without their help, I would not be able to find my ancestors today, so, can you let it go?"
Them? Never mind. The alien grabbed Gao Tong's hand, slammed into the sky, and flew towards the city. Fong Meng and several people were stunned, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. So, Gao Tang is not human? He has been disguising his identity and looking for ancestors? No wonder he is so interested in history. Wang Ye really believed it. Gao Tang's performance was so superb, she was completely involved in the play. It's not just her, Fong Meng is also the same. She swallowed and said, "They won't really destroy the world, will they? Looking at their murderous appearance, can it still be fake?" Wang Ye hurriedly took out her mobile phone, dialed the number, and said, "No, we have to stop them. The nearest city is Shanghai, which is definitely their first place." A goal. On the way to fly to the city, Gao Tang learned from the aliens that this person's body was sealed and his soul was always awake. In this way, there is no death. He was counting the time at first, and then he was sometimes awake, sometimes drowsy. If it wasn't for the earthquake just now, in a short while, his soul would have died in a deep sleep and turned into stone completely. Gao Tang also learned that those strange beasts were mutated because of the alien blood. After the aliens were sealed, a war broke out in Sea Blue Star, and the battle was shattered, and corpses were scattered everywhere. Beasts do not have the magical plasticity of humans. They eat the corpses of inhumans, and there are two results. Unable to withstand the power of blood, he exploded and died. Turned into a mash-up monster. Battles caused the land to sink, and as the years passed, the giant pit hidden in the ground became a zoo and botanical garden, and the aliens who turned into stone saw this miraculous change with their own eyes. While listening to these stories, Gao Tang has been thinking hard. How to stop the aliens from destroying the city. The attack of Transcendent Degrade with all its strength can at least spread to a radius of 1 kilometer, and the casualties caused are extremely terrifying. When the aliens attack, wipe out his ability. Then what to do? Waiting for the able to surround it? That is very heroic and tragic, but there is only one life, and the world is so beautiful, he does not want to sacrifice for anyone, and has no idea of being a hero. Arrive. After thinking about it, I arrived at the sky above Shanghai City, and below it was a bustling commercial street. It seemed that a shopping mall was holding an event, and it was crowded with people. The alien looked down at the crowd with a condescending attitude, and a coldness appeared on the corner of his mouth. From this moment on, let the world feel the pain. The alien opened his hands, and a tyrannical aura swept out wildly from him as the center, setting off a violent gust of wind. This alien's ability, like Gao Tang, is also the power of thought. When he casts a blow with all his strength, the commercial street will be razed to the ground in an instant, and everyone can't escape bad luck. Looking at the happy faces, looking at the young faces, looking at the happy faces. Gao Tang sighed secretly and took a step that even he did not expect. I'm really dizzy. He put his hand on the alien's back, erasing the ability. The power in the alien body dissipated in an instant, like a bird with broken wings falling from the sky, and the gravel and dust rose into the sky. The streets were screaming and pedestrians fled. The alien stood up from the cracked concrete, felt the abnormality in his body, and looked up at Gao Tang. His eyes were full of puzzlement, and his tone was full of pain. Clan, why? I can understand your feeling of being betrayed, but there are too many innocent people in this city. They shouldn't bear the debt that they didn't know how many years ago, and you have no right to take their lives. Gao Tang finished speaking at the fastest speed, and shouted loudly, "Help! Aliens have attacked Sea Blue Star. He's going to start killing people, come on. You betrayed me." Iran's eyes gleamed with biting killing intent, a strong sense of danger as if an invisible hand grabbed Gao Tang's heart, and cold sweat soaked through his body instantly. Boom! The aliens blasted into the air, like a cannonball shot towards Gao Tang, and his fists hit his chest without any fancy. Too fast. There was simply no time to hide. This is the absolute difference in strength. In the blink of an eye,
Gao Tong used all his defense-enhancing abilities. However, his physical strength is too poor to exert the power that his ability should have. No matter how much power there is, under the fist of aliens, the body is also fragile like paper paste, easily penetrated, and the blood is gushing. Gao Tang's eyeballs protruded, and a bloody arrow spurted out, his whole body bursting with blue veins.
You shouldn't betray me.
Inhuman pulled his fist out of Gao Tang's body and watched him fall from the sky, his body twisted and deformed.
20 seconds have not ended, and the alien's ability has not returned.
He fell from the sky like a meteorite, and the ground couldn't bear this powerful force. It cracked instantly, and the cracks spread around.
Why did you choose to be my enemy? Haven't you been looking for me, trying to help me out? Don't you want to destroy the world too? Why did you betray me? All the questions of the aliens could not be answered.
At this time, Gao Tang was already a lifeless corpse. Yuan stared at him, and the fear before death was still written on his face.
Is it because of a boring feeling for humans? But what can you change?
Even with my body, I can destroy this world.
Your heroic sacrifice is just a joke and will not be remembered by anyone.
You are so stupid as I used to be. While Aaron was talking, suddenly several sharp arrows shot at him, aiming at his vital part. In the face of the attack, he actually did not dodge or evade, resisting with his flesh and blood. Sparks splashed from his body, and the sharp arrow fell to the ground, slowly dispersing into starlight.
A mixed-race defective product, who gave you the courage to attack me?
The alien appeared in front of the capable man who attacked him like a shapeshifter, grabbed his head with his hand, and squeezed it violently. At this time, more and more capable people rushed over and used the strongest attack to besiege the aliens. Suddenly, the ability came back. Aaron was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, Perron's unparalleled power exploded from him as the center, like a mountain crushing those capable of besieging him, vomiting blood and flying, causing heavy casualties. It's dangerous. The Gao Tang eyeballs lying in the pool of blood suddenly moved. Taking advantage of the inhuman being in a fierce battle with the able, he quickly crawled to a dark corner, straightened his distorted limbs, and used self-healing enhancement to recover from the injury.
Danger sensing, it was really useful.
It made him feel that Inren's fist was going straight to the heart, so he avoided the fatal part and played Inren by pretending to be dead. There is no need for him to intervene in the future, he has already done what he can. I would risk my life to save others, such a stupid thing. Gao Tang shook his head. No one will believe me if I say it. He poked his head out of the corner, glanced at the fierce battle, and left lightly. After reaching a certain distance, he ran out of the city at the fastest speed. He had to stay away from the battle. No matter what the outcome was, he didn't need to worry about it. After all, he was an ordinary sea-level rookie. After he left, the Inhumans also ended the fight. From his point of view, all those capable of besieging him are ants, not worth mentioning.
Glancing at the corpse on the ground lightly, Aaron looked at Gao Tang's location. Among these people, he was more concerned about. What about people?
You dare lie to me. The alien's roar shook the world. When the aliens found that Gao Tang disappeared, his chest was instantly filled with anger. He turned into a rainbow light and shot into the air, looking for the trail of Gao Tang. At this moment, he had no idea of destroying the city at all, he just wanted to find Gao Tang and entertain him in the cruelest way. Since it was to save people and attacked him, it was impossible to hide in the city, and he would definitely run out of the city. After the foreigner had such a guess, he immediately shot out of the city. Just after leaving the city, a sharp sword she attacked him and went straight to the back of his neck. This sword energy is very powerful. If it is treated casually, it is very likely to be injured. It can be seen that the strength of the person who attacked him should not be underestimated. The shockwave suddenly erupted, the sword energy exploded in an instant, and the sharp energy shot everywhere.
You killed so many people, do you think you can walk away?
A tall figure appeared on the ground, with a delicate and beautiful face, and a pair of red square glasses on the bridge of her nose, but she couldn't hide the fierceness in her eyes and the murderous aura she couldn't hide between her brows.
Xiao Ling Gold Element Ability. Super A-grade ability.
She was on a mission in Shanghai City, but she didn't expect to run into crazy anti-social elements and kill dozens of capable people. Aaron glanced at Xiao Ling, then withdrew his gaze. I have something very important, and I'm not in the mood to play justice with you. After saying this, he left quickly and continued to look for Gao Tang.
Don't try to escape.
Xiao Ling was in hot pursuit, and from time to time she swung her sword to attack Aaron, causing a lot of trouble. Aaron has always ignored this woman, his thoughts are all on Gao Tang, and now he wants to find this abominable bastard. At a high speed, it is definitely not as good as a super-grade capable person. He was desperately running and suddenly felt that the danger was approaching rapidly, and the fatal signal hurriedly hit his heart. He stopped suddenly, glanced around, and got into the wheat field. The wind blows the wheat waves, wave after wave. In 10 seconds at most, the aliens appeared near the wheat field. Once again, he was dissipated by the sword chi, and finally became impatient.
How long do you want to hang on to me? Do you want to die that much?
The alien looked down at Xiaoling with a contemptuous look, but he didn't take her seriously. Xiaoling raised her head, looked at the alien indifferently, and replied, "Do you think you are invincible in the world?" Aaron squinted his eyes. He suddenly turned his hands down, and the heavy pressure enveloped Xiaoling, crushing him into flesh, and the ground shattered layer by layer.
Do you only have this level?
Xiaoling looked at Aaron as usual, raised her sword, cut out a golden sword beam, and approached Aaron fiercely. In an instant, a mind barrier appeared in front of Aaron, and under the slash of Jianmong, dense cracks appeared.
Bang!
The stars are scattered everywhere. Jianmong slashed at Aaron's body, blowing waves of air. He fell from the air and slid dozens of meters on the ground before stopping.
Your ability is not worthy of your tone.
Xiaoling retracted her sword into the sheath. Her figure was slightly low, and she seemed to be preparing a killer move. The alien floated up and stood on the ground. There was a huge scar on his body, extending from the left shoulder to the right abdomen, and blood was oozing out continuously. This injury looks shocking, but in fact it is not serious. It is only a skin injury and does not cause substantial damage.
I underestimate you a bit.
Aaron suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that such a mixed-race defective product like you can become so strong. The plasticity of human beings is really terrible. As he spoke, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and he appeared in front of Xiaoling in a flash.
Xiaoling was taken aback.
She didn't expect the speed of the alien to be so fast. With her eyesight, she could only see a vague afterimage.
What does this mean? The opponent's strength is above her.
She hurriedly drew the sword, but her hand was caught by the foreigner, and the half-drawn blade was swallowed back by the scabbard.
Bang!
The fist that focused on the majestic force hit Xiaoling's chest, and the fierce energy burst out, knocking her out. A bloody arrow spewed out from Xiaoling's mouth. The alien's fist not only used the strength of the flesh, but also concentrated a bit of the burst of thought power, which caused a lot of damage to her body, and her lungs were injured.
Shortness of breath. If you don't take it seriously, you will be underestimated.
After Aaron finished speaking, he instantly crossed a distance of several meters, and his fist slammed towards Xiaoling again. At this time, Gao Tang was hiding in the wheat field to watch the battle. Xiaoling's strength is the 20th place in Transcendent A grade, which is only 5 positions behind Aaron, and the gap is actually that big. Both of them showed extreme speed, their orientations changed, and every collision was earth-shattering. The aftermath of the fight was extremely destructive, and the surroundings became a mess. With Gao Tang's strength, his eyes couldn't catch the two figures, but he could feel that Xiaoling was at a disadvantage, and it was a matter of time.
This made him have to think about a problem. If Xiaoling loses, what will be the impact?
He thought of many kinds of consequences, all of which were very serious. He felt that there were many pictures in front of him, most of them were gray, and the big word death was written.
Run away while the two are fighting. This idea just popped out of Gao Tang's mind. Boom!
A loud bang shook the stars in front of his eyes. The two people who fought fiercely collided again, and the tsunami-like shockwave swept out like a maddening sea, destroying everything in the path, and the soil rolled up and was plowed into the ground hundreds of meters away. Gao Tang was affected, and his figure was exposed. The Aaron spotted him immediately, and when the two looked at each other, Gao Tang immediately reacted. Lightning element, wind element, speed enhancement, all the ability to increase the speed was used, and it turned into an electric arc and rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed along the way, the earth and rocks flew up, and a deep ravine was plowed on the ground.
His palm was empty, not touching the alien's body. Transcendent A grade's reaction speed was terrifyingly fast, and he was half a meter away from him. The distance of half a meter is out of reach. But Gao Tang's hand stretched out abruptly, touching the unexpected alien. Unexpected. Be caught off guard. Unprepared. Who would have thought that Gao Tang had so many abilities? Ability erased. The power in the alien body instantly dissipated. His ability has disappeared, take advantage of it now. Gao Tang shouted. Damn! The Aaron abandoned Xiaoling and punched Gao Tang in the head. He knew very well that if his ability disappeared, he would definitely be defeated by Xiaoling,
so he simply killed the bastard Gao Tang.
Bang!
Gao Tang's head exploded, and flesh and blood spattered everywhere.
Do not. Not flesh and blood. Rather. Gao Tang turned into a liquid state. It's dangerous, it's dangerous. Gao Tang felt that he was about to suffocate.
After using erasability, he immediately used body liquefy, so he could be one step faster than others.
Even if it was half a second at night, he was going to report to the Palace of Hell. On the other side, Xiao Ling's nirvana was activated.
As fast as lightning, he staggered past the aliens. The sword was slowly sheathed, and the tide-like murderous aura receded.
A bloodline appeared on the alien's neck. 1 second. 2 seconds. Blood spurted out.
Xiao Ling turned around and looked at the alien. Your body is too strong. My nirvana should cut your head off.
But I still won. What are you pretending to be? Make up. Make up for it. Gao Tang couldn't help shouting.
Xiao Ling is too arrogant. She is simply an enhanced version of Feng Meng. The aliens haven't completely died. How dare you relax?
What if there is self-healing ability?
Xiao Ling reacted suddenly. She showed the ultimate sword swing speed, and in an instant, she cut out dense slashing lines, forming an incomparably sharp sword net covering the alien.
Time seemed to stand still, and the aliens didn't move at all. 1 second. 2 seconds.
Bloodstains appeared on his body, as if his body was broken and blood seeped out. However, the alien's body did not turn into countless pieces of flesh and blood.
Xiao Ling's attack looked gorgeous and had a strong lethality.
In fact, the foreigner suffered a little skin trauma.
His physical strength is really exaggerated. No matter how you look at it, I feel that it is not just as simple as transcendent a grade.
Xiao Ling's brows furrowed, and she did not dare to neglect the movements of her hands. She gathered all her strength, grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands, and suddenly burst into extreme speed. The tip of the sword burst out with a dazzling bright light, and the terrifying penetrating power caused the space to be faintly distorted.
Stab!
The blood shot, and the tip of the sword stabbed fiercely into the alien's chest. However, only a small portion of it was stabbed in, and it couldn't penetrate the alien's heart at all. Before I knew it, 20 seconds had passed. A tsunami-like shockwave erupted from the center of the alien. Xiao Ling seemed to have been hit by a high-speed train, and instantly flew a dozen meters away.
Gao Tang was even worse.
When the two fought again, he ran desperately and stayed away from the battle area. If a sea-level rookie like him was involved in a super-level battle, it would be fatal if he was casually affected. However, even so, he still could not escape the pity of death. At the moment when he was hit by the shock wave, he used all the ability to strengthen his defense. However, when he fell to the ground, his bones were almost shattered. For most people, such an injury is absolutely certain to die.
Fortunately, he has self-healing enhancement and barely saved his life.
He was even more fortunate that he did not use body liquefy at the moment when the danger came. At that time, when he had this idea, danger perception sent him an extremely deadly signal. Thinking about it now, after the body liquefies, it should be blown up by the shockwave and go directly to see Hades.
When Gao Tang was recovering from his injuries silently, Iran's behavior was very strange.
He didn't attack Xiao Ling, but turned into a stream of light that shot straight into the sky with the sound of an explosion resounding through the sky. Xiao Ling immediately went to chase, but as soon as she took a step, she vomited out a large mouthful of blood. Her body seemed to be safe on the surface, but her internal organs were severely impacted, and her injuries were not minor. Under her gaze, the foreigner punched out. This violent force caused large folds in the space, like cloth.
Iran's eyes were full of disappointment.
He had been sealed for too long, his strength had dropped too much, and he could not open the passage to Wonderful World. However, his punch, the people of Wonderful World, should have sensed it. The foreigner fell from the sky like a stiff tree, setting off a large amount of gravel and dust, raging with the gust of wind.
Xiao Ling's eyes were full of doubts. What is the alien doing?
If this punch hit her, she would no longer exist in this world. There may be the space node when he came here. He should want to open up the space channel and attract the same clan to destroy the world.
Gao Tang walked with difficulty leaning on a branch. Self-healing enhancement is too useful.
He has almost recovered from such a serious injury, but it is still a little difficult to move.
Space channel? Same clan?
Xiao Ling was even more confused.
What are you talking about? Why can't I understand it?
Gao Tang did not hide it, and told Xiao Ling all the history he knew and what happened in the primeval forest. Xiao Ling was shocked when she learned these things, and it took a long time for her to regain her composure. She became curious and looked at Gao Tang from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze. Thunder element, body doubling, body liquefaction, mind power.
Why do you have so many abilities? This, I don't understand either.
The situation was critical and Gao Tang had to be exposed, which led to his only thought now was to kill Xiaoling. The reason why he rushed to Xiaoling's side was to see if the woman's injuries were serious. If she was seriously injured and had no ability to resist, he would kill her. However, Xiaoling was still alive and well. Although she was injured, there was no problem in killing him for 200 or 300.
It was completely trivial. The security bureau doesn't know about this, right?
Xiaoling said, otherwise, you shouldn't be here, but in a secret laboratory. Yeah, this is a secret that must be kept, otherwise, my life will be in danger. Gao Tang talked to Xiaoling as usual, thinking hard about how to kill this woman.
Erase ability first, then poison?
Every breakthrough of an ability person is a re-evolution of life, and the defense ability against various damages has been greatly improved. With his current strength, if he can't exert the power of poison element, it may not kill Xiaoling.
How exactly?
Gao Tang really couldn't think of a good way, and began to complain about Iran in his heart. Why not kill Xiaoling first, and then open up the space channel?
Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret for you.
Xiaoling looked at Gao Tang's eyes. Her eyes were very sincere. It didn't seem like she was telling a lie. With her strength and status, there is no need to tell lies.
Are you thinking about how to kill me?
Xiaoling suddenly said such a sentence. She smiled at Gao Tang with a sharp smile. At this time, denial is the most wrong thing to do.
Gao Tang couldn't help laughing and said, yeah, your life is my biggest threat.
I must destroy your time bomb, otherwise, it will be blown to pieces one day. Xiaoling burst into laughter. Of course she thought that Gao Tang was joking. The murder of Super level by sea level was simply a fantasy.
I have to say that Gao Tang's acting skills are excellent.
From the inside to the outside, from the voice to the expression, there are layers, details, and a sense of humor that makes people laugh.
He is really a rare good actor. Can I ask you one thing?
Gao Tang said solemnly. You say. I don't want people to know that I participated in this battle. Can you delete my part?
Why? Xiaoling asked in surprise. You want to be an unsung hero who sacrifices silently?
I'm not that great. Gao Tang laughed at himself. I just don't want to make myself too outstanding. It will not only attract the jealousy of my own people, but also the jealousy of the enemy. I'm afraid of death.
Gao Tang is too proficient in getting along with people.
In front of Xiaoling, he kept his mouth shut.
He was completely different from usual.
He also joked a few words from time to time to adjust the atmosphere. So, in Xiaoling's eyes, Gao Tang is such an image. Humorous, clear thinking, strong language skills and a strong sense of justice. Yes, Gao Tang gave her the impression that she has a noble spirit that burns herself and illuminates others. In order to stop the alien massacre, regardless of his own safety, he resolutely decided to sacrifice himself in exchange for the survival of others.
How many people in the security bureau have such a spirit?
So far, Xiaoling has only seen one person, that is Qin Zhan, who has passed away.
Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. Xiaoling's eyes became extremely serious. She wanted to protect Gao Tang and not allow good people to be hurt. Gao Tang nodded solemnly, thank you.
Then, he joked again, I'm so sorry, I don't have the ability to erase your memory, otherwise, I will definitely erase your memory today.
In that case, I don't have to worry about it. Xiaoling smiled slightly.
Among the men she knew, no one was as sincere and simple as Gao Tang, and it made her feel particularly happy and comfortable. Don't worry, when I have time, I will find someone with the ability to erase memory and erase today's memory, so you don't have to worry about it, right? If anyone who knows Xiaoling sees this scene, they will be very shocked.
This woman can even joke? Gao Tang laughed. It's not necessary to erase the memory. I believe in your promise.
Gao Tang's trust made Xiaoling feel very comfortable.
She thought about it and said, let's exchange contact information.
Again, if anyone who knew Xiaoling saw this scene, they would be extremely shocked.
This woman who was as cold as ice actually took the initiative to ask for her contact information?
Of course, it was impossible for Gao Tang to refuse. To be on the safe side, he had to have a good relationship with Xiaoling so that she could keep her secret. After entering the phone number into the phone, Xiaoling remembered that, after chatting for so long, she still didn't know Gao Tang's name.
Both of them thought it was funny.
After learning the name of the other party, Gao Tang chatted with Xiaoling again and was about to leave. At this moment, a capable person came at an extremely fast speed. This person turned out to be an S-level capable person, ranking 44th. Seeing Gao Tang, he was stunned for a moment, curious about Gao Tang's identity. In response, Xiaoling's answer was that Gao Tang was accidentally involved in the battle and belonged to a passerby. As for the identity of the alien, her answer was that she learned a lot of important information in the process of fighting against the alien. Knowing that the aliens tried to open up the space channel, the S-level ability person took it seriously, and he immediately reported this matter, which would be a major event affecting the future. And Gao Tang left after Xiaoling introduced his identity, and he didn't know anything after that. He called Fong Meng's number to report safety. Unexpectedly, this silly girl really thought he was looking for some ancestor. It's not just her, Wang Yat and Li Gangxiang have the same view. This made Gao Tang very helpless. Should I say that my acting skills are good, or are you too stupid? Fong Meng was a little angry. You are very rude. Are you too stupid? Fong Meng took a deep breath. I think your ridicule has doubled. Gao Tang snapped his fingers. That's right. Fong Meng, I called my dad just now, and said that the strange person was going to destroy Shanghai City. Wang Yi interjected, but I didn't mention you, just said that during the earthquake, a strange person flew out. Wang Yi babbled and said, Gao Tang expressed his appreciation, and he was right not to mention him, otherwise it would be a little troublesome. By the way, is our mission over? Wang Yi was a little lost. She felt that the task had just started and it was over hastily. The excitement was a little bit, but it was too fast. The mission client is gone, so it's over. Gao Tang said, do you still want to continue camping? Yeah, what a hard-won opportunity. Wang Yi sighed deeply, a flash of light flashed in her mind, and she suggested, how many more days shall we stay in the forest? Forget it. Gao Tang refused directly, there are so many mosquitoes, I can't take a bath yet, where is a comfortable home? After a pause, he continued, I'll go home first, you can do whatever you want. Cut. You are so boring. I haven't moved yet, how can you be sure I'm bored? Wang Yi did not understand the meaning of Gao Tang's words for a while. But soon, she came to a realization. Yeah, she said angrily, you are so annoying. Hey. After taking the high-speed train back to the capital in Shanghai City, after Gao Tang returned home, he was not idle and immediately began to practice. This crisis has given him a great sense of crisis, so he has to seize the time to make himself stronger. After a long time, when Gao Tang's training plan was about to be completed, Fong Meng came back. She resisted the urge to rush up to hug, nodded to Gao Tang, and said lightly, I'm back. This time we almost never see each other again, isn't your attitude too cold? Gao Tang wiped his sweat with a towel, then said, don't forget, after I escaped danger, the first call was to make for you, do you know what it means? What? Fong Meng pretended to be indifferent, but the corners of his mouth couldn't control his rise, obviously very happy. Don't know that? It means I care about you. Humph. You are not. Fong Meng's tone was somewhat coquettish. Stop talking so much, come and hug one. Saying that, Gao Tang opened his arms and walked towards Fong Meng. Fong Meng bypassed him, walked to the refrigerator, and snorted, I won't hug you, a bad guy covered in sweat. Gao Tang was a little regretful, and wanted to feel the impact of the meat bullet. By the way, how did you escape? You don't seem to have said it yet. Fong Meng took out a bottle of drink from the refrigerator, took a sip, and then remembered this important thing. It's a long story. In short, it was very thrilling. At that time, it was like this. At that time, I was caught by a stranger and flew to the sky of Shanghai City, facing, after listening to Gao Tang's story, Fong Meng narrowed his eyes, is this still you? Would you sacrifice yourself for someone you don't care about? It's not your character at all. Look, you don't know me too well, or you have too much prejudice against me, so what if I sacrificed for the people of the city? If I can save them, I am willing to burn myself. Really? I don't believe it. The great Mr. Lu Sun once said that when luck comes, it cannot be taken for granted. The more you feel lucky, the more vigilant you should be. Gao Tang thought so. Since crossing to see Blue Star, he has always had a strong sense of crisis. Let's not talk about the magical physique of the transmigrator, which is easy to attract disasters. It is said that the golden finger he acquires new abilities every day often makes him feel nervous. Will it suddenly disappear one day? Of course, his ability is enough now, even if the golden finger disappears, it is no big deal, but he can't be so versatile. His sense of crisis mainly comes from the big environment, the loss of control of some capable people, the secret rise of the Black Fire Organization, and the arrival of aliens at any time. This world is calm on the surface, but the turbulence after going deep is terrifying, like a huge whirlpool that is gradually spinning, about to tear the peaceful life to shreds.
It's not that Gao Tang didn't think about hiding, and then waited for 4 or 5 years to be born in an invincible manner. That style, that scene, that is definitely quite touching. But there are no eggs under the nest, and when disaster strikes, no one can escape. Therefore, he must remain vigilant at all times, and his spirit must not relax in the slightest. Even if he encounters some dangers, he must seize all opportunities to become stronger, so that his strength can be improved as soon as possible. He set a goal for himself: he must break through Super S grade within a year and become the strongest in this world. In this way, he can calmly face this disaster-prone world. Otherwise, he would have been on the verge of worrying about his own safety all the time. He must face up to one thing: good luck will not come to him all the time. He thinks that he is blessed by the goddess of luck and lays down and hangs up, and he will die without a place to be buried. So, with this sense of crisis and the belief of wanting to become stronger, Gao Tang completed 2 sea-level missions. These 2 missions were unremarkable, and there was nothing worth talking about. In 4 days, he acquired these abilities. Flying, low-level healing, fire element, oil. Flying is superfluous, a little superfluous, useful, and a little useful. Compared with flying with psychic power, or wind element, the speed is much faster, and it can climb to a higher altitude. Thinking that the physical strength will increase in the future, and maybe he will be able to compete with the fighter, Gao Tang felt that flying became pleasing to the eye. Low-level healing, this ability directly strengthens the body. After being injured, the wound can heal automatically. With the addition of self-healing enhancement, the speed of recovery is faster. No matter how much this ability comes, it does not feel superfluous. Fire element, Gao Tang always thought that he had obtained this ability, but he flipped through the notebook that recorded the ability, and there was no fire element. This ability is undoubtedly very useful. No matter how deviant you are, you can directly cremate the person on the spot, and you don't have to destroy the body with pain and prevent the intelligence department of the Security Bureau from reading the memory. Finally, it was oil. Seeing this ability, Gao Tang didn't feel any waves in his heart. If it was before, he would definitely be overjoyed, and he would be able to make a fortune selling oil in the future. With the experience of making a machete, he made some oil with a blank face, and sure enough, if he stopped inputting energy, the oil would disappear. Gee, it's just a combination of other abilities. I don't know how to be self-reliant at all, I just know how to rely on other abilities. After talking about ability, let's talk about Gao Tang's arrangement today. He didn't go out to do the task, but practiced at home. In the evening, it was Sister Wang Yi's birthday party. This birthday banquet was held very grandly, gathering celebrities from all walks of life, which shows the status of Yaogu Pharmaceutical Company. Although Fong Meng has a lot of money, but compared to Wang Yi, it's too far behind. All the savings are not as much as Wang Yi's pocket money, so there is no decent dress at all. 3 days ago, Wang Yi was very considerate and wealthy to customize expensive dresses for Gao Tang and Fong Meng. The first thought of the two was that they could sell for a lot of money. Shabby lived in a shabby house, and shabby went together. The two completed the training plan, washed clean, and changed into evening dresses. Gao Tang, in a suit and leather shoes, with a shiny body and a handsome face, is simply the noble son of a certain group. Fong Meng must describe more. She was wearing a white evening dress with sloping shoulders. The long skirt was dragged to the ground. The short fluffy and slightly curly hair made her look cute and cute. On her graceful neck, she wore a sparkling diamond necklace, which was left by her mother. Jewelry. How about it? Fong Meng picked up the skirt with both hands and turned it around, like a dancing butterfly. Excellent. Gao Tang was generous with his words of praise, and made up a small composition for Fong Meng on the spot. If he hadn't been interrupted, he could have made up 800 words. You are exaggerating. Fong Meng said so, but he was very happy, and the smile on his face could not be concealed. I'm telling the truth. Humph. You are acquainted with each other. After being praised, Fong Meng went to start the car in a good mood, and the two soon arrived at the splendid hotel, which is the property of Wang Yi's family. The two sent an invitation letter and entered the hotel. It didn't take long for Wang Yi to pick it up in person, with Li Gangxiang following behind, and her image changed drastically. The hair is no longer soaring into the sky, it is soft and fluffy, and the whole person looks a little silly and cute. Gao Tang couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? Li Gang shouted. Laugh at you. You, hum. Li Gangxiang turned his head to one side and did not speak to Gao Tang. Thank you for coming. Wang Yi smiled sweetly. Fong Meng, this dress suits you very well.
Wanya was wearing a black evening dress, showing her fair shoulders, wearing silver tassel earrings, and her clear makeup was very moving. The two beautiful girls stared at each other silently for a while, then each withdrew their gazes.
Because of Gao Tong, their relationship is a bit delicate.
Several people entered the birthday venue, everyone dressed up brightly and swung out with a stick, all of them were capitalists with black blood.
Elder sister. A girl in a pink princess dress crashed into Wanya's arms.
She was very lively, but her facial features were not very similar to Wanya's.
My sister, Wang Lingxiu. Wanya introduced them to Gao Tong.
Gao Tang suddenly had the illusion that they were elders, and could not help but say some compliments.
You can't praise your appearance, you can't praise your character, you can't praise your character, you can't praise your grades, you can't praise your grades. Anyway, it's just a wild boast, and it's nice to say. Gao Tong, why are you here?
A surprised voice suddenly sounded behind him. Turning his head, the person who came was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, a sword in his hand, and a pair of red square glasses on his delicate and beautiful face. It was actually Xia Ling. I was invited by Miss Wangya, and I worked with her on several missions. After my beards and horses, I finally let her give me a chance to see the world.
Xia Ling was amused and laughed out loud. Why are you here? Gao Tong asked curiously. Xia Ling shrugged, I'm Wangya's cousin.
Oh? Gao Ting turned his head and glanced at Wangya in surprise, then looked at Xia Ling and said, so you are also the eldest lady. I am blind.
You're exaggerating.
Xia Ling shook her head and said, I'm just a relative of a rich family. After she finished speaking, she said again, I'm going to see the second uncle, so I won't talk to you anymore. See you later.
It is good. The two waved goodbye. It wasn't until Xia Ling's figure was far away that Wangya asked in surprise, Gao Tong, how did you know her?
It's a long story, I choose to keep it a secret.
What are you selling?
Wangya was helpless.
Gao Tong smiled mysteriously, because there are secrets that cannot be told. Cut.
Wanya twitched the corners of her mouth and said, however, to be honest, I've never seen Xia Ling smile at others.
When chatting with you, it feels like a different person. Gao Tang blew the bangs on his forehead and said proudly, to be attractive is to be troubled.
I've controlled myself not to let myself be charming, but it's like wrapping a light bulb with paper, I can't hide my light.
You're so shameless.
After Wanya finished speaking, she looked at Feng Meng and said, I see, let this bastard go to hell, and save yourself from messing around with flowers. This time, Feng Meng agreed.
Several people chatted for a few minutes. Yeah. Suddenly, someone greeted Wangya.
She was of the same age, and she was exquisite in every part of her body. At first glance, she looked like the eldest lady of a rich family.
I went to accompany my friends first, and I'll see you later.
Wanya finished speaking quickly and left. Feng Meng lowered his head and was silent for a while, but when he was about to say something, he found that Gao Tang was no longer by his side. She looked around suspiciously and found Gao Tang's figure, who was actually chatting with Xia Ling in full swing. Feng Meng's heart suddenly felt a sour feeling, like overturning a jar of old vinegar. She thought about it, stopped again, and stamped her feet angrily. Even if you are Wangya's cousin, it still surprises me to appear here. I thought that with your character, you wouldn't go to a boring birthday party. After all, this so-called birthday party, on the surface, is to celebrate the birthday of the child, but it is actually a sorority party for the upper class. Your metaphor is quite in place.
Xia Ling smiled, however, we have only just known each other for a long time, so you already know my character?
Gao Tang said, although we have just met, I can feel a person's character with just a few words. What's more, you are dressed so casually, you can tell at a glance that you are not here to enjoy the banquet.
That's right.
Xia Ling shrugged, I hate parties. No matter how brightly I dress up, I can't hide my rotten heart.
Don't attack me personally.
Xia Ling smiled, then said sternly, second uncle asked me to come here. He feels that someone has been secretly monitoring him recently, and his life may be in danger, so let me come and help.
Gao Tang raised his eyebrows.
He glanced at the people in the hall, only to find that there were many capable people dressed as business elites. If it weren't for his ability to view strength information, he really couldn't tell the difference. Among these people are a grade, transcendent A grade, and even S grade. Gao Tang's eyes flashed, said, so, deliberately holding a grand birthday party to lure snakes out of their holes?
Xia Ling nodded, and Gao Tang was right.
It's very distressing to be a big capitalist. Gao Tang wanted to slip away. This birthday party was not a sorority party for high society people at all, but a class reunion in Neon Country. All he thought was to slap each other hard. Xiaoling picked up a glass of red wine from the tray held by the waiter, took a sip, and said, "Actually, it's not the reason for this, but a very bloody drama."
A question mark appeared on Gao Tang's head. This has to start with an emotional entanglement.
10 years ago, my second uncle's wife, my second aunt, died in a car accident. He washed his face with tears every day and anesthetized himself with alcohol. Later, by chance, she met her first love in a bar, and she also used alcohol to relieve her worries because of emotional problems. That night, the old love between the two rekindled. Having said this, Xiaoling sneered, and severely criticized the man's inferiority before continuing. Second uncle's first love cheated in marriage, was caught and raped in bed by her husband, several people fought fiercely, and second uncle was cut into pieces. He was seriously injured and almost couldn't be rescued, and the man was also seriously injured and was sentenced to attempted murder.
No. Isn't this Sun Yingming's script?
Especially when he remembered, Sun Yingming once said that the couple got married and gave birth to a beautiful girl.
Isn't that Wan Lingxiu, Wang Ya's sister? I have to go.
Gao Tang didn't dare to delay for a moment. He said quickly to Xiaoling, "I suddenly remembered that the gas stove at home has not been turned off.
I'll go home first and come back to you later."
After he finished speaking, he hurried out without waiting for Xiaoling to reply. He pulled out Fong Meng, who was hiding under the table, and said anxiously, "Quick, I can't stay here anymore, and a big mess is going to happen soon."
Fong Meng was a little confused.
She squatted under the table and secretly observed Gao Tang and Xiaoling, but she was caught.
What's wrong?
"I don't have time to explain, go out and talk."
Gao Tang took Fong Meng's hand and walked out quickly, even trotting.
Before the two of them went out, the lights suddenly went out. There were also shrill screams and deafening explosions from outside the hotel, which came from all over the place, making the scene even bigger, as if they were attacking the whole city to complete their revenge.
"Everyone be quiet, don't mess up."
The capable personnel of the security bureau shouted to stop the rioting crowd. The spare flashlight was lit at the same time, and the room became bright again. Gao Tang stopped, his face changed. "Let's go back, it's too dangerous outside, and then try to leave when the situation becomes clear."
What happened? Fong Meng is still at a loss.
Gao Tang explained the situation quickly, and after Fong Meng heard it, he slapped himself on the face.
Why do you just attend a birthday party and encounter such a big danger? Can this world get better? Fong Meng said speechlessly, "Since we are leading snakes out of their holes, wouldn't it be good for all the guests to be capable people? In order to be more real."
Xiaoling came to the two of them at an unknown time. "Also, the security bureau is arranging the guests to evacuate. You should also leave the safe passage. This attack, the security bureau seems to have rehearsed in advance, arranged in an orderly manner. Exit through the underground safety passage, and the underground parking lot has been prepared with highly defensive cars."
Fong Meng drove one of them and left the hotel with Gao Tang.
The engine roared and the car sped along the road. "I didn't expect that we escaped safely. I thought we would be trapped in the hotel, and then the Black Fire organization came to a terrifying massacre, and we were doomed."
Fong Meng was a little fortunate and a little surprised. "Don't be careless, this city is still dangerous. When will you be able to engrave the word prudence firmly into your soul?" Fong Meng felt very guilty. "I'm sorry." "Oh, it's fine."
Gao Tang patted her on the shoulder. "Young man, it's normal to be careless, I can understand."
Hearing this, Fong Meng couldn't help muttering, "It's like you are very old." Gao Tang frowned. "Don't you know how big it is?"
Fong Meng's face instantly turned red, until it reached the base of his neck. Don't speak to me."
"What's the matter? Are you afraid you can't control yourself?"
Gao Tang put his hands behind his head, leaned back, and had a funny smile on his face. "When you were in the hotel just now, I remember you hiding under the table. What are you doing?" Sure enough, Gao Tang remembered this incident, but fortunately Fong Meng had a good speech. She said, "The diamond in my necklace fell off."
"Really?" Gao Tang stretched his voice. "Why do I think you're peeping? Are you afraid that I'm very close to Xiaoling?" "I didn't." Fong Meng argued red-faced. Gao Tang smiled. "Do you have any thoughts on me?"
"You, don't be too affectionate." Gao Tang said to himself, "I take you as a friend, but you actually want to sleep with me. Does my body make you salivate like that?"
Fong Meng's breathing suddenly became rapid.
She braked the car suddenly, took off the diamond necklace around her neck, and patted it in Gao Tang's hand. "See for yourself, is there one missing diamond on it?"
"Did you cut it out? How is that possible?" Fong Meng shouted, "This is what my mother left behind." Gao Tang couldn't help laughing and said, "No one told you, when you lie, do you like to look to the left?" "What?" Fong Meng panicked. "I lied to you." You! Fong Meng stared, speechless. Gao Tang's city is too deep, and her body is full of scheming. In front of this bastard, she seems to be running naked and can't hide a little secret. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in front of the building, the fire was soaring into the sky, and the building collapsed. The two looked at each other reflexively. If they didn't brake and kept driving at high speed, they would definitely be bombed. The goddess of luck favors handsome guys and beauties. Gao Tang unfastened his seatbelt. Get out of the car, it's not safe whether you're in the city or outside. What can you do? Fong Meng's face was still a little hot, but his mood calmed down. Gao Tang pointed to the manhole cover. Fong Meng tilted his head and made a question mark. We got into the sewers to hide. When the chaos subsided, when will we come out? How about it? Is this a great idea? Absolutely? Fong Meng was speechless and wanted to give Gao Tang a thumbs up. Few people can come up with such a bad idea, and the key is that it's pretty damn useful. Gao Tang's thinking really made her unable to describe in words, just 4 words, incredible. Get out of the car quickly. Gao Tang opened the car door first and walked out. Fong Meng did not dare to neglect, and immediately followed. As soon as the two lifted the manhole cover, a deadly sense of crisis hit Gao Tang's heart. Not good. Gao Tang didn't have time to think about it, he hugged Fong Meng and rolled around on the ground a few times. There was only a loud snatch sound, and the ground was filled with fire feathers, burning with fiery flames. It's you! Gao Tang got up and looked at the man, his face became solemn. It's me, we meet again. The enchanting woman showed a charming smile. She was still dressed as she was, wearing a black tights with a pair of flame wings on her back. Su Honying. When he was in Jiulong Mountain, he almost made Gao Tang violent into the wilderness. Her abdomen was injured and was bleeding, which made her strength drop to 37,564th in the B rank. Even if the strength of this woman has fallen, Gao Tang is not an opponent, the gap between the two is too great. But it's impossible to get caught. Fight to the death. Until now, I don't know how you escaped last time. But this time, how do you escape? Su Honying showed the eyes of a cat playing a mouse. Gao Tang ignored her, but said in Fong Meng's ear at the fastest speed, I am entangled with her, you hide in the sewer, and when my order arrives, you rush out and give her a call from behind. Love is locked for 7 days then Jin Jian, can you open her mouth? Fong Meng knew that the situation was urgent, and Gao Tang was not the kind of good person who sacrificed himself to let her escape. So, she nodded solemnly, don't worry, I promise to do it. Very good. Gao Tang patted her on the shoulder, you go to the side first. When I fought her, you took the opportunity to slip into the sewer. What are you talking about quietly? Su Honying's seductive voice sounded, don't talk to the other party about the sadness of parting, you will all die anyway. After a pause, she added, I think you should thank me, separation is the most painful thing in the world, and I solved this pain for you. Gao Tang sneered twice and raised his middle finger to Su Honying. Immediately afterwards, he took the lead in attacking. Su Honying's strength is too strong, if this woman takes the initiative, there will be no chance of winning even 1%. So Gao Tang had to keep the fight at his rhythm. In an instant, a large amount of brown oil appeared out of thin air, and under the control of the power of thought, it shot towards Su Honying. Su Honying frowned, this guy. How can there be two abilities? In the next second, her eyes widened. The flame ignited the oil, and with the help of the strong wind, it turned into a ferocious fire dragon and attacked her. Little brother, it's too slow. Su Honying's flame wings flashed lightly, dodging Gao Tang's attack without any effort. However, Gao Tang didn't stop there. He was like a high school student who stole the forbidden fruit for the first time, just wanting to vent all his strength. A monstrous wave rushed towards Su Honying, interspersed with screeching arcs. The thunder and water are born together, and the power is multiplied. Su Honying opened her eyes in shock, this. How many abilities are there? This guy is weird. Su Honying's cognition of the world has been greatly impacted. How can one person have so many abilities? Facing the surging flood, she flashed and appeared in mid-air. The arcing floodwaters roared underfoot, smashing several buildings and flooding the streets with debris. Su Honying narrowed her eyes and looked at Gao Tang meaningfully, what's the matter with you? Why do you have so many abilities? This is just the beginning. After speaking, a cold whirlwind revolved around Gao Tang's body, and there were countless ice picks mixed in this whirlwind. The next moment, all the icicles let out a piercing scream and shot at Su Honying in the air at the same time. This is not over, Gao Tang immediately released flames, gushing out like a flood, engulfing the ice pick.
Under the burning of the high-temperature flame, the ice cone quickly evaporated, and a large amount of steam was emitted, which turned into a thick fog and filled the surroundings.
Su Hongying was stunned for a moment, not understanding this operation. "Are you trying to escape under the cover of fog?" she sneered and said, "Do you think you can escape?" Su Hongying turned into a flash of fire, flickering in the fog, suddenly to the left, then to the right, then up, and then down, like a scalpel cutting the fog into pieces. "Got you!" Su Hongying, who showed the speed of ghosts, shouted loudly, and appeared in front of Gao Tang in an instant, with a bit of hideous expression on her face, and she smiled terribly. "It stands to reason that I should capture you alive and hand it over to the organization, but you embarrassed me, so you should die." After speaking, her hand stabbed into Gao Tang's chest. A few drops of cool liquid splashed on Su Hongying's face. She stuck out her tongue and licked it, but there was no such salty taste. Su Hongying frowned, and the touch of her hand was also very strange. It didn't feel like she had stabbed into flesh and blood. How is this possible? Her pupils shrank suddenly, and in her eyes, Gao Tang's body liquefied and flowed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, it condensed and formed in an instant, returning to a normal body. Gao Tang's hand grabbed Su Hongying's ankle, erasing the ability. The power in Su Hongying disappeared without a trace, and the flame wings behind her disappeared. "What have you done?" Su Hongying changed color in horror, and kicked soaringly. "The strength of this foot is really not light, and the chin is so high that it feels like the bones are broken." He fell heavily to the ground, and Gao Tang immediately got up. Facing Su Hongying, who was rushing over, his arms quickly inflated like inflatable balloons. Ola ora ora ora, the double fists bombarded at high speed, and the number of fist shadows was innumerable. Each punch was wrapped in huge power, and the aftermath of the chi energy spread out in circles, and the surrounding ground was shattered. Gao Tang's attack looked very powerful, but actually did not cause substantial damage to Su Hongying. She crossed her arms across her chest, taking all the punches. "Is it over?" Su Hongying's eyes were full of murderous intent. "Even if I don't have superpowers, you're not my opponent." Before Gao Tang could catch his breath, he immediately flew high into the air, and the thick purple venom poured down, swooping at Su Hongying. "You actually have new abilities?" Su Hongying's face was full of disbelief. This young man is simply a monster. If he was given time to grow up, how terrible would it be? "Do not. Not scary. It's scary. It is as terrifying as a god. Fortunately, you are only a sea level." Su Hongying smiled. If her physical strength could not keep up, she would not be able to exert the full power of her abilities. Even if she had more abilities, what was the use? She escaped the raging sea of poison. His knees bent sharply, his eyes fixed on Gao Tang, and he was about to rise from the ground. At this moment, a thick vine broke out of the ground, wrapped around Su Hongying's body like lightning, and suddenly tightened. If it is a sea-level ability, the injury is definitely not light, and the bones will be shattered in an instant. It's a pity that Su Hongying is AB rank. She has evolved to a higher level, and Gao Tang's attack has no effect. It's too difficult. Gao Tang gritted his teeth. It's so tricky to be injured if it's in his prime. It's a huge gap. Gao Tang was not discouraged. His eyes became more determined, and a machete appeared in his hand, aiming at Su Hongying's heart. Boom! Knife light blooms. In the blink of an eye, the blade lengthened several meters, and the sharp blade smashed through the layers of air, stabbing Su Hongying's heart at an extremely violent speed. However, this woman's skin was like a layer of tough leather that could not be penetrated by anything. "Your growth rate is terrifying. The last time I saw you, it was a small trash fish that could be pinched to death. In just over a month, you have grown into a big trash fish." Su Hongying grabbed the machete and suddenly exerted force. The blade suddenly burst into countless cracks, and the fragments flew, turning into little stars and dissipating. "Although I don't know why you have so many abilities, if your physical strength doesn't keep up, you won't be able to exert the power of these abilities. It is a pity that you are going to die today." After speaking, Su Hongying tore off the vines on her body. Her next blow was absolutely fatal. Gao Tang sighed. He did everything he could, but he still couldn't hurt Su Hongying. "It seems that trick must be used." Gao Tang shouted, "Fong Meng. It's now." Before he finished speaking, a manhole cover flew up, and Fong Meng jumped out of the sewer behind Su Hongying. She grabbed the manhole cover, turned her body suddenly, threw it out, and shot at Su Hongying with the eddy current visible to the naked eye. Su Hongying stretched out her hand mockingly, and caught the manhole cover firmly without shaking her body at all. Seeing Fong Meng rushing over, she threw the manhole cover out. The manhole cover came very fast. Fong Meng couldn't dodge in time, hit the chest, and flew out miserably, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up for a long time.
Gao Tang's goal was achieved. He never put his hope on Fong Meng, he just wanted her to attract Su Hongying's attention. Another vine broke out of the ground, entangled in Su Hongying's body, like a living thing getting tighter and tighter. How many times do you need me to say this before you can understand that your attack has no effect on me?
I'll be honest, and I can make you die.
Gao Tang used all his speed-boosting abilities to kill Su Hongying. His body immediately liquefied and poured into her mouth.
Well,
Su Hongying broke off the vines on her body and struggled desperately, but with Gao Tang in her body, there was absolutely nothing to do. Her hands were scratching on her body, plowing out bloodstains. She fell heavily to the ground, like a fish leaving the river. Her body twitched violently, her eyes gradually turned white.
Su Hongying's body stopped moving. She lay on her back and did not move for a long time.
After a few seconds, her chest wriggled strangely, as if something was about to come out of it. However, after trying for a long time, this thing failed. In the end, what had to come out of the open mouth was a huge clump of strange liquid. This massive liquid condensed into a human shape, and the muscles all over the body were like the golden section. With that flawless face, it was like a perfect sculpture. It's incredible that there are such perfect men in this world.
The above is Gao Tang's small composition.
He stretched his back. This time the battle consumed a lot, and the energy in his body was almost depleted.
But he was very happy.
This battle has proved one thing: the power rankings are not necessarily correct. The following grams are feasible,
even if the opponent is much stronger.
However, Gao Tang never wanted to experience this kind of thing again. It was too dangerous. Replaying this battle, the reason why he was able to win is because the tone was set from the beginning and he was always in his rhythm. Otherwise, he is already the soul of Su Hongying's subordinates.
Of course, Fong Meng's performance is also remarkable.
If it wasn't for her last shot that attracted Su Hongying's attention, this battle would not have been won so smoothly.
How are you? Are you okay? Gao Tang walked over to Fong Meng, his eyes showing concern. Fong Meng put his hands on the ground and struggled to get up.
I'm still, well, after speaking, Fong Meng fell forward. She suffered a serious internal injury, and her ribs seemed to be cracked, which hurt her heart. Gao Tang hurried up to help her and let her lean in his arms.
If you're injured, don't hold back. The strength of this world depends on you alone, right?
Gao Tang's words contained a bit of blame. Sometimes you are too strong, and appropriate weakness is necessary. Isn't there still me for you to rely on? Fong Meng made a sound from his nose, and a warm current poured out of his heart, which turned into a sweet smile at the corner of his mouth.
Why are you still in gear? It's easy to hold and comfortable, isn't it? What? Fong Meng didn't understand. You bow your head. Fong Meng followed Gao Tang's line of sight and looked down.
What? She screamed, withdrew her hands like an electric shock, took a few steps back, and sat down on the ground. Me. Her face was as red as charcoal, and there was a trace of heat from the top of her head.
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it on purpose. Gao Tang tilted his head and looked at her with a funny face. Why don't you wear clothes?
Fong Meng covered his eyes and shouted excitedly.
The fight is over. Gao Tang laughed. To be fair, do you have to let me see too?
What are you kidding me?
Fong Meng shouted, hurry up and put on your clothes. Where are you asking me to find clothes at this time?
Gao Tang looked around. Oh, I saw a clothing store, but it was closed.
If you enter violently, is it considered stealing? I was taught from a young age that it was wrong to do this and that I couldn't do it. Stop talking about those who don't have it, and put on your clothes.
Oh, this kind of opportunity to get close to nature in broad daylight is rare. I don't want to, hurry up. There was no other way. Gao Tang had no choice but to bid farewell to this hard-won opportunity, ripped open the shutters of the clothing store with his mind power, and found a body of clothes to change from inside. He walked back to Fong Meng and turned around like a proud goose.
Handsome or not?
Fong Meng said speechlessly, I really want to know what kind of education you have received since you were a child. It's so shameless. Gao Tang waved his hand happily. I'm not that good yet. I'll go behind your back. After that, Gao Tang squatted in front of Fong Meng.
Fong Meng hesitated for a few seconds before lying on Gao Tang's back. Where are we going? Or hide in the sewers?
Yes, but not here. Gao Tang said, there has just been a battle here. It is not safe to hide here. Let's find a safe place.
Gao Tang ran and quickly moved away from the area where the battle had taken place. After a while, Gao Teng. Fong Meng's voice became a little low. What's wrong? Sorry, I can't be of any help. Fong Meng was crying a little bit, hating his own powerlessness. Don't underestimate yourself, you have helped me a lot. I haven't finished what you asked me to do, and I want you to take care of me. Fong Meng seemed to have made up his mind. This time the chaos is over, let's separate. I will stay by your side, only drag you down. Feeling Fong Meng's mood, Gao Teng said solemnly, I said it all, you have helped me a lot. From the beginning, I had no hope for you, I just let you attract Su Hongying's attention. So, don't underestimate yourself, and don't think about separating from me. The more incapable you are, the more you highlight my ingenuity. I found that you still don't understand your position. Your role is to foil me, not to fight alongside me, please keep that in mind. All Fong Meng's sadness disappeared, and he was very moved. Gao Teng asked suspiciously, why didn't you speak? Fong Meng gritted his teeth, I don't know what to say. Aren't you curious why I have so many superpowers? Yup. Fong Meng only remembered this important matter. Just now, her mind was full of guilt for Gao Teng, which made her forget about it. Why do you have so many superpowers? Gao Teng smiled, I won't tell you. Knowing you in this life, I must have committed sins in my last life. Gao Teng's voice suddenly became deep, will you keep it a secret for me? Of course, Fong Meng will keep Gao Teng a secret. Although this guy is sometimes annoying, it is exactly what makes him lovable. She had to admit that she had a good impression of Gao Teng. However, she wanted to shake her head. What if I say no? Hearing this, Gao Teng suddenly stopped his body, opened the manhole cover with his mind power, and threw Fong Meng into the sewer suddenly. You are eating shit. Gao Teng. You bastard. I am going to kill you. Fong Meng's roar came from the sewers, and he was extremely angry. Gao Teng jumped down and saw Fong Meng fell into the sewage, covered in stinky sludge. He walked over with murderous eyes in his eyes. Fong Meng couldn't help but step back. I'm joking. I'm joking too. As if the snow meets the scorching sun, Gao Teng's icy face becomes warm and a smile appears. Fong Meng felt that after feeding the dog with his heart, he would have a good impression on such a bad bastard. He was really dizzy. Did you really want to kill me just now? Hearing Fong Meng's question, Gao Teng did not answer the question, but instead asked, are you joking just now? Of course I'm joking. Fong Meng shouted, how could I expose your secrets? Oh, then I was joking too. Then what if I'm not joking? Fong Meng asked with a stern face. Then I'm not kidding, of course. The words of the two sounded like a riddle, but Fong Meng knew what Gao Teng wanted to express. She was furious, you bastard, you really want to kill me? Gao Teng shrugged, life is above everything else. You have no humanity. Then what do you tell me to do? Gao Teng said, if you want me to die, I still want to cheer and clap my hands and say you did a good job? But, I'm joking. Fong Meng felt guilty. I'm joking too. You threw me down the drain. And I'm still wounded. You should. You. Fong Meng was so angry that his eyes widened, and he felt that he was blind when he liked Gao Teng. Looking at Fong Meng's expression, Gao Teng raised his eyebrows, you don't really like me, do you? Although he was very angry, when he heard Gao Teng say this, Fong Meng's heart was still a little flustered. You don't want to be sentimental. How could I like you, an inhuman guy? As expected, you're still too young. Gao Teng shook his head and said in the tone of someone who had come over, many young people think that if they have a good impression, they like it, and even think it is love. In fact, spending time with pets produces similar emotions. To put it bluntly, this so-called love is very superficial and cheap, and it will disappear after a period of separation, or empathize and let go of love, so stay awake. Fong Meng couldn't help laughing and said, I've been with pets for a long time. Are you reminding me that you're a dog? Gao Teng was stunned on the spot. He never thought that one day he would be blocked by Fong Meng. He is a master of language. However, what you said is right. Fong Meng said, I really need to take a good look at my mood. After pausing for a second, she said, after Mom and Dad left, I lived a very depressing and painful life every day, and all I could think about were revenge, revenge, revenge. After getting to know you, I gradually got out of this bad mood, and I felt that I didn't need to be so anxious for revenge. I slowly improved my strength, and one day I could avenge the anger and comfort my parents' spirit in heaven. You saved me from the boundless darkness, and I couldn't help but want to rely on you and not want you to leave my side. I thought it was a liking, but now, probably not, I'm just using you to get myself out of that pain. So, I'm going to revisit our relationship. That's right. Gao Teng applauded Fong Meng's sobriety. Shouldn't there be a hug? Fong Meng opened his arms and looked at Gao Tong with a smile. You're right. Gao Tong used defense strengthening and hardening to meet him. You bastard, how dare you throw me into the sewer and die? Fong Meng raised his knee and slammed into Gao Tong's fatal part. Dang bang sounded clear and loud. What? Fong Meng squatted down with a painful expression, rubbed his knees, and said angrily, Are you still human? Why are you so hard? Gao Tong brushed the bangs on his forehead with his hand. Thank you for your affirmation, this is the greatest compliment a man can give. Dirty. Gao Tang smiled, and at this moment, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the gap of the manhole cover. Gao Tang raised his index finger, gestured for a silent motion, and then used oral enhancement to listen carefully to the sound from the ground. You two have no way to escape, put down the hostages and surrender. Surrender? Great joke. The initiative is in our hands, you idiots. If you dare to come forward, I will kill her. The voice was very familiar, and the person who spoke seemed to be Sun Yingming. Gao Tang moved towards the manhole cover. From the gap, he could see Sun Yingming. He was holding a little girl in a pink princess dress in his arms, and his hand grabbed the slender neck. As for the others, Gao Tang was invisible. But it is conceivable that this is the capital. The headquarters of the Security Bureau is located in the center of the city, and there are as many capable people as the sand in the sea. The attack of the Black Fire Organization will definitely end in a fiasco. It is estimated that most of the members have never returned. In order to avenge Sun Yingming, this organization really paid a lot of money. No, no. A woman's cry came from the ground. You hate me so much that the child is innocent. If you want to take the hostage, just take me. I'm willing to exchange it with the child. Sun Yingming sneered, Stop talking to yourself. I will take your child away and make you regret it for the rest of your life. I will make you live in regret every day. This is the punishment for betraying me. If you hadn't vented the unhappiness in your life on me, how could I have betrayed you? You are dissatisfied with your own incompetence, but you succumb to the status quo. You pass this resentment on me, ranging from insults to punches and kicks. I am human, not your accessory. The woman knelt down and cried. After so many years, the grievances in her heart have not been resolved. Sun Yingming's face suddenly became grim and contorted. You marry me, you are my accessory. I tell you to go east, you have to go east. I tell you to go west, you have to go west. How dare you complain? He said with great contempt, Don't say that you are too pure, you are a slut who is arrogant and greedy for vanity. For money, you betrayed me and put me in prison for 10 years, you ruined my life, and I want you to have a hard time in your next life. Please, please don't hurt her, it's my fault, it's all my fault, we did it wrong, the child is innocent, you can take us away and take revenge how you want. A man's voice came from the ground again, it should be the woman's husband. Do not make jokes. You two men and women cheated on my back and gave birth to this bastard, how could she be innocent? Sun Yingming's fingers suddenly tightened, causing the girl to struggle desperately, crying for her mother. Sun Yingming was so emotional that he didn't even feel the pain in the soles of his feet. Torturing you, I can't get the pleasure of revenge anymore, I'm going to take this little girl to the base and let you live in. As he spoke, Sun Yingming foamed at the mouth, his face turned purple at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he did not know when he was poisoned. He fell to the ground heavily, staring round his eyes, and lost his breath. Everyone was stunned, and then, all the capable people swarmed up and fought. And the initiator has sneaked away. Hello. The next day. Gao Tang has gained a new ability, mental resistance. This ability, as the name suggests, is to resist spiritual attacks. It is a very useful ability, and it is a passive ability to strengthen the body, and it does not need to be released manually. Gao Tang's God's Path progress bar moved forward a little bit. After talking about ability, let's talk about reality. The chaos caused by the Black Fire Organization was over, and the city was severely damaged. It's not all caused by the Black Fire Organization, but by the killing of the capable ones. A C rank or above ability person can bring a terrible disaster to a city with a little use of ability. After returning home last night, Gao Tang also called Wang Ye specially, but no one answered. But later, Wang Ye called to report safety. She felt very guilty and felt that Gao Tang was in danger. Naturally, Gao Tang would not take this matter to heart. After all, he evacuated the hotel safely, but he was unlucky and met Su Hongying on the road. Wang Ye's family suffered a lot of trauma, and the cooperation on the task had to be suspended. Today, Gao Tang did not go out, but stayed at home to cultivate. In the battle with Su Hongying, his strength has been greatly improved,
and he is actually the 3496th C-class. Between life and death there is great terror, but also great opportunity. More importantly, this battle has greatly improved his confidence, and when he encounters a powerful enemy, he dares to let go of the battle. The strength rankings are not necessarily limited, and what I have to do is to go up. Of course this is what I said, but it's more interesting to bully weak enemies. While cultivating, the door was suddenly knocked. Fong Meng felt strange that she didn't have any good friends, so someone came to visit her? Unusual. Looking out through the cat's eyes, there was a sturdy woman standing outside the door. She was wearing a bare-face t-shirt. Because the chest was too barren, the outline of the bear's face did not fluctuate much. However, her legs are very straight and round. Wearing a pair of ripped denim shorts and a pair of white casual shoes under her feet, she looks full of girlishness. However, when his eyes moved to her face, he didn't feel that this person was easy to get close to. There is a sharp edge between the eyebrows, giving people a feeling of rejecting people thousands of miles away. Looking for you. Fong Meng turned to Gao Tang. Looking for me? Gao Tang felt strange. Who is it? You won't know until you open the door. Fong Meng's tone was a bit aggressive, although she wanted to re-examine her mood, but seeing Gao Tang getting close to other girls, her mood was not beautiful. With doubts in his heart, Gao Tang opened the door. Gao Tang. The girl outside the door raised her hand and greeted with a smile. Seeing Gao Tang, the edge between her brows disappeared, and she looked a little more gentle. How did you find it? The girl outside the door was Xia Ling, and Gao Tang felt very strange about her coming. Don't you welcome me? Xia Ling asked with a smile. Of course I welcome you, but, did you kill Sun Yingming? Xia Ling cut to the chase and interrupted Gao Tang's words. Who is Sun Yingming? Gao Tang was puzzled, as if he had never heard the name. Don't come. It's definitely you. Did you hide in the sewer last night? What sewers? Gao Tang said innocently, I left the hotel and went straight home. You can't deceive me. Xia Ling said very confidently, except for you, few capable people will hide in the sewers, because they know how to write face. You attack me personally. Of course, that alone is no way to be sure that person is yours. Xia Ling smiled lightly. The reason why I think it's you is because after killing Sun Yingming, that person disappeared. Besides you, who will pay silently? Everyone desperately wants to take credit for themselves in exchange for greater benefits, only you don't want to reveal yourself and live an ordinary life. So, just admit it. It's good now, Xia Ling's condition is getting worse again. Well, that person is indeed me. I just hid in the sewers and waited for the chaos to end. In the end, I accidentally ran into Sun Yingming who was taking hostages. Seeing that his conspiracy succeeded immediately, I gave him some poison. You didn't tell anyone about this, did you? Of course not, you want to hide yourself, how could I betray you? Xia Ling smiled while leaning on the doorframe. After talking so much, won't you let me in for a glass of water? Oh, yes, please come in. Gao Tang turned sideways and let Xia Ling come in. Xia Ling walked in, looked at the surrounding environment, and then looked at Fong Meng and said, Wang Yi said that you two are living together, but I still don't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. How far have you developed? I want you to take care of it? Fong Meng puffed out her bulging chest, full of hostility. What she wants to express is very simple, that is, big, right? You have not. Xia Ling understood, her expression froze slightly, and she turned her face away. What? She saw the photos on the wall. There were many figures of Qinzhan, and one photo was a group photo of two families. Are you familiar with Qinzhan? Xia Ling asked curiously. Fong Meng rolled his eyes and said, Can't you tell from the photo? Qinzhan is a real hero. The reason why I am where I am today is that he gave me a strong belief. He's a very great man, and the world doesn't deserve it. After speaking, Xia Ling looked at Gao Tang and said, I'm here for a very important thing. It's for the internal plan of the Security Bureau, called the Seed Protection Plan. What is that? Agriculture is underdeveloped. Do you want to buy gold rubbish? What the hell? Xia Ling shouted, Don't talk nonsense, just listen to me. Oh. Almost all of the members of the Black Fire organization who attacked the capital last night died in the city, and only one person escaped. He faced many S-level and Super S-level capable people and fled with serious injuries. The Security Bureau believes that he is the leader of the Black Fire organization. After a pause, Xia Ling continued, This person has the ability to seal. Hearing this, Gao Tang couldn't help but look at Fong Meng, and sure enough, her emotions became excited. Gao Tang walked over, put his hand on her shoulder, and comforted in a low voice. What's wrong?
Xia Ling asked suspiciously. She didn't know about the death of Meng's parents.
Gao Teng didn't want to talk about this matter, and Fang Meng didn't want to reveal the scar, so he casually perfunctory. Xia Ling felt strange, but continued to speak. Compared with the last time he appeared, the leader of the Black Fire organization has improved a lot in strength. It is already at the level of Super S grade. With the ability to seal, it is extremely difficult. In order to prevent the Black Fire organization from targeting the newcomers with high affinity and ability, the Security Bureau decided to protect them until they completely grow into powerful individuals.
Hearing Xia Ling say that when the Security Bureau proposed the seed protection plan, she thought of Gao Teng for the first time, so she took the initiative to asking to take over the job. At first, the Security Bureau disagreed, thinking that Gao Teng is a Super S level potential, and it is very likely that the Black Fire organization is the focus of attention, and should be protected by an S level capable person, not Xia Ling, a Super A level. But Xia Ling told them that within a month at most, she would be able to break through the S rank, and she had already touched that limit. Then, they agreed. Xia Ling said, if someone else protects you, you must feel constrained and worried about exposing yourself? After all, there are too many secrets in you, which cannot be known casually until you grow up, which will pose a great threat to your life safety. Hearing her say that, Fang Meng frowned, realizing that things were not that simple. You know his secret?
She took a deep look at Xia Ling, then looked at Gao Teng. She had known Gao Teng for the longest time, but she didn't know anything and felt unbalanced.
Xia Ling was very surprised at this, don't you know?
After speaking, she laughed. It seems that he doesn't trust you enough. Fang Meng suddenly laughed. Come on, it's impossible for him to tell you the secret.
How do you know he won't? Is your relationship really that close?
Of course.
Fang Meng said, we get along day and night. I know him too well. Then why don't you know anything?
Fang Meng glared at Gao Teng. Yes, why did you hide it from me? You obviously have so many superpowers, but you keep pretending, and you never tell me why you have so many superpowers. Before Gao Teng could speak, Xia Ling answered, the reason is very simple, he doesn't trust you enough.
Gao Teng nodded in agreement, correct answer. We are companions fighting side by side. To be honest, I don't trust anyone, and the secret exposure is a last resort.
This has nothing to do with feelings, it is purely because life is above everything else, and you must be cautious.
Fang Meng showed a triumphant smile. She looked at Xia Ling provocatively and said, what did I just say? He can't tell you the secret. What else do you have to say now? Xia Ling said unexpectedly, shouldn't you denounce his dishonesty? This is his character, why am I condemning him?
Moreover, I can't rely on the closeness of the relationship to ask him to have no reservations about me, that would be wrong. I'm sure he'll tell me everything when the time comes, and I don't want to be a wayward nuisance. Xia Ling looked at Fang Meng seriously, then turned to Gao Teng and said, your little girlfriend is very cute.
I'm not this bastard's girlfriend. Fang Meng yelled. Really? Xia Ling smiled slightly, then I'll start?
You can do it if you like it has nothing to do with me. Fang Meng turned her back to Xia Ling, angry.
Xia Ling blinked at Gao Teng, do you want to fall in love with my sister? Don't make trouble.
Xia Ling coughed lightly and said sternly, okay, after joking, it's time to talk about business.
Gao Teng, you pack up tonight and go to a place with me tomorrow. Meet the parents? My parents have passed away, and now I'm the only one left in the family. If you want to see them, I can do it for you.
After speaking, Xia Ling pulled out the sword in her hand, and the cold light flickered. Gao Teng waved his hand, we need to be civilized people, and don't just dance with knives and guns. Xia Ling retracted the sword and said, I want to take you to practice, this is an assignment given to me by the Security Bureau.
Where? You'll know then. What about Fang Meng?
She has other arrangements. Xia Ling said, she will train with thousands of people for a month, all of whom are selected elite seeds. And you are a Super S level potential, so you need to train separately.
There's no way.
Gao Teng patted Fang Meng's shoulder, although I really want to be with you, but I'm too good, your mediocrity is not worthy of me, so we can only separate.
Megalomaniac. Fang Meng moved half a step to the left, dodging Gao Teng's hand.
Okay, I've said everything I need to say, I'll go first, and I'll pick you up tomorrow.
There is one more night, you take good care of you, it will be a long time before we meet again.
After speaking, Xia Ling waved goodbye, and she declined the polite retention of Gao Teng. After sending Xia Ling away, the room fell into a strange silence.
I am going Tokuk. Fang Meng ran to the kitchen area as if escaping, and took food from the refrigerator. Just right.
Gao Teng sat at the dining table with his elbows on the table and his face in his hands. I like watching the hard work of the working people, it makes me feel that a good life is hard won. Most importantly, I like the way beautiful girls take things seriously, especially you make me feel very attractive. Hate. Fong Meng picked up a potato and threw it at Gao Teng. Time passed quickly, and it was already the next morning. Last night was as flat as usual, just like Su Hongying's lifeline, without the slightest ups and downs, maintaining a straight line. Fong Meng did not attack at night. This made Gao Teng feel particularly pity, he was ready to be ravaged. He did get a good ability, healing. This ability can be used on oneself or on other creatures. The speed of wound recovery is much slower than that of self-healing enhancement. However, no matter how slow it is a good ability to make friendly partners feel particularly secure. Get up, wash up, go downstairs. Fong Meng prepared a large table full of dishes, which was very suitable for the role of cook. Gao Teng is very pleased with this. At the table, the two ate silently. After a few minutes, Gao Teng finally couldn't help but said, "Why don't you speak? Could it be that you had a fever all night last night and made your voice hoarse? You've only made a one-night show." Fong Meng raised his head in anger, tears welling in his eyes. Gao Teng didn't want to joke anymore. "What's wrong with you? Don't you want to separate from me?" Fong Meng pursed his lips and nodded, "Yeah." What a child. Gao Teng took out a napkin and handed it to Fong Meng. "It's only a month, it's over in the blink of an eye, we'll meet again soon. Don't worry, you won't die so easily." Dogs bark. Fong Meng clenched the tissue into a ball and threw it on Gao Teng's face. At this moment, the car horn sounded outside the door, and it seemed that Xia Ling was here. "Okay, I'm leaving, see you in a month." After Gao Teng drank the water from the cup, he carried the backpack beside him. "See you again, I will definitely impress you." Looking at Fong Meng's firm eyes, Gao Teng walked over, touched her head gently, and showed a warm smile. "Little waist, I guess I have broken through the A level in a month, it is impossible to impress me, please recognize clear yourself and don't have unrealistic fantasies." I got into Xia Ling's car and drove more than 100 kilometers to the foot of a mountain. Raising his head to look at the top of the mountain, he could faintly see the outline of the building. Gao Teng used the vision enhancement ability. It seemed to be a martial arts hall? "This is where I practice?" Gao Teng asked curiously. Xia Ling nodded. "You have to break through the B rank to leave here. I wonder if you can stand the loneliness." Gao Teng said in surprise, "It's just breaking through the B level, it's almost a week, what can't you bear?" Xia Ling laughed dumbly and said, "I applaud your self-confidence. I hope your tone is as strong as your ability. Please wait and see." The two walked up the mountain, and there were no steps leading to the top of the mountain. And this mountain seems to have no traces of human activities for a long time. Weeds are overgrown, vines are growing wildly, and the road is difficult. "Is there really anyone on the mountain?" Gao Teng asked in confusion. "Of course, but he rarely goes down the mountain." Xia Ling thought for a while. It seems that the last time he went down the mountain was 6 years ago. "Who's on the mountain? Retired employee of the security service?" Hearing this, Gao Teng was extremely surprised. He said, "There are still retired employees in the security bureau? I thought that after entering the security bureau, sooner or later, he would die without a place to be buried. I didn't expect anyone to survive until retirement. His strength must be very strong." Xia Ling looked at him sideways. "Why do I think you are dissatisfied with the security bureau? How is that possible?" Gao Teng said with a solemn expression, "I have decided to dedicate my entire life to the security bureau. Don't impose your own ideas on me." "Don't come." Xia Ling said, "Although I haven't been with you for a long time, I know you a little bit. You will sacrifice for all mankind, but definitely not for the security bureau." Gao Teng felt a little strange. Xia Ling seemed to have a big misunderstanding of him. Sacrifice for all mankind? When did you become so great? It's enough to do that kind of heroic thing once. If it comes again, you have to lift the lid and see if your mind is full of stupidity. Wait, why do I think you're dissatisfied with the security bureau? The more Gao Teng thought about Xia Ling's words, the more wrong he felt. "Yes, I'm just dissatisfied with the security bureau." Xia Ling said, "Don't you think the security bureau's actions are particularly extreme? For example? For example, as long as you awaken your ability, you must join the security bureau. If you don't obey, you will be dealt with as a sociopath. This is too extreme." Gao Teng said, "After awakening the superpower, even if the ability is not compatible, it will cause a great threat to ordinary people. If you don't control it, it will cause a lot of trouble. If you control it, it will cause a lot of trouble. It's hard to deal with. Xiaoling sneered. Now that crazy blood has appeared, many capable people who were forced to become non-staff members have chosen to resist, which is enough to prove that the security bureau is wrong. Her speech was a little dangerous, and Gao Teng chose to shut up. He is a C-rank rookie, overthrowing the security bureau or something. It's not his turn to think. It's enough to honestly improve his strength, and don't mess around. If it were you, what would you do? Hearing Xiaoling's question, Gao Teng blinked and tilted his head. Huh? Don't you understand? Xiaoling thought for a while and said, when your strength becomes stronger and you find out that there are many bad things in the security bureau, you can't realize your ambitions at all. At that time, how do you want to change? Gao Teng blinked and tilted his head. Huh? Xiaoling, she could see that Gao Teng was just pretending to be stupid and didn't want to answer her question. It's just the two of us now, what are you afraid to say? It's not that I don't dare to say it, it's that I don't know how to say it. I never thought about what you said. Gao Teng said, if you really want to ask me how to restrain the able to maintain social stability, then I can only tell you, make this world incompetent. After the ability person disappears, although the occurrence of criminal incidents cannot be avoided, the damage caused will be much smaller. Xiaoling, Gao Teng continued, it's definitely not feasible to kill all the capable ones. That would be too extreme and make their abilities disappear. I think there is still room for manipulation. Maybe some organization is researching similar genetic medicines. Those with powerful abilities, even if they don't have superpowers, have very terrifying destructive power, then just kill them all. Your thinking is very deviant. This planet has changed so many regimes, and they have not solved the balance between the capable and ordinary people. How can I think of it? I'm a seagull on the beach right now and my only thought is to get some chips. After talking, the two walked to the top of the mountain. The gate of the martial arts hall was closed. Xiaoling stepped forward and knocked on the door. Who? A loud voice came from the door. It's me, Xiaoling. After speaking, there was a messy voice from the door, which sounded very excited. The door was opened, and a large group of monkeys poured out, followed by a small old man with a shiny top and hair on both sides standing up like straight horns. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and has a large gray beard under his nose, and he looks very energetic. However, at this time, with a bit of resentment in his eyes, he looked at Xiaoling and said, you finally remembered to see me. I'm busy. So busy that you don't even have time to look at me? Yes. Xiaoling pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose with her hand. You are so ruthless, the old man shouted. Okay, I have something to do with you. When I am useful, you only think of me. When I am not useful, you ignore me. What do you think of me? I often come to see you, which will bring you unnecessary trouble. Xiaoling said with a serious expression, I have the strength I have today, and I have a lot of bones under my feet, and there are many enemies who want to take my life. I don't care. You don't care about me. Xiaoling said angrily, and then introduced Gao Teng. He is my master Hong Ming. After a pause, she said, I told you, my parents have passed away, it was master who raised me and taught me to cultivate, so our relationship it's like family. It was only then that Hong Ming discovered the existence of Gao Teng. He looked from head to toe with a scrutiny, lingling, who is this kid? You can't find a boyfriend, right? What do you think? Xiaoling said, how many times have I told you that I am not interested in love? I brought him here because I want you to help him cultivate so that he can break through the B level as soon as possible. Since you're not interested, why do you care so much about him? Hong Ming showed an expression of obvious disbelief. I think he's funny and I want to be friends with him. Hong Ming said in the tone of someone who had come over, this is often the beginning of a love relationship. A person who has never experienced love is qualified to talk about love? Hong Ming's heart was severely hit. He took a few steps back, pointed at Xiaoling and said, You've learned badly. Enter the martial arts hall. The first thing that catches the eye is an extremely wide yard. The architectural style is similar to that of a courtyard, with gray tiles and white walls, which is quite ancient. Gao Teng chose a room, put down his luggage, and walked out after packing. Xiaoling was chatting with Hong Ming in the yard, and when she saw Gao Teng come out, she said, didn't you say that you will break through the B level within a week? Then start cultivating directly, time waits for no one. How to cultivate? Gao Teng asked. How could I forget about this? Xiaoling patted her forehead and explained, Master's ability is in the field of gravity, within a certain range, you will feel a very heavy gravity. You are cultivating in this gravitational environment and cannot use superpowers. If you catch the master, it means you can challenge higher gravity. After thinking about it for a while, Xiaoling added, as an able person, you must have a strong body, otherwise you can't bear the output of your ability. Especially someone with high ability and high affinity like you, if you don't grasp the balance, you may be bombed everywhere. So, give your body a good workout. Are you ready? Hongming asked with a smile. His attitude was very kind, but his eyes made people feel malicious. If Gaotang has the ability to read minds, you can know that Hongming can't wait to get happiness from abuse. Ready, let's get started. As soon as the voice fell, invisible pressure enveloped Gaotang. In an instant, Gaotang felt that it became extremely difficult to breathe, his whole body burst into blue veins, and his bones rattled like fried beans. Hongming said, "It's twice the gravity now, can you bear it?" "It can stand it." Gaotang took a step forward with difficulty. It was difficult for him to walk, and it was impossible to catch Hongming at all. Or get used to the gravity environment first. Gaotang walked up step by step. Under the action of gravity, every inch of his flesh and blood was being forged. The heavy pressure penetrated the flesh and bones, tempering the flesh, and the indescribable itching sensation was like a wave of water, and the lasting stimulation made him fall into an ethereal state, forgetting time, space, and even forgetting myself. In human bloodline, is too powerful, and is causing Gaotang's body to undergo extraordinary transformation. What is he doing? Strolling? Hongming's eyes moved with Gaotang, and his eyes became more and more strange. Xiaoling waved her hand in motion not to make a sound. She felt that Gaotang was in an extremely mysterious state. After several minutes, Gaotang woke up. Feeling staring at him, he smiled and said, "The feeling just now was so wonderful, I was a little too forgetful of myself, don't you think I'm weird?" After speaking, he moved his body and began to practice the 10-meter sprint. Seeing this scene, Hongming couldn't help widening his eyes. Gaotang had adapted to the gravity environment so quickly. A few minutes ago, it was obviously difficult to move. This kind of talent is really scary. He observed Gaotang's every move and practiced sprinting repeatedly. He nodded in admiration. "What a smart young man, he wants to fully adapt to the gravity environment and then catch me." Lingling, do you remember? When you first practiced in the field of gravity, you rushed up impatiently, only to fall with a blue nose and a swollen face. Thinking about it now, it seems like it was yesterday. Time flies so fast. A few minutes passed. Another few minutes passed. Another few minutes passed. The admiration in Hongming's eyes gradually disappeared, and he became more and more impatient. Gaotang never came to catch him, but cultivated on his own, becoming more and more adaptable to the gravitational environment, retreating, sweeping, or advancing, and his body became very flexible. "Why didn't you come to arrest me? What do you take me for?" Hongming couldn't help shouting. A trolley actor in Neon Country. A question mark appeared on Hongming's head. Mingming is also working hard to perform, but it's just fucking watching other people work hard. Hongming had never heard of this metaphor. Xiaoling, who was watching Gaotang's training, shook her head again and again. "What are you talking about? Master is a serious person, you must respect him." "Okay, I'm almost used to it, it's time to get real." As soon as these words came out, Hongming's expression became serious. He didn't want to lose to Gaotang, it would be too shameless. He also wants to play a good game. All masters educate their disciples in this way. Gaotang's speed is really not slow. He quickly rushed to Hongming and grabbed it out. Hongming easily avoided. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This development is correct. But he was too happy. After Gaotang tried the gap, he gave up the chase and continued to adapt to the gravity environment in his own way. It's still a long way to go to catch Hongming. "Why don't you chase me?" Hongming felt a little lost. "I can't catch you." Gaotang said, "You don't seem to be affected by gravity? You actually saw it?" Hongming was particularly surprised. "It's really a good ability. You used to be very strong, right?" The current Hongming strength information is the 455th in the B class. As he gets older, his strength also drops. "It's not too strong, it's just a level. My ability is not very friendly and I'm limited." After speaking, Hongming said again, "You really don't look like a young man. I've never seen someone who cultivates like you. People. I look very young, but I have actually passed the mental age of rushing forward. The more urgent some things are, the easier it is to be in a bad state. Therefore, you have to come in step by step, and you can't be in a hurry." Hongming felt strange. Are you talking about cultivation? The truth is the same. Before he finished speaking, Gaotang turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Hongming. Unprepared, Hong Ming was almost caught, his figure flashed, and Gao Tang passed by.
It's a sneak attack, boy, you're a bit mean.
It's called a soldier who never tires of deceit. Putting those words down, Gao Tang began to amuse himself again.
Are you finished yet? Come and catch me. Can't catch it, wait for tomorrow. Hong Ming was speechless.
In his more than 70 years of life, he had never met a person with such a distinctive character as Gao Tang. After being bored for more than 20 minutes, Hong Ming's body was running out of energy, and Gao Tang was still fierce, feeling that his whole body was full of energy. The humanoid gravity chamber is really not good enough, and it is not durable enough. The gravity shrouded on his body disappeared, and Gao Tang felt that his body was indescribably light. He simply used his body to explode, and the speed was much faster than before. In just over 20 minutes of practice, he had gained a lot. Looking at the strength information, it was promoted to the 2012th place. Breaking through the B grade in a week is not a fantasy, but a real occurrence.
Hong Ming entered the sage mode, and he couldn't stand up.
He is old after all. Unlike young people, the energy in his body takes a long time to recover. Faced with this situation, Gao Tang just practiced as usual. Without Fong Meng's company, Gao Tang felt that cultivation was indescribably boring. Usually, he can see Fong Meng's beautiful figure through her sweat-soaked clothes. The trembling peaks brought him endless power.
Now facing the empty yard.
The wind blew the leaves and sprinkled the bleak all over the ground. Today is the first day to miss the beautiful girl Fong Meng. In sentimental mood, the sun gradually fell into the distant mountains.
The day is over.
Xiao Ling cooked a table full of dishes, which were very rich.
I can't believe that your cooking skills are so good.
Gao Tang picked up a piece of braised pork, which melted in the mouth, fat but not greasy, and the taste was quite good.
Xiao Ling put down her chopsticks and said with a smile, "What about Fong Meng?"
Gao Tang said without hesitation, "It must be you."
Xiao Ling's smile widened. "Aren't you afraid that she will be sad when you say that? She can't hear."
Xiao Ling immediately took out her mobile phone and turned on the camera to record a video. "Do you dare to repeat what you just said?"
Gao Tang said nonchalantly, "Why don't you dare? Do you think my dishes are delicious, or Fong Meng's dishes? It must be you."
Xiao Ling's eyes showed a look of surprise. She said, "I will send this video to Fong Meng. Are you sure you won't change your mouth?"
"Not a word."
Gao Tang finished speaking very stubbornly, and then added, "I say this for a reason, because Fong Meng is too young and has not spent enough time in the kitchen. When she reaches your age, she will definitely be better than you."
Bang! The phone blew up in Xiao Ling's hands, sending out plumes of black smoke. "Are you saying I'm old?" She gritted her teeth. "You misunderstood.
If you compare Fong Meng to a flower bone, then you are a mature peach, and it's time to pick it."
"I just can't listen to it anymore."
Hong Ming slapped his chopsticks hard. The poor old single dog had never experienced such ambiguity before. It was too cruel.
"Okay, eat, eat." Gao Tang greeted the two of them and moved his chopsticks quickly. Silent all night. In a blink of an eye, it was the second day. Gao Tang got a new ability, Mist.
This ability works well with the erase ability, instead of using water and fire to create fog. Moreover, the fog covers a wider range, and as the strength increases, the range will become larger and larger. If you think about it, this ability has many uses, which is quite good.
After a night's rest, Hong Ming recovered.
Gao Tang still did not rush to catch him, and continued to adapt to the gravity environment.
"Didn't you promise to catch me today? Why are you playing by yourself again?" Hong Ming was very helpless. "What are you so anxious for? Two people want to have a good feeling, and foreplay is the top priority, don't you know? You're talking nonsense again."
Xiao Ling said while holding her forehead, "I asked you to cultivate, not to cause you to harm Master."
"I think Master has lived for a long time and has never experienced the taste of love.
However, you can let him experience a non-love equivalent exchange between men and women, so that there will be no regrets in life." Xiao Ling said helplessly, "You are the first person to say prostitution in such a refreshing and refined way." Just as he was talking, Gao Tang suddenly burst out and grabbed Hong Ming's wrist.
"I succeeded, it's time to move on to the next stage." "Huh? What?" Hong Ming was still immersed in the non-love equivalent exchange between men and women. "How can this count? You take me seriously."
Hong Ming was furious, and it was obvious that Gao Tang was deliberately distracting him, and he didn't plan to take him to the big healthcare at all.
Fraud.
Cultivation is tedious, and time just goes by like this.
Today is the 5th day for Gao Tang to go to the martial arts hall.
From double gravity to triple gravity, quadruple gravity, 5 times gravity. 5 times the gravity is Hongming's limit, which has a lot to do with age. Thinking that he could create a 7-fold gravity environment before aging is an unspeakable sadness. After obtaining the ability, Mist, Gaotang also obtained 4 abilities: Secret Silk, Regeneration, Bone Strengthening, and Visceral Strengthening. The spider silk produced by Secret Spider Silk is very tough, no less than steel wire. In the future, as the strength increases, the strength will increase several times. When he got this ability, Gaotang immediately thought of not fighting means, but tortoise shell binding, diamond rope binding, group binding, hanging binding.
Oops, embarrassed. Regeneration is extremely powerful. When a certain part of the body is missing, a new one can grow again, provided that the head is not damaged, which is a weakened version of the immortal body. Gaotang did not test this ability, but just read the detailed introduction of the ability. Although he is not afraid of pain, self-harm is unnecessary. Bone strengthening is the ability to directly strengthen the body, which greatly improves Gaotang's physical strength. When he got visceral strengthening, he couldn't help thinking, these two are also superpowers? However, if you think about it carefully, there are all kinds of superpowers in this world. As long as the power far exceeds that of ordinary people, it is considered a superpower, right? Every time a person with ability breaks through a new level, the body will become stronger, but there is a weakness inside the body that cannot be bypassed. Although it has also been strengthened, it is impossible to make the internal organs as hard as fine iron. Gaotang felt that he had embarked on a path that did not teach the basic law more and more. His body would have no weakness, and the Yi God's path, progress bar moved forward again and again. Am I right? In less than a week, I will be able to break through the B grade, and it has only been 5 days. In the 5 times gravity environment, Gaotang could easily grab Hongming. Of course, this has something to do with Hongming's age. His body's ability to respond and the speed of his bursts are not as good as before. After a little high-intensity activity for a period of time, his physical strength will seriously decline. Hongming sighed that he was getting old and weak, and was shocked by Gaotang's talent. Before that, the genius template in his mind was Xia Ling compared with Gaotang. It was very bad. It took only 5 days to break through from C level to B level, as simple as eating and drinking, which is incredible. I apologize for what I said.
You are not only rude, but also very humble.
Xia Ling said sincerely. It's okay.
Gaotang waved his hand and said in a big way, when people face things beyond their own knowledge, the first thought that pops up in their heads is, I don't believe it. I can't blame you, but blame me for being too talented, beyond your comprehension, for making you conceited. Xia Ling had been preparing for at least 3 months, but Gaotang broke through the B rank in 5 days, which somewhat disrupted her plan. Her original intention was to break through the S level on the mountain, but now that Gaotang successfully broke through the B level, it would be meaningless to stay in the martial arts hall. The humanoid gravity chamber of Hongming can only last for more than 20 minutes a day. Although it can still provide help to Gaotang, it will not be as effective as the C level. If it can last for 2 or 3 hours, that's another story. Since you have broken through the B level, let's leave. You should have stayed on the mountain enough, right? Before Gaotang said anything, Hongming shouted, Ah? Are you going to leave now? Can you stay for a few more days? Xia Ling said helplessly, since you are afraid of loneliness, don't stay in the mountains.
Wouldn't it be better to go back to the city and live?
I can't bear those monkeys, they.
By the way, where are my monkeys?
Hongming suddenly remembered that since Gaotang and the others came, monkeys have rarely been seen. Usually, they would come to his yard early in the morning to give some wild fruits or something. During this time, he was busy helping Gaotang to cultivate, and he forgot about the monkeys.
It's not right.
Hongming said solemnly, it's impossible for these monkeys to disappear suddenly, something must have happened. After speaking, Hongming hurriedly left the martial arts hall. Gaotang looked at each other and followed closely behind. After more than 10 minutes, the three came to a small stream in the mountains, which is a gathering place for monkeys. Before they got too close, a strong stench of rancidity came to the face, and the monkey's body was lying on the ground, dead for a long time.
Which bastard did this? Hongming was extremely angry, and the gravity domain couldn't help releasing it.
The surrounding monkey corpses couldn't bear the pressure and burst into blood mist.
My God! Hongming yelled and hurriedly stopped using his abilities. Master, don't be so excited. Xia Ling quickly comforted.
I treat these monkeys as relatives. They were brutally murdered, but I didn't know it. Hongming wept bitterly, showing that he had deep feelings for monkeys.
You treat me as a family member and the monkey as a family member, so in your eyes, I'm just a monkey? Xia Ling told a very funny joke. Lingling, I'm not in the mood to joke now. Xia Ling shut up and said again, I just don't want to make you so sad. How could I not be sad? Hong Ming beat his chest and cried. I think the monkey killers should be found first and avenged for them. Hearing Xia Ling's words, Hong Ming immediately stopped his tears, gritted his teeth and said, yes, you are right. After speaking, he began to examine each monkey corpse to determine their cause of death. Xia Ling walked up to Gao Tang, covered her nose and said, some people say that when people get old, they become more and more like children. Now, looking at Master, I think this sentence is quite right. After a pause, she continued, I really don't understand why someone can't get along with a group of monkeys. They were killed by the same person. The murderer has sharp claws, so he should be someone who is capable. After checking, Hong Ming came to a conclusion. Also, I found the bloodstain of the suspected murderer, you come with me. Gao Tong followed Hong Ming's figure into the woods, but after walking for a few minutes, the clues were broken, the scattered blood disappeared, and no traces were left. Hong Ming pointed to a large pool of bloodstains beside the tree and said, the murderer bandaged the wound here, and then left. He was very dangerous and erased his footprints. This proves that he was chased and killed, entered the mountain by mistake, and then broke into the territory of the monkeys and was attacked, so he killed the killer. As expected of a retired employee of the Security Bureau, he is very experienced. With a little clue, Hong Ming restored the incident. He is injured and must still be in the mountains. No matter how long it takes, I will find him. Leave it to me. Gao Tang volunteered to thank Hong Ming for his help. Hong Ming was surprised. Do you have a solution? I have a natural sense of smell. Since the murderer was injured, there must be blood on his body. There should be hope to find him. Excellent. Hong Ming said excitedly with a fist, Gao Tang, it's all up to you. Gao Tang nodded and used, strengthened sense of smell. Sure enough, a strong smell of blood poured into his nostrils from the pool of blood beside the tree, straight to his brain. Gao Tang almost retched out, his whole face wrinkled, let's get out of here first. Away from the pool of blood, following the faint smell in the air, the three came to a cave. People should be in caves. Before he could finish speaking, a figure rushed out and stabbed Gao Tang's chest with a knife. Gao Tang's reaction was extremely fast, and an invisible force had already wrapped around this person. However, this person's strength is not weak. His body froze for 2 seconds, broke free from the restraint, jumped like a beast, landed on a huge rock, and looked at Gao Tang three people gloomily. This man was on all fours, covered with orange-yellow hair, with a pair of cat ears on the top of his head, and his fingernails were extremely sharp and flickering coldly. What? Cat demon? It looks too ugly. Yes, this cat demon-like person has a shaggy face, a flat nose and a wide mouth. How ugly and ugly it is, it just ruins the word cat demon. The ability to transform. Xiaoling said, wolf, tiger, dog, shark, and dragon, etc., are one of the most popular abilities. Who are you? Gao Tang asked. This man does not speak. Meow? Gao Tang raised a hand and shook it beside his face. You show some respect. Xiaoling burst out laughing, she thought Gao Tang was so cute. So you know how to talk. Gao Tang coughed and said loudly, you're a monkey killer and you're not ready to capture it? There's no need to tell him so much. Hong Ming stepped forward and said, he must be a sociopath, I'll deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a heavy blow on the back of the neck, his eyes rolled, and he passed out. Xiaoling hugged him and said to Gao Tang, you broke through the B rank, just use this person to test your strength. Master has fainted now, don't worry and use your abilities boldly. You are too filial. Don't worry about me, concentrate on dealing with your opponent. Xiaoling said, I forgot to tell you, I will indeed protect you by your side in the future, but I will only take action when you are particularly dangerous. All enemies need you. Solved it myself. Okay, I understand. Gao Tang's eyes fell on the Catman. The strength information of this ability person is the 86,223rd in the B level, and his strength information is the 86,923rd in the B level, which is a lot worse. However, his ability is more than enough to erase the gap. Gao Tang recalled his first encounter with Xiaoling. It's not that I think it's beautiful, but I'm thinking about how many superpowers have been used in front of her. Thunder element, wind element, body doubling, body liquefaction, erasing ability, mind power, and some superpowers without obvious characteristics. Although Xiaoling promised to keep it a secret, Gao Tang still had to be vigilant, and don't use any ability she hasn't used in front of her to avoid any trouble.
Just thinking about it, the Catman used both hands and feet, ran to Gautang at a very fast speed, and slashed across the door with his claws. A thunderclap exploded, and the place where Gautang once stood was instantly cracked like a spider web, and several arcs were scattered in the air. The Catman couldn't help but widen his eyes, and Gautang disappeared. Behind. A warning loomed in his heart, and when he turned around quickly, the sharp claws grabbed it out, with a hissing wind. It's a pity that Gautang has more than one superpower. Suddenly, the Catman flew out as if he had been hit hard, and even broke several trees before stopping, and fell miserably to the ground. The wound on his chest was split open, and the blood flowed non-stop. Just as he got up, Gautang's attack came again. Not giving him a chance to breathe at all, he attacked like a storm. The two arms immediately swelled several times, and the giant fist containing the powerful force bombarded at high speed. Every punch was unbearable for Catman. His fragile body couldn't stand such a brutal blow at all, and his bones were shattered, and he was almost beaten to death. It's over. Gautang's two arms returned to normal. After breaking through the B rank, the power of his ability was greatly improved. If it was replaced by him before going up the mountain, he would definitely not be able to win so neatly. However, the victory must belong to him. Once caught in his rhythm, the cat person will not die or be disabled. Su Honying is the best example. Now, can we communicate well? Gautang looked at the Catman with a condescending look, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The hair on the Catman faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the sharp claws returned to their normal state. You start by introducing yourself. The man kept his mouth shut and did not speak. Don't say it? You'd better not challenge me, I'm cruel, and I'm afraid of myself. The man turned his head to the side and said, I have nothing to say. From the moment I killed the members of the Security Bureau, my end was already doomed. Oh? Have you ever done such a crazy thing? The man closed his mouth again, showing a strong backbone. Do you know what shit tastes like? The man frowned. What? Want to try it? Gautang showed a devilish smile. I can feed it until you speak. My name is Fong Ming. 3 days ago, I was a junior member of the Security Bureau. The man spoke so fast, Gautang couldn't bear the doubts in his heart and interrupted. A lower-level member? Your strength is B-level, right? Shouldn't you be a middle-level member? I ate crazy blood. Oh, it's useless even after taking the medicine. Go ahead and talk. Fong Ming was silent for 2 or 3 seconds before continuing. Through his narration, Gautang made things clear. It starts with a woman named Fan Min. 6 years ago, Fong Ming awakened his ability and met Fan Min during the special training for newcomers. After that, the two teamed up to do tasks together. Fan Min was working in the laboratory of a pharmaceutical company before she had the ability to awaken. She loves scientific research and dreams of becoming a scientist and researching drugs to save patients. However, the sudden awakening of superpowers disrupted all her life plans, and her dream completely left her. She advised the security agency that she should dedicate her life to the laboratory. Instead of fighting against a sociopath, that would be a waste of her life. However, the Security Bureau responded that she was only a laboratory assistant before her awakening ability, and the idea of wasting her life simply doesn't hold true if someone like her catches a lot. The resentment in Fan Min's heart was getting heavier day by day. In the end, she decided that she would develop a drug that could nullify the abilities of those with abilities and overthrow the Security Bureau. She hit it off with Fong Ming and secretly used antisocial elements as experimental subjects. After 4 years of research, she finally succeeded. But on the successful day, a member of the Security Bureau accidentally discovered it. He thought we were doing that sort of thing in an abandoned factory building, only to find out we were secretly experimenting with drugs, and in a hurry, we killed him. At that time, we were too flustered to dispose of the bodies. The Security Bureau thought we were very suspicious, and then, hiding in the East is not the way to go. Fan Min and I have disagreements. I think that you should go to the big forces and take the drug she has developed, and they will definitely be warmly welcomed by the big forces. Fan Min didn't think so. She wanted to form her own power. She didn't want to be at the mercy of anyone. She was fed up with being arranged by others. We couldn't argue, so we started. I was not her opponent. I was beaten and fled, and then I met you. You are such a waste. After listening to Fong Ming's story, Gautang shook his head. Fong Ming pursed his lips. What else could he say? What will you do to me? Will you hand me over to the Security Bureau? Fong Ming said, I heard that the Security Bureau terminated the human experiment due to public opinion, but it will be restarted soon, but the inspection will be more intense. Strict.
One day in the future, will I be lying on the operating table and become an experimental subject?
This is the so-called reincarnation. Fan Min's research, you don't have that chance. Xia Ling didn't know when she was at Gao Tang's side. She drew out her sword, and with a dazzling slash, Fang Ming's head turned into countless pieces.
Gao Tang looked at her in surprise.
I know what I should know, there is no need to keep him. Xia Ling said solemnly, you have used so many abilities in front of him, if the security bureau reads his memory, you will be in big trouble, so, must kill him.
I know you can't be a killer, so let me do it. Gao Tang's eyes became very strange. Who told you that I can't kill the killer?
Because you are a person with a strong sense of justice, you can't convince yourself to kill someone who gives up resistance.
Gao Tang wanted to say, what misunderstanding did you have about me? It doesn't matter, you can be yourself. I will do the dirty things.
Anyway, my hands are already stained with blood. Xia Ling thinks that Gao Tang is noble, is getting worse again.
Too much brain supplementation is sometimes not a good behavior. What happened just now?
Hong Ming, who was lying on the ground, rubbed the back of his neck in severe pain and sat up. Xia Ling pointed at Fang Ming's corpse and said without blushing, he is very strong. He suddenly came behind you, gave you a moment, and you fainted. Xia Ling is really a filial son. Hong Ming actually believed her words, thinking that he was really knocked out by Fang Ming.
He rubbed the back of his neck and asked Xia Ling, what happened to this person? Did you ask anything before he died?
Xia Ling nodded. I asked for some very important information that needs to be reported to the security bureau.
Hong Ming asked curiously, what important information?
Xia Ling waved her hand and said, you shouldn't worry about this matter. Your biggest responsibility is to spend your old age in peace. After a pause, she continued, Master, pack your luggage and come back to the capital with me. You are old now, and maybe one day you will die of a sudden illness. By then, there will be no one to collect the corpse. By the time I come to you, you might have raised tens of thousands of flies.
Too filial. Too filial. After listening to her words, Gao Tang couldn't help but want to applaud. Did you say that? Hong Ming got angry, blowing his beard and staring.
Xia Ling said helplessly, I don't say that, will you come with me?
It's too noisy in the city, and quieter in the mountains, I'm used to it. Moreover, when I arrived in Beijing, I really didn't know what to do. I have an idea.
Gao Tang raised his hand. Xia Ling raised her eyebrows, tell me about it. I suggest that Master take the initiative to commit crimes, so that he will be put in prison by the security bureau. At that time, 3 meals a day will be served, and inmates will accompany him to relieve his boredom. Moreover, he has to step on the sewing machine every day, so he does not worry about having nothing to do, and his life is regular and fulfilling. Your idea is so great that anyone who hears it will be moved to tears. Xia Ling patted Hong Ming on the shoulder, Master, cry for me.
Hong Ming knocked Xia Ling's hand off angrily, what are you talking about in a mess? I have another good idea. Gao Tang raised his hand again. Hong Ming said, shut up. This time it's serious, no joke.
Xia Ling said, tell me about it. I suggest to buy a new house for Master. The environment is not important, the most important thing is that there must be many little old ladies nearby. Dance square dance every day, chat with the little old lady, how beautiful life is. It's not good. Hong Ming couldn't close his mouth and couldn't hide the smile on his face. No, it's really not good. I'm already a lot of age, so what kind of little old lady is I looking for?
Lingling, don't listen to him, if you don't do anything, you know nonsense.
Xia Ling knew it, she said, Master, let's go today, let's go back and pack up. Oh, you kid, why did you take his words seriously? Really, I'm at this age, what kind of little old lady can I find? Hong Ming is a duplicitous person. On his way back, his steps became lighter. 2 hours later, the three packed their luggage and drove to the capital. Xia Ling acted resolutely and took 2 hours to put Hong Ming in place, and moved into Fang Meng's house with Gao Tang. Fang Meng had already gone to the training camp, which made Gao Tang feel a great sense of loss in his heart, and missed the days when this beautiful girl was by his side.
Do we have a feeling of doing bad things behind her back now?
Xia Ling reached out and picked up the photo frame on the table, which contained Fang Meng's photo, and shook it in front of Gao Tang's eyes.
Gao Tang said, I suggest you watch more healthy action movies.
The two have been together for a long time, and Xia Ling has shown more different characters, not as sharp as her appearance.
You're talking about action movies, how can you still be healthy? Gao Tang, actually, he has a lot to say.
For example, there must be a healthy action movie. I'll find one now, and you'll know whether it's healthy or not after watching it with me.
And, oh? Is it? Which action movie is your favorite? Let's try to restore it. Also, I didn't expect that your heart has a wildness that doesn't match your appearance. Can I feel your heart with my hands? Nothing else, I just want to know more about you. Can these words be said? Gao Tang was afraid that he would die on the spot. Xiaoling's strength is too strong, he has to restrain himself a little, and he can't say what he thinks. After all, in Xiaoling's mind, he is a humorous, clear-thinking, strong language expression and a strong sense of justice, not vulgar. Can I be promoted to a mid-level member of the Security Bureau now? I heard that the body-strengthening medicine will be distributed free of charge, which can greatly improve the body. Gao Tang changed the subject and started talking about business. With your strength, you can be promoted to an intermediate member. Xiaoling said, however, you have to pass the promotion round. Promotion? Gao Tang frowned. It wouldn't be about fighting in the ring, would it? That would be too boring. Of course not. Wouldn't it be better to deal with anti-social elements with the strength of the ring? Xiaoling explained, the so-called promotion competition is probably the task assigned by the Security Bureau. After completion, it is an intermediate member. Sounds a bit like a job transfer assignment. Xiaoling laughed out loud. Your analogy is very appropriate. Gao Tang scratched his head. Is it so funny? I don't know why, from the first time I saw you, I thought you were very funny. Gao Tang was silent for a few seconds, then said, are you attacking me personally? No, Xiaoling even waved her hands and laughed non-stop. You look like a retard. This sentence reached his mouth and was swallowed by Gao Tang. He slumped helplessly on the sofa, and the life of not being able to say whatever he wanted to say was so boring. I'll go to the bedroom to make a call and submit your application. Gao Tang raised his arm and shook it weakly. After a while, Xiaoling came out of the bedroom with a serious expression. Noticing the change in her mood, Gao Tang asked, what's the matter? The Black Fire Organization has really attacked newcomers with high potential, and many people have been attacked. Any casualties? Not yet, but I feel that the burden on my shoulders has become heavier, and I am afraid that I will not be able to protect you. Gao Tang's expression became serious, and he comforted, please be sure to replace me with a Super S-level capable person. As long as I don't use superpowers indiscriminately, the secret will not be revealed. I don't want to die with you. Xiaoling suddenly drew the sword in half. Do you say it again? If it can be buried with you, it must be very good. Maybe we will become a husband and wife in the next life, and we will have a fate of sharing weal and woe. Xiaoling put the sword back and explained seriously, I know you may think that I am superfluous, but I am really doing it for your own good. Those with abilities above Transcendent A grade have strange personalities, and they are not normal people. They have too much power and have lost their hearts. The stronger the strength, the more dark side you see. When you stand in my position one day and come into contact with those people, you will understand why I took the initiative to ask to protect you. Listening to you, I feel more and more that the Security Bureau is a terrorist organization. Hearing Gao Tang say this, Xiaoling smiled. It's not that exaggerated, after all, human beings are not black and white, good or bad. The complexity of people cannot be explained clearly by language, and the Security Bureau composed of countless people is even more complicated. There are indeed many bad things in the Security Bureau, but they have been working hard to make the society harmonious and stable, so that everyone can live a better life. As for those who are capable of Transcendent A grade or above, there are not many of them, and all of them have the power to destroy the sky and destroy the earth. If they hadn't restrained each other, everyone would want to be a god. So, you can understand how great Qin Zhan, who just wants to protect ordinary people, is? Xiaoling looked at the photos on the wall and said with emotion, in the eyes of some people, they no longer regard themselves as human beings, but as a more advanced species. The people below them are the ants who support them. The protection they provide is only to safeguard their own interests, and there may be no more innocent people like Qin Zhan. No. And you? Xiaoling looked at Gao Tang, her expression became very gentle. That's why I want to protect you. No matter how you argue, in order to prevent aliens from slaughtering the city, the spirit that you decide to sacrifice yourself in exchange for the survival of others will not be possessed by anyone. Therefore, I can't let your heart be polluted. Even if I die, I will protect your only light. Are you overwhelmed? You make me feel so embarrassed. Do you think I said something bad? Xiaoling's eyes became sharp. Of course not. Gao Tang hurriedly changed the subject and said, actually, many young people will have the idea of sacrificing for others, but after a lot of experience, they will slowly. That's right. There was a big light in his mind. When I went to the martial arts hall to practice, didn't you ask me how I can do better than the Security Bureau? I have an idea now. Oh? Xia Ling looked expectant and wanted to hear Gao Tang's opinion. We should focus on young people. Those who have not stepped into the big vat of society are like a blank sheet of paper, and they can paint our colors at will. Are you opening a yellow accent to me? Of course not. Listen to me. Gao Tang continued excitedly. Look, our current rule is that if you awaken your superpowers, you will be forced to join the security bureau, completely disregarding mental health issues, leading to endless riots. What if we started an academy of superpowers? After these people awaken their abilities, they are arranged to study in academies, so that they can develop in an all-round way in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic and labor, and cultivate their correct outlook on life and values, so that they can have good moral qualities. I think it's the NSA's neglect of education that makes the world a mess. Therefore, if you want to completely change the world, the only way is to reshuffle the cards and get rid of the black sheep who only want to protect their own interests. How about it? I'm not sure about this idea. Xia Ling hesitated and said, this idea, a bit too ideal. She didn't want to hurt Gao Tang's self-esteem, she was very euphemistic. Gao Tang waved his hand. All reality starts from an ideal, and the achieved results may be biased, but the big goal is correct. I have already thought about it. The name of the organization is called the Hero Association, and the members are all innocent people who want to make the world a better place. Perhaps, rebellion, no, the revolution will not succeed, but we must have the courage to try. What if we change the world? Xia Ling was actually a little moved. She could never find a sense of identity in the security bureau. It seems that the target has been found. Although the road ahead is blank, but if you think about the good side, you can play it at will? Then, the leader of the Hero Association, are you willing to let me join your team and realize the dream together? Gao Tang laughed. Of course I do. What reason do I have to say I don't agree? So, where to start first? What? Seeing Xia Ling's serious look, Gao Tang was stunned. I'm fucking bullshitting, why are you serious? Xia Ling burst out laughing. She could see that Gao Tang was bragging. My respected leader, you should first become a super S-level capable person, and then realize your naive ideal. Gao Tang smiled awkwardly. Yes, you are right. I'm telling you, I'm serious. Xia Ling said suddenly very seriously. What? So, I will raise the whip behind you and keep whipping you forward. You give me a goal, and you will take me to achieve it. How can I be? Please forget what I said just now. Gao Tang said, I have no idea of changing the world, I just want to live an ordinary life. I don't care, I will keep pushing you forward anyway. You're sorry, and many more. Xia Ling interrupted Gao Tang suddenly, her face became solemn. At this time, Gao Tang felt an extremely fatal signal. The two looked at each other. Xia Ling showed a relaxed smile and said, someone came to attack us. It seems that the Black Fire organization doesn't take me seriously. She grabbed the sword on the table and walked out the door. This is my battle, so don't interfere, I want to prove to you that I have the ability to protect you. After speaking, Xia Ling turned her head and stuck out her playful tongue. She pushed open the door and went out, and saw a slowly approaching figure, behind which fluttered 8 tentacles with thick bowls, each with a mouth full of sharp fangs at the end, chewing continuously. The sound of teeth rubbing was creepy. 46th in the S-class. There was no fear on Xia Ling's face. She said lightly, you just came back today, and your attack came. The intelligence work of the Black Fire organization is quite good. The other parties smiled and didn't answer. I remember you, your name is Son Luming. 2 years ago, your actions were not serious, you destroyed most of the city, and after being denounced by the people, you started killing people and betrayed the security bureau. The security bureau dispatched a lot of people, but they have not found any trace of you. When did you join the Black Fire organization? Song Luming smiled and said, after the riot in the capital. Xia Ling suddenly realized, on the surface, the Black Fire organization is to avenge Sun Yingming, but in fact, it is to recruit you vicious people. Song Luming glanced at Xia Ling and said, you know me very well, but I don't have any impression of you. This sentence is a bit false. He was sent by the Black Fire organization as a killer, how could he not read the target's information? Don't deceive yourself for the so-called attitude. Xia Ling's figure was slightly low, and she assumed an attacking stance. I will use your blood to welcome the arrival of the S-class. Song Luming's eyes showed surprise. Are today's young people so arrogant? Xia Ling took the lead. Today, she is already number 1 in Transcendent A grade, but after all, she has not broken through S grade. Compared with Song Luming, there is still a gap in her strength. So, she wants to keep the fight at her rhythm.
In this way, the odds of defeating Son Luming are even greater.
As soon as she made a move, she did her best.
Holding the hilt of the sword with both hands, the strength of the whole body poured out of both arms like a torrent, and with a muffled thunder-like explosion, it turned into a stream of light and shot towards Son Luming.
So fast.
Son Luming's eyes showed a bit of surprise, and the sharp sword tip flashed in front of him in an instant. The penetrating power that distorted the space made him terrified, and he finally understood the reason for Xia Ling's arrogance. This woman's strength is not much worse than him. If you are stabbed by this sword, you will be seriously injured if you don't die, right? In the blink of an eye, the touch behind him moved, and the speed was blurry, and after images appeared. Blood splattered. All the tentacles were bitten on the sword, and the strong bite force slowed down the speed of the sword, only piercing a small portion of Son Luming's body. Such an injury is simply insignificant to an S-level capable person and cannot affect his strength. Xia Ling had no intention of retreating, and the sharp aura attached to the surface of the blade burst out, tearing the tentacles to pieces and turning them into tatters. At that moment, she showed the ultimate sword swing speed, which was much faster than when dealing with aliens. The shadow of the heavy sword covered Son Luming, and he retreated in horror. His arms crossed in front of his chest showed dense bloodstains. Then, the two arms were torn apart, and the flesh and blood fell to the ground with a crackle, and the blood was like a spring. "You bastard!" Son Luming's face became terrifyingly twisted. He roared, the tentacles behind him healed as before, turned into heavy afterimages, and stabbed Xia Ling swiftly. Xia Ling immediately retreated, and her tentacles landed on the place where she had stood, causing countless rubble and dust. Xia Ling remained calm enough. She used her eyes to capture the movement of each tentacle. However, she is not S-rank after all, and it seems a little difficult to face Son Luming's attack. Another tentacle shot at a violent speed. Xia Ling turned her head sideways, and the swift and violent wind swept across her cheek, bringing up several blood beads. The next moment, the tentacle suddenly turned and bit her shoulder fiercely. Xia Ling's expression didn't change. She slashed the tentacle with a sharp sword, and at this moment, several other tentacles shot up and bit her body in many places. Xia Ling frowned suddenly, feeling the pain in her heart. She closed her mouth tightly, and did not let out a miserable cry. A strong and sharp aura rolled out from her as the center, cutting the tentacles into pieces and collapsing. Base. The sharp sword was inserted into the ground, and Xia Ling supported her body with the sword.
"Gao Tang, don't help me."
Xia Ling seemed to know what Gao Tang had in mind. With her back to Gao Tang, she turned her head abruptly. "Just an S-rank, don't look down on me." However, there was no shadow of Gao Tang behind him at all.
"People? He has abandoned you." "Impossible."
Xia Ling drew out her sword and killed Son Luming again. The sharp energy lingered all over the body, condensed and formed in an instant, and turned into a flying sword that swam around the body.
Breakthrough?
Son Luming's color changed. Xia Ling's breath was different. There was a power no less than his. He roared, and all tentacles came out, merging into a huge monster, and its bloody mouth full of pale and sharp teeth bit Xia Ling fiercely. Xia Ling suddenly stopped, and the sword in her hand vibrated violently, making a sharp tremor. The sharp and incomparable sword light slammed out and collided with the monster. The violet energy bloomed, the surrounding buildings were destroyed in an instant, the earth shook violently, and countless cracks with thick mouths appeared.
Fang Meng's house was not spared and turned into ruins in the energy storm.
As for Gao Tang, he had long been far away from the battle area and flew to a high-rise building that shielded the villa from the wind and dust to watch the battle. He wanted to help, but thinking of Xia Ling's insistence, he dismissed the idea and chose to believe that Xia Ling would definitely defeat Son Luming. Sure enough, he saw that Son Luming fled and gave up his plan to continue fighting with Xia Ling. However, Xia Ling did not intend to let this person go, and pursued her closely. He even threw the sword in his hand, turned into a dazzling light, shot Son Luming, passed through his chest in an instant, and nailed it to a slanted tree.
Xia Ling succeeded in the next gauntlet and won. Gao Tang flew down from the rooftop and flew towards Xia Ling's location.
Soon, he arrived and saw Xia Ling pull out the sword nailed to the tree, and walk towards Son Luming with a proud look on her face.
"I won this battle."
She raised the sword.
"No, do not want."
In Son Luming's terrified cry, the sword stabbed into his head fiercely.
S-class, but that's it.
The sword twisted sharply. Gao Tang, Xia Ling's body became wobbly. She threw herself on the ground, leaning on her sword, supporting herself not to fall. She took out a metal syringe from her pocket and slammed it into her neck, pushing the liquid inside. After more than 10 seconds, the effect of the medicine began to take effect, and the flesh and blood of the wound moved rapidly and healed at an astonishing speed. Gao Tang hesitated for many times, but finally he couldn't hold back and said, "You don't need to tie your neck with the healing medicine, right?
Are you acting handsome?"
Xiaoling's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye.
You shut up.
Oh. After waiting for a while, Xiaoling's injuries were completely healed. The battle exhausted her a lot, and she was a little unsteady.
Gao Tang quickly walked to her side. Can I help you? What's the matter with your tone?
I killed the S-level capable person with the strength of Super A level, of course you have to obey me.
Gao Tang, isn't it funny?
Xiaoling was a little embarrassed.
It's funny, it made me laugh. Ah ha ha ha. Xiaoling was angry. Stop laughing.
Oh.
The smile on Gao Tang's face disappeared instantly. What were you doing just now? I was nearby.
I wanted to find an opportunity to help you, but thinking of your persistence, I watched the battle honestly.
That's right.
Xiaoling sarcastically said. How could I lose to him with a mere S rank? When you deal with aliens, before Gao Tang could finish speaking, Xiaoling interrupted. It's different here and has been sealed for too long. In fact, his strength is far more than transcendent A grade.
Moreover, when I played against Song Luming, my strength was no less than S rank.
After a fierce battle, Xiaoling's strength information has become the 40th S rank. Gao Tang searches for Fong Meng's belongings in the ruins, especially the photos, which are her most precious memories and must not be lost.
Hey, Xiaoling, do I look like a hard-working little bee?
Gao Tang found Fong Meng's underwear from the rubble, put it on his eyes, and waved his arms.
Xiaoling glanced at him. I see you like a fly.
Gao Tang took off his underwear and sighed. Fong Meng would definitely be very angry when she knew that her home had collapsed. If she knew earlier, she would not live in her home. Xiaoling blamed herself. I didn't expect the intelligence work of the Black Fire organization to be so good, and I didn't expect them to dare to make chaos in the capital. After all, the chaos has just ended, and there are capable people patrolling everywhere. Gao Tang's eyes flashed a few times and said, I know who is in charge of the intelligence work of the Black Fire organization.
Oh? Xiaoling said in surprise, how do you know? That's a long story. Gao Tang told Xiaoling about Wuyujio in detail. Worry-free religion is already under the surveillance of the Security Bureau. I have a certain understanding of these things you said. It seems that I have to check again. I will go in person. Check the shit.
Gao Tang said, the sect leader must have sneaked away long ago, and he would do some joy, great love, no sorrow, and Hawan behind his back.
Your last Hawan teaching is too much of an action movie.
Xiaoling found her cell phone and made a call. I'll go check the situation.
Xiaoling went to make a phone call.
While Gao Tang was rummaging in the ruins, several members of the Security Bureau came to check the situation, attracted by the sound of fierce fighting. They didn't dare to approach before, and they didn't dare to come over until the sound of fighting disappeared.
After Xiaoling, who ended the phone call, negotiated with them, these people dispersed. I found out, you are a crow's mouth.
You said someone was working on a genetic drug that could nullify the ability, and Fan Min appeared. You said you were afraid of dying with me, but the Black Fire organization sent someone to attack. You said that the leader of the Woyo sect escaped, but he disappeared. My good eldest brother, why don't you just change your career and go to Tianqiao to do your fortune-telling? That being said, it really is. Gao Tang recalled all the abilities he had acquired. Did he really not get, speaking out of the law? He shook his head helplessly. It's not that I can count, but these things are predictable.
Then what do we do now? Cold salad.
Gao Tang said, I'm just a little B rank, no matter what I do, the goal now is to pass the promotion round and get the medicine to strengthen the body. After more than an hour, Gao Tang found all the items in the ruins and sent them to his home for safekeeping. Since living in Fong Meng's big house, he has never returned home, and now living in a small house, he feels uncomfortable. His body has been corroded by arrogance, and he is not that pure and handsome young man. His body is full of money left behind.
Dirty smell.
Your house is quite clean. Xiaoling looked east and west, her eyes full of curiosity.
Didn't anyone tell you not to look around in boys' rooms? Xiaoling was curious. Why can't you just look around?
Because you don't know what you're going to find that isn't suitable for children.
Xiaoling showed interested eyes. Then do you have any in your room?
Gao Tang pointed to his nose. I'm not suitable for children.
Xiaoling burst out laughing, not taking it seriously.
The two cleaned up the dust in the house and went to the supermarket together to buy fresh fruits, vegetables, meat, eggs and fish. They felt plain and beautiful in the busyness. Back home, of course, Xiaoling did the cooking, and soon, the dishes with excellent appearance were on the table. Wonderful, it's really incredible. You tell me, you are good looking, you are strong,
your cooking skills are good, and you want to let other women live? Gao Tang praised. Like a dream? She's still a little girl, how can you compare with her? The sharp aura immediately radiated from Xia Ling's body, and slash marks appeared on the table. You say I'm old again? I'm praising you for being like a ripe peach. Xia Ling narrowed her eyes, she understood Gao Tang's subtext, let me speak again, believe it or not, I'll cut your bald head? Sure enough, mature women are not as interesting as beautiful girls. If it is Fong Meng, her face must be flushed and she will run away in anger. If it was Wang Ye, maybe you will say with a smile, we haven't tried it, how do you know I have a lot of water? Gee. Or pretty girls are more interesting. A mature woman like Xia Ling can't do it. After dinner, Gao Tang began to continue his penance. On the surface, he was calm, but in fact the sense of crisis in his heart became stronger. It is too passive to rely on others for protection, and it is serious business to be strong. It was not until the middle of the night that Gao Tang finished his practice and fell asleep in peace. Today is another fulfilling day. He acquired a new ability, Earth Element. The advantage of this ability is that you don't need to bring a tent when you go to the wild in the future, you can directly control the soil to build a nest, which is rain-proof, wind-proof and sun-proof. Going to the construction site and cement is also a good choice. It is also more convenient to dig a hole and bury a square dream, early morning. Gao Tang got up early, but he didn't expect that the promotion match came so fast, and the task had already come down. The goal of the mission is to capture or kill those with parasitic abilities. This capable person has never joined the security bureau. He has a congenital mental illness and has been treated in a mental hospital since he was a child. Later, for some unknown reason, he awakened his superpowers and even killed everyone in the mental hospital. The security bureau sent a C-level lower-level member to hunt down this man, but there was no return. According to the security bureau's analysis, this man is likely to be hiding in Luhan Street. Xia Ling handed the phone to Gao Tang, and the target photo was on the screen. Huang Yong. This person looks 17 or 18 years old, wearing a blue and white striped hospital uniform, and the smile on his face looks hairy. At first glance, he is a senior mentally ill patient. Come on, let's go now. After breakfast, the two went to Luhan Street together. Luhan Street is still the same, the shacks built of wood and iron are like children's building blocks piled up indiscriminately. The residents walked on the street with dull eyes, empty souls dragging their numb bodies like lifeless corpses. Xia Ling has been frowning since she got off the car. Every time I come to this place, I hate it from the bottom of my heart. This place is really not very easy to change. Xia Ling thought for a moment, then smiled and said, my respected leader, haven't you come up with any good ideas? Forcing them to work, rewarding them with clothes, food, cars, housing, and awakening their desire for a better life? Xia Ling blinked. Doesn't that mean we are migrant workers? It doesn't work in this place, these people have terrible bottom lines. Have it. Gao Tang's mind flashed again, and he said excitedly, divided them into several batches, locked them in different farms, and made them work by violent means every day. If you behave well, you don't have to be beaten, you don't have to eat bad food, you don't have to live in a leaky house. In such an environment, even if the bottom line is terribly low, they will try to improve, because no one likes to be abused. As a result, the efficiency of the farm has improved, and these people have also changed their faces, killing two birds with one stone. Good guy. Xia Ling gave Gao Tang a thumbs up. Your idea is great. The slave owner calls out like-minded people. I suggest you be selected as one of the top 10 people who moved the world. Be polite, just a little immature idea. In Gao Tang's tone, there is no modest meaning at all, and he is complacent for his own whimsy. I have a question. Xia Ling raised her hand. Say. What if someone would rather be abused? Gao Tang said nonsense in a serious manner. That proves that they are scum who don't seek progress, and are harmful to human society. I recommend humane destruction. Clap clap clap, Xia Ling couldn't help but clapped her hands. Words couldn't describe her feelings. Gao Tang laughed, I'm joking, don't take it seriously. Xia Ling seemed to have heard something very strange, her eyes widened, why not? How can you really do that? Gao Tang smiled dryly, how could Xia Ling was shocked, my dear, you really thought about the feasibility of such a thing. It's just nonsense, how can you really do it? Gao Tang said sternly, people are not objects, how can they be manipulated at will? Guys who don't respect life lose their compassion and cause terrible disasters. I will never become that kind of person. Xia Ling nodded and said, this is the Gao Tang I know. Don't say words that are easily misunderstood. You can't make jokes casually.
Xia Ling believes that Gao Tang is noble, S condition has not been relieved, and has been aggravating and developing. Gao Tang had an expression of knowing he was wrong. I know, I won't make jokes anymore.
Xia Ling couldn't help laughing and said, "What are you doing with such a serious expression? It feels like the teacher is training the students."
Gao Tang subconsciously wanted to say something rude. He resisted the urge engraved in his genes. In front of Xia Ling, he couldn't mess around. He had to keep the character he created. He changed the subject to business. Luhan Street is too big. Huang Yong might just hide here. How can we find him?
It feels like looking for a needle in a haystack.
In this place, Gao Tang would never dare to use smell enhancement. The smell would definitely make him not want to use this ability again until he died.
Moreover, the flavors in Luhan Street are too complicated, and all kinds of strange things are mixed together, and smell enhancement is probably not useful.
That's a problem.
Xia Ling looked thoughtful. If he doesn't want to come out, do we have to go door to door? This is obviously useless. Huang Yang is not an NPC in the game.
He just sits and waits for us to come to the door. In the process of looking for him, it is estimated that they all escaped.
Gao Tang agreed. Do you have any good ideas? Xia Ling asked.
Gao Tang thought for a while. Find someone to ask. He looked around and saw a young lady standing in the alley. The young lady was wearing a black lace deep V dress and no underwear, and the majesty of her chest could hardly be covered. When she saw Gao Tang, she panicked.
What?
Gao Tang made a surprised voice. It was an old acquaintance. He put his hand in front of Xia Ling. Lend me 100 yuan and pay you back. Xia Ling followed Gao Tang's line of sight and immediately retracted it, took out 100 yuan from her pocket and slapped it in Gao Tang's hand. The relationship between us, don't say anything to borrow. Don't forget, I'm still a member of the Hero Association, and all the leaders' requests should be answered unconditionally. Gao Tang was on the verge of moving next to the horse character engraved in his genes.
He forcibly held back and asked curiously, "Aren't you curious about what I want for 100 yuan? What else can I do?"
Xia Ling raised her chin at the young lady in the alley. It must be from her to find out information. It's impossible for her to show her professional skills, right?
Maybe so.
Come on, you're not that kind of person, don't make such vulgar jokes.
Sure enough, beautiful girls are more fun. Gao Tang sighed deeply and walked towards the young lady. "Why is it you again?"
Just as Gao Tang approached, the young lady complained and yelled.
"Ask you something." Gao Tang habitually stuffed the banknotes into the gap between the two peaks. The young lady glanced down and said helplessly, "Are you paying to beat me again?" Gao Tang laughed twice. "If you have this demand, I will not refuse. Don't worry, you answer the question honestly, and I won't hit you. You ask." Sigh. Gao Tang took out his mobile phone and showed the woman Huang Yong's photo. "Have you seen this person?" She looked at it seriously for a while. "It seems. I don't seem to have seen it before."
Gao Tang knocked on his head. He has some mental problems.
"Aren't you embarrassing me? How many people in Luhan Street are mentally normal?" Gao Tang fell into a huge silence. "I suggest you go to the Dongxing gang and ask.
These gangs are more informed than I am."
Gao Tang slapped his forehead hard.
Yup. He didn't expect such a simple thing. A woman like me who lives by selling her body can only know who is bigger and who is smaller, who is faster and who is slower, so I can only help you so much.
Thank you.
Gao Tang waved goodbye. Miss Sister was a little lost. She didn't slap her face, and felt that 100 yuan was not secure.
Gao Tang returned to Xia Ling. Before he could speak, Xia Ling asked first, "Did you ask anything?"
Gao Tang shrugged, and then said, "She has never seen Huang Yong, so let me go to Dongxing gang to ask. There should be people with good abilities in the Dongxing gang, but it doesn't matter, they are not my opponents. Whatever you do, I will support you."
Xia Ling was full of confidence. "You're too reliable."
Gao Tang patted Xia Ling's shoulder heavily. "I'll make you my great protector now." Xia Ling was very satisfied with this position.
She thought about it and said, "By the way, is it illegal for me to help?"
"I went to Dongxing gang to inquire very kindly, but they had a bad attitude and even sent people to attack me. At this time, you are defending yourself in order to protect my safety.
How can it be considered a violation?"
After saying that, Xia Ling suddenly became enlightened.
She nodded repeatedly, praising Gao Tang's tricks.
Xia Ling was quite familiar with the situation of Luhan Street. Under her guidance, Gao Tang came to the nest of Dongxing gang.
This is a reinforced concrete building rarely seen in Luhan Street.
It has 3 floors.
It looks ordinary and has nothing to describe.
As soon as Gao Tang and the others arrived at the door, a young man with tattoos staggered out. Seeing his staggered look and the smirk on his face, he knew he was hilarious. The young man stood at attention, tilted his head and looked at the two of Gao Tang. I haven't seen you two, what are you doing? Okay, I get it now. How dare you bring a woman here to make an idea, don't you die? Don't you know this is the site of the Dongxing gang? The young man staggered over, however, your goods are not bad, but the chest is a little small, which is a pity. Saying that, the young man reached out to grab Xiaoling's chest. Gao Tang took a big step back, afraid of blood splashing on his body. What? The young man let out a horrific howl like a slaughtering pig, his arm was cut off every inch, and pieces of flesh and blood fell all over the floor, and there was white heat. So, I'll just say, I hate this place from the bottom of my heart. After Xiaoling finished speaking, a large number of people poured out from the Dongxing gang's old nest. Countless guns were aimed at her and Gao Tang. There were still capable people in the dark, ready to attack. Xiaoling pulled out the sword expressionlessly, and waved a fierce golden sword beam, instantly splitting the house in two from the middle, and the fracture was as smooth as a mirror. Yuan Guanglong comes out and speaks, or I will let the Dongxing gang disappear from this world. Xiaoling's voice was not loud, but in this environment where the needle drop could be heard, it reached everyone's ears. Everyone didn't dare to move, their whole body trembled uncontrollably. Gao Tang whispered beside Xiaoling, this place hides filth and filth. There are many capable people hidden in the dark. If they are arrested, it is estimated that many tasks of the security bureau can be completed. Xiaoling shook her head, the Dongxing gang doesn't have the guts to take in anti-social elements. These capable people are basically born in Luhan Street. After awakening their abilities, they concealed it from the security bureau and joined the gang. As long as there is no major chaos in this place, the security bureau will be too lazy to manage it, and it will not be well managed. Some things seem to be engraved in these people's genes, and no matter what they try, they can't be changed. After speaking, Xiaoling frowned, after chatting for so long, why hasn't Yuan Guanglong come out yet? Is he scared to pee? Is he changing his pants? You. Xiaoling casually pointed at a member of the Dongxing gang, go and invite your eldest brother out. The man hurriedly ran into the house, and after a while, there was a sound of vomiting from upstairs. Xiaoling scratched her head. Could it be that Yuan Guanglong was killed by her own sword? After a few seconds, the Dongxing gang member who ran into the house came back, his face extremely pale. Sure enough, Yuan Guanglong, the eldest brother of Dongxing gang, was mistakenly killed. It's a little embarrassing. Who of you can call the shots? As soon as Xiaoling said these words, everyone's eyes fell on a fat man with a face full of flesh. The man said with a sad face, I can barely be the master. Xiaoling stared at him, what's your name? Feeling the pressure, this person said bravely, my name is Da Bei. Oh? Gao Tang's eyebrows moved, and he looked at the man from head to toe, this nickname suits you very well. Xiaoling, look at him, his chest is bigger than yours. Xiaoling slowly turned her head to look at Gao Tang, her eyes became very dangerous. No, my nickname doesn't mean that, but that's not important. Gao Tang waved his hand to interrupt the big cup, and then said, we are looking for someone. He took out his mobile phone and showed the picture of Huang Yong to Big Cup, have you seen him? The Big Cup leaned closer and took a closer look, wiping away sweat nervously. Gao Tang said helplessly, if you have seen it, you have seen it. If you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it. What are you nervous about? I really haven't seen him. I'll send you the photo, and you send it to the gang members and ask if anyone has seen it. Okay. Big Cup trembled and took out his phone, and because he was too flustered, he almost dropped the phone on the ground. After receiving the photo sent by Gao Tang, Dabi immediately opened the Dongxing gang family relatives chat group and contacted all gang members. Soon, I got the news. Someone had seen Huang Yong in the southern area of Luhan Street, where the Nanqing gang belonged. You really helped a lot. Gao Tang patted Big Cup's shoulder and said a little guilty, I'm really sorry today, but I accidentally hacked your eldest brother to death. No, don't be embarrassed, our eldest brother lost his conscience and did all the bad things. He died to kill the people. When I become a big brother, I will let the Dongxing gang give up all black business, and I only want one thing in my mind, and that is to do good deeds. Come on. After waving goodbye to the Big Cup, Gao Tang and the two headed to the south area of Luhan Street. Although I don't know the exact location of Huang Yong, it is within this range, so there is no need to find a needle in a haystack. As for destroying the gangs in Street of Souls,
Neither Gao Tong nor Xia Ling had this idea. This is a cure for the symptoms rather than the root cause. If one gang is destroyed, a new one will emerge. Instead of solving the problem, it will cause chaos. What did you mean just now? Xia Ling suddenly asked. What? Gao Tong was confused. Xia Ling gestured with her hand on her chest. Am I very young? Oh, you must have misunderstood. You should be sure. Xia Ling choked out the big sword and put it on Gao Tong's neck. That kind of thing is a burden. Is it so important? It doesn't matter, it adds weight. Can't wash face cream as a child? Snort! Xia Ling pulled the sword back into the scabbard fiercely. You men just like to pay attention to these superficial things. I thought you were an exception, but I didn't expect you to be a raccoon dog. Gao Tang was about to answer when he suddenly saw a drunk man who kept giggling, staggering towards Xia Ling. I absolutely hate this place. Xia Ling stared at this person, her whole body exuding sharpness. When the distance between the two was less than half a meter, the drunk man suddenly broke out and rushed towards Xia Ling with a fierce expression. Almost at the same time, the drunk man flew out at a very fast speed, blood holes all over his body, and he was severely injured. Logically speaking, it was impossible to stand up with such an injury, but this person jumped up vigorously and attacked Xia Ling again. Xia Ling noticed that the drunk man's face was very similar to Huang Yong's, but his expression was sluggish. He couldn't see any emotion, and he looked very strange. Xia Ling smiled disdainfully. It's kind of funny, he actually took the initiative to attack us. As soon as the words fell, a large number of people emerged from various places. All of them were actually Huang Yong's face, surrounding Gao Tang and the two. Is this Huang Yong's parasitic ability? It looks so weird. Gao Tang looked at the surrounding enemy calmly, without the slightest panic. Xia Ling said, Can you handle it alone? Do you want me to help? That's against the rules, right? Xia Ling said with a smile on her face. On the surface, I am a member of the Security Bureau, but I am actually a member of the Hero Association. I must take your orders first. I don't need your help. Gao Tang said, It's just a bunch of trash, I'll just take care of it. Huang Yong controls ordinary people without superpowers. By the way, are these people dead? Or, before Gao Tang's words were finished, a woman controlled by Huang Yong rushed towards him, dodged, put her hand on the back of the man's head, and slammed on the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground. The face that was in close contact with the ground squirmed, muscle fibers were broken, and a large mass of flesh fell off. Gao Tang squatted down and turned the woman over, still breathing weakly, still alive. Okay, I know the answer now. Gao Tang shot arcs all over his body, coupled with the Yi speed enhancement. The whole person became erratic like a ghost, and appeared behind one person after another like a teleportation, pressing their heads to the ground. After a while, the surrounding people all fell to the ground. It was too easy to solve them, and Gao Tang did not sweat. This area is Huang Yong's territory, and anyone who breaks in will attack, regardless of strength. Sure enough, he is a mentally ill person. Who would a normal person do such a stupid thing? Just after Gao Tang left to comment, several more people appeared. It's actually a D-level capable person. For B-level Gao Tang, their strength is not enough to see. Therefore, the ending can be imagined, and he still solved these people easily. Where is Huang Yong hiding? The easiest way for Gao Tang to observe the surrounding environment is to fly into the air and make a carpet bombing to force Huang Yong out. The problem is that it will affect many people, and it is simply the behavior of terrorists. Just when Gao Tang was trying to figure out a way, Huang Yong actually took the initiative to show up. The mentality of mentally ill people is really incomprehensible and confusing. Huang Yong's strength is good or bad, ranking 1425th in the C class. There are 3 C-level capable people next to him, and the difference in strength ranking is not big. All of them are more than 800. All 3 of them were parasitized and turned into Huang Yong's face. Very strange, their strength is stronger than Huang Yong. Why did they lose? Still being manipulated? Gao Tang asked Huang Yong a question very inexplicably. However, this person seemed to be unable to think normally, and the answer was irrelevant. There is no other way but to get the answer from the parasitized parties. These people are still alive, but they are controlled by Huang Yong. Attacks formed by various abilities attacked Gao Tang. Facing the attack of the 3, Gao Tang seemed to lack interest. Too weak. Can't get up. Huang Yong couldn't understand trash talk again, which made him very distressed. Just like a skilled technician encounters a quick gunner, the martial arts are useless. He simply solved the parasitic 3 people. Gao Tang looked at Huang Yong and yawned. I have eaten all your chess pieces, and the next is the general. Do you want to think of a way to struggle? Blast! Blast! Boom!
Huang Yong finished his speech without thinking, and laughed. The laughter was so weird that it made the back of the summer chill.
Laugh at your mother.
Gao Teng came to Huang Yong in the blink of an eye and gave him a big slap.
Huang Yong's eyes suddenly became terrifying. Are you even going to bully me? Snapped.
Gao Teng slapped Huang Yong in the face. Huang Yong tilted his head and stood there for a while. Don't hit me again.
He roared like a beast. Snapped. Gao Tang is another draw.
Don't hit me. Huang Yong squatted on the ground holding his head, looking very pitiful. With that look, it felt like he had been abused in a mental hospital. In Gao Tang's view, Huang Yong used this method to gain his sympathy, and then suddenly attacked when he relaxed his vigilance. He had seen this kind of trick a lot, and he didn't feel any fluctuations in his heart, and even wanted to laugh.
What is Huang Yong's behavior like?
It's like a kindergarten student showing off to college students that they have learned 1 plus 1, completely unaware that the other party's mind is full of terrifying knowledge. Little brother, you have been seen through by me. However, Gao Tang wants to cooperate with Huang Yong's performance, so that this person can feel that he is a joke.
What's the matter with you? It's okay?
Gao Tang squatted down, his eyes full of concern. Huang Yong suddenly bit off a piece of meat from his arm and spat at Gao Tang's face.
However, an invisible force made the piece of meat stagnate in mid-air. Sample, can you deceive me too? I am the grandfather of playing tricks.
Gao Tang smiled contemptuously, with a condescending attitude. Huang Yong was obviously not a normal person. He kept biting his own flesh and vomited towards Gao Tang. These flesh wriggled like living creatures, growing many roots, disgusting and weird.
Dude, you're not done, why don't you play tower defense with me?
Gao Tang burned the strange meat in front of him to ashes, and slashed Huang Yong's neck with a knife, even directly severing the cervical vertebrae, killing him. Gao Tang wanted to try to capture it alive, but he forgot his current strength and Huang Yong's fragility.
Never mind.
Gao Tang shook his head, walked towards Xiaoling, and asked, how are they?
Are you awake?
They referred to those 3 sea-level capable people, who are obviously stronger than Huang Yong, but they are being manipulated, which is really puzzling. Xiaoling has already checked the physical condition of the 3 people, she said. They have been parasitized for too long, and their bodies are very weak.
It is estimated that they will not wake up for a while. Then let's go back now.
As soon as Gao Tang finished speaking, he smelled a strong aroma, sweet and greasy.
What does it taste like?
Xiaoling frowned, as if someone had sprayed a whole bottle of inferior perfume. Suddenly, she felt her whole body soften, and she fell to the ground, unable to exert any strength.
Poisonous. She couldn't even speak.
Gao Tang was amazed. He rushed to Xiaoling's side. The physical strength of S-class has reached an extremely terrifying level. Most of the poisons will not work, and they are actually poisoned?
Incredible.
I don't know when, the poisonous smog around has become very thick, like smog in the early morning of autumn and winter.
Sure enough, the new formula is more effective, and even Transcendent A-grade can be poisoned. 2 figures wearing gas masks came over.
They didn't know that Xiaoling had broken through the S rank. Transcendent A-grade's body is too powerful, the effect should not last long, it should fail in a few minutes at most, kill her quickly.
Gao Tang was completely convinced. Just do a promotion mission, and unexpectedly encounter an unexpected enemy. How malicious is this world to me? Gao Tang sighed deeply in his heart.
When this mission is over, he has to stay at home honestly, but he wants to see if something unexpected will come to him. But now, because of the poison resistance, his body is not abnormal, he is still full of energy, and his strength is at its peak.
But he didn't want to show it.
He wanted to play a scene where these 2 people who thought they were winning would feel like they were going from heaven to hell. Oh, I'm such a jerk. Gao Tang was very proud, and the village head, Wu Laoer, took 1 step back and 2 steps tremblingly, tripping himself to the ground. It was as if the whole body was paralyzed, unable to move at all, with 2 eyeballs moving around in their sockets, with their eyes expressing anxiety, and panic.
Xiaoling's expression was very anxious. She wanted to speak, but she could only make a you sound.
Look at how sad you are, it's really ugly. 2 people wearing gas masks approached, and the one with obvious male characteristics sneered, don't worry, it will be over soon, let me you die.
You follow, Huang Yong, buddy?
Gao Tang jumped out of his mouth word by word, looking at the man.
Ha! The man was surprised, you can still make a sound?
After he finished speaking, he glanced at Xiaoling, this woman is Transcendent A-grade, she can't do it.
Answer me.
Gao Tang is like a baby who has just learned to speak and cannot speak clearly.
That's right, he's with us. A contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of the man's mouth. If you give him a little attention, you'll die. As a bait to attract attention, his job is quite well done.
Good. The other woman was Fan Min, who had developed a potion of ineffectiveness. She said lightly, after all, she is a child who grew up in abuse, and has never felt the warmth of it.
If you give him a little care, you will hand over your life.
What a poor fellow.
You are so despicable. Do not. It's disgusting. Disgusting.
Xiaoling was able to make a sound, and her strength was coming back little by little. Fan Min sneered, if you are not despicable and shameless, how can you survive in this world? We are not as fortunate as you are, with the natural ability to be friendly and to get anything we want. People with high status like you cannot understand our feelings, and we have no right to choose our own life at all. Therefore, it is only by insidiousness and viciousness that we can live a wonderful life. Xiaoling squeezed out a voice between her teeth, you are not worthy of being human.
Fan Min laughed and said, a person who is going to be a ghost in the underworld right now has the right to say such things to me? Okay, let's stop talking nonsense.
Fan Min said, Han Bin, this woman has the strength to speak, and it is estimated that she will regain her strength soon.
Let's kill her quickly. Okay, leave it to me.
The man named Han Bin approached Xiaoling step by step, the breath of death rapidly approaching.
Xiaoling's face was full of despair.
She could feel her strength coming back, but it was far from enough. She couldn't even squeeze an ant to death, so she didn't have the strength to resist.
Gao Tang, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well.
Xiaoling was ashamed.
It's okay.
Gao Tang paused every word, and in order to reassure Xiaoling, he also showed a bright smile. This time, Xiaoling couldn't hold back her tears. It was like a flood breaking through the floodgates.
Surging out. When I practiced with Master, I always wanted to change the world.
I don't want other children, like me, to lose their parents and become homeless orphans. I joined the security bureau with such ideals in mind, but the stronger the strength and the higher the status, I found out how naive and ridiculous my ideals were. When most people just want to protect their own interests, just one or two people won't change anything. At the beginning, I met a lot of like-minded friends, but later, they were all assimilated. They forget the original intention, the child who is full of pain and wants to burn himself, and they see the weak as, are you finished yet?
Han Bin licked his ears with his hand, I'm getting impatient. Xiaoling didn't even look at him, she wanted to see a tall figure in her eyes before she died. When I met you, I was confused and didn't know where my future was going. It was you who gave me goals and ideals that I was naive and wanted to accomplish. Obviously it's hard to meet you. Gao Tang, I am so useless.
Sorry.
Han Bin didn't feel the same way.
He took out a miniature bomb from his pocket and roughly pinched Xiaoling's face, you should talk slowly in the underworld. After speaking, she was about to put the bomb into Xiaoling's mouth. Suddenly, he heard the sound of flesh being penetrated.
Immediately afterwards, an unbearable pain came from his chest.
He lowered his head and saw a bloody fist on his chest.
Your poison is useless to me, I didn't expect it.
Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Gao Tang snatched the miniature bomb from Han Bin's hand, pinched it with 2 fingers, and looked at the sun.
Blasting from the inside of the body is a bit brutal. Was it corroded by stomach acid and then exploded? Is there no change on the surface of the body, and the body is in a mess?
If it is a head-on confrontation ability, even if it is D-level, this thing is useless. However, in conjunction with the ability neutralizing potion that you have researched, it is very useful, and it feels like it can bring a great threat to the security bureau. After Gao Tang's words, Fan Min finally came back to his senses. The ground beneath her feet exploded, turning into a streamer and fleeing.
How could Gao Tang let her go?
It seemed like a cannonball shot out of the chamber, and he turned around and approached Fan Min's back.
Does that work? Baby.
Gao Tang stretched out his hand and covered the back of Fan Min's head. Oops. Fan Min felt cold all over his body, feeling the gloomy cold from under the 9 serenities.
Boom!
Her face hit the ground hard, and the shock caused blood to flow from her nose and mouth.
Your opponent is me.
Han Bin actually rushed over, and the wound on his chest actually healed.
What? Gao Tang was extremely surprised, and his thought force immediately bound Han Bin's body and stopped in mid-air. Is your ability to heal yourself?
Han Bin struggled frantically, but there was nothing he could do. He watched Gao Tang stuff the miniature bomb into his mouth.
Boom!
Flesh and blood spattered everywhere, and Han Bin's stomach had a big hole, and the scene was bloody.
Tisk, dirty fireworks.
Seeing Hanbin fall, Fan Min's heart became very heavy, and she knew that she was facing a terrible crisis of life and death. It was obvious that he had just come up with some results, and he had not yet made the world feel pain, but he might have died.
What does this amount to?
It is equivalent to practicing peerless martial arts for decades in seclusion, and finally succeeded in martial arts. He wanted to go out and kill, but he was killed by a meteorite, suddenly and tragically.
Sitting still? Of course not.
Fan Min glanced at Hanbin's corpse. This companion's ability is to be immortal, not dead yet. Therefore, she has to delay time and let her companions hurry up to resurrect, so that she has a chance to escape. If it really doesn't work, she can also start an evacuation plan. It was dangerous, though, and she could die from it.
Why didn't you get poisoned?
Fan Min stared at Gao Tang coldly.
She really couldn't understand why Gao Tang was safe and sound when the Transcendent Grade was poisoned. Do you want to know?
I would like to know.
I will not tell you.
Hateful. Fan Min's arrogant and humble appearance made Fan Min furious. She suddenly took out her palm from the air, and an extremely strong wind broke out. Under the effect of danger perception, Gao Tang dodged Fan Min's attack, and the strong wind slammed into a shack, which was immediately blown apart, and fragments shot everywhere.
Wind element?
It doesn't seem like it. The sensory ability is a bit strange.
What are your abilities? Gao Tang asked curiously. Air cannon.
Fan Min coldly replied to Gao Tang, and slapped it again. This time, Gao Tang did not dodge. The sense of danger in his heart was not strong, and Fan Min's attack really had no power for him. The invisible force formed a barrier in front of him, the air cannon collided with it, a loud noise erupted, and the air waves spread. Fan Min still wanted to take out his palm again, but suddenly his body couldn't move, and he was bound by the power of thought. Gao Tang was about to hit the killer when Hanbin suddenly rushed from behind and punched extremely hard. Gao Tang seemed to have eyes behind his back, and immediately turned around and grabbed the man's fist.
You're not dead yet?
Looking down at Hanbin's abdomen, he actually recovered as before, but the color of the skin was a little pale, which was distinct from the surrounding skin.
Evacuation plan.
Hanbin threw himself into Gao Tang's arms, hugged him tightly, and yelled at Fan Min. Fan Min is also a B-level capable person. She broke free from the shackles of psychic power, took out a small remote control from her pocket, and pressed the button as she ran.
Sure enough, this method has to be used.
At the moment when the button was pressed, Gao Tang felt the ground under his feet vibrate, and in a flash of lightning, he suddenly rose from the ground and shot into the sky with a bang. A flaming mushroom cloud rose up, and the devastating energy turned into shock waves that swept in all directions. Buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters were destroyed, leaving an incomparably huge pit. High in the sky, Hanbin was still holding Gao Tang tightly. A distorted smile appeared on his face.
How does it feel to lose a leg? It's so pitiful that you will spend your whole life with this mutilated body.
Ha ha ha, he laughed wildly. Gao Tang's 2 legs were swallowed up by the explosion, and Sanbai's stubble was exposed, which was shocking.
You don't think you're the only one with strong self-healing power?
Gao Tang sneered. The flesh and blood of his 2 legs squirmed fast, and within a few seconds at most, the lost part returned to his body.
How is it possible?
Hanbin was stunned, unable to believe what was happening in front of him.
Gao Tang actually has 2 superpowers, which is simply incredible. From the first day you came to Luhan Street, do you have an evacuation plan ready?
Buried a lot of explosives in the ground, really have you?
Are you not afraid of accidentally touching the remote control and being bombed? Hanbin couldn't say anything, and his brain was in a state of shutdown.
I'm very curious, how could Fan Min survive with such a powerful explosion just now? Could it be possible to use the ability of the air cannon to accelerate itself with the help of the shock wave generated by the explosion?
Hanbin's ghostly expression was taken by Gao Tang.
Seeing his expression, Gao Tang knew what to do, shook his head and said, I can guess it by random guessing, and I don't have a chance to use my smart IQ. Okay, you who crawled back from the underworld, it's time to go back to where you were going. After speaking, to erase the ability, Hanbin's head turned a few times in an instant, plundering the ability.
All in one go. Capability plundering, ability to acquire, immortal body, it's immortal again. I feel that this ability is so worthless.
Incapacitated, Hanbin had no way to be resurrected. He fell from a high altitude, his body was twisted and deformed, and his death was extremely miserable. After getting rid of Hanbin, Gao Tang looked into the distance, looking for Fan Min.
The houses in Luhan Street were crowded into a pile like sardines in cans.
It was really difficult to find someone in this complicated terrain. Moreover, since there is an evacuation plan, all aspects must be considered, and it is almost impossible to catch this woman again.
Never mind. We will see you again soon. Gao Tang has a very strong premonition.
He fell from the sky and looked for Xia Ling's figure.
The big explosion just now should not be life-threatening to S-level capable people. I am here.
Xia Ling stood up leaning on a log and walked towards Gao Tang with difficulty. Her clothes were tattered, revealing large patches of wheat-colored skin that shone with a firm sheen. There was a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, and she was in the center of the explosion, with only minor internal injuries.
The physical strength of an S-rank person is really exaggerated. Are you okay?
The two spoke almost simultaneously.
I'm fine. Again in unison.
The two laughed, and after this crisis, their relationship deepened a lot.
Where's Fan Min? Have you caught it?
When Xia Ling thought of this, her expression became serious. No, Gao Tang shrugged. It is estimated that she is seriously injured and unconscious somewhere.
Then let's find her soon.
I don't think there's much hope. Gao Tang said, she prepared an evacuation plan a long time ago, and she must not be so easy to find. It's all my fault for being useless and letting her escape.
Run away, no big deal. Anyway, she can't stand loneliness.
Maybe we will meet her again soon, and then you will cut her into 8 pieces.
I underestimate her a bit.
Xia Ling blamed herself. At that time, I heard from Fong Ming that she had developed a potion that could nullify her abilities.
I didn't take it seriously. I didn't know it would work on me.
It's not just you, even I am surprised that the S-class can be knocked over.
Don't think too much, there are many injured people around, let's save them first.
Why do I feel so strange about your dry flip just now?
That's right, C1 re-edited from last chapter. The revision has been completed. Book friends who have read the latest chapter can look back. The plot was not considered carefully and was redesigned. Find Fan Min in the next chapter.
Crawling out of the pit, Gao Tang found blood-stained rags on the streets of Luhan Street. Recalling the clothes Fan Min was wearing, it was confirmed that it was the fabric on her body.
The next experience will definitely be something I will never forget. Gao Tang glanced at the surrounding environment.
All kinds of garbage were piled up everywhere, the smelly sewage was flowing everywhere, and flies and mosquitoes were flying around.
He sighed deeply and used strengthened sense of smell.
At that moment, an indescribable stench rushed into his nostrils and rushed to his brain. Gao Tang rolled his eyes, staggered back a few steps, and slapped his butt on the ground.
What's wrong with you? Xia Ling was taken aback.
As soon as Gao Tang opened his mouth, his appetite was overturned.
He held back and did not spit it out.
He gritted his teeth and said, I will go to Fan Min behind your back and find her as soon as possible. Xia Ling's strength hadn't fully recovered, and she could walk normally, but she couldn't keep up with his speed.
Are you really okay? I see your face is very pale.
It's not pale, it's a deathly look full of yellow, green, or green. Xia Ling covered her mouth and smiled and said, how can you describe it? Don't talk too much, come on. Gao Tang couldn't help retching, it was extremely miserable. Xia Ling jumped on Gao Tang's back, patted his butt hard, and pointed forward, go.
Did you get used to riding me so quickly? It's just that the posture is a little bit wrong.
Saying that, Gao Tang began to speed up, looking for the smell left by Fan Min in the air, and ran at full speed.
What did you say? Are you tired of living? Do you think you can't draw your sword?
Gao Tang kept his mouth tightly shut. He didn't want to say a word now, he only wanted one thing in his mind. That is to find Fan Min and stop the smell enhancement.
About 2 minutes passed.
Gao Tang stopped his body, and the smell in the air disappeared. He turned back again and stopped outside an iron shack full of garbage. The stench was mixed with the faint scent of Fan Min's body.
It should be here. Pulled by an invisible force, all the rubbish flew out and was thrown far and far by Gao Tang.
He walked into the iron shack with his nose pinched, and found a piece of the floor with signs of prying. Mind force tore apart the floor, and a deep entrance appeared in front of Gao Tang and the two of them. I'll go down first.
Gao Tang put down Xia Ling and jumped down.
There is a deep height from the bottom, and the high body is lifted by the wind and slowly falls to the ground. Measured with